What do you mean? I'm not
Only
talking about
has
fuel tank. I'm
500
talking
fuel
about
tank.
the conserved momentum from the latitude it took off from, right? You get to the smaller circles leading up to the North Pole where they say it's 0 miles an hour, and then those circles, just like a racetrack, bro. The person on
Well,
the outside has to start ahead,
disagree with.
right? With a
Does he
racetrack, the person
agree
on
or
the
disagree
outside,
with that?
he has further to
I
go,
mean,
right? So he
it's
has to
not
run
like
faster around the outside. Do you
I
not
mean,
even
it's
get
not like a
this?
bullet. You're applying a constant force over your entire journey, right?
Okay, so the pilot is trained to account for this. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it'll just happen naturally as you keep on applying
Oh,
force.
naturally. So
Why?
what are you saying is
Yeah.
this natural mechanism? Naturally? What do you mean
The
naturally?
fact that you have
How is
jet
it
engines that wing.
naturally? How is it naturally accelerated twice as fast sideways? Explain that with specificity.
Well, because over your whole journey, as you're
Yeah,
traveling with its engines, you have lift. Like, I don't
yeah.
get it.
So if it's the engines, then it would be the pilot that would be trained to
A
make up that
pilot doesn't
difference. Is that what
control
you're
the
saying?
engines ever. A pilot doesn't control the engines ever.
Also, the engines are programmed to do this extra acceleration sideways to be in perfect unison with the 1,000 mile an hour runway.
They just
The
do it
engines.
naturally. It's not something that's even considered.
The engines have a
Yeah.
natural acceleration to go twice as fast. Where's this? Wait, can you show me
There is
proof of
no
that? Where's the
extra
engine?
accelerations.
Where
It's
does
just
the engine get a natural acceleration to make the
the
plane in
fact
sync
that
with
it's
the Earth?
providing thrust.
Okay,
They just
so it could go the
maintain its
opposite
speed.
direction, right? So if it
They
goes
just
against the
maintain its
spin, like
speed.
say it goes west southwest, right? It's going out against the spin, but still ending up at the equator where it needs 1,000 miles an hour eastward tangential velocity. Not only would it be losing its original conserved momentum by going west, but now it's going
Losing
west
again,
southwest.
thinking his Coriolis fuel tank is running low.
It's not about Coriolis fuel tank. I don't know where you get that concept or that term, but it just is just ridiculous to even say that. It's nothing to do with a
Yeah,
fuel
because you're
tank.
like, oh, I'm gaining my Coriolis effect from taking off from this place. It's just
No,
you're
it's just your model, bro. I'm just explaining your model. It says 1,000 at the equator. The plane would have to be moving eastward tangentially in perfect unison with that 1,000 miles an hour equator, according to your model. And it only had the original conserved momentum of 500. Now it's going west southwest. It's against the spin. And you're saying the engines are making the plane go backwards and sideways to be in perfect sync with the 1,000 miles an hour runway? What do we mean? The engines are making the plane go forward, eastward, or westward, west southwest, in fact, towards the equator. Now it needs to be going 1,000 miles an hour in perfect unison, but it only had the original conserved momentum. Even if I let you beg the question and say it never lost any of that conserved momentum, but it only has 500. How does it have 1,000 to be able to be in sync with the Earth that it's landing on? How's it? And not only that,
because
even
you have
if
engines. You have engines.
okay, so engines. Okay, so is that really a good enough answer for you? Does that make sense? Are you
Is that
naming
a
the
good enough answer
mechanism?
for you?
No, it couldn't be. Because what does the
Why?
engines have to do with it? Because the engines are making the plane go west southwest, not eastward. The engines would have to make the plane go twice as fast sideways eastward, backwards and sideways if it's going west southwest. How is the engine programmed to do that? You think the engine
Because
has some kind of like
you're
what are
aiming
you talking about? Does that
the,
make sense?
the
No.
computer on the plane is aiming for a place
The
on the.
computer. Oh, now you're
Hold
going to the
on.
computer.
Stop. Hold on. Let me explain for like 3 seconds. All right. So you're aiming for a point on a map that's projected on a sphere, by the way. Just to let you know.
Oh
That's
yeah.
yeah. Um,
Yeah.
and as
You
you
could
go over
think of
that
it like
entire
that.
journey, it's not like a bullet where you're not applying any more force over the journey, right? So if I fire a bullet and
No,
exit
it's
the rifle
different, but
barrel,
it's in a separate reference frame, which we already agreed on. So it's not moving in sync with the Earth automatically.
yeah, so the plane has the capability to change its direction and velocity and maintain its
Absolutely.
speed,
Yep. It goes wherever it
unlike
wants.
a
West
bullet.
southwest is where it's going now. It's aiming
That's why
the
bullets
engines,
shoot
the
left.
computer, all of it. Don't worry about bullets. We're talking about the plane that's not going to be in unison with the Earth that it's landing on, which
All right.
causes accidents. So
So if the
the
plane,
only way a pilot can treat the Earth as stationary is if it's stationary, because it's not in perfect unison with this one-to-one relationship with the Earth, bro. It can't work any other way. It cannot. It proves that we're not moving
if it
because
was a bullet,
otherwise
sure.
the pilot would
If
not
it
be
was a
able to
bullet,
treat it as stationary. No,
If
it
it was
needs
a
an extra
bullet,
500 miles an hour. You don't have the mechanism, bro.
extra Coriolis fuel tank
This
again.
proves you're not on a ball. This proves you're not on a spinning
Coriolis
ball.
fuel tank
You need
again.
twice as fast. You need to be moving twice as fast in perfect unison. And not only that, even if your magic engines or your computer or even your pilot is made aware of this problem, right? Even if that were the case, how is he going to continue to make the plane move sideways in the perfect one-to-one relationship as he's landing and coming to a stop in a perpendicular direction?
Yeah. So this is
At what
again a
point
problem
does the
because they're
plane?
applying it.
What point does he stop accelerating the plane sideways to be in perfect unison with the eastward tangential velocity, so that he can come to a stop in a perpendicular direction?
You're applying
That's not
it
even
to.
possible,
But
even
you're
if
applying it
everything
to
you
a
hope is there was
projectile.
there.
You're
But you don't
applying.
even have the mechanism to begin
You're
with. You don't
applying
even
it
have the
to a
mechanism that
projectile.
says the plane's going to be going twice as fast sideways to be in perfect unison. You don't
You're
even get
applying
that.
it
But
to a
even if you did get
projectile.
that, you still can't land the
He
plane.
thinks he's winning.
You
You're
still
applying
couldn't
it to
even
a
land.
projectile. You're applying it to a projectile that's no longer like applying any force to it, right? They have engines
What?
and wings. Yeah, if this is
Okay.
a bullet, then true. But
So
it's not a bullet.
what do you mean? You're going back to like, oh, because it has engines, it makes it perfect. Do you really think that makes sense? Name the mechanism, the actual mechanism, the scientific reason that we know the pilot doesn't need to worry about the spin that's twice as fast as where he took off from. What's the mechanism?
Engines and wings.
Oh, so you're saying the pilot is going to do it, the engines and the wings do it all on their own? They're just like programmed to do this? Is that your
Nope,
theory?
they're not even programmed to do it.
Oh, okay. So then how does it do? How does it happen?
It is the natural
Explain it.
effect.
Make sense
Hold
of it. Don't
on.
just like
Yes,
try.
I
Hey,
will.
don't just cling on to something that you hope makes sense. Actually make
Okay,
sense of it, okay?
new perspective.
Yeah, how
Do
does it
you
work? What's the
understand that
mechanism?
when the Earth rotates, also the air in the Earth also rotates with the
Okay,
Earth?
so you got air, right? So you're saying it's a wind that pushes the plane
If you go
sideways? Is that what you're
straight,
saying?
if you go straight in a straight line, that corresponds with the
Yeah,
ground, you also go in a
yeah.
straight line with the correspondent air above the ground. So you
Okay,
go
so the air is
straight
pushing the plane
either way.
sideways faster? Is your theory that the air is accelerating the plane twice as fast sideways? The
It
air?
doesn't accelerate. The plane
Oh,
accelerates
it would
whenever the
have
fuck
to.
it
We need
wants. The
twice.
air
Wait,
doesn't.
do you realize? Okay, wait. You just came into the conversation. Do you realize that the plane needs to be going twice as fast sideways, perfect, to be at 1,000 miles an hour rather than
That would
500?
be
Right? You realize
that would be if only the air moved and the plane moved relative to the ground and not
Well,
the air.
you've got the same
But
problem, dude. You've got
if
the same
everything goes the
problem,
same
right?
speed.
if the
You've
air
got the same problem
moves the
because
plane,
air's
right?
moving.
And air
Air's
pushing the
moving.
plane, and air push. Can we agree on this? Air pushing the plane is called a
100%.
wind, right? Air pushing the
Yeah.
plane. Wind's going all directions, so air doesn't push the plane in one direction. It pushes the plane in all directions. So that doesn't work for you. Air is not an answer.
No, and you can consider the air to be also like it's another aircraft, right? It's also moving around and changing directions and stuff. Like New Perspective saying, winds, right? So a north-south wind would have to do the same as your airplane. It's not going to save you.
The wind pushing that plane is not an answer. You want it to be. You want to think of it like that. You want to say prevailing winds or overall or pretty much.
I mean, I know you guys are
The
generally
atmosphere
slow,
isn't even
but
that
goddamn.
hold on, wait. Trying to straw man and try to insult me at this point makes you look worse than you already do.
I mean,
because you don't have an answer. You're
it's
saying
common
air does
sense.
it,
Even with
and
flat
it's not
Earth,
a wind.
it works.
Wait, so you're saying the air accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways? Is that your answer? You're calling me stupid?
No, the plane doesn't
Okay, what's your answer?
accelerate infinitely fast.
I didn't say infinitely fast. Why are you straw manning it? We
Yeah, you're
know
saying
that the
that
globe
if it
says
accelerates during
it.
its
Wait, hold on. You don't understand the answer. You don't even understand the whole. You don't even understand the whole scenario. You're calling me stupid. You don't even understand what's being asked. How can you jump into a conversation and call someone stupid when you don't even understand the scenario that I'm talking about? It's 1,000 miles an hour, the globe says, at the equator. The plane has to land on that as if it's stationary. That means it needs to be moving in perfect unison sideways with the Earth for it to treat it as stationary. It only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. Where's the extra 500 come from? So that's in perfect unison with 1,000 miles an hour at the equator when it only had 500 mile per hour conserved momentum to begin with. What's your mechanism that you're going to name to make you smart instead of stupid?
I've told you the air
What?
around
The air. Okay, so
the
wind.
Earth goes.
So wind
No,
pushes it.
wind is one thing and air is another thing. Stationary
Okay,
air
so then,
in the
okay, so
equator
would you
moves
say,
at 1,000 kilometers per hour,
right, so
1,000
then if
miles an hour.
if the plane is accelerated by the air, how does the air do it without it being wind?
It's not accelerated.
It'd have to, because it'd have to go twice as fast. It's 1,000 at the equator, but it only took
No,
off with 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. Now the plane
no.
needs to be going twice as fast sideways. Do you not even get that? You're
Maybe
calling me
it's the
stupid?
space. It's the
Huh?
space. The
Space?
space is moving.
What? None of it makes sense, bro. This debunks your globe. Stop calling flat earthers stupid when you're the
No.
one that's in the wrong.
Ay. Sheesh. It's hard to explain when you have another whole perspective of the world and you negate to listen.
No, I'm just talking about your
It's
model.
hard.
I'm talking about your model. It's
Yeah,
nothing to
in
do with my
my
perspective.
model, the Earth
Yeah.
around the equator, the ground moves at 1,000 miles per hour,
Yeah.
and then the air that's stationary above the line of the equator also moves at the same speed.
Stationary.
And when there's wind, it moves
Wait
at
a
a
minute. Wait
different
a minute.
speed.
Wait, did you say stationary?
Stationary relative to the ground, yes, it's
Right. So
stationary.
yeah. So when there's no wind, right? When there's
So
no
then
wind, that's
the
when it's.
plane
Hold on.
has
Wait.
to
Wait.
make
Wait. Just to
the
make sure,
effort. The
your
work,
model
it makes
says
the plane,
that
not
you're
the
right.
air.
Just to make sure, because your model says that when there's no wind, that's when the air is in perfect unison, right? When there's no wind, that's how you
Yeah.
know the air is in perfect. So you're saying the no wind is what accelerates the plane sideways twice as fast? The no wind?
What? No.
Yeah, because it's only in perfect unison when there's no wind. But the
I think you
plane that
might need to
flies
go
to the
back to the
You,
equator,
you
start.
keep changing to wind
it needs to
when
go
there's
twice as
air.
fast sideways.
You might need to
It
go
needs to go
back to the
twice as fast
start of your
You
sideways.
keep
scenario,
skipping.
right? So just wait, new perspective. Where's your plane starting off from?
500 mile per hour conserved momentum at the latitude it took off from, where the circle is smaller than the equator. So it didn't have 1,000 miles an hour. It only has 500. But it's flying to the
And it's
equator,
going to
west
go, and
southwest, right?
it's going to take off. It's going to take off and go south towards the equator.
Yeah, or even better, west southwest, right? So it's going against the spin, right? It's going against the spin, and it's going to the equator, right? West southwest is the best scenario because there's no answer to this. Even though there's no answer just south, but west southwest makes it even worse because now it's going against the spin, the supposed spin, and it needs an extra 500 miles an hour. What's the mechanism that pushes the plane faster sideways, twice as fast, right? To be in perfect unison with a 1,000 miles an hour runway. What's your mechanism? Not the air, because air pushing the plane is a wind, so it can't be the air. What pushes the plane backwards and sideways to be in perfect unison with a 1,000 mile an hour runway? What's your mechanism, globe earther?
There ain't no mechanism. There ain't no spin. You'll notice if you go against a rotation, you'll get to places a lot quicker. It'll be noticed.
Yeah, it debunks the globe emphatically, and these guys act like it's some kind of straw man. It's just their model that doesn't work.
I think,
And,
maybe,
it
I
doesn't
think
work.
Manufactotum might want to chime in here. Does he? Do you have an answer, Manufactotum? Or are you just hot micing?
Oh, hello?
Yeah. Did you have something to add to this conversation?
I was hot micing, sorry. I just
No,
kind
it's all
of
good.
got here. Is it the airplane thing?
Yeah, it needs 1,000 miles an hour to land in perfect unison with the runway at the equator, where they say it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But it took off with only 500 mile per hour conserved momentum. It's headed west southwest against the spin, so it needs to be going sideways, backwards, and sideways, faster, twice as fast as where it took off from. It only has conserved momentum because it was on the Earth, not because the air is pushing it with the Earth. And if the air is said to be pushing it with the Earth, it would be a wind. But we already know winds go in all directions, so that doesn't work. What's your answer?
Well, how fast is the air going where it took off, and how fast is it going where it's landing?
It doesn't matter about the air. We're talking about the plane.
I mean,
The
it kind
plane
of
was
matters.
at 500 mile per hour latitude where it took off from. It only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum where it took off from. But now the
Right.
plane needs to be going twice as fast sideways
Yeah.
to be
No,
in
I
1,000 miles
understand.
an hour when it lands. What's the mechanism that makes the plane accelerate perfectly an extra 500 miles an hour? What's the
Right.
mechanism that makes
Mhm.
the plane in perfect unison with a 1,000 mile an hour runway?
Yeah, I would say it's the winds.
No, winds go in all directions. That doesn't work.
At what speed in all directions? So planes have tailwinds, headwinds, right? Depends on which way the wind is going, but the winds aren't
Yeah,
going to
you have
be
to
like
want you have
500
to
miles an
name
hour.
you have to name the wind that makes it perfectly in sync with the Earth. What's that wind?
Well, that's just the rotation of the atmosphere in sync with the Earth.
Oh, that's a no wind. When it's in perfect sync, there's no wind, right? That's what the ballers say. There's no
No,
wind.
like on aggregate, it's in sync with the Earth, right? Within that aggregate, there's like fluid dynamics and such. There's turbulence and whatnot. But you don't
Yeah,
find
so it's
winds
so
that
it's
are going
never
at
in
1,000
perfect
miles
sync.
an hour.
So it's never in perfect sync, right? So
Right. But on
even if
aggregate,
somehow the air removing it, right, regardless of the pilot even knowing it, the plane has to be moving perfectly an extra 500 miles an hour, not 505, not 995. So your words, your estimation words like aggregate and overall or pretty much or any of these estimation words, that's going to scare a pilot that's thinking he can just treat the Earth as stationary. You can't have any estimation words. We're talking about precision landing. He has to be in a
I don't
one-to-one
know what you mean
relationship.
by estimation words, but
Yeah, aggregate.
so what's the fastest wind you've ever heard of?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because you're speaking like the
And you the
winds are
questions.
also
Where do you get
still,
the
and
extra
the Earth is
500 miles an
moving
hour?
right from
I
the
didn't say
wind.
that. So the winds are going in all directions. The winds blow in all directions on a flat
Right.
Earth.
But how fast are they going in all directions?
But you tell me. Is that predictable? Is that even a predictable thing? Is that something you can say is like something you can even guess at?
Well, we could talk
How would
about
you think
average
that that's
winds,
something
right?
that could be like? How would you even think that's something that could be like thought to be predictable?
You could talk about like average wind speeds, right? We can
I don't
talk
know. It
about
depends on the day.
headwinds and tailwinds.
Talking
Yeah.
about the day, you could
Sure.
have a day. You could have a day where winds go in all directions, all different speeds. I mean, you got winds are not the answer. It has to be perfect. It has to be one thing that makes it perfect every time a pilot gets in the air.
What do you
What's
mean?
the one thing that makes it perfect? Because it needs to be going an extra 500 miles an hour exactly to land on a
Why?
1,000 miles an hour
No,
runway.
no, it doesn't. Not exactly,
Oh,
right?
oh, it doesn't. No,
No,
it can just estimate that.
no,
Don't you
not
know that the
estimate.
wheels would break off? Don't you know the wheels would break off if it was just a
How
5 mile an hour difference?
how fast would it have to be drifting to the side for the wheels to snap off?
It doesn't matter.
It
One
does
mile an
matter
hour, two
because
miles
a
an hour.
plane. No,
Are
a
you saying
plane
that?
can
Are you
land with
saying that
winds.
pilots? Are you saying that planes land on moving surfaces?
What I'm saying is that a plane can land with winds that are coming from the side at 2 miles an hour. Nothing's going to happen, right? A plane can adjust for that.
Well, are you saying that the? It's not about adjusting for that.
I'll say it
You're
again. What
gonna.
I'm saying
Are
is
you
that a
trying to
plane.
conflate the winds? Wait, hold on. You are the typical baller that thinks that the winds moving the plane is the same thing as the Earth moving separately from the plane. You think it's the same thing, don't you?
I'm not entirely
You
sure
do,
what
don't
you
you?
said,
Admit it.
but I think yes.
Admit it. You think adjusting for the winds is the same thing as adjusting for a moving Earth, right? Admit it. You think that.
I don't know what you mean by adjusting for a moving Earth.
Well, because the plane only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum from where it took off, right? Now
Yeah.
it needs to be moving in perfect unison with a runway that's 1,000 miles an hour. And there's no one reference frame here. It's two reference frames.
What are the two reference
So the
frames?
Earth is moving independently of the plane eastward. You know that if it
Uh,
was a ball.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, you'd have to say that if you think your ball is a ball.
So
That's how your
plane
ball
is
model works.
right. So the plane is using the air as its push, right? It's pushing off
Yeah.
the
Sure.
air, right?
Yeah.
And that air is moving with the Earth. So I don't know
That's
that we
what
can
you
exactly
say.
call them two reference frames.
Right. So that's what you say, but it doesn't make it one reference frame, bro. The Coriolis
Uh,
effect
yes,
says
Yeah,
that
I
there
don't
would
know if
be a
you
it
can
would
have
be
your
one
displacement.
reference
Coriolis
frame
without
either.
two separate reference frames. Yeah, this destroys the ball Earth. It destroys it.
It
It
destroys
really
it.
doesn't.
It destroys
No,
your
it
ball
doesn't
model, dude.
destroy it because planes
It
fly
does.
on around on a globe. So
Liberals.
maybe you're just understanding it wrong. Maybe.
Oh,
Oh,
your
Like,
answer to this is
like I
planes
said,
fly on a globe, so it must be real. it must work
Thing
because
is,
it's a
like, we
globe.
don't speak English, bro.
Well,
hey, this
no,
this
the
comes
bottom
back
line
to
is
my
we don't have
earlier point
1,000 mile
about
an hour
the
wind.
air. Just wait. This comes back to my earlier point about the air just being like the aircraft. Where's it getting its extra momentum from?
You know what's even weirder? The USA tries to cover up every time they come out with like a new like world-breaking technology that will like change the way we use fuel in cars, or that shit gets like slapped with a secrecy label, and then we never know about it.
I,
We've had technology to like advance like fucking like way past what we are now.
I don't know if
anyway,
that
they don't
has
have an
more
answer
than
for this. No one's come up with an answer. Saying it's the air doesn't work
it.
because that would be a wind. We
Yeah.
know winds go in all directions, and there's no perfect air making it
What do you
go
mean the
twice
air
as fast
doesn't work?
sideways. Because it would have to be a wind pushing the plane twice as fast sideways.
Huh?
Not only in the horizontal, but the vertical as well.
Yeah,
I want
exactly.
to point
That
that out
that
as
too.
well.
Because as soon as a plane goes up in the air high enough, it's got to move faster automatically just to be in sync with the Earth below it, right? Because it's a bigger circle than the ground, right? The ground has a smaller circle, and it's a bigger circle when it goes up in the air. So there's no mechanism to make the plane go faster when it gets higher up, and there's no mechanism to make it go twice as fast when it gets to a runway that's 1,000 miles an hour compared to where it was taking off from it, only 500 miles per hour. Conserve momentum. There has to be a perfect mechanism, not just a thought about air being in sync or any of that. You can't just like estimate it and hope it works because it's a ball in your mind.
That's
You have
not
to
Well,
the
you have all
actually
these
work.
work it
fucking
out.
Boeing,
But it doesn't have to
you
be
have all these
perfect the way
Boeing
you're
craft getting
implying.
like made
It
in
has to be perfect. It would have
Batman.
to be so perfect. It would have to be so perfect. The pilot could just assume to treat it as stationary. That's
So
what
I
I
mean,
mean by perfect.
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that would imply that any wind whatsoever would just like pull planes out of the sky.
What are you talking about? That's a strong man. I never said winds pull planes out of the sky.
I know you
I'm
didn't
saying that
say that,
What
but
are
winds,
you?
the
winds
implication of
pushing
that
the
having to
wait,
be
wait, hold on,
perfect.
wait. You have to get this straight. Winds pushing the plane in all directions is one thing. That the ground that the pilot is going to have to land on, right, along with the winds, are two things, right?
Hmm?
Being in sync with the ground that's moving separately from the plane eastward is an extra thing on top of the winds pushing it in all directions. It's hard enough for a pilot to land on a stationary surface with winds blowing it everywhere, right? That's hard enough. But if the surface were moving, that'd be a whole other thing because not only would it have to like deal with the winds and somehow line up with the earth, it would have to make sure it's moving in perfect unison eastward with the earth, right? And so much so that he doesn't even have to worry about it. And it would even be possible, even if he did worry about it. Even if he were consciously trying to do it, he would need jets on the side of the plane to keep the plane moving eastward tangentially in perfect unison with the earth as he's landing in a perpendicular direction or whatever angle it might be. Think of all the math think of the
Again,
calculations. Like if he has to come in at an angle, if it's west, southwest, east, southeast, northeast, all these different angles that the runways are at, right?
right.
Now he needs
Again,
to also make sure that the plane is going backwards and sideways with the tangential velocity of the earth. Even if he were aware of it, he wouldn't be able to do it.
Because
again,
the plane
what
is
you're
moving
suggesting.
relative to the air and the ground at the same time, and they both
That
go
doesn't
at the same
answer.
speed.
That's not a mechanism. Just calling
It's
it
the answer,
relative
but
doesn't
you don't,
answer,
but
dude.
you can't understand
What are
it.
you saying that the pilot puts his faith in just relativity?
Oh
Not
my god,
He
faith.
just says, "Oh,
nah,
that the
bro,
air is going to make me in perfect sync, so I'm just going to
nah,
put
bro.
my faith in the air."
What you're
Yep.
describing is the
This is your
problem would
captain speaking.
require.
This is your captain speaking. Now I know that we need to be moving tangentially eastward with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour where we're going, sir. Don't worry, but my training told me to treat it as stationary, and the air or the engines, or the computer,
Okay,
or something.
what
Something's going
happens?
to make it work. I don't know what it is, but don't worry, folks. We're going to have a safe landing.
Yeah, it'll
You're so
magically work
annoying.
out no matter what runway you're landing on, no matter what longitude or
Yeah.
latitude you're at,
No matter
no
what
matter how fast it's spinning. It's just going to work out because we're going to put
Yeah.
you know those wheels that are on the bottom
Bro,
of your
you don't
desk
have to
chairs.
scream.
The Dyson
Oh,
wheels, Dyson ball wheels. We got Dyson ball wheels. So if the
the
Earth is
wheels.
moving a little bit, we'll just use our
Those-
Dyson ball
Yeah,
wheels,
No,
and we won't have to
there
no,
we
worry
you
about
guys
the
go.
don't
wheels breaking
understand
off.
momentum and inertia
No, it's the
and nothing.
momentum is
No,
500,
dude.
bro.
So
The momentum
slow.
was 500. You need 1,000. We
Yeah,
No, I
understand
don't
the 500
understand.
it
miles
It's
per
goes,
not.
hour
They're not
comes
it
from the
goes,
close to
conserved
it
anybody.
momentum
goes
of where it took off from. It doesn't
500
have five.
miles an
It
hour.
doesn't
I
have 1,000.
You are
love
not
this
letting people
argument.
speak,
I love
and
it.
that's why you're stupid. That's why you stay stupid because you
Oh,
don't let
telling
people
us
speak.
stupid's going to answer your question you couldn't answer?
So where
Because you
does all
don't.
the like
Because
That's
thermal
what
I
work
the
energy
answered.
come
CERN.
I
from?
answered the
That's what the
question
CERN. That's what
three
the
times by.
CERN frickin' physicist said. The CERN physicist said he would fail you. That's what he told him. He said, I would fail you. He didn't have an answer for him. So you think you've got a better answer than a CERN physicist has? Because the CERN physicist didn't have an answer.
Yeah.
He has an
Boom.
explanation.
He's
He
talking
has an
about a conversation
explanation.
I had.
Oops.
He's talking about a conversation I had with a CERN physicist, right? And all he could say is, if you took a test, I would fail you. I said, you don't even have the answer to give me for the test, so you failed as a T-shirt because you don't have an answer, and he didn't.
No, we have the
I'll put the
answers, but
recording in
you
the
don't
live
want to
stream.
learn
You
them.
can hear that
That's
he doesn't
your
have an
problem.
answer, and you'll see that you don't have an answer either. You don't
Okay,
have an
He
answer.
I'm gonna make a
Yeah.
simile.
He
I'm
You
gonna
have
he
make
to
a
has an
just
comparison.
does.
explanation. The
I'm going to
perspective
make a
just
The
for
comparison.
reason there's no
So
mechanism.
let's see if this way you can
answer.
understand it.
You have a deficit of
Let's
work
say
energy.
Listen,
Hello.
Oh my God, no way. So wait, so you're saying the pilot, hold on, wait a minute. You guys saying the pilot actually at the stationary because it's stationary? No way. No, it must be moving. Wait, hold on, wait. If it's moving, should the pilot treat it as stationary then? Or if it's actually stationary, should he treat it as moving? I mean, what? You tell me.
okay, I'm going to explain it to you in a more simpler way. Okay, let's say you have a limousine. Okay, and the limousine is moving 100 miles per hour on a road, and then on that limousine you have a
What?
drone
A what? A
inside of it.
limousine?
A
A
limousine,
what?
yeah,
Wait, what
a
are you
limo,
talking
You
about?
fly a
Wait, start
limousine?
over
I
again. I
didn't
didn't
know.
hear what you said.
a limo.
Say we have a
No,
what?
you can't
A
do the
limousine?
limousine.
Yeah,
The limousine's already on the Earth.
Yeah.
You're talking
You,
about
and
you,
something that's in the air while the Earth is
bro,
moving.
yeah,
I'm not
you gotta
Yeah,
speaking
be a
to you. I'm not
there's two
speaking.
reference
convertible, a
frames.
flying
You're
convertible.
talking
Do
about
that.
one reference frame.
You gotta be
The
standing
limousine's
taller.
on the earth. The
Bro,
limousine is on the earth. It's
bro.
one reference frame.
You make
We have
this
two
10
reference
times
frames.
harder
Once
than it
something's in the
has to be.
air, it's two reference frames, not one. So you're saying that one reference frame and two reference frames aren't the
So,
same or aren't the different? You're saying one
in
reference
the
frame is the
limousine,
same as two reference
you
frames.
have a
And
drone.
we're
And
stupid?
that drone,
Why are we
while the
stupid?
limousine
We
is
think there's two different
moving,
things there.
you move it, you fly it inside the limo backwards. So, for someone that's looking from the outside, what does it look like? Like the drone is
Listen,
going
Michael,
slower than the
sit
limo,
down. Michael,
right?
sit down and listen to what New
And you,
Perspective is trying to tell you. Concentrate, focus. Okay, concéntrate en lo que te está
You're not even
diciendo New
understanding the
Perspective.
scenario. Just
Okay, so,
explaining that things look like they're going backwards from outside of the Earth. That doesn't explain the mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways when it's landing in a place that's 1,000 miles an hour compared to 500.
you said
Just
it goes
explaining what
twice
you
as
know
fast.
about what the ball model says. It doesn't answer your question. We all know the theory that it's going to be going backwards, but we have to then name the actual physical mechanism. We're talking about physics, right? Now, you could have a kinematic concept, right? That it's automatically in sync. That's kinematics, right? That's where you can just subtract things and have rules that it doesn't matter. The pilot can just not worry about it. All those things that could be kinematically, that's just on paper. You can just say it works. But when you have dynamics, that's the real physics of moving bodies in relation to each other. When you apply the dynamics, your ball dies with this argument. And I'm sorry, but that is the truth.
Hey, New Perspective, quick question for you. So on a spinning ball, right, you would think you'd have to have a higher energy level at the equator where the rim velocity is the highest, as opposed to up close to the poles, right?
No.
Higher
Right,
energy
would be
because
spinning.
it goes in a smaller circle. You mean?
Well, at the equator where it's got the most velocity, it's got the most work or energy being imparted to whatever's sitting on the ball that's spinning from the rotation of the ball. Right. So if you were to take a ball and put like a huge baseball bat on the equator and have it swinging around, and then imagine getting hit in the face with that baseball bat, and then
It
do
would
it with
hurt
another
worse.
baseball bat at 45 degrees north latitude.
It would hurt worse at the equator, is what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense
Exactly.
because it's going faster, right? Yeah.
Right. So there's going to be more work energy required. So there's a thermodynamic energy deficit in airplanes that go from northern latitudes to southern latitudes, which these globers have not accounted for.
Exactly. That's another way of saying it. I just put it in simple terms. Everyone's been on a plane. They've all landed safely, and the pilot never has to worry about the rotation. And to say that he wouldn't have to is just insane, because he would. You get ballers that say that's it.
All right, Bob.
If you, is there a baller here that can answer this question? Who's a baller here? I have a
Several of us
question
have
for you.
already answered it. You're just not listening.
I know you're the
They're
baller.
essentially
Okay.
saying that
Let me ask you this:
you can just
what would be the difference? What would be that's to the baller? What would be the difference in training a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth compared to training him how to fly over a spinning ball Earth? What would be the difference in training them? What would you do?
Nothing.
Yeah, there would be no
Nothing.
difference.
See, that's how stupid this is. They think there would be no difference, even though let's say there's a Coriolis, and they realize that there's some kind of like adjustment that they believe in that that they'll have to make. Right? They realize there's an adjustment to be made, but then they say there'd be no difference.
They
Right?
wouldn't.
They acknowledge the adjustment, but then say there's no difference. So that's a complete contradiction in common sense and
Well,
logic.
just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's true.
Doesn't matter if you think I don't understand it because you.
I know you don't. I know you don't understand.
Okay, so then give us the
You
answer.
can just
How's it
consider
going
it.
to accelerate? What's the
You can just
mechanism that
consider
makes
it.
it accelerate twice as fast sideways? This guy says he
Scott,
understands it.
he asked
Can
he asked
he
the
name
CERN physicist. He
is it
asked the
Scott
CERN
Mackey?
guy.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he asked the CERN physicist the same question. He said, "What's the answer to the question?"
And he could
The
just
CERN
make it up.
physicist didn't have an answer.
And the
But the
CERN
appeals to authority works both ways, everybody. Appeals to authority is a
He's going
two-way
to come in
street
and
here.
say you don't understand.
All right.
Saying
Are you
someone doesn't
saying the
understand it
CERN
doesn't answer
physicist
it.
is an idiot? The CERN physicist was an idiot? Is that what you're saying, Scott Mackey?
Let's not appeal to authorities and credentials,
New
guys.
Perspective was an idiot and didn't
Don't
bother
appeal to
talking
authorities and
anyone.
credentials.
Oh, that's a good answer. That's a good answer to how it goes twice as fast sideways. Okay, so someone's an idiot if they ask the question. Is that what you're saying?
I've got a way better answer why you don't have to do it, because the Earth isn't moving. That's a way
that's
better
probably a good answer.
Yeah, it's not that it just all works out and you happen to land on a runway going 500 miles an hour faster. It just all works out. No matter the scenario, the situation, the latitude, the longitude, it all works out perfectly, dude. That's you guys believing in your fairy tale nonsense once again.
I get
Yeah, if you think there's not something that we don't have to explain, it just works out. If you ask why or how it works out, you must be stupid to ask, even though we don't have an answer.
No, when we give you the answer, you reject it though because you don't
No, what was the
understand
answer? You give us the answer then. What was the answer?
The
What's
answer is that
Mackey?
the answer is that you can just
you give us the answer.
wait a sec. Wait up. I know his answer. It is you can just consider as if the plane was traveling along the surface of the Earth.
Exactly.
That's true.
It's the same thing with a boat. With a boat, you don't have that problem. Why? Because you see that it sails on the water. The same thing with a plane. It's a boat that stays on the air. It's so simple. It's so simple.
Exactly. A boat going the same direction has to deal with the same forces, right? If you're going to pull into a dock, I mean, the water had to change its speed, right? Because the water at 45 degrees latitude is moving at a different rate than the water at the equator. But somehow that dock managed perfectly, that boat manages perfectly fine to pull into that new dock.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on, on that point, right? So if there's a flowing, water, right, the pilot totally has to employ a different procedure.
He's stuck.
Think about what you're saying before you say it. This is embarrassing.
Listen. If the water is completely calm, right? The pilot or the captain, right, would treat the water completely differently as to if it's flowing, right?
Okay.
So if it's a still water, then he just goes straight across. But he would have to be trained to deal with. He would have to be trained differently to deal with flowing water as compared to calm water. Understand that?
But the water in the ocean at the equator is moving hundreds of miles an hour faster, than the water in the ocean at 45 degrees latitude. But somehow the boats that go from 45 degrees latitude manage just fine to pull into a dock at the equator where the water is moving hundreds of miles an hour faster.
Are you saying they don't have to worry about it? Wait, you're saying that the captain doesn't even have to worry about the flow of the water? He can just treat the water like it's perfectly stationary? He doesn't have to worry about the flow of the water?
Yes, he can.
He can just treat it like it's stationary water, like it's still water?
Yes.
He can just deploy the same exact tactics and just get there? Oh, you're saying the water doesn't move the boat at all? Okay, that's
you have to swim faster at the equator, new perspective.
Because it's not moving.
Yeah, the CERN physicist tried this one. He's like, look, it's a flowing river. It's a flowing river. How are you going to deal with a flowing river? Well, a flowing river is different than a lake that's not flowing, right? You would treat the lake and the flowing river the same if you were Scott Mackey.
Yeah, move away from the ocean. That's a good idea for you.
What I hear is that the surface of the Earth. This is what I hear, right, guys? I hear that the surface of the Earth is not moving relative to the surface of the Earth. That's what I hear.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Thank you.
There you go. I'm happy. So are the people on the plane.
I've never seen anyone flounder as hard as
no Coriolis. Therefore, no Earth spin. Therefore, no difference.
And the water is moving at 0 miles per hour in relation to the Earth, and the air is moving at 0 miles per hour in relation to the Earth when there's no wind or when there's no current, respectively.
What
is the thermodynamic work?
The water's moving zero. The water's moving zero compared to the bank of the water's moving past.
When there's no current.
Yeah. Well, then he would just treat it the same though. The captain doesn't have to worry about the current, right? If it's a current, the captain just treats it the same, right? Just train the captain that currents don't matter.
Yeah, but that's stupid.
But that's another.
Yeah, just like training a pilot to treat the Earth as stationary when it's actually moving would be stupid.
Sound confused,
same thing,
bro.
You
don't want to.
Why would you train? Why would you train a pilot to fly?
Who's the guy on the side there that keeps talking about me being stupid? That's not Scott Mackey. Who's the guy that's saying am I confused? Who just said that?
I said that you sound confused.
You think I sound confused, but you don't have an answer to the question. Why do you think that I'm confused when I'm asking the question of how the
saying there's no answer?
Plane,
how are we still at the stage where you still think there's no answer?
How did the pilot or the plane move the plane to be in sync with a 1,000 mile an hour runway when it only had 500 miles per hour?
Didn't Michael Myers and Scott Mackey moments ago, after you had already said, wait, hold on, actually, in perspective, this is what's just happened.
What's the mechanism? You name it. Don't ask me if they named it. You name it.
Then you said no one's explained it.
You tell me.
Then I heard Michael Myers and then Scott Mackey explain it. And now we're at a stage again where you're saying nobody's explained it. I just don't think you're listening. I think you're confused.
Listen. Just attacking me doesn't make you right. You don't have an answer. They didn't have an answer.
Articulate.
You don't have an answer.
Articulate
about what I think. You
articulate what Scott Mackey just told you. Articulate it.
He didn't give an answer. He gave
Say it back to me. Say it back to me.
This guy.
Say it back to me. Perspective.
Just does.
It just does. To me, perspective. Say what Scott Mackey said.
Just does.
Give the answer. What's the mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways?
Say what Scott Mackey said back to me.
Oh, what Scott Mackey said. What Scott Mackey said was, I don't know, it doesn't matter. You can just
That's what he said? You're a liar then. You're a liar. You're confused or you're a liar?
He said you train the pilots. He said you train the pilots to treat the Earth as stationary.
Is that what he just said?
You would.
Is that what he just said?
The pilots. There'd be no difference in training the pilots to treat to deal with the spinning
no,
Earth.
I'm
He said
talking
there'd
about
be no
what he
difference.
just said.
That was
Just
his
what he
answer.
just said. What he just said about the analogy between water.
You tell me what he
and
just
air.
said. Don't worry about what I thought. I
Because you don't
remember
know,
what he
because you're not
said.
listening, because you're indoctrinated. All you want to hear
You
is
give
what
me
you're
the
going to
answer I
believe.
didn't hear. You give me the
You're not
answer I didn't
listening.
hear.
You're
Otherwise, you're
confused.
just
You're
tactic.
confused.
This is a tactic, dude. This is a tactic. Just to come in and say, I didn't know, even though no one else knew.
I think the answer
Go
was
ahead,
just a
give the
trick.
answer.
Steamrolling is a tactic.
I think he's
He
confused.
doesn't have the answer. We're all quiet listening for this guy that thinks he knows that somebody gave the answer. He doesn't know what their answer was. Because there is no answer.
You want me to tell you their answer after you've failed
Go
to
ahead. Yeah,
articulate
go
it
ahead.
5
Yeah,
times?
you give the answer.
You
Yeah,
said
go
they
ahead.
have
You
no
give the
answer. You said they have no answer, and you can't even tell
so
us
you
what
don't
they
know the
said.
answer that they gave. You don't know what the answer is they
I can
gave.
tell you. I can tell you. I've actually got
Go
it clipped.
ahead. Yeah, you go
I got
ahead.
it clipped because it was embarrassing to watch you
What's
flounder
the
afterwards.
answer? What's the answer? What's the answer?
No, that's you. You're going to have to tell me. You
Oh,
said
no, I'm not going to give it. No, you didn't listen, so you didn't know. So
The
it's just a
answer,
I'll give
tactic
you
to
a
come
clue.
in
I'll
and
give
say,
you a
I didn't
clue. It
know.
has something
It's
to
a tactic.
do.
It doesn't work
It
here,
has
bro.
something
Everyone
to
here
do.
knows.
I'll give you a clue.
Everyone has
I'll
no.
give you a clue perspective.
Think
It has
about me
something
being
to
a clue,
do
dude.
with
There
the
was
speed
no
of
answer,
water
dude.
at the
Everyone
equator
else
and
here
45
knows.
degrees latitude. Now I've given you
What?
the clue. You
Yeah,
articulate the
there was
rest.
no answer, dude. You have to name the mechanism, and you know
Yeah,
there's
you
no
struggle.
answer.
You see, you
Bro,
You're
struggle.
making it seem
there's no
you're
mechanism.
just
What are you
you
on
don't
about?
deserve any attention, bro.
You are the only one claiming that there's a
Desperate,
mechanism
embarrassing.
and some inertia behind it. You are the one
What?
saying that and saying that we have to back it up. It doesn't make sense.
No, the pilot treats the Earth as stationary because it's stationary.
Okay,
You have to
what
name the
we
mechanism that
said,
makes it go twice as fast sideways.
okay,
Name the
okay,
mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways. Name the mechanism that makes it go twice as
I'm
fast
going to
sideways. Name
explain
the
it
mechanism that
again.
goes twice as fast sideways. Name the mechanism, Scott Mackey or whoever gave the answer. Name the mechanism right now. Name the
Okay,
mechanism that makes it
okay.
go twice as
I'm
fast
going to
sideways.
explain it to
Name the
you.
mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways.
If you
Jesus
let me
Name it.
talk,
Christ.
I will be pleased to explain it to you.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay?
the air.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me talk. Okay, so I'm gonna make the simile again. So to put the basis, so everyone is in the same place in this
Do
conversation.
it in the air, not with a boat, not with a car.
Because it's the same. It's the same. Water,
No,
air,
it's not.
it
If
moves
you
at
think
the
No,
it's the
it's
same
not.
same,
speed.
you're
No.
already
Okay,
disqualified.
Do it
You're
with an
disqualified. Two
airplane.
reference
I
frames
mean,
Do
compared
it
to
with
one.
an
you don't
airplane.
want to listen.
stationary. You
You
treat it
told me
stationary, but you have a
I
belief that
try.
it's moving. That's the only difference. Both sides treat it stationary. One side believes that it's moving, the other side treats it stationary too. So you've got the same answer, but one has a belief that it's moving with it. Because if it really was moving, there would be a mechanism to account for a lot of
There has
things.
to be an mechanism. And then coming in
Exactly.
and saying, let me give you a clue because you didn't get the answer.
But
that's not an answer.
if everything is moving in the same system, then you can neglect it
Won't be
because
Coriolis then.
everything is moving
That's
at the same
kinematics,
speed.
dude. That's just kinematics.
Okay,
You're just saying there's
again,
no problem.
the mechanism you want me to answer is the ground moves in the equator at 1000 miles per hour. The air is the still air that doesn't have any wind up above the equator also moves at 1000 miles an hour. So the plane, when it wants to move at 500 miles an hour, it just has to make the thrust with the engines to go 500 miles an hour. No
Yeah, but the pilot's not taught to do
1500.
that. The pilot's not taught to make the plane go an extra 500 miles an hour sideways.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
There's no
They
difference.
just
So
they
you're
just
saying
are not.
the still air pushes the plane
Yeah.
sideways, an extra 500. The
No.
still air?
I'm saying
Okay.
the engines
What pushes the plane sideways?
suck the air that's stationary
Yeah.
related in relation to them
Okay. The
because they
stationary air
when
that the
they are
plane
going
sucks in.
in
Yeah.
the
What's it?
engines
Okay.
to spit it out
So
of the back.
yeah.
That's how it moves. It's like rowing
Yeah.
but
And it
with
moves
air.
wherever it wants. It can go west, southwest, right? So now it's going against the spin towards the equator. So what's making it go sideways and backwards with the 1,000 miles an hour once it gets there?
Because the air related to the plane when the plane is on the ground is still. That's the
Right.
thing.
So you're saying the still air accelerates the plane sideways and backwards. The
No,
still
the
air.
engine does.
The
He's
engine makes the
basically
plane
saying
go backwards and sideways.
there's no separate reference frames, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
but
the
that's
belief.
not what the globe model says. There's two reference frames. So
I mean, it's pretty
you're
simple.
going against your own
Even
model.
kids know
The
this.
model says there's two reference. So
but you don't want to understand. I think that's the problem, because it's
No,
simple. With this,
you
with
don't
the symbol
have
of
the
the boat,
mechanism,
you
bro.
should
You're
have
saying
understood it.
the still
Yeah,
air, right? The boat
you
has
described
to
it
Yeah,
treat the
wrong.
water differently, right? If
the
there's
still
a
air.
flow to the water, the captain treats the water differently than if it's just still water. That was my point, right? So the pilot has to account for the water going, right? He can't just treat it like it's a lake and there's no flow. He has to account for the flow, right? Just like the pilot would have to account for the spin.
No, it doesn't,
Yeah.
because the
Well,
spin.
it doesn't because it's
Okay,
stationary. That's the only
okay.
way that it
I'm
could
going.
possibly
I'm
be.
gonna
That's
repeat it
why.
again.
Yeah.
I'm going to
That's
repeat
the
it again.
simple answer. It's not moving. That's it.
It is, but
That's
everything is
simple.
moving, the ground and the air. So if
Okay,
the
so
plane
you think
takes off
it's
from
moving
the
1,000
speed
miles
of
per
the
hour at the
ground, it also
equator,
moves at the speed of the air.
but up
Bro,
in
if
New
you're not
York,
gonna
it's
let me talk,
moving what
I'm just gonna
700
mute you.
miles an
I
hour.
swear, I'm
So
gonna mute you.
you've got to get your
Bro,
you got to get your
you
increase
either
from
let me
somewhere.
talk or I mute you and I talk over you. You decide. Because I explained it already 4 times and you are saying the same shit.
Because it doesn't explain it, that's why.
So your answer was still air. That's the answer.
No,
Still air.
Air is not still either.
you don't want to understand it. That's the problem. I'm figuring that's the problem. You don't want to understand it because
Yeah, but you've described it
it
as
doesn't
one
fit
reference frame.
your model. That's the thing. It doesn't fit your model, so you don't want to understand it.
There ain't no
Same
model.
answer as the CERN physicist. I'll fail you. It's not an answer. It's just a freaking it's a hand wave dismissal is what it is. Same thing.
It's like explaining colors to somebody that has been blind from birth. It doesn't make sense with you. I'm trying to explain it with the symbol of the boat, so it's simple.
Explain it to the
You
pilot
guys
that's going to
say
land with the
it's not the
people in it.
same because then you take currents into the equation, when the currents would be the equivalent to air, to flowing wind on a plane.
All you're saying is it just is. You haven't explained anything. You're just explaining that it
Because
just
you don't
is.
let me. Because you don't let me, and we've already explained it
Then
like
get
4
to it.
times.
Then get
Okay,
to
I'm
it.
gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it for a 6th time. The ground moves 1,000 miles an hour. The still air above the ground in the equator moves at 1,000 miles an hour. So the plane has to take off to grab 500 miles an hour. It has to accelerate up until 500 miles an hour, not 1,500, because
So you treat it stationary.
it doesn't have to take into consideration the movement of air, because the air is still the same as the ground.
You're just saying it just
my
is. It just is. It just does, right?
It just is
does. Because of my claim.
No,
So effectively,
because
practically
it wouldn't make
stationary.
sense otherwise. Nothing else would make sense.
Not explaining the mechanism. Yeah, of course it wouldn't make sense.
And I tried to make
You
this.
you have to say that is the case in order for it to make sense, because New Perspective has pointed out that it doesn't make sense. That's the only thing you've got, is to just say it just is, and the air is doing exactly what I need it to so that it makes sense. You're not explaining in any way how it's demonstrable, anything
So
like
we can
that.
see the air doing what it's doing, though.
Yeah, you're just saying treat everything normal, but the ground's moving 1,000 miles an hour.
No, you are moving. When you sit down on a chair on your lawn, you in the equator, you are moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but you're not making any effort.
Holy shit.
So to move
But if you fly against 1,000
relative to
miles
the
an
ground, you have
sound
to make
insane,
an
man.
effort. Right?
Yeah, but if you fly against that, there's going to be a difference, isn't there? If you're standing on a conveyor belt and you're going against it, there's going to be a difference, isn't it?
I mean, if you are standing on the conveyor belt,
Sorry,
you
I use
don't
the drone instead. If you
feel that you're
hover above
moving.
a conveyor belt, if you hover
I
above a
mean,
conveyor belt in a drone, above a conveyor belt, you're going to be going quicker against it, wouldn't you?
So you don't experience the motion because you move with it.
Yeah.
So how
That's
do you know there's
relativity.
motion?
Why would you say
So
there's
how
a
do you
motion
know?
in the
So how do you
motion?
know there's motion?
That's what I mean. You're just believing the motion and everything's the same.
Again, because I mean, if you take the point of reference, the system of reference, the point where you are looking from, yeah, everything is moving and you are not. But that doesn't make fucking sense. Because we are not the center of the universe, believe it or not.
Oh, okay. Philosophical predispositions.
No, and that would mean that the stars that are 1 light year away, when the Earth when they spin around the Earth, they would have to go
Now we've got
thousands
to
of
accept the
times
premise
faster
without
than
question
light
that
years.
they're light years away.
If you leave the Earth and go against rotation, there's going to be a difference.
The Earth isn't spinning. It's
So
that simple.
what he said is the way that he experiences reality doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So it can't be that.
Yeah. You gotta imagine. You
Exactly.
gotta imagine all these things. Imagine this is moving. Imagine this is this. Imagine it just all works out. Imagine. Imagine. Imagine that your senses aren't real. Imagine that it feels like it's still, but it's moving. Imagine that it looks like it's still, but it's moving.
So fucking smart.
Exactly. This is what happens when you start with a claim which is antithetical to your experience, and also which is one that you cannot prove.
He's got a philosophical disposition about it.
I just wanted to say, in his own model, all motion is relative.
Radar
For him
detector,
to make a
sorry.
claim that motion isn't relative just shows that he has an extreme bias. That the Earth
It's
is
not
not
bias,
the
it's
center.
the truth. What the fuck are you on about?
Okay,
It's
so
basic
is
physics.
the Earth the center of the universe?
It depends. If you want it to be, it can be.
Oh, so it's philosophical, like the other guy said. If you want it to be, then it can be.
No,
it can be.
depends on what the reference system is. But we don't choose the reference system as the Earth because
Based on a philosophical.
many things get more complicated. That's
Just
the
pick and
thing.
choose. Yeah, which philosophy you like. Yeah, pick and choose.
Yeah, you have a religiosophy, and you got theory tales and mathematics to explain it.
Bro, if you want to be different, dye your hair or cut an arm, but don't go into flat Earth because it's fucking stupid. I'm so sorry.
Says the guy who.
Because when you see a boat, you say, yeah, that boat, I don't know where it's going, and I don't know how it moves, and the currents, and the plane, how it doesn't fall out of the sky. It doesn't make fucking sense.
Strawmanning is stupid. Why are you doing that if we're the stupid ones?
Just explain where you pick up. His question was, where do you pick up 500 miles per hour
from engines
nowhere?
Of the plane. Thank you very much.
So it's dude. So you're saying the plane's capable of doing 1,000 miles per hour?
See,
that's what you're saying.
Let me speak. The plane moves 500 miles per hour relative to the ground. Okay.
And it's already doing 500 when it gets in the air, and then you're saying then it picks up 500 more. So it's going 1,000 in a plane that's not designed to do 1,000. That's ridiculous.
It's his drone in the limousine. So he's flying his drone around inside the limousine, and it's only doing 20 miles an hour. And then he slowly speeds it up to 100 miles an hour, and it's just cool, man. The drone's still flying around inside the limousine.
Of course,
dude.
Fucking dumb. The Earth inside the limousine is also moving, so the drone. It's fucking insane.
Take the roof of that limousine.
Get out of your house. Go see the sun.
It's okay. Listen, I called my brother a retard for freaking like a month for telling me the Earth was flat. So you just gotta breathe. I know it blows your mind, but when you finally figure it out, you'll be happy that you don't have to, figure out where planes pick up 500 miles per hour.
Brother,
out of nowhere, they just land perfectly.
I've studied physics for 2 years for my bachelor's degree. I know far more for physics, and I've
about
tried
physics. I'm sure you do.
Physics,
I give you all that.
more than
Yep.
you have.
I guarantee you know more
I
about
know
physics than
I
me.
know my physics, and I know my suffering
But
that
you're
I did in
Then how
stuck.
do
physics,
you
and
not
I
know
know
You're
that all
everything
motion
in
is
stuck,
physics.
bro.
relative? How
You're
come you don't know that?
stuck.
What would physically happen if you went against a rotation of 1,000 miles an hour?
It depends of the radius of the system. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
No, ground moving underneath you, 1,000 miles an hour, and you're
I
flying against
mean,
it.
the Earth is
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. 24/7 Flat Earth Politics Channel Part 2.
What else would you like?
I'd like a photo of it, like from space.
Yeah, but
like
your photos could be CGI.
You'd like a
No.
from a violation of natural laws? That's a bit weird.
I find it weird. I have a telescope. Telescope
Gravity,
shows me Mars
everything
is
that
round.
we know as far as flight, everything that we know as far as
Flight
flight.
requires flat and stationary Earth, kid.
So
What?
you tell me because you look through your telescope and you see round objects, that must mean you live on a
Oh my
round
god,
object.
dude! I feel like I just walked into like the dumbest room.
Is that true? Well, go away, bro.
You're
You don't have to be here
projecting
talking
about the
about it,
dumb
man.
part.
What's the point of talking about the room? Why not actually present evidence?
Nah, he doesn't have it. He's gonna say,
Oh,
you
ain't
dumb.
got shit.
So how do we take a photo from a violation of natural law?
It looks like it
Sure. Why not show us a photograph that you know of? An actual photograph that's not edited, it's not CGI, that's not admittedly got artistic embellishments.
Oh my god, I'm losing brain cells.
No,
I
show us a
believe.
photograph then, bro. Why keep
I believe
pointing
that
at
if one of you flat earthers was stuck on a rocket and shot up into orbit, you would believe that every single
That's a violation of gas laws. Don't you understand that? It's a violation to go there. You can't go into the vacuum of space.
With a
Who will be dumb enough to put themselves or their family members in a rocket? Who will be that dumb?
How can we possibly
Darwin
be a
Award.
pressurized system enveloped by this fucking near perfect vacuum? It's impossible, man.
This
It
entire
breaks not
room
only
deserves
entropy,
a Darwin
second
Award. You
law,
guys are
multiple gas
stupid,
laws.
except
I'm not
for
really
trying
Well, then
to-
present some evidence if it's so stupid. Give me three evidences
I'm just
that
saying
you
you-
live on
you
a spinning
people are
ball.
complete
Hey,
morons.
It doesn't have
three
plural,
evidences
does
you
it?
live on a
I mean,
spinning
English
ball.
is not my...
So this is what the best part is. You like strap yourself on a rocket and disprove flat Earth, and you guys don't even know how bad rockets were last year. It was a record number of incidents of rocket failures, rocket explosion, and it's breathtaking that you guys would say trust the science when you actually looked it up. This they're talking. The ESA shut down for a while because their rockets were so bad that they were all blown up in the launch pad. So why would you do that? Why would you get on the rocket if you know the failure rate last year was about 30%? If you
Hey,
got on
Flatbread is saying, hey, you flat earthers, we're gonna put you in a rocket. You trying to kill people, bro?
Here, I got the exact details. 24% were total failures. An additional 11% were partial failures, with additional 6% were launch aborts. That's how bad rockets were last year. And you want a flat earther to strap themselves onto a rocket and trust that 41% or 60% of the time it works every time.
What?
What?
No, I was saying, even if I got you in space in a rocket,
you wouldn't be able to do
still
that.
believe.
Your rocket
Is that like a fantasy thing? Is that like a fantasy idea that you have in your mind?
Your rocket
like
would have 100%. Your rocket would have 100% failure rate. I wouldn't even be anywhere near a rocket that you designed.
Flatbread, I wouldn't even trust you to make me any like toast bread or anything.
I wouldn't trust you. Exactly, I wouldn't even trust you to operate a fryer station.
CGI, bro. It's CGI.
How are you going to get into space when, again, it's a violation of natural laws?
I
think the violation of natural laws is just a fake comment.
Everybody's lying to you, dude. We're all in on it. We're all just we just want you to say.
Can you demonstrate the violation of natural law?
Seriously, how many people do you think has to be on it?
Once you demonstrate your thing, I'll...
Not fucking very many, man.
I mean, you guys are making the claim. You should be demonstrating flat Earth
without a container.
Well, we're not the one.
That's a violation of natural law.
Like we all
If you
experience
say
the same
so.
thing as you, but you claim all the claims that go along with the globe. No, us, like we're not sitting saying, "Oh, this happens, that happens." We're most of the things we're saying, we don't know, mate. We're not sure what what it's comprised of, its medium, the fucking distances, and all the logistics involved. So we're not making claims and all this stuff, man.
Yeah, you don't say.
No, what else can we say then, bro?
No, it's okay. I get a check every month from NASA.
No, you don't.
It incentivizes me to lie to everyone about the Earth still being,
You don't
a
get
sphere.
shit from NASA.
I'm in on it.
Most
You know
people don't
what,
have to be on it.
Flatbread?
They're just
You
following the
coping
model.
now. Your coping is to just give in. That's good.
I'm not
Hey,
giving up.
You're
Flatbread,
almost
I will
there.
take your bet. I will take your bet. Just I'll give you my address, my crypto address. You send me the money so I can buy the ticket for the next space launch. Okay? You say you're gonna send flat earthers to space. I'll be the one.
No, I was coming up with a scenario that
A
even
meth
if
fuel
you guys,
symposium.
even if
Just
one of you
straight up
guys
meth hit, sniffed glue, meth filled
were put in a
symposium.
rocket and that rocket was
Why
in
do you
orbit,
care?
you
Why
would
do you
believe
care?
that every window was CGI.
Okay, why
That's
do you
how
care?
dumb this
Why
is.
do you care what I believe?
Oh, why do you keep talking about it, man? Why not either present evidence or fucking stop rabbiting
Well,
on
you
about
guys
it?
present
This is
evidence.
dumb. You guys are so retarded. This is the most retarded
I
thing
just
ever.
did, but
So
everyone
what?
ignored it.
No,
You think
no,
This
that?
you
guy's
didn't.
Fucking so
really
what, brother?
worked
It's
up
up to
right
you.
now.
Think that, man. Why
Your
waste your
6%
energy?
rocket fails is 94% rocket success, but that's just math.
That's just math.
Just.
So is he done coping? Are you going to present
I'm not
anything?
coping. I'm
Are you going to
good.
present any
I'll live on
tangible
my
evidence of
round
your
Earth.
globe?
I'm
Any
happy.
tangible evidence of your globe?
Yeah, objective
Yeah.
reality.
Give us the science.
That's my tangible
Where?
evidence.
Where though?
Objective reality.
Where though? Where's the motion or fucking convexity, bro? That's the thing.
This guy's not even hearing himself say what he's saying, and then he goes outside to the ocean, sees this flat, and says, "No, it's really a ball."
Bro, my table is flat. How can the Earth be round?
He has to lie to himself to believe it.
Please stop being retarded.
You know,
What an argument.
If
Reduced to that, my table's flat. How can the Earth be round?
Flat earthers might be the dumbest people I've ever heard speaking.
you know what,
Well, then let's have a discussion then, and we'll
Why do
see.
you have to sit here, man? Why, if we're that dumb, why sit here and say, you guys are so dumb, this place is so dumb, this is dumb. So what? Some people actually want to have the discussion. Man.
Flatbread's argument is like he's going to a girl and he's telling her, "You are my girlfriend," and she says, "No." He said, "Yes, you are my girlfriend. If you don't tell me the name of my girlfriend or who else can be my girlfriend, then you are my girlfriend." It's like convince himself that he has to be this girlfriend. He's like in an emotional romantic relationship with the globe that he doesn't know, he never experienced, but he's saying, "Yep, he has it for sure, 100%. It's his. He's holding it. He's like actually experiencing it."
Okay.
That's the globe for him. Imagination.
Mental fucking delusion.
Yeah, that's the best part. He couldn't think of one reason why he cares, but he cares anyway. It's like, dude, like, try to just follow your worldview. You seem to care that somebody's wrong on the internet, and they entertain you, and you think it's harmful, and you think it's stupid, and you think all these things, and you can't even give some sort of logical framework for why. Inside your own worldview. Like you say, I like, dark coffee because I can give you reasons why. I don't like sweet things. I like kind of like the bitter taste. I just want to drink the coffee, add some more if I want some more, and I have my mixture be out. I can go through and articulate the reason why I've got these different preferences. But he can't even do that.
If it's truth, it's so easy to just for it to fall out of your mouth because it is blatantly truth. You're not accessing the part of your mind that deals with creativity. Like if you're dealing with truth and honesty, it should be easy enough to just spew it out, man.
Gemsy, in that metaphor you created, I would just assume that the girl was CGI.
Yeah, you're arguing with the CGI girl and telling her, "You are my girlfriend." If you can't point out who my girlfriend is, oh, the CGI girl cannot point it out, so that's your girlfriend, right? Because
yeah, she's CGI. She's not real.
Yeah,
Prove
but
to me
it's
she's
still your
real.
girlfriend,
CGI.
and you still want to make love to her, even though you can't, but you still believe it.
I don't know what to tell.
Crackpots, man.
Oh, it's like we're going backwards.
Oh, fuck it, definitely.
We're fucking going backwards.
Well, I
You're
feel
saying
like
you
I've
guys
gone
are
back in time, that's for sure.
You say your guys' life is sad. You're in Discord talking about this. Why you here, bro? Like talking to us. That means your life is even sadder than people talking about
I
this.
swear I thought this channel was a meme. I swear to God, I thought it was a meme. And then I started listening.
You sound
you guys
like a
are
meme,
actually
actually.
real. You guys are actually real.
a meme. Where else?
So you're a walking, talking meme.
I'm CGI, bro. I get money from NASA. I already told you this. I'm in on the big lie to lie to you.
So check it out. He came in here thinking it's a meme. He was listening in, right? He got so fucking triggered that he had to just say something and say, "This, you guys are just crazy." And I have a telescope and I can look in the sky. I can look up in the air. And now the Earth is a ball. He sounds like a fucking clown.
I see the girlfriends out there. Therefore, I have a girlfriend.
I'm not
Well,
a
I'm
clown.
very
I'm
interested.
CGI. I told
You
you
guys
this.
actually-
I'm in
you
on
guys
the
actually-
lie with NASA. I get
on.
money every
One at
month.
a time, boys.
Joke.
Hold on, you got a telescope, brother. So I'm very interested if you could use your telescope to validate that the Earth's a globe.
Can you validate that the Earth is flat? Do you have any photos of it?
Photos of what?
Have you ever been to the edge? Has anybody been to the edge?
What's the edge, man?
Or is
Nobody
the edge
thinks
the
Earth is a
Antarctic?
shape, bro. We're not claiming Earth to be a shape, bro. Flat's not a shape.
It's not a shape? Then what is it?
Man.
An idea?
Oh boy,
No, sticking to that, because his claim was that he looked through the telescope, therefore the thing on his feet is what he's looking at through the telescope. So yeah, you actually did that.
Let's just answer. Let's answer his question. He said, "Is flat not a shape?" Yes, flat is not a shape. Just so you know, like go to a third grade book, or actually go to a kindergartner book where it says shapes. You won't find flat there.
That's how bad we have to do this for you. That to really break down adjectives and nouns.
What shape is the Earth?
We don't know.
You don't know.
No one's
It's
claiming.
relatively flat, isn't it? I mean, most of the
Listen.
surface is covered in water, bro. So obviously we know that water's trying to find level, and it
It's a
finds equilibrium,
topographical stationary plane.
Yeah, listen, check this out, and don't trip out when I tell you this. Don't have a heart attack when I tell you this. It's also, space is fake, and it's not floating in space.
You spelled.
So don't mix up the cosmologies. Like we don't think we live on a space pancake. But that is quite a common. Most people think that flat earthers think this, bro. But there's the people called the Flat Earth Society. They're not anything to do with flat earthers. They are controlled opposition as far as we see it, and they push that idea, the concept of a space disk, and they say it's accelerating upwards at the 9.8 meters per second squared, and then they say all the other planets are round, but we're on the only space pancake.
Look,
so
I get it. You guys are scared of the whole round Earth
scared
ideology.
I would be scared of it.
No, we were all brainwashed like you at one stage, but then we went and investigated.
You saw the truth. Everybody's lying to you.
Keep telling yourself that. That's cool, man.
Flatbread. You don't know what flat means. You just learned it today. You just learned it today from flat earthers. You don't know what round actually means. Like, what's going on here? You think we live in a cartoon? What's happening?
No, it's CGI.
Oh, CGI cartoon. Okay, so are you trolling or LARPing? Are you serious?
I'm just giving you your own arguments back to you.
Gemsy, he shut down, and now all he can do is giggle.
Yeah, that was like 10
That's the
minutes ago.
best part. Like, look how we just did there. He told you if if globetard, there's no flat Earth arguments. Then, if globetard, he can give you back your flat Earth arguments as his proof of the globe.
Well,
so you broke your worldview there because now you've adjudicated flat Earth proof and flat Earth arguments as your proof of globetard.
I believe that we actually have launched rockets into space, and we actually have
Who the fuck
seen
is
photos
we?
of the Earth from space. I believe that right now there's a 24-hour camera on the space station that you can look down and you can see that even though it's a fisheye lens, the Earth is clearly rotating. I believe in all those things, and I also know for a fact that I can objectively buy a telescope. I can look up in the sky, and I can see that everything up there appears to be round, so it makes no scientific sense why the Earth wouldn't be like that.
Looking up
we don't live in the sky, brother.
Fucking hell, man.
No, we live on Earth, and the Earth is a sphere.
Why would the Earth be what you think you see in the sky then?
When I get on an airplane and the airplane takes a path, it takes a path based off of the idea that the Earth is
he's
a
running.
sphere.
You're running from your own claims, dude.
They chart straight line. The courses are charted from point A to point B. They take off, raise to altitude, whatever altitude they're cruising at, into a slot. Like they all get different slots if it's like transatlantic or whatever. So they all get their specific altitude, their specific fucking travel that they go in, and then they descend and land.
Like if I look at a flat Earth map,
what's a flat Earth map as well, man?
the distance to go from South America to Australia.
Post this flat Earth map you're talking about.
What the fuck?
What's a flat Earth map?
Yeah, I predict he's going to post a globe projection using math, then think he's debunked the flat Earth.
Well, you don't have a map
all
of
the
Earth.
Flat Earth maps.
All you did was use a globe.
All the flat Earth.
No, I just
maps.
used the internet, and it showed me what you guys think of the Earth.
Right.
Must look like.
Let's see it.
If you fly from Africa to Australia on the flat Earth map.
All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I gotta walk my son to school, or maybe not. I don't know.
What's the
bro? They're amusingly dumb.
Tell your son that
they're all amusingly dumb.
Hey, brother. Don't forget to chart your course to school by accounting for the Coriolis and Earth curvature.
Yeah,
Use a telescope to look in the sky to see how to get there.
I bet you he's not gonna mention flat Earth to his son because he might be scared that his son might turn into a flat earther.
I think his son is more smarter than him, to be honest. If you can ask him.
Hey, bro, flatbread. Mention flatbread. Mention flat Earth to your son. No, he's here. He's here.
Yeah, he went AFK though. This is the funny part.
I'm just gonna say, make sure you give your son all the size of the coin, all the size of the argument, and mention flat Earth to him, and see, if something just mention it to him to see what happens.
Or talk about shapes. Be like, go into the classroom. Be like, hey kids, I work for NASA as a Discord triggered snowflake Karen, and I want to tell you today that flat and round are shapes because of telescopes. And let the kids get a good laugh. At least you could be like a clown. Hey, everybody,
let's bring him back.
Give a clap for Flatbread, the guy who is too stupid to run a fryer, French fryer, but thinks he can build a rocket.
He gone. I mean, he's here, but he's gonna walk his son. So, who was the other guy that was saying you guys dumb because you guys dumb because you guys are dumb? Who had that argument? Someone said that.
Sounds like a kosher argument to me.
Glober argument.
No, kosher argument.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid argument.
It was Windows 95 saying we're dumb because he can't deal with reality.
He needs banned anyway, bro. I've muted him so many times and he just comes back and does the same fucking shit. You know how to work the ban, boys, yeah? Dot ban, then A at for.
Yeah, we know how to do it. We've been doing it for days here now.
I've not seen a fucking a bot command, like something pinging up to tell me that it's done. I don't know if
you're in the wrong room.
No, and the wee mod room, the guest mod room, it says. But the couple of times that I've had to ban a couple of cunts, it's never gave me a command or a reply to the command saying, right, blah 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 has been
What
banned or anything.
are you using? Are you using their name or are you using their
Yeah,
ID number?
I've tried it on the code as well, yeah, and the ID number, yeah.
Okay.
I'll try it again.
You have to do it in a specific room. Have you read the guest room moderator? It's posted there. Check.
Hey, Manufactum is back. Manufactum, did you figure out that drawing a circle on a piece or a piece of a circle on a piece of paper doesn't mean that you live in a spinning globe? Manufactum. Manufactotum. He was arguing for drawing a circle and then wrap it around a sphere. Therefore, he lives in a sphere. Hank smashed his argument multiple ways because he was claiming the parallel rays from the sun and then converging from the moon, right? Something like that. It was like
I just got to say to all the flat earthers in here, this is great. I feel like I've gone back in a time warp after being in all these other debate channels and coming back to here and hearing all these old, what would you call it? They're not really arguments, but explanations.
Explanations. Yeah.
Beliefs.
The young gentleman earlier said that, you know, he saw the curvature on the screen from the high altitude balloon. 40 kilometers, so therefore it has to be a globe.
Oh, and he was also told that there was no distortion in that camera. It was an anti-distortion camera, a special one.
He said that he saw it with his own eyes. Look at the screen and saw the curvature with his own eyes. Yep, on the screen. I guess the Globers don't want to talk anymore, so let's wait until they have any questions or want to bring forward any arguments. Go ahead.
This dude yesterday came in here calling everybody satanic, ritualistic pedophiles and stuff. I'm like, dude, you're not going to last long acting like this, okay? Just calm down, take a breath, okay? Get it out, okay? We'll shit your pants, we'll change your diaper, and then reset the conversation.
Can you remember his name, Craig?
Oh, no, I can't remember who it was. I think it was that guy Wish. I think it was Wish who was in here earlier. I'd have to hear his voice again. Because then he ended up saying... Oh, because then he ended up saying the only reason why he did that was because he's talked to the XO who did that to him.
That's exactly what I was going to say, bro. It sounded like XO.
Yeah. So he said, I go, so XO triggered you. So you came here to act like the XO. And he's like, yeah, because you guys would let him talk here. I go, based on what? You think if I would tell XO don't talk that way, he would just keep doing it? Or do you think he would respect me? So then the guy went on and on about how flat earthers need to, whatever this and that. I go, dude, XO doesn't even identify as a flat earther. Like, what are you even going on about right now? Like, you said you listened to him insult you, but you didn't listen to what else he said. That's probably why he started insulting you. I go, even if we'd say XO is welcome here and all his, pedophile, like, deranged crackhead freak stuff, why would you imitate that? Because he did that? So whatever XO does, you have to do too. So if he lights his hair on fire, you'd have to also light your hair on fire. If he does whatever XO does, you would have to also do it too. Otherwise, you break your worldview. Oh yeah, Tess or Toes. Toes was right. Yeah, I thought it was Wish, but yeah.
See, because the thing is, EXO can actually be a good flat smacker, a good
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
member of the team, but then he just, for some reason, man, I don't know, his fuse burns down to O and then it just pops off, man. And it's just uncontrollable after that. You've no choice but just ban him. It's a fucking shame. He's been along this fucking argument as long as I've been in Discord.
Yeah, the reason I brought up that story was to tell you there's a showcase how broken globalist logic is. How they can't really follow a thought or an idea to a full logical conclusion. And you see this manifest in some really spectacular ways, like the guy Wish coming in here and trying to LARP as EXO. Then when you ask him, really, why are you doing this? What would make you think about these concepts or these ideas? And the best you could come up with is that since we're flat earthers, we also have to take responsibility for what this other guy does. Therefore, he'll act like that person to show us that we're also responsible for what he does. I said, no, dude, you're responsible for what you do. This is just basic manhood. Something he should have learned from his father. His father said, hey, own up to your actions, your words. On the internet or in life, you've really got three things. You got your name and your word. And really, he doesn't have either. Like his works.
What are you guys talking about?
Just a really broken globalist logic where they try to blame other people for what they do.
Sorry? What's the brokenest globalist logic?
This guy met a flat earther on a completely different server.
Okay.
The flat earther kind of made fun of him, said some pretty nasty things. So he decided to come. The guy who got made fun of came to this channel and started imitating the flat earther.
Oh,
Then wanted to blame us for why he was acting that way. I'm like, your experience on another server is A, on another server. Your experience with another person is B, an experience with another person. If you thought that was stupid or over the top or toxic, then you acted in that manner. Inside your worldview, you have confessed.
Wait, so you're a globist or a flat earther? What are you?
A flat earther, dude.
Oh, cool, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Why is that?
Why is it cool?
No, as in why?
As in, yeah, why is it cool or what?
No, as in why are you a flat earther? I mean, it's obviously very cool, but I was just asking.
Oh, okay,
it's
yeah.
Really that cool, bro, right? We get non-stop abuse for it, so it's not really a thing that we want to do and point ourselves out to everybody and be ridiculed, because I mean it does, like, people get obnoxious regarding this topic, man. So we are just basically trying to help people and show them the evidence that we have got and show them evidence that they can gain themselves. Like, you can go and do these tests yourself if you really want to.
I was just because I had a question because I saw it as a flat Earth thing, and I watched this video the other day. I don't know what map you guys go based off, but this one was using one of the flat Earth maps.
It'll be a globe projection, I'm sure, that you'll have.
Sorry?
It'll be a globe projection, I would imagine, that was on this video.
No, it was taken from a flat Earth community or something. So what it was doing was
a globe Earth projection, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry,
flat earthers don't claim a map. All those flat maps are just globe Earth projections.
Okay.
And we're not claiming those maps as ours.
I mean, you can use them to navigate, but like to say that this map is 100% and these dimensions are 100% versus that, like we're not saying that, bro. Like I don't know which map is fucking the closest, but there is a few.
Well, it doesn't have to be particularly inaccurate. It doesn't have to be like amazingly
Oh.
accurate anyway for what I was gonna ask anyway. But you're saying there
Well,
are
you know.
maps that like, what's the word? Like are closer to the representation of what an actual map would look like to you, right?
Have you got it there by any chance?
No, I don't have it here. I was just wondering if you had a map that would be closer to what the globe would look like. Excuse
That's
me.
what the other guy
yeah.
says, bro. I'm not claiming anything like that, bro. Because then obviously if you claim that, then people want to dig into, oh, well, you're saying this, so this, and then like they're trying to nail you down.
Oh, I wasn't gonna shout you. I was just curious.
No, that's what people do, bro. That's
I don't, but I know who does. I got 2 citations for you.
Well, because I don't see anything.
Here, can you see the side chat right here?
One sec. Let me just get it.
Max, are you a flat earther or a glober?
You know what? For this conversation, I'll be nothing. Just so I can be a clear mind. You know.
So right here, you got NASA. You got NASA right here talking about they have a flat map that they wrapped around the ball, and they developed this flat map using meteorological and climatological satellites to photograph the surface of the Earth. So there's one map you could use. Here's the other one from the Department of Defense. It's called the MGRS, the Military Grid Reference System. It depicts the Earth as a flat world, not as a sphere. It uses different lines in latitude, longitude, since these lines are drawn on the globe, which is a sphere. But the key advantage of the MGRS is it provides small scale to near perfect kilometer length, depicting the world as flat. So down to the kilometer, they're able to depict the Earth as completely flat. So there's 2 maps. The problem is neither one of these people will give it to you, or people have asked for it, but it kind of falls on their national security. They don't want people. The army doesn't want to give up, or the military doesn't want to give up their maps because it took a lot of effort to make them.
I have one question. Why is
the flat depiction of the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait,
Someone's trying to interrupt you there.
Oh, I was just because I don't know anything about flat Earth or anything. I'm not like a science person, but like my main like observation would be like, why is the Earth flat, but like the stars and like other planets we see through like telescopes and stuff, why are those round?
Well, look up the word round.
That's follow.
Sorry,
okay,
spherical. Spherical. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, well, not even spherical. They look like a circle, not like a sphere.
Well, we see them turn.
You don't see anything turn. Sorry.
Max, I reckon that's a good question. What you just asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And the inquisitive mind is the one that'll find the truth at the end of the day. You know, you can come in here and you can ask the people in this group. Fine. But unless you actually actively go out there and try and find an answer for yourself, you're not going to find it.
So.
Well, the first thing I would say is that round is not spherical, and what we do see without photos being touched up or CGI type images is we see a light in the sky. And if you have a look what Flat Lloyd Wright has just posted in the chat on the right hand side,
well, you can definitely see the moon.
We can definitely see that things that look flat can look spherical from a distance.
But you can definitely see the moon turn, can't you? And that's definitely a round object.
So is true at all? You've never seen the backside of the moon.
Well, the fact that we've never seen the backside of the moon is actually a huge problem for flat earthers. Because if we only see one side of the moon at any given time,
incorrect, kid. Listen, you're talking about Professor Dave bullshit.
I didn't
We're
get to
not
finish.
Professor Dave bullshit.
Finish what you're saying, bro.
Listen.
Finish what you said.
Yeah.
Try to finish what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you acknowledge, and I hope you would, that we only see one side of the moon at any given time, then that's a huge problem for the flat Earth model.
But who
Can
says
you prove
there is
there's a
another
backside
side
of the
to the
moon?
moon? Aye, who says there is another side? Who says that what we see is be all and end all, the lot of it? That's it all. There's no
Can
another
y'all
side to see.
produce a picture of the other side of the moon? Taken from Earth?
How do we know that there is
What do you
another
mean the other side of the moon? What
It
are
might
you
be
talking
in
about?
totality. What we see might be the entirety. We might only see what we can look like
guys,
what the totality of the moon is.
Neon, you've been here arguing for the globe multiple times, and now we have Max that is trying to sit down without a bias for the globe, trying to listen and have a conversation. But now we have Neon just jumping in the middle of Max questions and inquiries and just saying, no, it's globe because globe, and you guys are wrong, and you guys are wrong. Come on.
Good point, Gemsy. Back to Max.
Well, I mean,
Back to
do
Max.
you have anything to say with what I've said, though, or?
Yeah,
I don't think it's a virtue.
We'll get back to you in 30 minutes.
Really quick, prove that there is another side of the moon. That's what. Now they're going to talk to this other guy.
That's the point. Like, we might only see the entirety of the moon. There's no reason to think that there is another side. We don't think it's a sphere. And people think that, like, you go to the south, then you're going to see a slightly different part of the moon. If it was a sphere, that would be the case. Surely, we'd see.
And we don't know what it is or where it is.
So wait, is the moon
or the
flat
medium
too?
that it's in. We don't think we live on.
If it was a sphere,
planet,
it would
bro.
change shape. If it was anything other than a sphere, it would change shape as it moves throughout the sky.
Why?
But it doesn't because it's a sphere.
What about?
Yeah, if
where's
it
the
was
evidence
like
that it's a
if it
sphere?
was like a if it was like a flat
All right, we're done with the baseless
constantly
claims. Let's
facing
have a
us,
chat
we
to
can't
Max.
see it.
Let's just done with the baseless claims. Let's have a chat with Max.
Max is
Take a
trying
look at
to
what
put
Floyd
some inquiries
Floyd
in.
just posted.
Do I talk now?
I was going to say, just look at Flat Lloyd's, the image with the 4 balls, like to tell, like how do we tell that that is a sphere? That's not that a great quality, that image, but I've got a better one than that someplace. But there's no way of telling what these things in the sky are, what shape they are.
Well, I guess you can tell they're
Definitely not spheres.
circular at least.
Well, they look roundish, yeah, man.
But
that's not to say sphere. It's like saying flat is a shape.
in, like, the
Round's
flat
not exactly
Earth,
a shape.
But then my question to you, Max, would be, even if these objects in the sky were a sphere, how are looking at objects in the sky that we can't go to and prove evidence of the ground under our feet that we're walking on and the oceans that we sail on?
So there's a chance you're saying the world is flat, but there's the planets in our solar system are spherical. Would that be a
by your
chance?
logic, then I have light bulbs in my ceiling and my floor should be spherical, or I'm playing with a game of pool with round balls on the table and the table must be spherical. I mean, you're making baseless assumptions.
Oh, I was just asking. I wasn't trying to be like baseless.
No, Max, because remember, Max, you're thinking about this. I mean, you're thinking about it obviously, but you have to add in a variable already that you're saying, okay, the ground under my feet is a ball, is a light in the sky, because when you look at the sky, you see balls in the sky. You're already adding that you're standing on a planet when you look at the planets in the sky. And
not only that, you also when you'll stand on the ground and look up at the sky during the day on any normal day, what does it look like? I mean, when you look up there, it looks as though it's curved. It looks as though, like when you look at the clouds, but then when you go up in a plane and you just get above the clouds, you can see it's dead flat. So the way your eyes see things
Well,
aren't necessarily.
Can't you see a curve from the what's it called? The International Space Station.
Well, we don't know that International Space Station is actually there.
Oh, I've seen the International Space Station.
Oh, we know there's something there. We're not denying there's something flying across the sky, but we don't know what it is. And it's definitely not in space, because space is a violation of gas laws and thermodynamics laws.
Really? So,
okay.
How are we supposed to verify these things are actually spheres in the sky? Or that we're one, and what relation would the sky have to the floor?
Hey, Max, let
Wait,
me ask you a
so-
question. Since
go on.
ISS is flying over world right now,
sure.
It's not showing Florida as having a hurricane slamming into it. What happened to it? Is it just wrong?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of that, to be honest.
You're better off to go back and question things like the ISS and question everything that you've been taught.
But
we've
all been taught.
Wait, so if the moon doesn't turn, does that mean it's tidally locked to
No,
the Earth?
that's what they teach you in school, but that's not necessarily the truth. Very little is truth.
Wait, is it tidally locked? Do they teach that?
So let me.
I know Pluto's moon is tidally locked to Pluto.
Well, it can't be tidally locked, because if the moon was tidally locked, well, then it'd affect all water sources on Earth, and inland lakes. So there's many inland lakes that don't have tides. Well, yeah, if the
Including
moon
where I am,
locks
and
everything,
it's,
if the moon locks everything tidally, well, then we're in a bit of trouble when we're on. Yeah, well,
Oh no, I wasn't.
AJ,
I wasn't talking about tides as in ocean tides. Tidally locked is like a term used for like moons and stuff like that, for when the face stays.
it doesn't rotate.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Well,
that's again assuming.
No, but supposedly it rotates at precisely the same rotational speed as the Earth, so both of them appear to be still and locked. Well, the moon obviously drags its way across, but the actual rotation, the moon is claimed to be rotating. But do you believe that?
But can't you prove
believe
that man has been on the moon? Because you can can't you project lasers off the mirrors that they put up there?
Well, they were doing that prior to Apollo anyway, even before the moon landing.
That was just that was an episode of Mythbusters, and it's rubbish. There's no mirrors on the moon reflecting back.
Okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The laser ranging experiment, they call it, from I think it was 1962 or 64, a couple of years at least before they supposedly dropped those retro reflectors. They were still getting a signal by bouncing these lasers. So,
if you really
Yeah, MIT was doing it. I think it was MIT was doing it way before, before the moon landing, supposedly moon landing. So that's not an argument to say, yeah, there's something on the moon that we put there.
And also, I think there are different sides of the moon. I think you can, well, at least you can see it turning, unless you make the argument that the moon just is like visually overnight. I guess I don't know.
If we really want to know if the Earth is flat, we don't look at the sky. We need to go out and measure if there's any drop over distance, and that can easily be done. We know the circumference of the Earth. Yeah, we know. We can work out the drop over distance. We can work out where this physical curve actually needs to be, is required to be according to the measurements that we're given. And we can go out and we can test that for ourselves.
Yeah,
and what you're going to find is that there is no drop over distance, and that large bodies of water maintain level. It's very simple. We don't need to look at the sky. There's very simple things we can do right here on the Earth.
I watched a documentary when they did that, as in some flat earthers did that, and they went out into the sea at night, and they I think they cut out holes in cardboard, and they were meant to be at the right latitude to be able
That's
to
a mockumentary. A mockumentary. Propaganda.
Those weren't flat earthers.
But wouldn't that be the correct thing to do?
Well, there's issues with all of that, but that's a long story, and you can actually speak to the flat earthers in person on another server, if you like, who actually were there and took part in that. But if you're talking about Netflix,
Bob died.
And if you're talking about the Netflix documentary,
I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it's the
Bob.
Netflix documentary.
The one he explaining was done by Jaren, I think, right? They had a laser that they weren't gonna use, but it burned down. They burned the laser, so
No,
they had to use the flashlight.
they had an issue with the laser where it didn't prove round or globe or flat, and Jaren said, that's very interesting. And then Netflix cut it all out, but they did repeat it. They did sort the problem, but of course that was not aired, and they don't have the ability to get that footage or have that footage because of the contracts that they actually signed with Netflix. But there's many people who have done this, and you can go out and you can do these measurements yourself very easy because it's not a very big distance.
There is also actually an act, Bob that he passed away, Spake mentioned about what actually happened. There's an actual whole recording of him himself explaining what actually happened.
I've got it. If
And
anybody wants it, I'll post it in the chat.
yeah, because you don't just want to hear, you just don't want to hear the TikToks on the internet or whatever Netflix created and told you, right? You want to probably hear it from the source, the actual people, right? Would that be a good maybe?
Well,
if you want to
regardless
hear
of
from
that,
that point,
you can. Regardless of that, you
Right.
can go and do it yourself, and you can do that yourself with a camera these days, looking across bodies of water very, very simply. So, regardless, you can prove it to yourself.
Wait, so if there's no flat Earth, does that mean there's no gravity? I mean, if there
Well,
is flat Earth,
No,
does
there's
that
no
mean
gravity.
Is there
There's
any
no gravity.
scientific evidence for gravity that you could give us?
Wasn't there like basic stuff like putting water in a bucket and then like swing it around? Doesn't that prove gravity?
Well, that would
sort
be
of?
a centrifugal force. That wouldn't be gravity.
Oh, isn't that a
That'd be
form?
defying gravity.
That defies gravity?
Well, if the water's upside down, yeah.
But you're swinging it.
Yeah, because you're creating a force that's pushing the water into the bucket.
Oh.
Now take that bucket and just tip it upside down without swinging it, and what happens?
Well, it goes to the floor.
Yeah. So can you give us any scientific evidence that this gravity that's claimed actually exists?
I mean, not without, well, yeah, there's probably multiple ways. I'd have to Google it, though.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you 3 questions?
Go ahead.
And these 3 questions are not to be rude. They're just to establish, where you're at.
Go ahead.
Okay. So can you tell us who in history has directly measured the curvature of the Earth drop over distance?
No, I can't say that myself. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. And can you tell us anybody who's ever measured or proven the rotation of the Earth?
Not personally, no. I've not looked into it.
Cool. And can you demonstrate here on Earth anywhere gas pressure without containment? Because gas law states that the antecedent to pressure is containment, where gas particles bounce off the wall of their container. Now, when we open that container, entropy occurs, another law, natural law, where high pressure will always fill low pressure or the void or the empty space until that pressure equalizes. So can you give a demonstration or show anyone who's given a demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not really good at science and stuff like that, to be honest. I dropped out of school when I was younger.
Cool.
Me too,
So
bro.
then
I was in care. I was in the care system. So the only thing I really liked at school was science.
So then you would have to agree then that your belief in the globe is purely that, just a belief that you trust what you've been told by school, by peers, by others around you, and from what you obviously see in the mainstream and on TV. You trust what they say. You trust.
Would come from like sorry for interrupting you. My main belief would come from like mainly like looking at other planets in the night sky and stuff like that. Because I've used like telescopes to look at like different planets and stuff, especially when I was younger.
Yeah, but again, that's not the surface that you're walking on. That's not what we're concerned with. You know, we should be able to see and measure, or at least know who's measured this drop over distance. We should be able to measure, or at least know who's measured this rotation. And, you know, gas pressure, well, we're supposed to be on this spinning ball that has gas pressure without containment next to a near perfect vacuum. Now, if that was the case, according to gas law,
I don't think space
then
is a vacuum.
we wouldn't be breathing right now. Sorry, what was
Oh,
that?
it's claimed to be a near perfect vacuum. That's what they claim.
It's not a perfect
is.
vacuum. It's a near
Max said
perfect
he doesn't
vacuum.
agree with that.
What? Sorry.
I thought
Well, that's
space
just a
wasn't a
fact.
vacuum. I thought it was just
It doesn't
empty
matter whether he
space.
agrees or not. That's just a fact. It's a near perfect vacuum.
Why is that a fact?
Well, that is a fact that we're told about the globe. So unless you're going against your own beliefs and science, then you're incorrect, Max.
I'm just double checking.
That's the thing, Max. So I asked earlier, do you believe in the globe or do you believe in the flat earth? You sort of said, I'll just sit on the sidelines here.
I'm just trying to like learn about both. I don't really know about either. Like literally I dropped out of school when I was like 13.
So you've never really questioned this topic and you're in here to try and see what it's all about.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not like coming in with any malice or anything.
Oh, so what the flat earth topic is about the truth. It's about facts, it's about science, and it's about what we experience and see every single day.
Okay. It's just, the main thing is just still, I don't know why necessarily the planets we see in the night sky aren't spherical, because I think there's definitely people out there that have observed them like at least turning. Well, not necessarily turning, but like at least the surface changing, which you'd assume would be turning.
Well, again, what we see is lights in the sky. We don't actually see much more than that. And again,
but the moon, for
doesn't matter
example,
what
is
the shapes.
definitely
It doesn't
like...
matter what the shape of these things are that are above us. We can go and do direct measurements of the Earth and the ocean right here, right now. It's a bit silly to ignore something like that, and as simple as that, to try and go back to lights in the sky that don't prove anything about the ground that we walk on. Or
even if the moon was somehow round or globular, yeah, like AJ's saying, it's got nothing to do with the shape of what we. I had someone once argue and say to me, "Well, our heads are round, so if our heads are round, the Earth is round." I'm sorry, but I don't understand that logic. Some do, but I've heard it from actually quite a few people that have said that. Your head's round, so the Earth is round. What? The moon's round, so the Earth is round.
I don't think
what
I've
kind
ever
of an
heard anyone
argument
say
is that?
To be fair. That's an old argument.
No,
you're
probably
right.
because you haven't gone and told them that the Earth's flat yet. When you tell them that the Earth's flat, you'll get all kinds of weird and wonderful responses from people.
Remember, they're telling you, just look away from the thing in question, the ground under your feet or the waters across. Just look away from that. Let's look to the sky to tell what's under your feet. Think about that logic.
Wait, so what do we do on Earth to prove that it's flat?
You measure
it
to find curvature, right, which is calculatable. If you Google search and just type in what's the diameter of the Earth or what's the circumference of the Earth, well, you can find the distance all the way around.
That's
and then
according
you can
to Jews,
do a mathematical.
Well, that's according to globe math and what we're taught and what we're told.
Just the regular
owned by
scientific
Jews.
globe model. It's got a
So it says
distance,
the circumference is 24,000 miles, basically.
Yeah. So
then
if
once
you're
standing on the shore, if you're standing on the shore of a body of water, and this is used in sailing every day, this is something that comes from, if you're out at sea, the horizon can be no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means that if you are standing on the ocean at 6 feet high, that curvature can be no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers from where you're standing. So you can go and find a body of water that's 10 kilometers, and you can sit your camera near close to the water on a good day on a nice tripod, and you will be able to take long distance photos for yourself of the shoreline on the opposite side. Or you can pick an item, say like an image we use is the Black Swan, that shows some oil rigs offshore. I can't remember the exact distance, might be about 6 or 8 miles offshore, with the horizon well beyond those oil rigs in the distance. So here we go. It's a modus tollens. So if you have a look in the chat beside us on the right-hand side, modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the geometric horizon. That's those measurements are what we're told about our globe, apparently. So not Q, the distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, cannot be a sphere. So if we have a look at these oil rigs, the observer height was 1 foot. All right, so the max distance to the actual physical geometric horizon that we should not be seeing past is 1.22 miles. Now, if we have a look at these oil rigs, we can see that the horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Can't you talk about like? Sorry, is there not any footage of like boats and stuff sailing like over the horizon, like going like further down and down?
Until you increase your angular resolution by using a camera or gaining altitude, and then that boat comes back into view. You can stand on the beach.
Well, yeah, that would happen.
Zoom in with a camera, and the entire boat will come back into view. What you're seeing is just an optical effect of your vision.
But this would be done on a camera, wouldn't it?
Well,
what's that? Sorry?
Couldn't you do it on a camera? Couldn't you film from a steady point, if on a clear day, obviously, and then see boats go over the horizon on a camera?
Yep. And then you can bring them straight back in when you zoom in and increase your angular resolution. Does someone have a video of that they can post in the chat?
Wait, what's the angle? Do you mean moving the camera up?
No, by zooming in.
Oh, just zooming in.
There's some pretty amazing zoom cameras out there at the moment. I think Nikon does them. If someone Googles like the Cool Pix 9 or something like that, and it's got, you can see, you'll physically watch the boat go over the horizon with your eyes, and then you just sit there and see it. The camera's gone, and then this thing zooms up, and it just comes straight back into vision again.
And again, there's an issue with these boats disappearing over the horizon, because if I'm sitting on the beach and I'm looking out over the water, these boats should be disappearing a lot quicker than what we see them disappear.
You should see it happen at the same point every day for every single boat, and that does not ever happen in reality.
That's
right. So the thing is, we live in a world of perspective. If you're an artist, you'll understand. Like when you do a drawing of a building or of a room, there is a horizon line. In your drawing, there's always going to be a horizon line, and you work all of your lines out off that. So everything is seen with our eyes through perspective. We don't have the ability to see beyond a certain point. We have a vanishing point.
I found a video of them like zooming in on a boat. Oh, I can't click in the chat. Never mind.
What?
Few of these ones are really good too, because they show you not only the boat getting back into view, but also pushing further and further out the geometric curve of the Earth.
Sorry, how do I text in the chat in the right? Because I've got a video that shows like a boat. Oh,
yeah, you might not have perms for the
Oh, okay, never mind then.
for the room. Like if you're for the server, you need to be level 3 or higher.
Oh, level 3 or higher.
Yeah, they're quite racist, so beware.
What? Sorry.
Stick around. Like there's a bot that tracks all your engagement, and after you've been on the server for a certain amount of time, it levels you up automatically.
I'll send it to you then if that's all right.
Yeah, certainly. You can send it to me.
Hey, Mayhem, how are you, mate?
I don't know what that is. Just a
I
ship
just
going
don't
over
get
the
out of
horizon.
someone else in here. He might not be listening.
By the way, 50% of the mods are women, and 10% of the population is woman.
What?
So, Max, do you understand where we're at so far? We've gone.
You
Do
guys
you understand
said
where we're at?
if you see a ship go over the horizon, but then you zoom in with a camera, the ship will come back.
Yes, and if you're standing on the beach, looking at this ship, and your eye height is at 6 foot, then that boat or that physical horizon that boat is supposed to be going over can be no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers. So when you zoom in and you're bringing it back into view from behind the curve, that is impossible.
Well, would that be when the ship is meant to be going down, like when it would be completely visible? Because surely that
Correct.
depends on the height.
So when the ship is
right.
completely gone, so when you're sitting on the beach and you're looking and this ship has completely sailed over the physical curvature of the Earth that blocks boats and buildings and it's completely gone, and we pick up our camera or our binoculars or whatever we're using and we zoom in and the entire boat comes back into view, how is that possible once it's gone over a physical curve?
It's like kind of confuses me because like you've got like so many people involved in science. I don't understand why they'd all be lying about it.
Well, that wouldn't be science anyway, but you know, that's a pretty easy question. I mean, if something has gone past something physical, it's being blocked by something physical, how can it then be brought back into view from something that is physically blocking it?
I don't know.
Well, it can't. That's the answer. It physically can't. So what we're seeing is not, obviously not something going over a curvature. It has to do with limits of our vision. It has to do with atmo conditions. It has to do with many things, but our horizon is not physical. It's apparent, and it moves in and out every day with weather conditions. That is not something a physical horizon can do.
Okay.
The other thing is that water itself always finds its own level. Water doesn't bend or curve around balls or anything like that. That can't be scientifically tested or proven.
Aren't rain droplets curved?
Well, if you try and put water on a tennis ball and spin it around real fast, see how you go with trying to keep the water on the ball.
Well, when you're talking about rain droplets and small droplets of water, you're talking about very small area, and you're talking about surface tension.
But wouldn't
sorry,
with
electrostatic effects, many different things. But we're talking about large bodies of water at rest.
But you wouldn't be able to test the idea of something stay on a ball on Earth because, well, the Earth's gravity would interfere with that.
Well, we were on gravity before, so maybe we should go back there. And can you give us any scientific evidence of gravity?
I can Google something, I guess. Oh, give me a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I ask you to explain sunsets?
Yeah, you can. No worries at all. The sun's moving overhead and moving away from you into the distance.
So why does it like set over the horizon?
It's the same as what you're witnessing as ships going over the horizon. It's not setting into the horizon, it's compressing into the horizon.
I think he's asking...
is the apparent location where the sky and the earth meet.
Apparent, so it doesn't actually go to the horizon?
No, the horizon is apparent, not physical.
I'm asking where is the sun and when the sun sets?
It doesn't set, it just moves away from you until it gets out of your view.
I think he's asking why that goes to the horizon and why it doesn't just get smaller and like the sky.
It doesn't go to the horizon.
Because of
It doesn't go to the
perspective.
horizon. If it doesn't matter what you're looking at, like Tim just said, perspective. Something further away looks lower in the sky, and the horizon is the apparent location where the ground and the sky meet.
Wait, so when things get further away, they go to the horizon? That's just the
Well,
rule.
if you picture yourself standing on a train line, standing on a train track, I can't put an image into this.
No, you don't have perms in the chat. You haven't been here long enough.
So send it to one of us. We'll drop it in the chat.
Yep, I will do. But if you picture yourself standing on a railway line with the tracks, and you'll see that when you're standing there in the middle of the tracks, you'll see that the train tracks are on either side of you, visually quite far apart. And then if you look into the distance on a straight train line, you'll see that the distance between the tracks, the further away they get, the distance between the tracks becomes narrower until eventually it converges.
There's actually a good picture that old dude
look.
posted in
Let's
the
take a look
chat
what I
on the
just
right-hand
posted.
side.
Oh, so you're like saying the sun is like moving just over
Yeah, well,
to
so as
different
the sun,
areas.
so that's right. Well, the globe Earth says that the sun stays still and the Earth spins, but the flat Earth model suggests that the flat Earth stays still and the sun moves around it in a sort of cyclonic kind of.
Before we move on here, guys, hang on a second. I just want to pull us back to the gravity because
Aren't there going to be other people?
You've taken us off track for a minute, but if you have a look at what old dude posted on the right-hand side, that's a very good explanation right there. And Max, we need to get back onto this gravity and this science.
I would agree that the sun doesn't go down everywhere at once, right? Like other people will see the sun in different places, won't they?
Yeah, just have a look at that picture that old dude posted.
Max? Yeah, what you're looking at here is this idea. You said sunsets, where in your or in the globe point of view, the Earth is tilting away from the sun. See that? Why would have you been able to explain that? How that works? Think about that, because you can explain the flat Earth version very easily. You can demonstrate this very easily. But what you can't demonstrate is falling away from the sun, tilting
what
backwards.
Saying is that the sun is not actually setting. The Earth is rotating and you're falling over backwards on the rotating Earth. But I do want to get back to Max and science and gravity if we can.
How do I send someone a message so that I can get this perspective photo across?
There's already a couple of them there, but send it to one of the mods in here from Flat Earth, so Spake or maybe Heretic.
Hey, I can speak. Sorry.
Do you guys have a map of the flat Earth?
Oh, hey Mayhem, how are you, man?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm just checking out my mic. I was trying to figure it out. I didn't know if I could speak or not, so I apologize.
I just ran Max through the 3 questions, so we're just leading off of that now.
There's the 3 questions to tell people.
You don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm kind of happy that I can speak.
Well, yeah, they are. We do, because we need to establish whether, first of all, that you have
that railway
that you know for a fact that you live on a globe, or whether it's just a belief that you live on a globe, because most people think it's a fact until we can point out a few of these things. And those 3 questions are a great, easy way to point it out.
Yeah, nobody cares about epistemology and like beliefs and this, that. Like, I just want to know why the sunset on the horizon.
Ouch! Ouch!
Well, we just gave you an example of.
That's a bit. that's a bit off the side to come in there and just like, we don't care. Like, we don't care. We're curious beings, guys. We're humans. We want to know things.
No, telling people that they're indoctrinated into a cult isn't an answer, right? Like, it's just
all right. Well, yeah. Let's get down to brass tacks, because I'm the one that actually curated these. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Am I interrupting in the middle of your conversation?
Can I have a map of the flat Earth, please?
Well,
yeah.
first
See,
of all,
the thing that you require.
Why?
Sorry, AJ.
Sorry,
do you
man.
want to go ahead?
Yeah, man. I'm loving this conversation. Actually, if I can,
flat.
but Parsifal, I just want to finish with Max first, because you sort of jumped in while Max was having a look at something. He was going to Google for us some scientific research for gravity.
I got very sidetracked. Sorry, I was listening to you.
So I want to see what Max has first, but if Max doesn't want to continue, we can jump in with.
I am actually curious about a map of flat Earth. That would be very interesting. Because surely, if there's a map of flat Earth, you could like.
We actually did just cover that earlier, but I'd like to stick to the topic at the moment. Let's just stick to this gravity topic, because we were on that path.
Ask one thing, because if there is like a map of flat Earth, wouldn't that affect like a bunch of people's?
It's a very different conversation, AJ, in
and
this
stuff
room.
like that.
You're gonna have to go a little bit differently. You're gonna have to go a little bit differently. It's gonna have to. You have to shift the.
Is asking
the
for
way
a
you
map
talk.
like off topic? Because I thought we're talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah, but So let me just introduce, because I'm gonna give you the floor, AJ. I promise. So what happens? What happens is, like, when we're actually on a point, we like to thoroughly finish the point. Like, usually in our server, that's what we do. But obviously, you guys want to like pick little points that you want to talk about and never really thoroughly go through one, and that's fine. I guess AJ can just, hop onto another topic and forget about finishing that last one. AJ, if you want to just
I can do that.
Just keep.
You want to talk about?
I don't know, because
like
it just it seems like they got something really high on their burners right now. They want to know, inquiring minds even. So let us.
Why don't you actually say something
answer.
instead of like bitching and moaning about like the?
No one's bitching and
Okay,
moaning.
I don't know.
I was just
I don't
trying
know
to
why
keep it
that-
on track with my discussion with Max. That was all. But if you want to both know about maps, we can discuss maps.
Can we get back to it, boys?
I think gravity is actually something difficult to prove on Earth, because if you were to discuss gravity, you'd have to look at other planets. But you can't really do that.
But bro,
why would you have to
you're
look
saying
at
other
planets to know about gravity?
Well, that would mean
it's hard
we're
to
a
test.
planet. Like when you say other, like we don't think we're on a planet, bro.
Isn't it hard to test gravity if the theory itself concludes that larger objects have the most effect? So it's hard to.
Like where's the evidence for gravity then? Like on Earth rather than a story up in the sky.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's difficult to test it if you're on a large object. You can't like.
Look, I'd probably argue that it's not that hard to actually prove gravity. It's just not the way you expect it. Like it's so trivial as a theme park ride. There is actually a theme park ride called the Gravitron, right? Now, when you go in the Gravitron, you don't stand on the outside. You don't stick to the outside as the thing spins around. But when you're inside that Gravitron, you're stuck to the walls. It's very hard to get off the walls because of the force. If that could be argued as being gravity, fine. But if the gravity that they're saying that holds us down on this Earth, well, then we could easily just sit on the outside of something and spin around at 200 kilometers an hour and get sucked into the center, which is impossible.
Yeah, just real quick for the room, and let the gentleman so he can finish what he was saying. But I just want to say that gravity and anything that suggests that would be a derivative topic to the premise. The premise would be like, what is the Earth, right? So we're trying to figure that out first. When you start talking about like the physics that work on the Earth, that's derivative to the actual premise. So if you do want to go into that and talk about a derivative topic and forget that the fundamental question still hasn't been looked at, that's fine. You can carry on because there's many other derivative topics. But if you
we did
really
go through that, we did run through that, Mayhem. They couldn't give us any measurements, any drop over distance, any curvature, and we suggested.
AJ, I sent you a video of boats going over.
Yeah, I
there's a few in the chat.
So
No,
I was sorry. Go ahead, gentlemen.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. I don't mind. Sorry.
There's a few in the chat. If you go, sorry, Mayhem. Go, man. Sorry, go.
I meant to say that I understand where you guys are in the conversation. I'm not. Yeah, I'm caught up basically. So all I was trying to say is, with the derivative topics that are being discussed right now, and like maps and gravity and so forth, there's a bunch of sufficient information that we can give. But at the moment, like it seems to be going from one topic to the other without being thoroughly discussed, so that everybody can understand where we're at. And also, AJ said that he already asked the questions to everybody in the room, and there wasn't any answers to, what is the Earth? The first off, if who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Now, drop over distance is something that a geometric shape would have as a consequence of it being a geometric shape with radius, diameter, circumference. So when you look at the Earth being a giant oblate spheroid, well, that consequent of it being that would mean that from point A to point B on any given part of the Earth, there would be that sagittale or the Earth curve that would be in the way of the person, from point A to the target distance, point B. And which is like that's the most important part, because essentially, if you want to talk about what's happening on the Earth, like gravity or maps or anything, you'd have to establish first that the Earth is indeed a globe. And if that hasn't been got to yet, then the information to be sufficient for that, it's not there. So that's what we're actually, the question that AJ was going through is, hopefully he was pouring himself over that, is that if that's not demonstrated, then we can't talk about the physics on an imaginary globe. We have to establish the globe in physicality, which means out in the physical natural world. And that's all that I think AJ was getting to. But as long as you guys have already established that, then yes, derivative topics are something you can get into. But if you haven't established that, then that's where we're at now. I don't know. Is a room good with that? Or I don't know. If you have any questions, please ask.
At the moment, we were going through everything with Mac, and we were up to a point with Mac. So we discussed drop over distance. We discussed the curvature. That he was going to go out and do some measurements himself. We spoke about the horizon and, ships over the horizon. We went through all that stuff. I think we sort of got to a point where he started talking about gravity and the science of gravity. So that's where we were. And what happened was he was going to go away and Google and have a look at what the science of gravity was and come back to me. But Parsifal jumped in between and sort of took us off that topic. That's why I was trying to get back to that gravity and that science, but Parsifal led it off to the maps. But it just went back to gravity and we were talking about how it was hard to prove.
Yeah, so once again, not that it's hard to prove that it's a derivative topic, and it's already suggesting that in other words, when you start talking about that, then it gets split into a false dichotomy. The false dichotomy is that gravity in the way that the rhetoric is talking about is already being exemplified with whoever proposed it, whether it be Newtonian or Einsteinian.
We don't have to talk about gravity. I don't mind.
So I'm just talking to my colleague. I'm talking to my colleague right now. So that's the reason why. Because when it gets split up into a false dichotomy, then you're going to argue, okay, you have your points, I got my points, and then we can discuss it. And so it's not fruitful when it's a false dichotomy that way, because you haven't established a foundation, which is the Earth a globe or not? And so we got to keep going back to reminding people, if it has been established, then we can move on to a derivative topic. If it hasn't been established, then that's something to question, right?
Well, not everybody wants.
That's derivative.
No, not everybody wants to move on from a topic. So the topology of the Earth, we could even say it's unknown.
You cut out, sir.
Why am I being muted? Just so I know.
No, you cut out in the middle of your sentence. I don't know.
Muted.
I didn't.
So essentially, we could say we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, right? And then we have people compete for what the shape of the Earth is. The people who claim, right, it's round, are going to have way more explanatory power than the people who claims it's flat, and that's what you would naturally go with, right? Because it's proven.
Well, that's not necessarily true. That's what we're looking at right now. And
why don't you prove it's flat? You haven't done that.
Well, they might have more arguments. There's no doubt about that. They might have more arguments.
What can I do with a flat Earth? What kind of, can I put satellites up in space? No.
Can you predict when sunrise is going to happen in a specific city?
Well, first,
You
hang
can't
on.
do
First, we
anything
have
that's
to go
based
back
on
and prove that we actually are on a
geodesics.
sphere.
If you want to
Then
get
you put
technical.
man on the moon?
Your claim is that
No,
we're
who
on a
cares?
sphere. So we're going backwards again, like Mayhem just said. So where's the evidence that
Yeah,
we're
forget all
not
that.
going
on a
backwards.
sphere?
Let's say that
we're
let's just say that the claim is that
Holy
people can
fucking
Google
shit.
what time sunrise is going to be, right?
Well, no,
Yeah,
the
but that's-
claim
can-
is here
Can
that the
somebody
Earth is a
address what I
sphere.
said? Can
The
somebody
claim
address
is
what I
here
said?
that
Go
the
ahead,
Earth is a
we
sphere.
don't-
So let's go back and let's prove that this Earth is a sphere.
Okay, you know what people don't do when they put they don't just say, "Hey, spherical Earth, let's go from here." They just use equations, right? Period. Right? The equations work out is the thing. So how are you claiming when people use equations that's able to do things that it's what is everybody's just
Yeah,
how
math
do you
is
explain this?
real quick. I'll explain it. Math is a language, and it's not reality. When you say if you tell somebody reality, listen to what I have to say, right? If I give you 3 apples and I take away 5, can I do that in reality?
Okay, that's why we don't talk about
I know,
impossible
just like-
situations.
Yeah, just mathematical.
The banks can.
Math is not an impossible
Math is a
situation.
language. Math is a
Yeah,
language.
can you let
Sorry,
me
can I finish
like
saying that? Math is a language, and it describes
you're just
reality.
repeating yourself.
I know, but you have to understand the implications, sir. I don't think you're seeing that right now.
Nobody cares about epistemology.
Epistemology is important, right?
Oh my fucking god! Can
No,
can
it's
I?
not important.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's this?
Can
What's
you
this playful
predict
muting, bro?
If I
Dude, you can't stop talking over people, so you have to be controlled.
Oh, did you get the right guy?
It's your turn,
Okay,
sir. Come
so
on.
the thing here is the math, right? First, it is a language, and it gets complicated as you go up the language tiers, just like English, right? When you don't know that, but you just assume it's a conspiracy, the higher tiers of mathematics, that's just fucking ignorant.
Nobody's
right?
talking about a conspiracy. We're just talking about the language itself. Math is a language, and it describes.
Can you
But
let
as
me
far
finish my thought? Because you're not saying
Okay.
anything by repeating. It's a language.
But
It
you
is
just
a
said it's a
language.
conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's just.
Oh my fucking!
That's
Can you
all
let
it is.
me
It's just.
finish? I don't care what you want to characterize it as. That's the thing, because anybody can do that. What nobody can do, then, seemingly, right? If the math is correct, because that's what the language is. It's a language of explaining physical phenomenon. So if I make a sentence with math, right, and then I go out and I do an experiment, and over again, it just keeps happening. Guess what? That doesn't even prove 100% of the time it's going to be true. It just means it's reliable to use this dumbass equation to achieve something. And that's what people do with equations that are based on the Earth being round. Whereas the flat shit, right, you can't do anything with the math that actually
So why is it gotta be
explains
flat
it being
shit?
flat.
Why is it gotta be flat shit, sir? Like, why can't you just say?
Give me
well,
the
Earth-
equations for Earth being flat, and then I'll actually calculate
That is
how
a
to put
reverse-
something up
that's
in
a-
space, and I'll show
Correct,
you how
right.
you can't.
Check this out.
I'll
Check
show
this
you
out.
how you can't.
My man, relax, dude.
Yeah.
We're just having a conversation.
I'm
So
quite
what-
relaxed. I'm in the side of truth.
Thank you for interrupting me constantly, sir. Like what I'm trying to tell you right now that you're not understanding is that math is just a language, and so if you construct this mathematical equation, it doesn't mean necessarily that it's true. All it means is that you made something in math, and you can construct anything in math. There's formulas for making Superman fly. I mean, you can do anything in math, but it doesn't represent reality until you go and test it. So when you go, let's say, for instance, if you have an equation for the Earth being a globe, right? When you go out into the field and you go and test it, then you actually make the math actually speak out to what reality is. So the language itself spoke to what reality is. But if you take the equations that the Earth is a globe, you go out into the field and you test, and you don't see that it matches up, then it's not the Earth that you're figuring out on math. It doesn't matter how complicated the math is. If it doesn't ring true out in reality, you don't have the globe. It's still just a mathematical construct. It has no implications on reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm
Are
saying,
you
bro.
speaking? You're saying things, right? And it isn't in the language of. You're saying things not in the language of math. So you don't have the ability to prove math wrong with just random categorizations and I think this and that. You have to show it in the math. So somebody asked me for the equations for how to put a satellite into geosynchronous orbit. Congratulations. It's called a video game, Kerbal Space Program. They literally use the same equations NASA uses,
video
and it works. And it works
Yeah,
in a physics engine.
Okay, we're moving off the topic though.
Can I finish? Bro, you need to do what you keep asking me to do.
You're
Stop
not showing the
interrupting me,
connection
bro.
between the math and then reality. You're just saying that we did
Need
things
to
and there it
stop
goes.
interrupting me like you asked me to do with you, bro. Right? So if you think the Earth is flat, here's the massive issue you're gonna fucking have, right? What is this flat shape?
Why you get a curse? I don't understand. Why are you getting triggered? I don't understand. We're just having a conversation. Anyway, so basically, when you start talking about what math is, and then going out and demonstrating it, it's not a burden of proof reversal. Like you can't say, okay, now you guys show the flat Earth, because first of all, in the first instance, you haven't demonstrated the Earth to be a globe. So we haven't moved off that yet. We're still waiting for you to take the math, go out into the field, and test for drop over distance. That has not
knee review
done.
though.
You understand when I say that has not been done? It has never been done, sir. Not one time in history. Not one time. So you haven't demonstrated globe. So why do you want to say, well, can you demonstrate flat? You haven't demonstrated globe yet. We're waiting on that.
So, okay, relax. You have to do the same thing I have to do, right? You have to prove your flat stuff. No,
because
hang on a second.
That's not the claim.
No one's been able to find a curve.
Amazing. That's
The
amazing.
No
current
one's been
claim
able
on the
to find a
table.
curve.
The current claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe. So the globe has the burden of proof. So we're here asking for evidence of curvature that no one has given us yet.
Have you guys ever actually proven flat Earth? That's ever.
So
Have you
that's
ever
see.
done it?
Why do we keep going to flat
we've
Earth?
got a video game, bro.
Look at
There's a
Because
video
I've
game.
never seen you guys actually prove your case. You always just play video
No,
games
sir.
against others.
Sir, video games don't
Cited
equate.
video games.
But if we were to examine the Earth being a globe, if we just take a moment, right, all of us in here, and say, okay, let's examine where and who has done this. Please, let's go look for who has measured the drop over distance on the Earth. Because as a geometric shape and as an oblate spheroid, it would have the consequence of it having a radius, diameter, circumference. So we would measure drop over distance on the surface of the Earth from point A to point B anywhere on this globe that we're on. But when has that ever been done is what I'm asking you. And it keeps being diverted to video games and other things, sir. I'm asking for the demonstration.
I'm over it. I'm not going to engage you.
Should be on it, sir, because this is the most fundamental.
I get to decide whether or not I want to engage you and your behavior and the way you're.
I feel like don't want to. You don't want to
join the discussion or don't.
Well, I didn't
bro.
win the
Up to you.
argument. I'm just done with
No,
it.
nobody wants to face the facts, sir. This is the fundamental premise we're talking about. The demonstration of the Earth, not just in math, but taking it to the field and actually examining if the Earth is or not. And everybody shuts down. Everybody's like, all right, let's not do that. Why not? Why not, sir? Why? Why am I getting triggered voices in here like, oh, this is so crazy? Why? This is the simplest thing. If the Earth is a geometric shape, well, it would demonstrate itself as such. When we go take the math, go check to see if the values are correct, right? Measure the distance over the Earth, and then find out, voila, the Earth is a globe. Why is it so hard for everybody? Well, that's so stupid. Why we can't go? Why? Why, sirs? I'm asking you right now. I'm pleading with you. What is so difficult about doing that? Anybody, please tell me what's so difficult. Because isn't that a silly request? This is like
what are
something
the
fun.
dimensions of the flat Earth?
Yeah, Newt's done, and Percival wants to debunk you now.
Okay. Well, who's done it? Somebody's done it. Has someone done it yet?
Has someone done what?
Measured the drop over the surface.
What are the dimensions of the flat Earth?
The dimensions of the globe. You're. Why are we losing track here?
I said flat Earth, right? If you believe the Earth is flat,
the topic
what are
is
the
like
dimensions?
Because
we're not claiming to know.
I can't just ask whatever question I want.
The reason why we keep this on topic is because if we let you guys say what are the dimensions of flat Earth and we engage in that, we're going to lose focus that the Earth as a globe has not been verified, sir. We're going to lose focus. We need to stay on track. Let's figure out if a globe.
It sounds like you don't have an answer. That's what it sounds like to me.
The answer is you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not because no one's ever measured it. So you're trying to give that burden of proof reversal back onto flat Earth so that you can say, aha, let me stand here and point at you guys and say, you guys give me the answer for flat Earth. Well, you haven't demonstrated the globe first. Demonstrate the globe and then for sure we can talk about it. Why not?
I mean, we have, but it sounds to me like you're making the claim.
Okay, so now,
are you not making the claim that the Earth is flat?
No, sir. Have you demonstrated the Earth being a globe?
No,
have you done?
I have. I was here like the other day, and I demonstrated.
Okay, so drop over distance. Who has ever measured that in any time in history? Drop over distance. Who's ever done that, sir? Drop over distance.
What is drop over distance?
So on a sphere, right, with the radius diameter, I'm going to tell you, on a sphere with radius diameter circumference, the consequent of the Earth's geometric shape being an oblate spheroid, if you're standing at point A and anywhere in the distance, let's say 10, 15 miles, there would be a drop over the distance because you're standing on a ball, right? So if you're on a ball, the drop rate that it would start falling away, or you'd see the sagittal or the Earth's hump, the hump of Earth.
Maybe a diagram might be helpful here.
Can anybody post that? So basically, what I'm saying is, if you're standing on top of a ball, right, anywhere in the distance, there's going to be a drop rate. As far as like it having a curvature, the consequent of it being a geometric shape would mean that there's going to be some drop rate. Like we're going to say that 8 inches per mile squared usually is what the satisfactory answer would be for that. So there's a certain
amount. Satisfactory.
Imagine standing on a ball.
Right. So what I'm asking right now is if anybody ever measured this drop rate, because the Earth's a ball. If it's a ball, then anywhere on the surface there would be curvature. We all know this, right? As far as that goes. But what I'm
could pick arbitrary cities, right? And we could like speculate on what
I'm saying
skyscrapers might be visible, right?
Yeah, you could talk about it that way. But what I'm saying is from places that can be measured, who has measured that drop rate is what I'm asking. Not just like let's speculate or let's go into some calculations. What I'm saying, measurement as
there's flat earthers here that like will quote me the radius of the Earth in miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what
like
you're
3,900.
The globe's
Hey,
claim.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
but we're like so we're not.
We know the numbers you believe in. Like we're not claiming numbers.
Yeah, so right now, flat Earth is like something that can be discussed. But first, examining the premise, which is the claim that people are saying, hey, the Earth's a globe, and they teach us in school, and they tell us all these things about the Earth being a globe. And we're like, that's fine. You can say whatever you want about the Earth being a globe. Who has measured it so that we can verify that it is indeed a globe? That's what we're talking about in here.
I would say that the reason people make the claim that the Earth has a specific radius of like 3,900 miles or whatever is because they measured it, right? Like you might say, okay, that's like magic, right? I don't believe it. Like they made it up.
It's magic. I'm just asking for who's done it. I'm not saying it's magic. I'm saying, okay, you said somebody's done it. Point me to the person that's done it. And we're specifically...
You want like a name. Okay.
Yeah, we're specifically talking about drop over distance and not anything else. I don't want to hear about somebody staring up at the moon and saying, I think there's the globe. No, I'm specifically asking for drop over the distance, which means that it would definitely be a globe.
Well, I mean, is the radius
about Galileo? Do you think Galileo is a charlatan?
I'm sorry, the guy
measure drop over distance.
Yeah, the guy was saying something. What were you saying, sir?
I was saying, like, does not the quantity of the radius not answer your question of the drop over the distance?
It would be a mathematical form. So, we got the radius being 3959 miles and diameter being and the circumference. Yeah, so we got the math values.
Draw like a circle diagram, right? And we can say that okay, the radius is 3,900, right? And so then we can draw a tangent line, right? And then we can draw a radial line a certain distance away, right? Like 2 cities, right? And then we can measure the distance in the diagram from the surface of the Earth to that tangent line, right? And that's kind of what you're asking for, right?
Well, yeah, you can do that just like an architect would build a building. You have to start with math and see the dimensions, and the architect has to make sure all the dimensions are correct. But then what the architect does is he puts his
Cambo, just post something about that.
I don't know. I'm only talking to my phone. I'm not watching what's going on. But what I'm saying is, the architect that makes a design for a building would then put his math into reality. Like he's gonna actually make that building become something that's in reality. So what I'm saying is, with the math that we have for the globe, like you're saying right now, figure everything out. That's great. Now for me, it's like the next step: go out into the field and test it. Yeah. Test it, because if it is exactly what it says on the on the math, and it's going to tell you out in reality that it matches up. Now that's the kicker is, if it does not do that, then we have a situation, right? We got something to do. We got to figure it out, because how is it possible that we figured it out already with math, but we haven't done so in reality when we've been out there and going to test it?
I think that's your assumption, right? There's plenty of surveyors out there.
Asking because my question has always been, right? Who has it? That's been the first one. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history with drop over distance? Now, drop over distance is specific to the geometric shape.
Can I ask you to walk away from the drop over distance buzzword?
Why?
No, you cannot.
It is the natural consequence.
No,
sir,
because I don't want to offend, right? But it sounds like schizo, because because drop over distance or whatever.
And no, I'm asking for people to define. I'm asking for people to define the geometric shape for what it actually is. How is that schizo?
Like the cross section for me.
Sir, if I hold it, it's illogical. If I hold a sphere in my hand and I tell you, how are you going to measure this sphere? And you tell me, well, from point A to point B on any part of that sphere that you're holding in your hand, like a basketball, there's going to be drop over the distance. So if I have my finger on one part of the basketball and I put my finger on another part, over that curve that I'm going to be showing you.
I think we discussed like the tangent line, right? And the distance along the radius of the surface to that tangent line. Right?
Has that ever been done on the Earth?
Yes.
Where?
So how about this? Why don't we cook up one together right now? Why don't you pick up two arbitrary cities?
Have you?
You're not
okay. Do the math, right?
The drop over distance has shown. Like, so nobody.
No, I mean, we can pick two cities and we can give you the drop over distance for those two cities, right?
If you're standing on top of a ball,
that's out in math, that's not working out in reality. We're not going out to demonstrate.
And then we can go to those cities and then we can try to measure it empirically.
So what you're saying is that it hasn't been measured. We got to find a way to go do it now. Okay, go ahead, Mayhem.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just telling you that it has never been done. So you're telling me how to do it. I'm saying who's ever done it. You're saying, well, we can. But I'm asking you, then how do we have these values? Who's ever done this? Because that's the most important part of this. Because everybody's believing the Earth's a globe right now and saying, hey, you tell me about your flat Earth. And we're like, guys, nobody's talking about who's ever measured the drop over distance. That's the only thing on the table. And it's so like blatant. It's not schizo. It's like logical. If you have a geometric shape, my God, you would define it by the way its radius, diameter, circumference would be. Why not? That's how we talk to each other, right? How do I know I have a sphere? Well, we already agreed upon what a sphere is and what it makes it a sphere, right? So if we're standing on a giant sphere, then naturally it would have the drop over distance. Now, who's ever done that? Nobody knows. We got some people saying, well, I know, there's been thousands of people. Okay, name one. That's where we're at right now. Where are you guys at?
I mean, I keep posting a video of a guy doing the experiment on YouTube. He posted it 5 years ago.
There you go.
Drop over distance?
Yes,
measurement of drop over distance is not a science experiment.
And we're talking to Parsifal right now. If he's tapped out, you can go ahead and provide it.
So can I ask you, there's the ball, right? And there's two points on the surface, right? Do you agree that if we were to like make a cross section, that would be a circle?
A cross section?
Like you cut it,
on the Earth
basketball.
Right, on the Earth itself? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, who's ever done that?
I mean, we can draw a diagram with a compass.
I'm asking a question.
How are you making a measurement from the core?
I'm asking
on
a question.
I'm asking you if I show you the math, which is like
the back
just
and forth
basic trigonometry. Like, are you going to accept?
You're going into trig, but I'm asking the question because it seems like this is something.
Yes, you said that before that you want to empirically verify it.
Right.
So there's two questions: is the mathematical calculation and the empirical verification, and if they align, then that would give you reason to believe that model is correct, right?
Who's ever done that is my next question. And then your answer is?
We're going to do it together, right?
No, not us. I'm saying in history, sir.
Why not?
Because you're making something up right now where as in no one's ever done this, or is it you just coming up with this right now?
We can just here's the suggestion we can do, right?
How come I don't get an answer to that question? Why? I'm asking the question, who's ever done that in history, sir? What you're just suggesting.
Surveyors. We can climb to the top of a skyscraper and we can like see how far out we can see, right?
I want to know who's done it because you're providing something to do, but then somebody must have done what you're suggesting because it sounds like an idea.
So for the sake of this, because I just want to get this conversation forward, right? Like I want you to pick 2 cities. I want you to agree. I want us to agree on a number of like how far we should be able to see out into the distance, right?
Parsifal, that's not going to move the conversation forward, bro.
Because you don't want to move the conversation forward. That's what the issue is, right? Like you just want to say that nobody has ever done experiments before. Nobody's
ever done that. I want to know in history who's ever done what you're saying. Just point to me one person. What you're telling me right now, who's ever done that? Yes, please.
I'm mean, off the top of my head. I want to say Eratosthenes or whatever, right? But
Eratosthenes. Okay, so examine to me what you're saying exactly is what he did. Exactly, just what you're saying.
I don't know if it's exactly right. I'm suggesting that we climb up, we find a tall building in a major metropolitan area, right?
Going back to that,
we get a buddy that like walks on the edge, and we say, "Oh, I see you here, I see you there," and then we measure the distance from the skyscraper to where our buddy is. Right?
Nobody's done this in history, sir. Nobody. You're just making this up because you.
Surveyors do this all the time, right?
Have they done exactly? Have the surveyors done? First of all, has surveyors done exactly?
Go to your phone book and look up surveyors, right? And
done what you said,
they'll
sir.
be in the phone book, and you can
surveyors
call them up,
measure elevation and depression angles. Surveyors measure elevation.
That's exactly what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to measure the height of the skyscraper.
Hang on a second.
Right?
First of all, Mayhem's asking a specific question, so if you don't know the answer, just admit that you don't know the answer and we will move on. But if you don't know the answer, you can't just keep dancing around here.
I have conceded that I am not, I am not proficient in like the history of surveying of the historical record of surveying, right? Maybe I'll come back tomorrow with like with an exact person that has conducted a specific experiment, right?
Yeah, so why can't you tell me? I don't know.
It's funny because like we have, I've popped into this chat before, and you've said different. There's been some interesting conversations going on about like, oh, is there an experiment that demonstrates gravity? It's like, well, it turns out that there's this thing called the Cavendish experience. Another guy said, and I went and I looked it up on YouTube, and it was like fucking mind blowing. Like you got to check out the Cavendish experiment, right?
It's not an experiment.
It's not an experiment, and you're jumping around. Mayhem is trying to get your measurements for Earth curve. If you don't have them, just concede. We can move to the next thing.
Yeah, what I really want to know is that because he hasn't answered this yet, and I guess the audience is okay with it, but he hasn't answered who has ever done this in history, what he's presenting. Do you understand what I'm asking, or is it difficult for you to understand?
I'm the first guy, right? I'm the only person that's ever thought about going up to the top of the skyscraper and seeing how far you can see out, right?
Well, then why are you?
I did it yesterday. I went to Burj Khalifa and I did it.
Why are you the only one to actually think of it when somebody else? How many brilliant young or minds have been existing before you that never thought of that?
Here's my question: how come you guys have never thought of it? Right? You're trying to convince me that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not convincing you. I don't care with what way.
First of all, what you're saying proves that you don't actually understand trigonometry.
What I'm trying to show you right now is that you're not presenting the information from history. So from history, anytime that somebody's with a drop over distance and said, look, this is how you do it. You've never presented that. And so you don't know, which is, I need you to hear that. Not, I'm not proficient at surveying. I don't care about that. Just tell me you don't know. You can concede.
I do not know the specific arc radius between Chicago and New York.
Why?
Are you happy?
Yeah, but why?
Because I'm not proficient in surveying.
Wouldn't that be fundamental?
It wouldn't be that hard. We would draw a great circle, right?
You can't keep going to your example. It's not going to fly.
Circumference equals diameter times pi, right?
It doesn't matter. So you can keep saying things.
Take the angle between the two cities.
It doesn't matter.
Deduct the ratio.
Does not matter. You can
just
do whatever you want.
And
first of all,
and you said some schizo stuff that like math is like not real.
I'm great. Right? I'm so happy that you love math, but that's not going to tell us in reality when we go to the field that that's what the Earth actually is. When you go to the field, that's where the rubber meets the road, not in your language of, Like, well, if you do this with radius,
well, I'm worried that like if I conduct an experiment, like you'll just say like, oh, the value
don't
that you
have any
got
experiments.
conforms to the flat Earth, right? Like we have to we have to make a prediction. That's how science works. It's like, okay, according to this model, we're going to expect the number.
There's many people. There's many people.
I think it's really simple.
Sorry, guys. Mayhem is trying to handle this. Just let him go ahead, please.
So I can understand that he's Percival's trying to get through with his math, but what I'm asking it for is a couple of questions, right? Number one, who's ever done this in history? And number two, what he's proposing, it sounds like he's just making it up on the spot, and he also even made the assertion that he's not good at surveying. So everything that he's doing, he's just cowboying up and just like shooting off at the mathematical mouth to say something. It's like that's not going to help the situation right now, because the Earth globe right now is in.
Question for you.
The Earth being in the
North Pole and the South Pole. If you were to walk across the surface, how far would it be?
So you see, like I don't. First of all, were you just talking to me while I'm speaking? Like I don't understand. We're looking and investigating the case of the Earth being.
You're hogging the microphone, like you're doing like 90% of.
Well, why aren't you presenting the information? You'll have the mic. Just present it.
I found a
So my
person who
question
did the
to you guys
experiment.
can we predict the distance along the surface of the Earth from the North Pole to the South Pole? Right.
That's irrelevant. That's non sequitur. We're not getting to the point. We're not getting to the point, Percival.
How is that not relevant?
Because you're just making things
dweebs.
Making things up, and you haven't dealt with the fact that nobody's ever done this in history. You haven't dealt with that.
Nobody's ever measured the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole? Really? Is that your claim?
Correct. Found the drop over.
Google it right now.
I'm going to go right back to it. Has anybody ever found drop over distance measurements on top of this sphere that you live on, Percival? Any time in history? Percival. Are you going to answer my question?
Why don't you guys give me streaming?
Why don't
That's not an answer to the question, Percival. Try again.
Percival?
Yes, yes.
Why?
Lots of people have measured the radius of the Earth.
My question,
Lots of people have measured the density of the Earth.
You didn't answer my question, Percival. How do you want me to engage you if you don't answer the question?
They put it in chat, I think, Mayhem.
I need that answer, Percival. It's so important. Please pay attention. Who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history with drop over distance, Percival? Anytime. When they show their math, they go to the Earth and say, okay, voila, the Earth's a globe, drop over distance, here you go. Who's ever done that?
Okay, so I'm going to type in measure distance between, I don't know, America and China. Right?
No, that's not what he's asking for.
What is that fucking stupid shit you're
No,
doing?
he asked me who has ever measured distance, right? And like people.
Who measured the radius of the Earth, not distances to fucking cities?
Drop over distance. I'm asking for it. I hope you understand when I say drop over.
Well, I can Google that too. Who measured the distance between the
drop
North Pole
over
and the South Pole?
distance, not distance. Drop over distance.
Holy, you're so
I explained to you that it's a circle, right? And so drop over distance is kind of a nonsensical term that you guys just start over and over again. There is an arc length on the circle.
But geometric shape. How are you not
retard?
When I describe when I describe what a sphere is, I'm gonna tell you that anywhere on the Earth that you start from point A to point B on anywhere in that sphere, there's a drop rate, and that drop over the distance is gonna define that sphere. It will. It's a sphere. It will be defined by that. Do you not understand?
Do you know how much curvature is supposed to exist over 10 miles?
We can divide 10 miles, assuming that's the arc length, right? We can divide that by the entire circumference of the Earth, and we'll get a ratio, and then we can find a degree.
So what's the drop? What's the drop value?
So here's what I can tell you.
Point A to point B. It's over 60 feet, right? That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
That's
hey,
right.
That's actually interesting. Okay, so you just gave me a number. There's there's 60 there's 60 feet of distance from the tangent line to a point on the to a radial line that is how far away from the
60 feet of drop
point.
from point A to point B over 10 miles, right? 66 feet. That's what they say. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Now, who's measured?
Right.
Who's measured physically that 60 feet?
Is this whole argument based upon if you've not measured it yourself, it doesn't fucking count?
No, I'm done this in history, my man. If you're listening, you would pay attention. Who's ever done it in history? My God.
60 feet drop. Who measured that, Parsival, in all history?
I told you that I'm not well versed in the historical record of
Do
surveying.
you think anyone's ever measured it?
You don't know.
I like this claim. I like this claim. This number that there's.
It's your claim. It's your claim.
That you guys are giving me.
It's your claim.
No, it isn't.
Okay, welcome to
my claim has been that the Earth has a radius, right?
Welcome to flat Earth, then, because that's what the globe model says. Parsival, you're now saying that you don't believe in the globe model.
You basically
look. I just typed in radius of Earth into Google, and it says 39.
No.
58.8
It's 60 feet. You already agreed. The drop is 60 feet. You already agreed.
No, you told me that is your expected value, and so I'm saying, okay,
that's the globe model's expected
we can measure
value.
that, and we can
measure
compare.
it.
Like
Okay,
you're using your parabolic.
So who
You're
measured
going to use
it?
your parabolic measure formula, right?
For all
I'm
the
saying
other
let's use
people
a trigonomic
listening,
measurement.
note how
and
he's
see
just
which one
trying
is
to
closer.
obfuscate away from telling us who's ever measured that 60 feet, because he can't tell us who's ever measured it, because no one's ever measured it.
With the record, with the historical record of surveying, right?
No, yeah,
but I just wanted to nail you guys to the floor on like what your expected value is for a specific environment.
You just denied the globe.
Go and find out who's ever done that. Come back and let us know. I'm actually giving everybody homework. If you guys think that somebody's out there magically that checked these numbers and said, okay, let's take this math. Let's go out into the field. All right, we checked it. There's how much 60 feet is. Okay, we got it. Who's ever done that?
Let's do it. So
one.
So here's a question for you. Like, how would that experiment even work?
It's your claim.
Listen, I'm like a mathematician.
It's your claim.
I know you.
Right?
That's great. That's great, Percival. But what I'm asking for is that the
circle and tangent lines.
Oh my gosh, dude! Who's ever listen? Because you're asking us, how do we do this then? Well, why is that got to be? Why do we got to tell you guys?
Well, I mean, okay, so maybe I understand that you assume or you believe that the Earth is flat, right? So there's no arc lengths in your worldview. There's no radial there's no radial segments in your worldview, right?
There's no measured.
So, I mean,
it's not measured, Percival.
I mean, can you not measure things on your flat Earth model, or I mean, what are we doing here?
Listen, you can measure things, but what I'm saying is, as far as the Earth, the claim of it being a globe, that has never been measured. This is what I'm telling you. So you can calculate all you want on your, paint or auto.
I disagree, right? But so
that's
call
fine.
back to the beginning of this conversation. When I asked you guys for a map of the flat Earth, right? I wanted.
Until you bring the evidence of the Earth being a globe, then it's not going to present. You can't talk about it being a globe. It needs to be presented as a globe, and then now you've demonstrated it, so we'll go ahead and move forward. Until then,
I've done that in the past, right? We can.
You haven't done that yet.
I mean, I told you the radius of the Earth, right?
You can tell me all day long
that is.
That Harry Potter,
you want me to explain to you? You want me to explain to you how the radius of the Earth was discovered? Okay, I got you. I get you. Okay.
I want to know who
question to you. Remember, I asked you at the beginning. Yeah, and you want names and records. You want you want to give credit to the brilliant scientists who figured it out, right?
Yeah, show me who's done it.
My question to you guys.
Brilliant scientists that you don't know.
I mean, I know a few names here and there, right?
No,
but
you don't know anything. You've made that abundantly clear. You don't know. You've said, I'll go and check it out and come back tomorrow, but you're still fucking waffling.
You're still here, bro.
I have conceded that I am not well-versed in the historical record of surveying.
No, what you can see
that's like a big old win,
anyone who's
right?
ever measured the
but you're not listening to my point, right? Because I wanted a number.
We heard
60,
it. We heard it.
Feet,
you said
right?
you don't know. You said you don't know. That was your point.
And there's also 2 cities, or there's 10 miles, 60 feet, right? Because like that's
But
That's
Gavin,
the claim. That's the claim that's never been measured. Yes.
That's a claim. That's a claim that you're making. That's
60
never.
miles
It's never been.
squared is.
First of all, it's never been measured, sir. You're going to keep repeating your claim. It's never been measured. I'm going to keep telling you that over and over again until you get somebody who has measured it. That's it. I mean, yeah, you can talk about numbers all day long till the cows come home. So what? Who's ever went out into the field and measured it? Goodness grief, man.
I just wanted to nail you down on the floor of like what number you expect if somebody does a specific measurement, and you don't have that either, right? Like,
Okay, so
you don't have any
curve
evidence of your flat
calculator,
Earth
bro.
model.
It's your religion. You can type it into Google.
Because the first question I asked you, remember, was, do you have a map of the flat Earth? What are the dimensions of the flat Earth? Right?
It's the
And
39 mile
No one
radius
claimed that.
figure they're asking about, dude. What don't you get?
It's a bit difficult.
This is sad.
It's a bit difficult when you have a.
How far away?
It's a bit difficult when you
How
have.
far away is Beijing to Los Angeles? It's like
It doesn't matter the
basic
distance.
question, right?
We're looking
The
for
guy.
drop rate. The drop rate. The drop rate. The drop rate. That's what we're looking for. We're not talking about how far away this thing is or that thing is. We're looking for the drop rate. Do you understand?
Yeah, you
I
know
don't
that the
understand
balls
what
have
drop rate means.
curvature on it. You know, balls have curvature.
At the beach, like the elevation is sea level, right?
The level. What does level mean?
Of course.
I mean, you tell me what drop rate is, right? Like,
So you don't know.
I think you
This
guys
is
are
the
all
Goldie.
gay.
Now turned into I don't know what the curvature of the globe I believe in is. This is sad.
no, I told you the radius is 3,900, right? And we can draw
Which has never been
a
measured.
cross-section circle.
Never measured. No curvature ever measured.
But we can predict, right? Okay, listen.
So,
what we can do is
what you
we
can do is assume.
walk, or
you can just make up that
we
number.
can
You don't have
walk
to measure
from
anything.
China. Or how about this?
You can
walk
to
from
China.
New York to Los Angeles, right? No,
Please
I mean,
do. Please
what's
do.
stopping us from walking from New York to
Well,
China?
yeah. What's
right?
stopping
First
you?
of all,
What is Parcival? What
estimate-
is stopping you from walking from New York to China? Tell us,
bro. You can walk anywhere, but you haven't proven anything, and that's all we're asking.
Parsible, you're really bricked. You do not understand this concept of drop over distance that they keep bringing to you. You just think that they're talking about distance. We're not.
Nah.
You just don't get this.
No, no, no. See, what's happening is he does get it, but he's a coward, so he knows he can't address
there's
it.
an
That's what's
alternate
happening.
explanation
He does
for why
understand
people
exactly
can't
what's
see.
being asked of him. He knows exactly what's being asked of him, but he's a pussy. He's a coward. Like all these guys, they're coming in and saying, "Yeah, I live on a spinning ball." Okay, who measured it? Well, I don't know, but someone did. If we walk from China to New York, fucking retards.
Tell me evidence of your flat Earth. I'm like, guys, you haven't even proven the globe. How about that? Let's start there. Let's start where everybody's talking about going to school and reading books about globe this and globe that. We live on a globe. Yeah, that's great. You can say whatever you want. Now prove it. That's all we're asking for is prove it. And you're like,
Yeah.
well, we do some math. Who cares? Go out into the field and test that shit.
I don't
Have
know
you
what
guys
you
done
mean by
anything? Can you
drop over
predict-
distance.
Can you
I don't know
predict
what
when
you
sunrise
mean.
is going to happen in
That has
Denver,
no bearing.
Colorado tomorrow?
Can you tell
If
us
you're
who's measured the
standing,
globe?
Percival, if you're standing on top of a sphere or on any point of a sphere, no matter which direction you look, the sphere is going to drop away from you. And the further the distance is, the drop's going to get further around.
Exactly.
So they're asking for drop over distance. There's going to be a certain amount of drop from level over a distance on a sphere in any direction from any point.
Do you think
Now
you'll
that's
get
like
it?
4 people that told you already, Percival. You got to get it by now, man.
Yeah.
If you have a logically thinking brain, you have to get it by now.
Let's
Yeah,
take him
Parsival,
off
did you
mute and see if
understand
he
that?
gets it this time.
Parcival, do you get it?
Yeah, you take the sign.
Huh?
He said the
Take a
drop
what?
over distance. The ground
You
drops
take the
away
sign.
over a distance. No, Parsival, stop. You understand that as the surface goes away from you on a sphere, the surface drops down away from you due to the curve, yes? Do you understand that?
If you draw a tangent line on the surface,
No.
of the
See, why can you not just say? Why are you using little
I'm
weasel?
describing it in
Why are
more
you being a
detail than
weasel?
you, right?
Stop being a weasel. The
I'm not-
ground or
you
the
don't
water
understand basic
drops
trigonometry.
away from you physically, yes, in a curve.
Yeah, because it's a circle, right? The Earth is a circle.
The Earth
right?
is a circle, so it's not a sphere.
The cross section. This cross section is going to be a circle.
Wait, so is it
We're
a
not
sphere?
talking about a cross section. We're talking about the ground that you're standing on that's under your feet right now.
This
No
is yes
one
or
is
no,
standing in
Percival.
a cross section of the earth. And then secondly to that, you don't understand your own argument when you're claiming that this is done with trigonometry, because planar trigonometry requires two straight lines to begin with. And we're not standing on the center of the earth in a dissected flat earth as you're claiming.
We're not even letting him get into
Are
the
you
trig.
unfamiliar with a unit circle?
No, listen, you're not even getting into this. This is how much of a pussy obfuscator he's being, and we're going to pin him to this. So
Yeah, I mean, I can teach you guys basic trigonometry if you
surface
want.
water is supposed to curve down and away from you physically when you're on that beach. Yes.
Yes or no, Percival?
There is an arc.
Wow,
right?
why can he
The
not?
surface-
Why? How? Listen to this. This is how mentally ill this guy is.
We're
He
saying the
can't
same
even
thing.
say no. You're not. I'm saying the water is dropping physically down and away from you due to the curve of this body of water. Yes.
Yes or no, Percival?
Yes, the water, the surface of the earth, the
what's the
water
water
level is going to curve, right?
The
That's what you
water
wanna hear.
curves, so it goes down and away from you.
I would say that the water curves.
Water
like
curves
an
down
arc,
and away
right,
from you.
of a
Right.
circle.
Okay. So who measured that curve?
He's back to the circle shit, though. He tried to add a caveat. He doesn't want to say it's dropping. He keeps saying, "Oh, it's a circle." Like he's
The
just
surface
determined
is
enough to get it.
dropping away from you, Parsifal. Yeah, down and away from you.
The problem, drop means it implies like falling. Right?
Yeah, it's a simple question.
I would say
Parsifal.
that a drop is a change in the y coordinate, right?
So away from you, in front of you, in a straight line, it's curving down. The water, yeah.
It's an arc.
The water is curving down.
I think we can agree that.
So the water is curving down.
Because what I want to do is I want to draw a diagram.
So Parsifal, the water is curving downwards.
And you're saying that the arc is modeled by the 8 inches
is the
per
water
square
curving
mile,
downwards?
right?
Is the water curving downwards?
Yes.
Yes.
The surface
over 10 miles,
is
it curves. So it's
arc,
over 10 miles, it curves
circle.
down, and there's a 60-foot drop from point A to point B. Yeah. According to the religion.
If you're using the parabolic, approximation, right, it's going to be approximate, and if we use trig, it's going to be more accurate.
So what's it going to be? Point A to point B, that drop over 10 miles, Mr. Maths.
Okay, so the equation that you want to use.
I don't care.
is-
Don't care about
I
all
mean,
that.
you
Just give me a
use, like,
number.
sine and
Give me the
cosine.
number. Just give me the number in feet.
Distance per mile. Let's go.
This is your belief.
10
Why can't
miles.
you tell me?
How much drop,
Give me a
Percival?
second. I'm going to get some paper, pen and paper.
Okay, yeah, Parsifal's going to work it out. Pop him on mute until he's back.
Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just go to a globe Earth curve calculator like literally everybody else? Anyway,
Yeah,
whatever you
Parsifal,
want.
you can't just go onto Google and type in curve calculator, and for all you other new people here, simple check.
Yeah, great conversation, man. Now we got things on track here. People, they're seeing how there isn't an answer. We got Percival's the only guy that wants to step forward and do this, but if there's anybody else in there that can belly up to the bar.
Stomping
Oh, hi, I
like
wanted
grapes,
to-
boy.
I'd like to ask a question. Does it have to be related to this topic, though?
Well, we can't really move forward until we deal with point 1, and this is it.
Yeah, this is point 1.
I just want to ask a quick question. I'm not going to debate hard.
Well, and just before we start this with this new guy, sorry, we'll get to you in a second. Parsifal, don't just start fucking coping in the chat. You've got a job. Go and do it. Get your number, bring it back, and then we'll start the conversation.
Seriously, you
Who's the
wouldn't
new
think
guy?
it would be so hard to wrestle a simple equation out of a science file.
Yeah, he's all about the math, but then as soon as we're asked for a fucking number, he's nowhere to be seen. Who's the new guy asking questions?
Hi, I'm Max. Sure. I just wanted to ask about like eclipses and stuff because you guys. Well, I was talking to AJ earlier, and I think we were talking about how I forgot what we were talking about, but then I started thinking about stuff, and I was like, how does an eclipse work on like a flat Earth model? So I was just curious about that.
Well, again, that probably doesn't prove the shape of the Earth that we're living on, but there's also eclipses that are impossible.
Well, it's just because you guys say that the sun moves like across like the sky, right?
Well, we observe that, don't we?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
how can we see the moon at the same
Have you heard of the Selenian eclipse?
The eclipses have been observed for like thousands of years. So there's something called the solar cycle that these eclipses have been looked at for many generations. And you can actually look this up, the solar cycle. It was actually proposed way before the Earth being a globe was even introduced. So people observe. Yeah, the solar cycle.
But when was that proposed?
Thousands of years. You need to look it up though. But it has before the Earth was even thought to be as a globe.
Was that before the ancient Greeks? Because I thought they thought it was a globe.
Yeah, but go. I need you to look it up. Actually, I'm busy right now because I'm cooking. But look up the solar cycle, and you'll see that way before in ancient times, people were already mapping out the stars and such. So that didn't come by the Earth being a globe or anything like that. That was just people looking up at the sky and mapping out stars and their movements and such.
Yeah, they've been navigating by the North Star and other constellations for thousands and thousands of years, way before the globe.
You should know that. That's just history, bro. That's nothing new. But yeah, look up solar cycle.
Wasn't okay. The
Okay,
solar cycle.
so Max, just to give you some, you're not satisfied with that. We're not claiming any specific.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. You're cutting out a bit.
Saying you're not claiming any specific mechanism for an eclipse, because how would you verify? All you can do is observe it happen.
I'm confused. So, but loads of people work on different stuff. Like people work in like different science like places across the entire world. Are you saying like we have been to space and stuff? Like that's like fact.
No. Listen. You know you have.
Incorrect.
Them, you maybe believe soon.
But like that's probably thousands of people working in different places. Like you can't like say that.
So
all
which one
those
of them?
people are lying.
Which one of them verified the mechanism of an eclipse?
I thought you had one question. That's like 2 or 3 already.
Well, that's
that's an impromptu inquisition.
I'm going to stick to your initial question about the curious. How do you think they proved a mechanism?
How they proved what? Sorry.
How would they prove what the cause in practical material terms? You think someone's done that?
I actually couldn't hear what you said a bit. You were cutting out a bit for me. I don't know.
Do you think someone has proven the material cause of an eclipse?
Well, I think it's assumed. Well, not even assumed. Like observed that it's the sun.
No. You're correct. It is assumed.
Okay.
So who's the person, or what did they do to verify the story that you were told?
Wait, so in a flat Earth model, you don't know if it's the moon passing in front of the sun or the sun, or
you
the
don't
Earth
see
silhouette
the moon.
on the moon.
You don't see the moon passing in front of the sun.
Are you saying it's just like an object?
Well, how would you verify what it is?
But what about in the case of like a shadow on the moon? What would that be?
Yes. So the globe story says you get the sun, the Earth, and the moon in a perfect alignment.
Oh no, I know what that is. I was wondering what the flat Earth.
No, but this is the globe story, yeah.
I know how those ones work.
Okay. So now, what if we raise the sun and the moon up above the Earth? So instead of in a straight line, it's like a V with the Earth at the bottom. Can a lunar eclipse happen then? Can a shadow be cast onto the moon then?
Sorry, say that again.
Right. So imagine the sun, the Earth, and the moon in a straight line. That's the lunar eclipse that you're told about on the globe. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Now lower the Earth down, so it's beneath the sun and the moon, like in a V formation.
Okay.
With the Earth at the bottom. Now,
sure.
Can the Earth's shadow eclipse the moon in this position?
No.
No, right? So what if I told you that there's an eclipse where exactly that happened, called the Selenian eclipse? You ever heard of that?
How does that work?
Well, how would it work if it's the shadow of the Earth when the Earth is in that position?
How do I spell it?
Selenion. Selenian.
Got it.
It's called the impossible eclipse, quote unquote. It's called the impossible eclipse because on the globe model, it should be impossible, right? So we know what's not causing the eclipse, which is the Earth's shadow in alignment, because it's not in alignment. But does that mean we know what is causing that? And you say it's a shadow, it comes off red. Shadows aren't red. So what's causing the discoloration, eclipsing of the luminary? It doesn't tell us that. We just see it happen. But it does tell us that it's not due to alignment, like the globe model says. You understand that?
Due to somebody opened a Behelit, that's what caused it.
Yeah, that's
So
nice.
I'm just looking at this eclipse.
So while he's looking at that, I have a quick question on what you just said. Is it your belief that the moon and the sun move and the Earth does not? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we observe and experience the sun and the moon moving. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
okay.
don't experience or observe the Earth.
Okay, gotcha.
I found the eclipse you're talking about. It's not quite what you were kind of implying it was. This is
Go on, tell us
this
about
is
it,
just
since you just read it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry, I just found because when you were explaining it, you made it, well, from my perspective, it made it sound like it looks the same as a lunar eclipse, but
It's a type of lunar eclipse. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's saying it's observable from the center. So the eclipse, it doesn't look the same as an eclipse. So it's like if you're on, let's say the sun is on one side, the moon is on the other, right? And you're on what would be
Yeah?
Sorry?
The sun and the moon are on either side above the horizon. Yeah.
They're on opposite horizons, yeah.
So they're not in a straight line with the Earth. Yeah.
No, they can't. They are. They
How
totally
are they
are.
if they're both above the horizon?
They're both above
Refraction.
one of them's bigger than
Hey,
the other.
quick question. So, if the Earth is flat, how come?
Bye.
Yeah, so if they're both above the horizon, they're both above the Earth, meaning not in line.
That's
not in a
refraction.
straight
They
line.
aren't above the horizon.
If they're to be in a straight line, they're supposed to be below the horizon, or one's supposed to be below the horizon. Right? That's the story according to the globe model. So the
Right, but the eclipse
explanation
you're
that you've
talking
already set
about
up-
isn't. I can't see anything that shows it being like a complete eclipse, like what you're talking about. If anything,
It's shadows from the top down. We've got plenty. I'm sure folk in the chat can
it's
post
not.
some
It's
of
not a
the
perfect
videos.
lunar eclipse. It's more of like a
It doesn't
bottom
matter.
heavy.
It doesn't matter what it is. How can the shadow of the Earth at all
No, it
go
does
onto the
matter.
moon? Okay, well, explain to me then. If the sun and moon are above the horizon, how is the shadow of the Earth coming up towards the moon from below when the sun is also above?
Well, because it's not.
How's
It's
it
not a full
rebounding?
perfect. It's not a full perfect.
It
lunar
wouldn't get
eclipse.
any shadow of it.
These topics can be point for point, which wouldn't lead us to any directionality, because there is a globe Earth explanation to this.
No, this isn't even. No, this is just looking at like basic perspective. If you were like explaining.
Yeah, basic perspective, unexplained. So we're not going to.
It is explained.
Okay, show us the diagram. Show us the diagram for how that shadow can eclipse the moon.
Yeah, so far as the globe Earth can explain, there will be an answer.
I'll send it to you. Where are you? What's your name?
There will be an answer for the Earth, but it's not going to be one that's sufficient for logical, consistent perspective. It will be an answer, however, and people will be arguing the toss over whether or not it can happen or not. And you guys,
Is that the eclipse you're talking about?
To cut to the chase, there's no.
I can't post it in the chat. I sent it directly to you. I'm not high enough level or something.
To cut to the chase, there's no perspective answer that the globe model even proffers. They actually say it's some sort of imaginary refraction, which is unverified. So instead of going through this song and dance, where you think that you've got some sort of perspectival solution to this conundrum, let's just not do that.
This isn't a Selenian, Max.
It said it was on the website.
I repeat, there's no perspectival solution to this problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fruitful in the end.
Isn't it just about refraction?
No,
No, it's not. It's about the geometry. Remember, the argument from your side is that there's a syzygy, i.e., a straight line between the sun here and and presenting an example where that's not the case, and they're not in a straight line still occurs. That refutes the claim that syzygy is the cause of the lunar eclipse. But now you're going to have to adjust the claim and say, no, it's not about them being in a straight line. Now they can just magically appear above the horizon. They're not really. That's the only cloak left. Zero.
They say it's refraction. Everything is refraction. Refraction.
Yeah, everything is imaginary. Everything is not really there. The moon that we see eclipse is actually below the horizon. Just a mirage of the moon. Right?
All right, yeah, it was an entertaining little sidebar that you had there. Is Percival back with his answer?
Yeah, it's been like a half hour for a simple equation. What the hell?
Well, yeah.
Percival, you got it? Because he deafened himself.
Oh, you deafened? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. The interesting thing about like those questions that you guys have, they're all derivative to the fundamental one, which is, has there been any drop over distance measurements? I'm the party pooper, guys. I'm the one.
What's the aim of the drop over distance thing? Because as far as I'm aware, right, there's a common flat Earth sort of point, which is to say, like, you know, the Earth's curve is 8 inches over every mile, right? Which is what.
No, the argument is there is no curve.
I hear what you're saying, man.
Well, no, that's the one that they cite, right? Which is a parabolic.
That's what.
Well, here's listen what I got. Listen to what I got real quick, because what I have to offer is a little bit different than that. I don't go in the way of saying that because of the fact that like the claim is not mine. So I would say whatever it is that measurement has been done, I would say, has it ever been demonstrated? So my thing is not that somebody's saying 8 inches per mile squared, but that who's ever measured it anytime in history, the drop over distance, and with that, the type of measurement that has been done, including what type of drop over distance. It could be 8 inches per mile squared. It could be whatever it is.
Do you know why people use that measurement?
Yeah,
they use that measurement in the age of sailing to find if a ship had sunk over the horizon.
Yeah, you're going along with me and saying that, yeah, okay, let's say that that's debunked or we don't use that anymore. That's fine. Now, what I do need to know is which measurement is being done. Which one? What is the drop rate over distance? If it's not that, fine. I'll agree with you. Let's look for which one it is. Now then, now that we're on point, which one is it?
So you want a
drop over distance measurement? Yes. Go ahead.
Whatever you got. Sounds like nothing.
Give it to me, baby.
Well, hold on. Let's not do the fallacy of putting me on the spot. Okay,
No,
I don't
no,
know. The only thing I'll do right now, right? I'll see if such a number can even be produced, right? Because drop over distance would obviously depend on your eyesight.
Well, how else can you measure if you don't
relative to sea level? And so it's going to be flawed, right? It's always going to be a flawed measurement, right? Because there's depressions. So the geometry of the Earth is important here because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right?
So you're telling me it's going to be
it's whatever you're going to get is an approximation that's going to be somewhat inaccurate, right? It's not going to be perfect, right? If you're talking about drop over distance, that is.
Yes, right? yes. But who's ever done it, my good sir?
But why does it matter if it's accurate or like not? You just have an approximation.
Why does it matter if it's real?
Who's ever done it?
I'm just saying that. Look, right?
That is what
I don't think
because then it might not be real.
If
obviously
Earth,
it needs to be verified by measurement.
Earth is roughly a spheroid, right? Has
Yeah, no, it's not.
Wait, okay. Let me just.
Measured how? Measured how? Don't tell us what it is. Tell us how it was measured and determined to be that. We already know what you say it is.
Come on,
guys.
Heretic. I was about to just go into the drop over distance thing. I wasn't trying to just make the claim, right? The drop over distance thing. The drop over distance thing. Is usually referenced, I believe, right, to talk about the 8 inches per mile, right?
No, it's not.
The issue. Well, that's what. Of course, it is. Well, where do you get it from? Where do you get the drop over distance from?
Because the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape, as far as a sphere goes, anywhere on the surface would be a drop over distance. Is that not the consequence of the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid? My good sir.
Well, you can give rough estimations. I don't know what the exact estimation would be.
Good. Let's go with that. But now, if that is the case, then what is the correct drop over distance rate, sir? I'm asking you. If it's not 8 inches, that's fine. Give me the correct one so that we can go and verify this. Anyone can, because we can now have the information to go and verify it. So what is it? That's all I'm asking.
So it depends. It depends on your how far above, even your basic height, how far your eyes are above sea level, right?
Just 1 foot above it.
1 foot above it.
Why do you keep making caveats and trying to qualify it this way?
Well, we have to make sure that the math.
If you want the math,
why don't we keep it consistent?
You're asking for the maths, right? And like
no, I don't care. We already know.
He's a little fucking rat.
We want to know how it was determined to be that. What don't you get?
Well, I don't
He's a little fucking
rat. Have nuance here, like educate people.
Why don't we keep it consistent? The other guy is still working on
What's a nuanced
curvature
thing?
over 10 miles, right? 10 miles, we're on a lake, one side to the other. What's the drop?
Yep.
Do you know?
For anybody listening right now, this isn't nuance. It's the logical way that we would describe the Earth that we live on. If it was a sphere, it would have a drop over distance. Now, that's what I'm saying. I'm actually speaking to the group. And you can get triggered and say all kinds of mean, nasty words. But if you don't have the answer, what else do you got to contribute to this conversation? Except for mean, nasty words. Are you logically thinking about this? Are you engaging with this conversation?
I wouldn't profess. I wouldn't profess to be a mathematician, but I would say that what you're doing is a common talking point. Like where I think either you or someone else did give a number, right? And that number was a common flat Earth talking.
Okay, you're not the one. Who's got the measure of the
way.
drop over
If you're gonna keep muting people like this, you're not gonna have people in this room.
You're never gonna have people in the.
It's pretty simple.
Who just told us how to moderate this biggest room on the server so far?
He's like, you're never gonna have people in this room.
Yeah, people get bored of it in like 2 months.
Why is it so difficult, if you all believe you live on this ball, to go onto Google and type in to find out what your belief is, curve calculator, right? You go into curve calculator and you type in 10 miles and you get the number of how much drop is expected and you tell us what it is. This is what you're supposed to believe.
You tell us what it is.
Stop
straw manning us about saying it's this or that instead of what you say it is. Just tell us what you say it is. Then tell us how it was determined to be that. Real simple.
That's pretty easy, right, guys?
Well, can you unmute the guy who's trying to debate this?
He's not capable of debating shit.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, okay, heretic. By the way, if you want to go on a date with me, hit me up. But the
Listen,
aside from that,
listen. The Google thing I just said to you. Did you hear what I just said about Google?
Wait, yeah, but you gave a number, didn't you? It was your accent. It was a Scottish accent, right? You gave a number. What was the number you gave? Can you recall?
For the drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, what was the number?
So it's over 60 feet.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Why is it burden?
That's what the globe
he asserted it. He asserted it, sir.
This isn't my assertion. Wait. This isn't my assertion. This is the globe model that you're here defending.
Who? Where did you get that number from?
Right. So go into Google. You got Google open?
What? No, because some of the for instance, the NASA thing, the 8 inches over a mile is
I'm about to show you the answer to your question. You got Google open?
I have Google open, yeah.
Right, type in curve calculator.
NASA, the company that flies rockets around that radius, you said they have it wrong.
Well, NASA, they did release a publication saying 8 inches over a mile, but it is inaccurate.
Have you typed in curve calculator?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Why are you not going to do it? What are you afraid
Because
of?
I don't know what the maths means. So if you give me a formula,
you just type in 10 miles.
Listen.
10 miles, and it will tell you the number.
If you give me a formula, I don't know what the maths means, right?
Okay. Just Google curve calculator. 2 words, very simple. You don't have to do maths. It's a tool, so you don't have to do the math. So just type in curve calculator. You done that?
What?
You typed in curve calculator?
Yes, you do need to know the maths, because if a calculator is not using the correct formula...
There's a calculator that you can just put in, it'll do it for you.
CALCU. Yeah, see, the Globers are getting annoyed at you.
Well, I
So
mean,
you
you
type
can.
in curve calculator, yeah? Type in curve calculator. You done that?
I've
Such
not
a
done it.
stupid insult.
Why are you afraid of finding out what the curve
Well,
you
I'm playing
believe in
RuneScape
is?
right now, but the main
Okay, well, just mute this guy.
the
Just
main
mute
issue
this
here
guy.
is that
Just mute this
the
guy
main
because he's
Bye.
not paying
Who's
attention.
next?
He wants that cheese, but he doesn't want to
Whoa.
get snapped in the trap.
So
That's it,
we're
so they're
looking
scared
for
of the
someone
numbers.
here, a glober who actually comprehends what drop over distance is, right?
We,
And then tells
I
us
think somebody
how that
knows
was
that.
measured over the face of the Earth. So
My
any
God.
of you, yeah, if
It's
that's
10
you,
miles,
step
right?
up.
And 10 feet high.
Right,
Target
who's the
hidden
other
height
globe
should be
believers here?
25 feet. Don't know what this is supposed to show, but
Again,
Yeah.
cut to the chase. Every fucking glober already know who's been in this
So
debate.
who's got the curve numbers? Who's got the curve numbers? Believers.
Anybody want to step up? Maybe not, huh? Getting that smoke.
They're too scared. They're too scared.
Getting that smoke.
Bambi likes to make comments about shutting down the room and how it's not going to last long.
What?
Maybe he's
yeah,
got
probably
the number.
won't long term. I know this server very well. People will get bored after 2 months.
Yeah.
That's fine.
After
You're not
2
the best
months of not
moderators
being
either.
able to find, after 2 months of being unable to find any evidence for this curvature that you can't even tell us what it is.
Yep.
That's
Bro,
when
I
I
just
get bored.
plugged it in. It said
intimidating anybody
target hidden
here?
height should be 25 feet, but I don't know what this is supposed to show.
Once
What's
done,
supposed to be 25
done
feet?
so many times, of course they
Target
get
hidden height of like an object behind the curvature
I
of the
would.
Earth.
For what
I don't know
distance
what
and
this is
what
supposed to mean.
observation height? For what distance?
Eye height is 10 feet.
Your eye height's 10 feet.
Target
And
distance
what's the
10
distance?
miles. Horizon
Okay.
distance is 3.8 miles.
Okay.
I don't know
So
what
who
this is supposed
measured
to
that?
show.
Well, yeah, so what it's supposed to show is then you go, okay, is this what we see in reality? Right? So when you go and look out 10 across this 10-mile lake, your horizon has got to be at 3 point whatever miles you said, yes?
3.87, yeah.
3.87, right? And then there's a drop of, what do you say, 25 feet?
It says target hidden height is 25 feet.
Okay, so the target
That's
hidden
what you
height is
mean.
25 feet. Okay. So who's measured that in reality ever?
I haven't done this myself, so I don't know.
No. I don't expect you to have
You
done
just
it. But
asked me
they're
to like look
saying
it
the
up on my
Earth's a globe.
calculator, right?
Yeah. I asked you to look up what the number is so that you understand this is the globe claim that you believe in, yes?
Right.
Right. So who has measured that in reality?
Well, I could go on YouTube.
Could you? Please
Yeah,
do.
but he's
Yeah, I'll
asking
see.
who's ever
Okay,
done
have
it.
a
You
look.
can just say simply, I don't know who's ever done it, or I can look it up because I don't know. But if you don't say I don't know, then we're gonna keep thinking you do know. You know what I mean? Just be honest.
Oh no, I know he doesn't know.
What?
That's all right.
So if
So you
somebody says
don't
they
know.
don't know, you
who's
think they
measured it.
know?
No.
No.
If,
Listen.
do you know? Yes or no? Do you know?
No, I'd have to look this up.
That's
Okay,
That's
please,
why I said
look
I'll
it
go
up.
on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that's fine. You go on YouTube, look it up, and tell us who you find. Yeah, is that fair?
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
going to
cool.
come back and he's going to
Nice
say
one, bro.
Eratosthenes. That's what he's
Nice
going to
one.
come.
See that's an advanced glober
Distance
right there.
of 10 miles
He was able to go on the curvature
from
calculator
eye
himself,
height.
put the numbers in himself. That's high level stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty
Mute yourself while you're actually looking for it, though, so we don't have to hear you.
Yeah.
Please.
He's
All
going to
right.
say he's going to say the ancient Greeks today. He's going to say it. Watch.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Let's just put some bets on it. This is the ancient Greeks. He might come across Jaren.
By the way, for the flat
Which
earthers,
flat
why
earther do you?
don't you guys use the now 0.318 formula? Makes more sense. Because it
We don't
doesn't
have
the one
to
that
use any
us guys
formula.
used.
I mean, like when calculating
We
for the globe Earth.
we let them choose the formula because it's their belief. They say that's not what it is. What is it then? Okay,
Well,
see ya.
then they should say it's 0.318.
Then yeah, take it up with them. Nothing to do with us. This shit's ridiculous.
By the way,
Funny
like
stuff.
how I put it, if I were to actually represent their model, even if they're not doing it correctly, I would use the 0.318 formula, which would be
Yeah,
worse.
I'm not spoon feeding them. If they want to understand their belief so that they can argue it, I'm going to make them do the work, which is why they're spazzing out so hard. Well, that last guy, to be fair, managed to do it. The other guy before it couldn't even bring himself to Google the curve calculator. He doesn't want to look at the numbers. It was the same as the guy we had in last night. He said, "You're not qualified to look at the numbers." These guys are self-censoring themselves because they're such pussies and statists that they're like, we can't question the government's numbers. We can't even look at the numbers.
That's pretty fun.
It's ridiculous.
The
There's no
preamble-
argument or debate here.
In about 2 months, people will be tired of this, and then they'll just leave. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, you wish.
No, it'll never happen. It'll never happen.
Never gets boring.
I've been doing this for, 9 years now? And I love it, every minute of it.
It's funny, man. It's can't believe it. It's
He's
unbelievable.
coming up to his decade. You should just say that instead, Miggy. I've been a flat earther for a decade.
I'm like Achilles, man. Is there no one else? Because there isn't.
Yeah. You'll never find what we've been asking these guys for. That's why they do what they do, what you just saw them do when we asked for it.
Let's check in with the YouTube guy. YouTube guy, how's your search coming?
I mean, my
that
God,
measurement?
it sounds like we're speaking alien language or something. Huh? Oh, you
I'm
mean
trying to
this?
figure out what to even type in.
Well,
tried to type in like 10 miles fucking curvature.
I don't know what direct measurement of. I don't know. You tell me. It's your belief, bro.
Bro, go ask
Why don't you just tell me to give an example of why this is wrong?
How do you
According to the
find
math,
shit
that's
on
just
the
what it says,
internet
right? It's
when you
25
don't know what
feet.
to type in? How do you even
Well-
find anything when you're searching for stuff when you don't know what to look for? You
Bro,
just say, "Oh, I
You
don't know."
asked
I
me
type,
for an example of it in reality.
how many feet of
Right.
drop over 10 miles? Type that in.
Well, 10 miles drop.
Ask ChatGPT, man. How did they calculate the curve of the Earth? Go ask ChatGPT.
But I just did
Why
that.
didn't school teach you this?
They didn't want to believe it because it was using math.
Why didn't school teach you this?
They did it. Ask ChatGPT how it was physically measured. Go ahead.
By millimeters, just like your dick, because it doesn't hit the inch mark. Yeah.
Whoa. Compelling globe argument, bro. Earth must be a globe.
Cope and seethe.
It's too funny. So yeah, don't you think it's
I've got a
obvious?
small
It's very
penis,
difficult
and
for
it
you
must
to
be a
find.
globe.
I mean, they say it's so obvious that Earth's a globe, but when you try and actually find some evidence, like, oh, so they say it's 25-foot hidden height and a 3.8 mile horizon, then you go and look who measured that, and you don't even know where to start. Isn't that strange? Isn't that making you question your belief, YouTube guy?
I'm trying to type this in if you'd shut up.
Is my voice stopping your fingers?
Yeah, I've got like ADHD. I can't pay attention to voices and fucking type at the same time.
That's all right.
Well, I have high hopes
You
for
take
this
your
one.
time. You take your time. I'm sure there's plenty of globers in here who already have the measurements ready to go. That's your clue. That's your cue, globies.
Today we're learning Google. Maybe later we'll get to your curvature measurements down the line. Baby steps.
From dumb
We already
flat
did
earthers.
that.
One at a time?
No, we
Saying,
already did all the fucking measurement shit, but you guys didn't want to accept it because you wanted it in real life, not like
Wait,
in
we already
like a
did it.
mathematical
When? What was the
equation.
measurement? Well, I didn't hear a single measurement provided by anybody in these last 2 hours when you've been
Yeah, you
asked.
just said you don't know who measured it and that you were going to check YouTube.
But
And
I
now you're
did it on a
saying we've
calculator,
already
the
done
one
all
that
the
you
measurements.
guys fucking gave.
No, but you said that it's all.
Earth curvature calculator, and I already said
You just said you
25
don't know
feet.
who measured it. Yeah, and you said you don't know who's measured that, and then you just said that.
No, you asked me
We've
for
already
a
done a
real life
measurement.
example.
Yeah, that's what a measurement is. A measurement is.
Yeah, that's the number. How was it measured?
But you said before you don't know, and then just then you said we already have all the measurements. So which is it? Do you not know, or do you already
I
have
got
the
the measurements from the calculator you fucking provided.
No, that's not a
dear.
measurement. That's a number. We're asking who measured that. Calculation based on an assumption. You understand the difference.
I believe you probably have to ask him about 2 or 3 times more before he understands.
I don't have that kind of energy.
I do.
Yeah, you do. Feel free.
So how was it measured? 8,000. Okay. How was that measured? I just told you 8,000.
No, but seriously, how did they measure it?
Since the time is equal to the distance, the time is equal to twice the distance under gravity.
This already is not what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
So if
I typed it in Chat GPT, that's also what you wanted.
No, that's not what we wanted.
If
Who said
if
that?
I was to tell you a measurement, dude, if I was to say to you that my table is 3 meters long, would I have had to have taken a physical measurement to tell you that my table is 3 meters long?
You take the gravity and the sine and the cos and the time divided by distance and speed.
Now the honesty. Let's see it. Is he
So
honest?
what we're asking is, you've now been given the measurement. So who was the person that directly measured the Earth to give us that measurement?
TikTok.
Back to ChatGPT, bro.
Back to ChatGPT.
So it was like 20 minutes ago. I asked you, did you find that number yet?
Do you guys just not fucking listen to people?
No, I'm not. I just want the number. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear dissertations.
25. Do I have to say it 5 times?
That's the measurement we're looking for. Remember?
Yeah, not
He
riding
asked
bikes
for
in the
literally a
park,
number.
playing frisbee with your friends, hearing stories. None of that matters to us.
My God, you're fucking retarded.
So you've been on YouTube for a while now, Bambi. How are you coming along? Got any names for us?
Oh, now I'm really confused. If you're asking how it's done, I'm looking up how it's done.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted an example, like a real life example.
Yeah, we do. So
that's why I was confused, like how you would do that without like a laser gun or some shit.
You don't need to be confused. Who's that? Or did they use a laser? Is that what they did?
I'm guessing so.
Okay, so could you find us that laser measurement? That would be good. Weird that it's not very readily available for all to see.
GPT.
Why is it taking so long, dude? This is so simple. It's been established, right?
Thousands of years, right?
That's what I listen. That's my main thing. It's like, dude, hasn't this been established already? Don't we have the values already? Who? And now I was always the only thing I'm asking is who's ever done it. Point to the guy and talk about it. If it's not you, then who? And then we'll discuss that. But everybody's like, well, I think I can get on top of a building. It's like, why now? Why you? Where's the person in history that ever done it? Because apparently every educational system on Earth is talking about the Earth being a globe. How do we get there? Anybody? Silence, huh?
Yeah, you guys are supposed to be standing on the shoulders of giants. Where's these giants at?
Yeah, what did these giants do? Where are they? Who are they?
Who physically measured the Earth's curvature? ChatGPT.
Drop over.
So you want me to measure the distance from LA to China?
Drop over distance. We've been saying this whole morning. Drop over distance, gentlemen. That's what we're asking for. Not who's ever measured it. Drop over distance.
10 miles at 1 foot high. That's an easy one, too.
I mean, we shouldn't be stumping a room full of intelligent humans with this information. I mean, it should be readily available with this age of information that we're in. Touch of your finger.
Flat earthers. You guys are supposed to be educating us on this spinning ball of water.
I'm just tired of this. I'm sick of it. You guys won't last another 2 months. 10 years later.
Yeah. We're always going to be here. The globe won't, though.
Oh, we got 5
You
billion
guys
years
are
left
going
or
to be
something.
mods by then.
Yeah, but this legacy will continue, my good man.
Man. Good man.
My good bean.
Man.
My old...
Hello, old bean. You gold matey skip me old chum leaf friggin' something else. Yes.
That's a good voice. I like that.
Yes.
We've got a new candidate. He wants the Bedford level experiment he's going to present to us. Mega is going to present that to us.
I will identify
Mega,
your
take the
items.
floor. Don't
Your
mind
side.
Claw.
I told you. I was going to be my other guess after Jaren. Bedford
Oh.
level.
Yeah.
Robot. We always choose the flat earthers when we ask them, hey, who's measured the curve? They list flat earthers. Why have none of you globies ever done?
They don't want none of the smoke. They're sitting there in silence, contemplating who's gonna go up next, man. Hopefully, our champion comes in here and gives them old flat earthers a what's for.
Who here is in 24/7?
Me.
Are you seriously?
Hell yeah, dude! Check out my profile.
Yeah.
24/7.
Yeah, I can't get in. I don't know why.
Oh,
I'm not banned.
Yeah, you must have fucked up.
I'm not
So
banned.
I
This has
looked
happened
at
before.
your
I'm not banned.
thing, and there was a bunch of different accounts, a bunch of which have been unbanned. So I don't know what account you're on or why
Yeah.
it's not letting you.
It's gay. This has happened like 2 times. I got Helio to fix it 1 time. I got unbanned from Helio once.
Helio. Well, yeah, now it'll probably get fixed.
Freaking Radwin.
Message CJ. Ping CJ.
I don't know anybody.
He'll do the admin. We're too busy asking these guys who measured the curve.
We're so busy. We ask, where's the curve? We also tell them there's flat water, and then we had to get like
Then
12
you
pods to
bring out-
control the Globers freaking out in here.
You bring out the basketballs.
I don't think he can hear you, Radwin. He's talking over you, so I don't know if he can hear you or not.
I see.
Who's
got
muted?
one of those.
Claw,
So
do
really,
you hear
there's no more-
Radwin?
Say what?
Do you hear
me
Radwin?
talking? You ever hear me talking?
What's going on here? Should I reconnect?
I think you have Radwin muted.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's talking and you're over talking him, so yeah. It's
Hold on a
something.
second. Let me reconnect here. Hold up.
He might be the guy who turned me all the way down the other day.
Hey, Mega, the guy in chat who posted the Bedford level.
Oh, shit,
do you
my
know what
bad,
the
Mega.
word? Do you know what the word level means, Mega? I'll help you out because Google and dictionaries and all that's very difficult for the book.
Mega, are you going to talk about the Bedford curve experiment?
Wasn't that just to do the? Oh wait, Bedford curve.
Here you
Is that
go,
where the guy?
Mega.
Is that where the guy had the flashlight?
We'll
guy
just,
with the
jamming. We'll so the definition of level in the dictionary: even, flat, not having one part higher than the other. He's parallel.
So he saw a flame, not obstructive. Yeah, sorry, go
the
ahead.
Bedford level, then mean Bedford flat. Flat. Level. So how's that?
You're cutting out.
Well, level means flat, so Bedford level, Bedford flat. Where's the curve?
Are you guys confused about the word? Like, you guys think horizontal actually means curved? I want to ask this because it seems like you guys are really kind of screwed up. I ask, hey, when you look at the horizon, is it actually curved? And they say yes. And I say, do you know that means horizontal? And do you know horizontal means flat and level? And they say, and they fucking freak out.
Yeah, and they'll try to redefine the word so that it no longer means what it's always meant. That it actually means curve of a ball. Sure.
I think it was a good idea for you guys to come out here. To be honest, it's like, what other server can you kind of reach people in? That's good. I like that.
Appreciate you, whoever said that. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're very charitable.
Well, the problem with our other server is we run it so nice that when the trolls actually arrive, like here, they just show up in the room. There, they never get past the lobby, so they can't even get in to troll the actual live stream.
Yeah, you probably remember me then. It's Claw, man.
Claw, yeah, Claw knows me.
Yeah. Can't get in
Yeah,
his goddamn
it's
server. It's pissing me off.
Right, Claw. I'll send your ID into the mod chat and see if
Yeah, that'd
anyone
be
can help
great.
me.
I even reclaimed this account too, just because that one wasn't working. I don't know why. This happened
Well,
before.
I DM'd you the ones that were saying
Let me
that they were.
see.
So those should have been.
Yeah.
Get on those accounts. Those should be able to get in. See what the other guys can do.
That's super weird. Like a conspiracy against claws everywhere.
Did we run out of globe champions?
They're here. They're just not talking now.
Who's next? Is there no one else?
Seriously. I thought I was gonna get at least a couple that were against. Guess not.
How about this NATO character? My NATO cope offensive.
Who we hanging this week? We don't hang everybody in town.
Oh, surprisingly, I got unmuted.
No, that's the first thing they say when they want to tell everybody how the room is moderated.
Surprisingly,
okay.
I'm on.
Well,
It's okay though, NATO. NATO, you're
well,
just in time. We were just
can I-
getting to. Wait a minute. We were just getting to the curve measurement that the guy was about to present. Do you have anything for that?
Not that specifically, but I have other subjects.
Well, that's all we need.
We
Do your other subjects? Do your other subjects assume a curvature by any chance?
Of course.
Okay, well then we'll need to verify that assumption first, you see. So could we verify the curvature and then you can tell us about your other ones? Because otherwise you're making an assumption that you don't have any evidence. Does that make sense, Nathan?
Are you asking me to make a experiment myself?
No. Just who in history that we could replicate if we wanted to verify it, measured that drop over distance. That we assume later on for your story. Read the curve first before we get to the sense.
Are you speaking too low, or did he hear you? Because I don't know.
Did you hear me, Nato?
I mean, I've been on a plane high enough. I've kind of seen a curvature, so.
No, but I mean, who's measured it like on the ground, drop over distance that we can all go and measure? Because you don't want to go like 30,000 feet in the air to measure the ground. That's silly. You do it on the ground. Like, who's verified that?
Well, I don't have the resources to measure the massive
No, I'm not asking
stretch
you
of
to measure
land.
it. I'm not asking you to measure it. I'm just saying if you Google who measured the drop over the distance, you know who did that?
Well, you're asking me a specific question, so I can't really answer that.
Yeah, that's how questions work. They're specific about things.
Yeah, not that specific question.
Yeah, like because you were saying that you've got these arguments, but I said, does it assume curvature? And you said yes. And I said, okay, so let's verify that assumption first before we move on to just assuming it. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's up with the delay? Is he processing it, or what?
I think they're starting to realize there's no globe.
I don't understand the delay. So yes or
you
no?
still with us?
Gee whiz.
Is NATO offline?
His brain might have went offline. Man,
Oh, short-lived.
it's like you're asking for the schematics of how they built Rome or some shit. What the hell?
Well, I mean,
do make it out to be like that.
Well, I mean,
you can just say I don't know.
Last time I was here, the other guys denied that gravity existed,
Okay, so another topic, right?
Change the subject real quick.
So another topic. Change the subject. That's the way to go about this. Why does everybody do that?
I'm not changing the subject. It's,
You are.
It's part of it.
You're not. You're
Has
doing
nothing to do with
exactly
what we just
that.
asked.
You're changing the topic to gravity.
Give me a second. Let me elaborate.
But if you don't have the curvature measurements to show us, right, then you don't have any globe to base any kind of claim of gravity on, so it's all moot after that. That's the first thing you need. You can't go forward from there and claim globe for anything without that.
Correct.
So
why did you mute?
This
Why did you mute
conversation
me?
is just something that you can use to waste our time, right? And not actually prove your globe.
Why did you mute me though?
So that I can say
doesn't
that
matter.
instead of you
I
just
felt- I
babbling a
felt-
bunch
I
of
muted
nonsense that
you.
nobody needs to hear.
It's okay, 'cause I already preempted this. I said, does your argument assume
Well, excuse me. You're not. Well, if you're here to dictate how people should think or speak,
No. I'm here to point out your logical fallacy if you're going to assume the answer in the premise and not actually verify that. This is why we start with the fundamental assumption, which you agreed you made, which is curvature. Yeah? You agree you're making that assumption.
well, frankly, I don't know if I want to speak. I mean, if I do speak, I'm just gonna
Oh
be.
my
I'm just gonna end
God.
up getting muted.
All right,
So.
just sit there in silence, bro. Let somebody else speak then.
Man, the violins, I hear them already.
Jeez Louise.
Well,
Please,
that's another globe contestant down. Who's next?
somebody with a little more scruples than that guy.
Go ahead and pop yourself on mute.
I was pretty fair with you. You agreed you made the assumption. Obviously, we need to verify assumptions. It's not unreasonable. Very logical. But if you don't like having logical or making a logical argument, I understand. We can speak to someone else.
Well, I did do quite a few logical arguments prior to me getting muted last time, which was a discussion. Excuse me, which was a discussion. What I heard was a regarding- question and then a really long pause where you weren't muted. That was your chance to kind of answer the question. Now you're just complaining about being muted. So
yeah,
maybe next time you get a long gap, use that to fill it with an answer, perhaps.
Yeah, because your whining and concern trolling is not globe proof, and all we're asking for is globe proof. You see.
Yeah, because when you say your globe proof is gravity, that globe proof assumes curvature. Well, we need to get to the fundamental assumptions of that quote-unquote proof, which is the curvature for starters.
Wolfgang, your mic is kind of a little bit muffled, bro. A bit muffled. But I would speak, but you guys keep muting me, and I'm like,
I'm going to set the building on fire. They moved my office one more time.
Yeah, I'll talk about anything and everything other than what you guys are asking about. If you just stop muting me, nah, no thanks.
It's okay, man. We can just rip the band-aid off and tell you that what you think is there isn't there. A lot of times we send people on wild goose chases to look for something that they believe exists. NATO. If you're saying the curve exists, well, fine. Where is it? Go find it. Where's the measurements?
yeah, who else do we have that's piping up in chat but not in voice?
Mega?
Mega? Do you want to say something? Use your words. That's the thing, man. People just keyboard cowboy. That's it.
Well, what are they saying? I'm busy doing something while talking to you guys. What are they saying in chat?
Basic denial stuff, you know.
Denial of the flat Earth or the round Earth?
They're denying the globe Earth by refusing to provide any measurements of its curvature.
Now's the time to boys. Come forth if you have the answers.
Just like the Bambi guy who was searching on YouTube for the measurement just dipped without providing anything.
I'm trying to think of like a joke for like that ties flat Earth in with 9/11. Which one's funnier? On a flat Earth, how were they able to do 9/11, or on a round Earth, how were they able to do 9/11? I think on a round Earth is like a funnier troll, right? Like if the Earth was round, how come they did 9/11? Right?
No, I would just go with flat Earth 9/11, the globe.
Yeah, when flat, you know, it was heard all around the globe.
Well, all we're doing is asking the people who believe in the globe for who measured any curvature ever, and none of them seem to be able to give us anything. Do you know anything? Do you know anyone who's ever measured curvature?
With drop over distance?
You mean like that ancient Greek guy, right? He measured
He
the
measured
curvature.
shadows.
Yeah,
No,
but
he
that's
measured
what
shadows.
he used shadows to measure the curvature.
No, you can't use a shadow to measure curvature of a surface.
Why not?
That's not. Well, how would that work?
There's a different angle.
No, the shadow is
drop
cast
over-
on a flat surface
That's
to
not
your
drop
eyes.
though, because that's I always point to that when people use Eratosthenes and bring him into the conversation. I always ask the question on a geometric shape, how is that measuring the consequent of that geometric shape being an oblate spheroid? That the surface of the Earth is curving at a specific rate. So, in order to find that out, you would actually look for the drop over the distance. Now, that being said, Eratosthenes did not do that. Just like as you stated, he was measuring shadows, and that's not drop over the distance.
Well, he's measuring the distance like from the light source, right? So,
Well, he didn't
if
do
that
that.
doesn't count, so what would
didn't do
count as like measuring the curve of the Earth? How would you
He
do that?
He didn't do that either.
Okay,
So you
but
said
how would you do that?
You said, but hang on a second. I got to clarify a few things. You said he measured for the distance to the light source, and he didn't do that either. He just assumed unlimited that the distance from the light source was unlimited. So he didn't do that either. So you're asking us the question of how would we do that? That the claim of the Earth being a globe is not ours to support.
You said he assumed that the distance was unlimited.
Yes, that's the story. That's how it went. Go look it up.
That's insane. You can't assume a light source is like he
That's
was
what
an
his
ancient
point
Greek. No, he never thought that the light source was unlimited.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, he did. You're just making things up now. Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
assumed
Go
it was
read up on it.
practically infinite distance away. That's what it's written down as.
Mm-hmm.
A practically infinite distance away from the sun. That's
Wait. Practically infinite or infinite?
Oh
because
my
practically infinite means really, really far away. Infinite means
How
like
far away does it mean?
it means really so far away that it hurts your
Yeah,
brain
like
to
in
think
numbers.
about it.
That sounds like a 3-year-old trying to tell you how far away is it? Really, really, really far away.
It is. That's what it means. Like
Yeah, how far
practically
is that?
infinite distance.
What
So
unit
how far away is
means
that?
What
very,
unit
very
of
far.
measurement is that?
Like,
What
dude,
unit of
the
measurement?
sun is fuck off far away. Like,
How
Is that
far
the
away?
You know that.
How
Is that a
far
unit
away?
of
it just seems so. It all seems to add up. It all seems so.
It all
That's,
seems to add
that's
up.
usually how
Yeah.
I answer
Makes sense,
people
bro.
when my wife says, "How far are we driving across Australia?" I say, "Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's a fucking long way away."
It's long. Yeah, you might think it's a long way to the chemist, but that's just peanuts compared to
Well, be the
space.
way.
You know?
So you just said it all adds up. So you've done the math on this.
You're a clown, dude.
It all adds up means it seems plausible, right?
It seems plausible based on what? What numbers?
What do you mean? What numbers? I
What
don't
unit
know.
of measurement?
Well, how does it seem plausible if you don't know
How
what the
does it
numbers
add
are?
up if you don't even have the
It all
numbers?
just,
What are
it
you
seems
adding
to
up?
make sense. Like I looked
You
at
said it
the
seems to
flat.
make sense, but you don't know
So-
what actually is making
yeah.
sense because you don't know the numbers.
Well, yeah. Why would it? Well, how would that change if I knew the exact
Well,
numbers?
because then
And I
obviously
said, yeah,
you
those
don't know what
numbers
is
seem
making
to all
sense.
make sense. Yeah, if I
You said
had
this-
all the exact numbers and I said that
Yeah.
makes sense,
Yeah.
how would that change anything?
Yeah, exactly. You would still be just as clueless and guessing as if you
Yeah.
did know the numbers.
So
wouldn't
wait,
you?
yeah, but so wait, like
Exactly.
then it's by your own definition. It wouldn't matter if I knew the numbers because
Yeah.
you
So
just
what you're
said
saying is,
I
your
knew the
belief is
numbers.
not based on anything other than whatever the numbers they say are. I would believe them.
No, it's
Yes.
just like okay,
Yes,
it
I'm
doesn't
hearing.
matter.
What you
The
just
sun,
said.
dude, it doesn't matter. Like if I know the exact distance between the Earth and the sun, why would I like have that memorized?
Exactly. But when you say it makes
That's
sense,
like trivia. That's
that would be
trivia
like
info.
assuming that you
I can
know
look
what
it
they
up.
actually say. It's like
Okay,
saying,
hold on.
I know that general relativity makes sense. What does it say? I don't know, but it makes
Well,
sense. You don't know.
General relativity is like the difference
That was
between
just an
general.
example. We don't
Okay.
have to get into that.
I
But the
do
point
I do
is,
have
you
some
can't say
understanding
something
of
makes
that.
sense. You can't say something makes sense if you don't know what you're even saying makes sense.
All right. So the sun is how far away? So if I know how far away the sun is,
Well, how far
then
away
it
do you
makes
believe the
sense.
sun is?
away is the sun? I believe it's really, really far away. I've seen visualizations
you're
of
googling.
it.
You're googling your own
No,
belief.
no, I'm not googling.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm
You're
not.
googling your own belief.
I promise you.
Okay, have a guess.
I'm not
Okay,
googling.
okay, fine. Even
Promise.
better. So tell me, based on your innate feeling of what makes sense, how far away do you think the sun is in
No,
miles?
no. It's not.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
an
no.
innate
Is it
feeling.
a million miles? Is it 10
I looked
million
at no.
miles? Is it
So
50 million
it's
miles?
I don't know. It's like fucking like 100 or 200 million miles or something. I don't know.
Damn.
Right, okay. And you said that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, based on what does that make sense?
Based on like all the coherent models of the universe, right?
Coherent
The sun is
models of the
far
universe?
away.
What the universe
Yeah,
is.
the sun is far away. It's 200
Looking at
million
the
miles
coherent
away.
models of the universe, 200 million miles now. So you're making
Yeah, it's
your own
like I don't know. It's I said it's like 100 or 200
So why?
million.
How does it make sense if you don't know?
What do you mean? How does it make sense if I don't know?
Well, you don't know how far away it is.
Yeah, because I don't need to know exactly how far away is it. It's
So-
it's 20
well,
kilometers
I'm
up,
not
right?
claiming- I'm not claiming how far away it is. So how does it make sense to you if you don't know what is making sense?
What do you mean? How does it make sense to me?
Well, you
It's
said the
just that's
distance
how
to the
far
sun
away
makes
it
sense.
is. What the fuck are you talking about?
Makes sense, but you don't know what the distance to the sun is.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. What am I wrong? Is that not the scientific
Not even
consensus?
close. You're not even
Okay,
close.
how far away is the sun?
Why don't you tell us? It's your belief.
I told you it's like 200, 100,
Oh,
whatever.
Okay, what's your source? What's your source for 200 million miles?
Or whatever.
I was just going off memory.
Repeat what he said. 200,
You
100,
just
whatever.
made it up.
So you just made it up.
Yeah, I just made it up.
Right. Okay. Well, do you have anything other than making things up for the globe?
Yeah.
You don't.
Oh, this is your
Wait, so
current
what do you
worldview.
have?
shouldn't
Hold on,
have
hold
to
on.
guess
I'm
and
not. I
Google
didn't
on the
make it
fly.
up. Okay, that's
You
what I
literally
heard.
just did.
You
Cardi,
just said
literally
you
just
made it
did.
up. What do you mean?
I was
You just said
joking.
so.
I was joking.
Sure.
Okay. So
Bro,
the
if I told
world.
you the sun was a million miles away, if I told you the sun was a million miles away, would you say that doesn't make sense or that does make sense?
A million miles away sounds a little close.
Okay, what if I said 10 million miles away?
It still seems a little close because the
Based
sun is
on
really
what?
big.
Oh,
Based
how
on
big?
like
How big is the
big
sun?
I've been told the
How
sun
big-
is.
How big
Yeah,
is that?
I'm not a physicist.
Okay,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
that's
any of
okay.
this
That's
shit.
okay. That's okay. How big were you told? How big were you told it was?
I remember watching Bill Nye, and he held this basketball, and he held like a pen, like a pen,
Right. Pen and a-
ballpoint pen ball, and he was
Okay.
like, "This over here is the sun. This over here is the Earth. The sun's
Okay.
really big." I actually think that
Okay.
maybe the basketball was Jupiter. I don't even know. The sun's
Okay.
like super. It's big. Like you
Right.
might think, like that
Uh-huh.
that fat trans person on Instagram is big, but like
Wow, this is
nothing
really
compared to
compelling
the
stuff.
sun.
Okay, so you don't know how big the sun is. Is that
No.
what you're saying?
I can guess.
So if you don't know how big it is, why couldn't it be 10 million miles, like I said?
Because like I've seen pictures that compare the size of the Earth to the sun, right?
Pictures, like photos or like cartoons?
No, like drawings, like illustrations.
Oh, like drawings, like illustrations. So what does that
Yeah.
prove?
Well, I mean, maybe they were like photos, but there was like a photo collage. You know, it would be
photo
like a photo
collage.
of the sun, and then
Dude,
they'd
you're a
size
clown,
it,
bro.
and then they'd
You're a
take a
clown.
picture of the Earth, and then they'd size that, right? Like,
So is that
what have
the
you
proof?
seen? Have you seen
See,
seen like the ice wall and the infinite expanse of the world after the
Dude,
ice
you're
wall?
a
You're
clown,
just making
bro.
stuff up again. You're making
Oh,
stuff up again.
You're a clown.
Story time.
See, this is. I mean, this is a classic case in point, right? The globe believers think what they believe makes sense, but in reality, they don't know what they believe. And
Doesn't make
the
much
idea
sense,
of
does it?
well, it makes sense that it's 200 million miles away, which isn't even the claim. They don't claim it's 200 million miles away. They claim it's 93 million miles away. And then he's like, well, it makes sense based on the size of it. Well, how big is it? Well, I don't know. I saw Bill Nye with a basketball and a pencil. What the actual fuck?
Critical thinking has went by the wayside, and we're seeing it live in action. So everybody who's in here right now is not engaging with their mind. They're just like saying things.
Yeah, they
Okay.
gave up. They completely gave up.
Okay, I have a question.
Apathetic and sorry. Go ahead.
So, just a question, because obviously I'm not that well informed, and you guys are more informed than I am.
Sure.
Yeah, can you please tell me or explain to me why all these multiple nations, such as China, North Korea,
Here we go.
They all like money and control. They all like power, control,
But
money.
wait, let me
influence.
finish. Let me finish.
I know the
Russia,
question.
U.S., all these countries,
Can
and
you name all the countries in the world?
universities, universities and students.
lately.
Can you name everything for us, please?
We've been talking about this amongst each other lately, and for you, we're going to put together the Flat Earth Psychic Network so we can read these people's minds and figure out why they're all telling the same false story about reality.
I want the Flat Earth religion.
1984. This is 1984.
The person who asked that, though,
George Orwell, 1984.
Are you under the impression that the authority doesn't lie to its people?
No, there's no way that's impossible.
This
That
isn't
can never
about
happen, ever.
authority. It's just even university students when they
No, but
when
they get
study.
their information from the authority. They get their information from NASA too.
Yes, but this stuff is. I mean, it's
So
backed
you're
up.
asking us
by
why would the government
backed
lie?
up by empirical evidence.
Like what? Okay, now that's a different argument now that you're making. What is the empirical evidence?
Almost everything they study.
It's
No, well, be specific. What is it?
Okay, things, for example, satellites and satellite technology and rocketry and orbits.
See, all that,
Then
all that
then we've got
all
to
that
kind of verify,
microwaves.
but where can we verify where these things are? I mean, are they in a place called space or are they just high altitude? Like, how do we verify?
That
Or are they just
depends
in the
on.
math?
That depends how high you want it to go.
So would this
There's
argument
things-
assume
there's
curvature
things-
of the surface then?
There's things that are floating in the exosphere. There's things floating in mid-orbit.
We're
There's
interested
things
in
floating in
stories.
high
We're
orbit.
interested in stories. We're talking about empirical. You said empirical, right? Which means observed, measured. Okay. Who measured the curve then?
Well, here's the thing. Before we go to who measured the curve.
No, that's where you're starting. You're
No,
starting
hang
with
on
an
a minute.
assumption.
No, hang on a minute.
Somebody must have, bro. Before they put Sputnik up there, they surely knew the Earth's radius prior to setting that up to orbit the Earth.
Yeah,
We're not hanging on a minute. This is the question. You can't move forward with any globe logic till this one's answered. So go for it.
Yeah, drop over this.
Can we stop with the intellectual dishonesty?
Nope.
No,
you can't.
The
That's
intellectual
clear.
dishonesty,
Yeah,
I pointed this out to the previous guy, was that your argument cannot assume
You're
something that you haven't
interrupting me
proved.
before.
No, because your question, your point about satellites, like the last guy with gravity, assumes the curve, right? So we're saying you need to verify that assumption before you can then say, because of curvature, I observe this to happen. You need to verify the curvature, yes? So you agree that your position assumes curvature, yes?
Surely.
You know what?
Yes or no?
You know what I'm going to
yes
say?
or no?
Let's hear the cope. Let's hear the cope. Your position assumes curvature.
Yeah. Here's the cope. You guys should be jailed flat earth.
Nice.
Yeah.
We should be jailed for accepting
man, you
reality.
should have let him
We should
finish
go
it,
to jail.
though. It's funny when they spiral.
Oh, I never muted them, wait.
So we should be sent to jail because he doesn't know who's verified curvature. So
You
we
sound
should go to
utterly
jail.
insane, bro.
Yeah, we should go to jail.
like communists.
No,
Yeah, they're
because
all like
you're
an
danger,
HAW
because you're a
little
danger to
communist.
society. That's why.
We're danger to society because you
This is intellectual.
Hold on,
Bro,
I need
calm
to
down.
speak to this guy. I need to speak to this guy.
Okay.
Right, so we're a danger to society because you don't know who's measured curvature of the globe that you believe in. Is that right?
No, this is intellectual barbarism.
Intellectual barbarism for asking you to verify your assumption of a curve. Why is that?
It's not my fault you failed at base.
So you can't just answer the secret, the point in question, which is the curvature. That's sad, bro. That's pathetic.
Atoms are intellectual barbarism. Why are you using those?
Yeah, he's talking about intellectual barbarism as he's saying these people with an opposing opinion should be in jail. These fools. The irony is so sick,
Because
they
what?
can't even, they're so deluded, they can't even
the US
appreciate the irony.
Well, all we're doing is questioning reality, bro. Like, we're accepting the reality we find ourselves in, and we're just trying to discuss it. So why would we have
Yeah,
to go to
they've
jail?
got no
for it like that?
clue. They've got no clue about this government story that they're in here telling other people they should be going to jail for disagreeing with it or asking questions about it. They don't know anything about it. They don't know what the curvature is supposed
I've
to be.
got that. I could
They don't
post
know the size of the Earth. They don't know the
post some-
distance to the sun.
Sorry, Cyclone.
They don't know the
government.
distances or the model, but we should go to jail for
hold on.
asking questions about it.
Did the government invent the story?
Not the
Is
government
NASA-
are lies.
is
They
NASA
tell lies.
cares?
I think that
Why
was
do you
the
guys
point.
keep bringing up the government?
I
Who cares
I
about the
could give you
government?
citations that verify the government are lying bastards.
No, it was NATO who brought it up.
No, Cyclone.
So the
said
government's
something about the
lying?
government,
That
right?
was the
Well,
question. We're
someone's
trying to
trying
address
to-
what he said.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, are they telling the truth?
Did the government invent the flat the globe Earth? I mean,
Well, which globe Earth are you
No,
talking
but the
about?
system.
I don't know, the one that the government invented.
Well, which one's that? Be specific. Is there a model that you can show us?
So if the plane, listen.
Well,
if
I'm
Earth
asking you.
is curved- Okay.
No, the
So
globe doesn't exist.
Okay.
It doesn't. I agree with that.
So why does the government say so?
Why does the government lie? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Do you think the government doesn't lie? Is that your thought?
No.
So you know the government lie.
About some things, yeah, sure.
Why do they lie?
I don't know.
Okay. So does that mean they
The
don't lie?
government lies.
Because you don't
The
know.
government lies to
Wait. I'm on something here. So because you don't know why the government lie, but you know they lie, but you don't know why. So does that mean they don't lie anymore?
How does that follow? Could you please?
Well, because you asked me why do they lie? If I say I don't know, does that mean they aren't lying?
No.
Okay. Well, then there you go. I'm not a mind reader.
Can I say something now? All right. Thanks for giving me the time to speak. But I observed, so I have a lot of back and forths with Crit. He's a very smart person. And to be fair, he does give some good arguments. But I wrote down something in my docs, my Google Docs form, that I don't think that he, and I think you could help me understand this, because, listen, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm willing to understand the train of logic that you guys are on, right? Hold on.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but I just have a question for you. That's it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, that's cool. You're welcome to ask your question.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were mad at me.
No. It's just because when I'm on a logical train leading to a conclusion with someone, I want to get to the end of it. Which what I'm letting Kenny Hyperborean realize is that it's not necessary to know the motive of why someone has lied to know that they have lied. And our position is, by direct measurement, they have lied. Someone's lied. The Earth is not the ball they've told us. So that's what we're focusing on. We can speculate all day about why the government lies to you, why people want to be in control of you and construct your entire worldview and take $70 million a day of taxpayer money. We can speculate on all that, but at the end of the day, we're more interested in the physical measurements which show conclusively that the Earth is not a ball like they've told us. So,
can I ask you a clarifying question?
Well, okay, just quickly though, because this Marvin Magic wants to jump in with something.
Thank you.
Now's your chance, Kenny.
Oh, I thought you wanted Marvin first. Okay, never mind. This story that the government is telling, right, that is a lie, that you say conclusively is a lie. When did that start? Do you know?
Well, if you want to go with this, it's a long history, but you can trace it back to the Pythagorean cult under Pythagoras. They revered the sphere as a sacred shape because they were into like sacred geometry. So they theorized, they thought, well, the sphere is the perfect shape because it's equidistant all the way around from the center to its side to the surface of it. And a number of other reasons. They said the sphere is a sacred shape, and because the sphere is a sacred shape, this must be what the perfect creator, because he believed that a creator made it, has put us on. So the very origins of the globe is in esoteric sacred geometry, Pythagorean cultism. That's the beginning of it. Then the Catholic Church picks it up and pushes it with Copernicus, and it goes on and on. So we can get into that separately, but let Marvin go with his question. You still there, Marvin? Marvin. You're open for me, Marvin. That's just me.
No, he's roboting here too.
All right, Marvin, your connection's bad. You need to improve your connection or reconnect or something. And you're still a little bit robot-y, but I can kind of make it out. Try it.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's a bit better now.
All right, thank you. So sorry, I'm in a bad spot, but it looks like it's getting better.
That's all right.
I'm on my phone. So just to give some awareness to this guy. For the past 2 weeks, we've been 30 users plus. Thank you, Rick, and all the other mods for keeping this room going. Appreciate it. You guys have managed to keep a large crowd in here and just really into types of ideas. No discrimination. We'll tackle any thoughts here, but I disagree. I don't think they're flat. Well,
Your signal's dropping.
God damn it.
But yeah, no, thanks for having us here. We've enjoyed the conversations. It gets a bit crazy sometimes, but we like to think that we can manage to have some constructive discussion here.
I don't think most people know what
I
it
think I
is.
fixed it. I think I fixed it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Very good. Okay. So yeah, we've been in the room for a while now. So the one thing I disagree with is the curvature argument, because there's a mathematical formula that you could practice outside. Now give me a second, because I'm going to put it in chat, because I know you guys are always going to ask for the source. So give me a second. There's a mathematical formula that you can practice in real life. But before I get into that, if the Earth really the airplanes would not landed on the Twin Towers. You guys understand?
You
All right. Allahu Akbar.
Start of
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, guys. Allahu Akbar.
We saw
Allahu Akbar.
Twin Towers, but that was it.
Is this guy okay? What's going on?
I don't.
Where's Al Akbar Barbar at?
Where's the curvature, man?
Break it up again there, Marvin. I don't know. Maybe it's easier if you text your questions into the text chat or something. But to your point that you can get these curvature formulas and go and practice them outside, well, yeah, this is exactly what we're doing. This is exactly what everyone's doing. They're taking the globe math, which you can easily find on curve calculators on Google, and they're going and comparing that model, the predicted obstruction, the predicted drop, with reality, using cameras, binoculars, telescopes, measuring line of sight over a distance. And what we're finding is that it doesn't match. The numbers in the calculators do not match what we see. We see too far. Where they say the curvature should drop and start obscuring objects or our line of sight, it doesn't. We see beyond that point. So our position is, yes, we understand the math is there on paper, but when you compare it to reality, they don't match. And we go with reality. And that's what everyone's got a massive problem with. We're choosing reality over the model. No, you're still roboting, Marv. It's tough. I'm feeling for you. Ooh, busy room today. Good to hear you all.
Yeah, if Marvin's able to hear, thanks for mentioning me, that you had some good conversations. But I would like to just add in that I feel like I'm a lightweight. Okay, there's some really heavyweights here, and a lot of the things I'm saying have just been paraphrased or kind of like my take. Kind of like a little real layman. You've got some really good experts in flat Earth right here. So maybe I could say I kind of opened the door, and now this is your chance to talk to people who really know what they're doing.
Nah, I would agree. Yeah, we all pulling our own weights. It's teamwork.
Yeah, it's like kind of finding like a way to quote unquote flat smack, not in a physical sense, but like where something like you say something so powerful, it like makes a person's head jerk, like they just got smacked, but they actually didn't get smacked. Like my uncle was all in on how stupid flat Earth was until I told him. He thought flat Earth is the dumbest shit ever. Stop talking about it. You're pissing me off. But he's really into like the fluoride thing. I go, what if I told you somebody told you to swallow your toothpaste? Would that be stupider than flat Earth? He's like, yeah, that would be okay, fine. There's something stupider than flat Earth. Then I showed him the clip of the astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. And he was like, holy shit. And that was like a flat smack. He thought it was like, okay, well, I'm going to need to see this. Where's this? What source is this? Is that a gag? Is this someone playing a joke? And I'm like, no, here's here's the live stream from NASA. Here's the redirect. Here's the broadcast, or the portal or the mirror, if you will. And finally, he's like, holy shit, those fuckers are retarded. And I'm like, yeah, so flat Earth doesn't sound so bad now, does it? He's like, nope, Another one too. A friend of mine was Don Patet. He in his mind he thought astronauts were the best and the brightest, the cream of the crop. You don't get any. Oh, someone go. Someone trying.
No, I was just going to say Don the Pet Tit. That's what I call him when a couple of videos I put up because he's a complete imbecile, man. He's asked what happens if the fucking you'll start losing pressure, and he's like, well, you just lose pressure. I'm sure there's some procedure. Like he's maybe a top engineer and he's not even got a fucking clue what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was the one where this is how bad this flat smack was. Is that the guy said, okay, his claim, if globetard, that astronauts are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. They are extreme, like 1 in a billion. Okay, very few people are at this level of physical prowess, mental prowess. Like they are off the charts. Superior in almost every single way. That's why they sometimes sound weird to you because they're speaking at such a high level. So I showed them some videos of Don Patet. Like, yeah, that's not an astronaut. That's somebody playing a gag, like Angry Grandpa or whatever. I go, not only is this guy an astronaut, he's their spokesperson, right? They elected him to be the spokesperson for all the astronauts. When they want an astronaut to do an interview, he's the face of the astronaut. He goes, bullshit. Then he looks it up. He's like, oh, that is him. But he goes, that's not him, though. That's a celebrity impersonator. That's like an Elvis impersonator type thing. That's not the real Don Patet. Then I showed them the Angry Birds in Space video on NASA's YouTube channel, NASA's official YouTube channel. Here's Angry Birds in Space. Chugga, 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 chug. Make a cup of coffee. And he's like, holy shit, these astronauts are fucking retarded. I'm like, yeah, dude, they are. They're
Can I
actually...
just quickly jump in? Sorry, not to cut you
off.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I can get long-winded.
No, I like it. I'm enjoying all your rants. I just wanted to say for the next topic, just because in chat there's a couple of people asking about space existing and all this kind of stuff. So for those who aren't into the globe lore like we are, they probably don't know who Don Pettit is or any of these things, which all of you guys in here should join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server and check out the NASA channels and the astronaut channels. And we've got hours and hours of footage of just the most ridiculous stuff that you probably don't see because you're not looking for it. But yeah, they've messed up a heap of times. But if someone wants to go into space and gas pressure, because a lot of the new people will be like, why are you guys saying space doesn't exist? Well, like with the other things, we're just taking the story and we're testing the feasibility of the story, i.e. a pressurized Earth next to the vacuum of space. And it doesn't look good, guys. Apparently high pressure moves to low pressure, and apparently gas expands in a vacuum. So we're running into some problems with having a ball of gas in a vacuum. So I don't know if anyone wants to pick up on that and expand for the people in the chat or listening. Rip, do you want to tell us about the gas pressure?
Oh, yeah, gas pressure next to a container?
Yeah, just so that they understand why
next to a
people are
vacuum.
saying...
In a quick way.
Yeah, so basically, without a container off, gas will fuck off if not contained.
Gas just goes out in the outer space, doesn't sit around a ball inside a vacuum chamber. Vacuum of space would be a vacuum chamber. To have a vacuum, needs a container also.
Wait, what is your claim that gas won't coagulate into a planet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. It will not coagulate into a planet.
Do you know what gravity is?
You meant coalesce, not coagulate.
Okay, sorry.
I've never heard of that.
Coalesced.
Yep.
But do you know what gravity is? Like gravity is kind of a thing.
Wait, what's that?
Could you define it?
Yeah, there's about 50 theories of it. Which one are you talking about?
The one that you guys aren't, because everybody in this channel seems to
Well,
be
which one are you
retarded.
proposing?
The one
You need to
that
be specific. What is it?
the one that keeps you to like.
That's not a definition.
Large
Yeah,
objects are attracted to each other. The more things.
Could you
condense,
provide us with
they-
a citation and a definition that we can see, so we
Can
know
you,
what we're?
okay, you know what? I'm not playing this game. How about you provide me evidence of a flat Earth?
No, you're claiming that
Show me an edge.
You know what?
I want to see an edge.
That's your idea, buddy.
Bro, what's this aggression?
The spiral. It's real.
You know what, guys? I'm not playing your game anymore.
No. Because that's all this is. It's like you guys.
Well, defining your terms. Hold on. Defining your terms is a pretty standard part of any discussion or debate, is it not? Is it unreasonable to define our terms?
Show me the flat Earth.
Not in his worldview.
Outside.
Show me the edge. Has anybody been to the edge? Is there?
Told me something. Listen, I was talking. You came in and said you don't think gas balls form in a vacuum, and I said no. And now you turned that into show me the flat Earth. Why don't you just show me how gas balls form in a vacuum?
Yeah, let's see that. I would like to see that. The gas balls in a vacuum. Is there a demonstration of that to this guy?
Example,
Show
please.
it. Demonstrate. Don't just claim.
Yeah,
demonstrate.
I look up and I see Saturn and I see Jupiter. They're both gas balls.
What the hell?
that's the
Oh my
claim.
god!
That's affirming the consequent fallacy. That's you assuming that. We're asking, like, scaled down in a lab, can you show us a vacuum chamber and then a ball of gas inside of it?
Crickets.
Because every time I talk, you guys.
Didn't think so.
No, it's a simple question. Just this scientific experiment showing the gas ball in the vacuum chamber.
Can you show me a scientist? Is it possible to have an experiment the size of Jupiter on Earth?
How come you just turned it around?
I don't know.
Is it possible to have that much gas in a chamber the size of Jupiter?
Is it possible for you to answer the question?
Do we have to prove some? What have we got to prove? You're the one with the claim.
Is it possible for you to answer the question instead of act like a petulant child?
That's okay. His answer was he can't demonstrate it. Is that right?
Which is bigger, Jupiter or Earth?
Well, wait. So with the demonstration, of the gas ball in the vacuum, are you saying we can't demonstrate? Are you saying we can't demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum chamber?
I can't replicate the size of Jupiter on Earth.
Right. So you're saying we can't show a gas ball in a vacuum chamber?
No, you need a lot of it to create the gravity necessary for it to pull shit in. No,
so why are
do
you
you
claiming
understand what
that's
I just?
possible?
Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I understand, but I'm asking, why are you claiming that's possible then if it can't be demonstrated?
Because I look up and I can observe the fact that it's happening.
But that's your claim, but you can't verify that that's occurring anywhere.
So when I
All right, you don't see that. We all look up and see the same thing. What you're going off of is the story that's attached to the observation.
Which
you don't
just said
observe
you
the
can't
story.
verify.
Correct. So I don't know why you would go with the story when that can't be verified to be true. So
yeah,
you don't look up in the sky and see what you're saying. You're adding that.
You're saying
the kid's called
gravity
reaching.
doesn't exist.
You're
You
saying
can define it, ding dong.
so every example we have on Earth when we put gas into a vacuum chamber, it always just expands in all directions and it doesn't form a ball. Yeah, you agree with that?
There's not enough of it.
Right. Okay,
That's
but
a
you're
silly
saying
claim.
something else occurs at some other point. What's your proof of that?
No, you
Without
need a
just
lot of
claiming.
it. You need a
Or
lot
you're
of
just
it.
making a claim. Without just making a claim saying those lights in the sky, what would your proof be since on Earth that never happens?
Are you saying those are fake? The lights in the sky?
I'm saying, how are you claiming that that's occurring if you have no evidence of it?
How do you think Jupiter formed then?
Answer the question, bird brain.
No, I want to know what the alternative is.
No, because we're talking about the globe.
No. It's when I push it on
We're
you.
talking about the globe
No.
claim. I mean, you can just say, yeah, okay, I can't demonstrate it. It's just a belief. Yeah?
No, I'm pretty sure it can be demonstratable.
Well, you just said it can't be demonstrated.
Looking in the sky isn't that demonstration, so we'll wait until you have it. You can put it in the chat or whatever you got. We'd love to
You
take a
just
look.
said
No, you guys wouldn't love it. Like, let's be honest here.
No, well, if you're saying you have it, put your cards on the table.
Love it. I would love it.
What? Demonstrate that gravity exists.
You just said there's a demonstration, so go get it.
Are you sitting in?
You said you had the winning hand. We're sitting at the poker table. Go ahead and put the cards on the table. Otherwise, you're just bluffing. So go get the demonstration. We'll wait.
Gas balls in the vacuum. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll put it in the chat. We'll read it out when you're finished.
Come on, crickets now? Crickets? Come on.
Yeah.
Where's all that energy at? Or where was it that you had all this energy? Now you got nothing. Next.
He petered out. He started in like, hey, I want to play a game. Like, okay, I'll be your Huckleberry.
That's just my
claim. You are.
Here, I unmuted you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I'm done with this. Let's go to another channel where you can't.
I'm done with it.
Talk.
No,
I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance.
How are you done with this? We just started. The band just started playing. We just started dancing. Can't be done.
Look at, he's done with the conversation and he wants to take it to another channel to continue the conversation. Dude, your worldview is broken. Okay.
That's not how this works. You come in with some evidence. Let's go. Anybody else want to belly up? Anyone?
I mean, you just can't say it's unfair because he is making the explicit claim of gas balls in a vacuum. All we're doing is saying, okay, can we see a gas ball in a vacuum? And they're saying, no, I can't show you this. I hate you. I'm leaving to go and discuss this with myself.
As Nathan Oakley would say, show it me.
Show it me.
Come on, you guys.
Have we got any evidence? No. I think we've got jack shit.
No, they don't have any.
Why would you say you have a demonstration if you don't have it? That's what's called bluffing, guys.
He wants to take you to another room where he can tell you how he doesn't have it. In another room.
That's putting it politely, Creation Bear. It's very polite.
I mean, you got pocket 2 and you got a 2 and a 3, and you're claiming you got pocket aces.
No, you got 7 deuce off suit.
Huh.
Are we going to see another anti-flat Earth channel popping up?
Wait, you guys can't hear me from in the Discord, can you?
I made one the other night. It was called 24/7 Globe Earth. I'm sure.
Flat Earthers are idiots and should go to jail. Discuss.
Or die. Because we're questioning reality, we should die.
Whoa. Yeah. I think we heard that a million times. So what? Bring the evidence.
Hey, where's this radio bot at so I can get in here?
At least we've found out some fucking bullshit. Right, that's one thing we could say before we pass. We've at least managed to dig through a lot of fucking nonsense, man.
Now we're not qualified to question the science, apparently.
Okay, it's a pass.
Leave it to the experts. Believe it to the experts. Trust the science.
You already heard somebody say you should be jailed, Wolfgang. Should be jailed.
He said we should be in jail.
For barbarism.
Questioning?
We were
curious?
asking him for the curve. We were asking him for the curve measurement. And
So
he
when
said,
you question something or you're curious, you automatically need to be jailed, huh? Is that how the mentality is behind all this? You guys are something else.
Yeah, we were just like, well, who's measured it? Because we're talking about the curvature. Said, who's measured it? He said, you guys should go to jail.
It's a nice way of
like we just came out denying the Holocaust because we're asking for who measured it. Funny stuff.
This is fucking crazy shit in here, man.
But we probably will be in jail when these soy boys grow up and end up bloody in politics.
Oh, man, if this is the quality of people that are going through the politics idea, man, like, these people are fucking gonna what?
Future of politics in
run the earth. These gonna like dictate policy and shit. Kill the fly earthers.
This is what they're all training for.
Yep.
You know, anything that goes against their bias. Really? Have any evidence? Any evidence whatsoever?
Any kind of positive.
No, they just have sloppy ideas of what they think our position is, like this bird brain. Like, show me the edge. That's your idea, ding dong. No one's bringing you this idea that, hey, look, we've got an edge, bro. That's your sloppy idea, Dry. So you're just gonna keep asking to see something that you made up in your head. So it's not effective.
And they've already had the answer repeatedly. They ask it literally every time they come into the VC. Where's the edge? Where's the wall? Where's the dome?
Where's the edge? I saw a cartoon. It had an edge.
Hey, T-Dub, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. I was trying to figure out. So is that like a replay of something that was previous, or?
Yes. Yeah, it's.
Oh, it is a replay.
It took place in here, or somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, wait. So is that your voice that I hear in there?
Not my voice. No.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think so. Oh, I might have been in there. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay.
What I heard, it was a fellow called Panto and Wolfgang.
Yeah. Okay, nah, sweet. Oh, there's a Rumble bot too. I need to join on Rumble as well. Okay.
Did
Well,
you have a comment to make about what they were talking about, or?
Well, kind of, but I mean, I've been in here for about 2 years. I'm a flat earther myself. I was just touching up on something that I noticed that all Globers do whenever you ask them to prove or show some kind of scientific experiment. They always revert to, well, you show me your flat earth. They can't show you theirs, so they want you to show the flat earth. And it's like, well, since you can't show me yours, that means mine is right, even though I can't show you my evidence. It's the funniest shit ever, but that's all I wanted to say, man. I'm just listening to the bot. You can play the bot. I don't know if you're controlling that or not.
I've just got it on pause at the moment. I can restart it. I can pause.
Yeah, no, you can. It was fine where it was at. You can just play it from there. That'd be great, brother.
Okay. Cheers.
Where's that? Oh, you can't tell me. Then Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum.
Into being done with the conversation, into like, come join me in a different room to continue the conversation.
So there's no more witnesses.
I just posted the link saying that the universe is flat, apparently. The universe you globies believe in is flat. So where's the edge of that?
And the galaxy, is it not? The Milky Way is claimed to be flat, is it not?
You can say the universe and the galaxy and all that's flat, but if you try saying the Earth is flat, you should go to fucking jail.
I've been having an interesting conversation with Heretic in the text chat where I asked for an explanation
You also said I said the Earth is moving. When did I say that?
You said that the Earth moves.
Okay, but just quickly,
I want you to quote that. I never.
I got banned from the text chat a few times as a troll, so I can't actually go back.
So yeah, I never said that. So
hold on, can I just check?
Someone else can check if they want.
Don't strong me.
Can I just check with this guy, Britnat? Do you believe that we should be in jail?
No, I don't think anyone should be in jail for what they believe. But I just want to say that the idea that Heretic put forward as hypothesis was that the tropics are the pathway, right, for the sun, right? And we know that if it's flat, it has to have an outer pathway and an inner pathway, right?
No, you're straw manning now. I didn't.
Tell me a belief. Sorry.
I didn't put across any kind of an idea. All I said is that the sun's ground position moves throughout the year between the tropics. That's what you can see it's doing. That's it.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, right? So not a sphere, there would be an outer tropic
It's
and
not.
an inner tropic, right?
That's if the sun's on a circuit. You have to assume that, though.
It doesn't have to be on a circuit. It just has to be moving between along an inner part of the tropic and outer part of the tropic. That's all that matters, right? Yeah, and so you'd have to observe in the sky at different points of the year the sun moves quicker around the Earth.
No, you don't have to observe that.
Well, why wouldn't
Because
you?
all you see
Because
is the apparent speed. You don't know how fast it's going ever.
Well, even if I just use my own eyes, I can see that the sun doesn't go much quicker than
using your
any
own
point
eyes,
of the
that
year.
would be the apparent speed.
Yeah, the apparent speed. I could get a watch out and calculate how long it takes for it to get to the middle point of the sky to the edge of the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could probably guesstimate a time for how long the sun's taking to move around the sky, right? With some accuracy in terms of time. We have watches. And yet we don't observe it moving any quicker, right? Yeah. So I don't know how it could be moving along
about apparent speed. About this is the third time now.
Yes,
but you always care about observing things to believe in them. Don't you believe in everything that you don't observe, like curvature, motion, gravity?
Yeah, because the thing is you guys want to explain it all as the Earth being this spinning ball, right? But you don't have any ball to show for it. Don't you see the problem there?
When you say it's at an apparent speed, right?
Yeah, so I asked a question. I don't really care about this topic that much. It's just that the sun's ground position changes throughout the years, and seasons are obviously an effect of that. It's further away from you when it's your winter, etc. But you want to interpret all this as if it means that the Earth is a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball, but there's no evidence of it being a ball. There's no instance of any curvature having been measured in the first place, which is the first kind of contingent necessity of it being a ball that you would have to show. So don't you see the problem there?
You see the problem with hills?
I think that was an obvious. I think you were just avoiding my question, weren't you?
No, I don't care about your question. I think you're
it.
avoiding my question by saying that, actually.
No, you can't. No, well, you just.
Don't you see the problem with assuming that all of this has to do with the Earth being a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball when there's no measurement for it being a ball? Don't avoid it.
This is you avoid.
Yeah, so you saying this is me avoiding the question is you avoiding the question of the room.
The flat earthers can't answer questions.
It's like every
I'll
question.
answer questions about claims I made, but I've already answered all your questions about the claims that I have about the sun, which are just the same ones that anybody can verify. So beyond that, you're just trying to drag me into speculation that I never made. But you want to interpret as the Earth being a tilted, wobbling ball, but you don't have a ball. Don't you see the problem?
I'll take that as a concession. Don't worry.
Yes,
yeah, you can take it as whatever you want, but that ironically was a concession from you that you do not have a measurement of the Earth.
It's a
being
concession.
A ball.
Thank you. Thank you for conceding.
Of
Thank you for
seasons
conceding.
being due to the Earth being a ball is obviously invalid. Thanks for the concession.
Thank you for the concession.
This is what we need to point out, because the last three guys have all done this, where they want to skip over the curvature that they're assuming, right? Their argument assumes a physical curve of the surface, and then they go satellites, gravity, the sun, all these arguments which assume already, for no reason, because they only observe a flat horizon and a motionless surface, they just assume a spinning ball, and then they say, and the sun must be doing this because the Earth's a spinning ball. But when we say, okay, verify your assumption of that curvature before you make an argument that assumes it, they try to pretend like we're the ones who are being in bad faith or illogical, when all we're doing is saying, verify that assumption you're making first before you then make an additional assumption. So how would you verify that assumption of curvature?
How do you observe cycling? How do you observe day and night cycles? How would you?
Okay, yeah. So that's just glossing past everything you said. Thanks for your concession, Britnat, but please address him if you're going to speak.
It's the perfect example. I mean, I don't need to speculate about the sun and the moon when I'm asking for verification of the assumption of a curve, which is what the entire globe religion is based on. If you can't verify that assumption, why would anything you say using that assumption be valid?
I agree with you. Actually, I concede the Earth is flat, but I just want you to account for that. Why how day and night cycles exist and how seasonal cycles exist.
Well, if you've ever noticed, the sun.
We do not care.
Yeah,
and its relative position is changing. Its relative position to the Earth obviously changes throughout the year.
Yes, but give me a bit more, a bit more than just change,
That's
right?
all we
Because
can
obviously
tell you.
that's not giving you much
That's all we
information.
can
at all.
actually say verifiably, unless somebody else has
So you
more
don't know why
data.
day and night and seasonal cycles happen. You just don't know.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's just the proximity of the sun to where you're at in your location. So the proximity of the proximity. You know what proximity means? The word?
No. What does that mean as a sentence? I don't know what proximity means.
Okay, so well, you're gonna identify that the sun gets closer and farther away from you throughout the year. Is this correct? Yes or no?
Sure, that's correct.
Okay, so on your idea that you live on a globe and people that talk about the Earth being flat, it's both cohesive in both of those ideas.
Yeah, but you're saying that day and night,
sir.
Seasonal. Yeah, I'm just making sure that I understand you correctly. Okay? Seasonal cycles are due to the sun just being closer to you. Is that correct?
Or farther away.
Okay, right. And
Is that
and
not
the
the
sun,
same as
does
the
the
globe?
sun move around the sky?
Is that not the same as the globe, sir?
Oh, not necessarily. I mean, like
Not
if
necessarily.
a globe person would say something slightly different.
Out to you in the rhetoric, right? You said no. So if I pointed out to you in the rhetoric that that's exactly what they're saying happens to the north and to the south, that you're more closer and farther away from the sun on each of the as the Earth goes around the sun.
It's different because you're saying the sun moves closer, whereas the Earth tilts. That's what they usually say, right?
Right, but I was talking about the proximity of the people living in the north and the south. That's what I was talking about. My initial premise, and you agreed with me, right?
So yeah, so the sun does move throughout the sky, though. That is correct, right?
So when you look at the sun moving throughout the sky,
not answering my question.
Its proximity to you gets either closer or farther away. Yes or no?
So it does. So do you agree?
Yes
it does move
or
the
no,
sky?
sir? Yes or no, Britt?
Sorry, what was the question? I missed the last part.
Right. So when the sun is moving across the sky and its proximity throughout the seasonal year, it's gonna get closer and farther away from your proximity. Yes or no?
Yes, but
okay,
I just want to. Yeah, I'm a flat earther too, by the way. I just want to clarify. So the sun moves throughout the sky, right? Can you tell me what path it moves along the sky? Does it move along the tropics or something else?
Listen, as far as its path is only can be seen from horizon to horizon. Beyond that, then people start to.
So you just don't know.
No, listen to what I am saying instead of.
I don't know. That's why I'm hoping for you to say.
I'm telling you exactly what can be known. What can be known.
So you don't know.
What can be known is what it does throughout its day. The day cycle, when you see it move from the east to the west, on that day path, you can tell me what the sun is doing. Beyond that, beyond your horizon, you can't tell me what the sun is doing. No one can.
You know, for instance, half the planet at all times are in nighttime, correct?
You're a flat earther using
That's
the
not
word
even
flat.
true in your own model.
That's very telling.
Well, half the planet isn't at night at all times.
He's not
No, it's not 50-50.
Well, not exactly 50-50, but
Well, half would be 50-50, wouldn't it?
All right.
So how can you say half? You don't know how big it is.
If it was a flat, it's approximately half, right?
Here's the thing you're listen, bro. Listen, the thing that you're hung up right now is on the sun. When I'm telling you on both the flat Earth and the globe, it's the proximity it is to your location, right? So wherever you are on Earth, however far away from you it is, it's wintertime. Closer,
you don't know what path the sun moves or why day and night cycles exist. You just know the sun's in the sky, so it's day.
It doesn't matter about the path. It only matters as how close it is to you from whatever season it is, a time frame. So, like I said, if you're in the south, like in Australia, right? Right now, it would start to become winter for you, and it's summer for us, and then it starts to transition from us. From our time when we have winter, it's their summer, and so on.
Is that the case?
It's proximity. From the sun being as close to you, that's how hot it is, and so it'll be summertime.
Does the sun move at the same speed at all times of year?
Why do you have to interject and say that? Well, we're not talking about that. You're trying to reconcile
the sun movement.
You're trying to reconcile the fact that the Earth is a specific shape or a specific circle.
No, I'm a flat earther. I just want to make sure I understand flat
that's
Earth
what I'm
correctly.
trying to say. Even the circle of the Earth is like the azimuthal equidistant projection. It still doesn't equate to that. Even that's wrong. I'm trying to tell you something. You're not listening. So even people that say the Gleasons or the azimuthal equidistant projection are the maps that are being used to project the flat Earth, that's even wrong in and of itself. I'm telling you straight out. If you think that that's the case, you're wrong. Because a lot of people are saying, well, the Gleason's map. No. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in its entirety to the flat Earth community? Nobody can say that. from a bird's eye perspective, from the top down view. No one can say that. And if someone does speak up and say that's what it is, you better bring some evidence. Otherwise, that is a false dichotomy. To say that the flat earth looks like this circle map with the ice ring around it, that's false. No one's ever proven that. Or no one's ever proven the globe. So on either side, we're working with some models that cannot be proven. However, that being said, you can tell me from east to west what your sun is doing moving across the sky and how close it is to you throughout the year. And therefore, if you're working on a globe or a flat, it doesn't matter. The earth is still going to be how close the sun is to your proximity. It doesn't matter about the path of the sun throughout the whole entire earth. That's not the argument here. It's the argument of like, how does seasons work? And of course, Heretic just finished saying, it's the proximity of the sun to your location that would dictate what is going to be summer or winter. That's as simple as that gets. When you go into these models and ideas of like what the earth looks like in its entirety, then you're off the beaten path. You're already wrong. I can point that out to you right now. If that's what you're saying, you're wrong. As a flat earther.
Could I just take a moment to have another pop at a spiral here? To the guy who just said he was a flat earther. Why don't you believe in the globe?
Stop the cap.
I don't believe in the globe because the arguments in this video are very convincing. If I may just say to that other guy, so when you go up in an airplane,
really a liar.
is it hotter?
And you don't stop lying.
Because the arguments in the VC are so very, very convincing. When
What
you
about
move
the,
up,
about the images from space?
oh, yeah, they're fake, right? When
How
someone
can
goes in
you-
an airplane,
How can you fake an image?
What makes them fake?
Yeah, what makes them fake?
well, the cabal, right? The cabal, the Jewish cabal.
Oh, the cabal.
But,
So
anyway,
what's
the,
that got to
so
do
many
with it,
people.
bro?
Why do you think so many people believe in the globe?
can I answer? Well, the
No,
other
no,
guy?
no, 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 no,
you're
no.
not gonna
You could answer
Can you
this.
answer?
This.
Why? Sorry,
Why are so many people believing in the globe, but you figured out that it's not true? Well, how did that happen?
Just by reading our chat.
divine revelation, I think.
Come on,
Right.
bro. Stop
So you do believe in the globe?
I don't believe the globe is a fact, so it's not really a
No, we're
belief.
speaking to this guy. We're speaking to this guy. So, Britna, you do believe in the globe, or you don't believe in the globe?
I don't believe in the globe.
Right.
Stop the
so
cap.
why don't you
Why
believe in
not?
the globe?
I answered the question. Divine revelation,
What does that mean?
ancestral blood memory.
So you're spiraling.
No, he's
What
the fuck? He's being facetious.
Yeah. Because see, what he was wanting to do there, what he was wanting to do there was just have it. Yeah, he just wanted to have it off into model speculationville so that he can talk shit,
right,
and pretend to be a flat earther. So what we just did there was expose how much of a pussy he is. That he knows that he can't argue for the globe, so he can't even say that he believes in the globe now. So he just wants to talk about flat Earth because it's too painful for him to actually discuss his religion, the globe, which is why he did that embarrassing little meltdown. Oh, divine revelation, oh, ancestral blood memory. What a pussy. He can't even say what he believes in. He believes in the globe, but he's too much of a pussy to say, I believe in the globe and this is why. So this is the kind of level of sophistry and dickless little virgins that we're dealing with. Who was the other guy who jumped in there saying it's a fact?
That would be me, but at least I try
Okay,
to keep it
tell us-
respectful.
That's fine. As long as you're respectful. If you're trolling like this guy, we will embarrass you. But if you're
No, there's no
respectful,
need of trolling. I think if we all have a good discussion on fair grounds and all respect each other, it would be better for everybody.
I appreciate that, bro. Okay, so the globe is a fact. I am unconvinced. What would be your best evidence to me to let me know it is a fact? I'm on a spinning ball.
I worked for ESA as an internship as an engineer, and I worked with satellites. I've seen the Earth.
Really a liar.
That's it.
You've seen the
You don't stop lying.
Sorry, that's the first answer. When I was young, I studied engineering, and I was lucky to work for ESA, the European Space Agency. I mostly worked on components, not a lot, like just double checking. So I've seen my work in space and the satellites. So yeah, that's why I believe it. I don't believe it. I've seen it with my own eyes.
So you're saying that I should believe the videos that I see online?
I think that there's one good thing about flat earthers, and that's been criticizing of everything. I think that's a positive thing to have.
Yuppie, I have a question for you. What is the radius of Earth?
I don't know that off my head.
Ouch, dude! Working as somebody in the ESA, you should know that offhand, bro.
No, you did not listen.
Bro,
I did an
what you talking
internship.
about?
I did an internship as an engineer. I'm not a
You're an
planet
engineer
expert.
and you don't know the radius of Earth? Are you serious? How
Well,
can I take you
I work
seriously,
in
bro?
banking now. I
How
switched
can I
careers,
take you
mate.
seriously, bro? Yuppie, you just
dumbass.
discredited yourself. You don't even know the radius of Earth, and you are an
if you want to
engineer
do a
in
gotcha,
ESA, bro.
if you want to do a gotcha, because this is
It
a
is a gotcha.
genuine.
I gotcha, bro. You're supposed to know the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth that you're supposedly sending satellites to, and you don't even know that as an engineer. Get real, dude.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I can accept
That's a
that
misfate.
crew don't know these things, but if you
Get
say you're
real.
working for ESA and you don't know the basics about the globe, what's that?
Hell yeah, we got your ass. Nigga, you on
Internship. I
camera.
worked
Nigga,
there
say
for 3
something.
months.
Okay,
Yeah.
so but
Internship.
if
How did
in
the
your time
interview?
working there, you never learned what the radius even was,
How
how
did
could
they
that
fucking?
You know what I
you
did there? I fucking repaired components. I
Okay,
was
so
not
that
supposed
doesn't
to
prove.
fly to space.
So then how do you?
Calm down, calm down.
I'm not the space engineer.
Okay.
That's two
So,
different things. Do you think
okay, so
everybody
I
in
asked.
NASA is a viable
Okay,
space
calm down,
expert?
calm down,
It's
calm down.
not. It's pretty
Calm
simple.
down. It's okay, calm down. It's okay.
I'm saying basically in good faith,
Yeah.
and I was actually complimenting one of you guys who was having the argument until Ed Hassel jumped in. He asked me the question, and that's what I want to pick on to.
Okay.
The good thing about
I asked the
flat Earth
question.
is
I asked
simple.
the question. I asked
It's
the
pretty
question.
simple.
Okay?
I like the fact that you are criticizing about every video. I think that's a positive thing.
Okay, well,
You've
good.
never
Yes, because
presented
we do
me,
too. We don't
bro.
accept unverifiable videos of proof. But remember, I asked you at the beginning, how can I be convinced of this fact of the globe? And you said you worked at this place. But okay, you working at this place didn't prove it to you because you said you just made components. That doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. So what does prove to us?
Done my work and
Yeah, but that wouldn't prove to you the shape of the Earth. Working, you didn't even know. You didn't learn the radius, the claimed radius, even. So it doesn't prove to you that the Earth is a globe. So how can you? How can I have it proven to me that it's a fact?
Also, I'd like to clarify for you. I'd like
You're
to
just a
clarify.
satellite
for you.
repairman, bro.
Listen,
Satellite repair. That's it.
I'd like to clarify something. He did not. He checked components, double checked them. That means there was something that came in and he made sure that in the packing slip, everything was there. Everything was, all the dials were on the board, all that shit before it moved on. Don't let him fool you into thinking he did anything at this place. Go ahead.
He's up there getting the measurements for the curve and everything.
You really a liar.
Okay, so we're
Do you
just
think that
Hey,
the
you
70-year-olds
don't
kid
stop
like
lying.
make satellites themselves? No, they don't.
We know you don't. We know you don't. It's fine. This is why I'm trying to get from you what evidence can I have presented to me that will prove to me that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I mean,
would say live stream.
His basic argument is saying that he makes Harry Potter wands and that Harry Potter magic is real. That's basically what he's saying. I make Harry Potter wands, dude. Come on. They come down the assembly line. Don't you think magic's real? Because the Harry Potter wand that I made is right there. I can see it. It's right there.
What the fuck, blood?
And doesn't mean magic is real. Do you think magic's real because people make Harry Potter wands? Ah, interesting.
That is kind of what it's like. But let's give him a chance. Come on, I need this. You said it's a fact that it's a globe, so I need the evidence, that proof that you were given that let you know that it's fact. What is that?
We've got fact.
I think he left. I don't see him anymore.
Oh.
He tried this for 2 days already.
Okay,
I work at ESA. Don't give a shit.
Stop the
Does
cap.
anybody else want to add their 2 cents? Or 10 pence, whatever?
How old is this clip? Holy. That's gotta be old. Sounds like an old ass clip right there. Brett not pretending to be a flat earther. Although that's like some season 2 shit from those guys, let's be honest. But Spake, I don't think he's back, is he? So that can't be like a new clip. I mean, correct me if I'm
No,
wrong.
that's right. Were those sound effects live or was that in the recording?
That was me live here reacting.
All right, cool. I was laughing.
I just gotta get it in when I can. I guess get it off the system. Well, we can
Yeah, I
continue.
was definitely wondering why they weren't stopping when you were doing those sound effects.
Well, usually when it's live, I try not to go too hard. Try, but when it's a recording, whatever. I'm sure some people are listening like, "What the fuck?" But I got some new soundboards. As of yesterday, added like maybe 15, 20 new sounds. So just testing some stuff out, and yeah, we'll probably let the bot continue rolling unless anyone wants to chime in here. I'm about to go get some food. I got to make some moves here. But I've been listening, and the chat has some people in it. Let's see if they'll join. In the panel, we have T-Dubs, Fart, Nat, D. Low Blake in the panel as well. We have Andy Flat Earther. And that rounds out the panel. We're live on Rumble. Guys, if you don't know what Rumble is,
Let's get ready to rumble!
I encourage you to go follow the Rumble channel. Okay, T-Dub, for example, you don't have the Rumble Ninja role, which is very maddening, if you will, upsetting. So if you're following on Rumble, let me know. We have an exclusive role for those that are following over there, just to kind of keep an eye on those people. We can ping them if we ever go live on Rumble, etc. So T-Dub, let me know if you're on Rumble. Also, Spartan D-Lo, Andy, hit us up over on Rumble.
I'm
What up?
pretty sure I am.
Ain't no pretty
I'm
sure.
pretty sure.
No, we need you. Does that look like a globe head to you, sir?
Do you have to follow every time, or you just click it once? Because I've done it before.
Yeah, if you're following currently, post a screenshot, Ninja.
Hang on a
Give me the
second.
proof,
Alright, hang
Tito. All right, cool. He's gonna get the proof because we're not a bunch of globe heads over here. Flat Earth Math Charles is here. What is Flat Earth Math?
Hey, how you doing? It's the name after my YouTube channel with which I created. I don't know, it's about 8 years ago. Dedicated to the math and science of the flat Earth discussion.
Stop the cap.
Okay, this is So, what shape is Flat Earth?
I don't know. Like a pizza.
What the fuck?
So, how many years have you been involved in this discussion?
16.
Since 2016.
No. 16 years. You asked me how many years. March
16 years.
Yeah, March 2008 is when I got my start. It was back on text-based message boards.
Okay, so this is I'm trying to keep it together here, but so you've been involved for 16 years, my friend.
Yeah,
and
not steadily 16 years, but I can say that the language has definitely changed from the beginning. There was no photographs of like Lake Pontchartrain at the time, so people were like, "Oh, well, if the Earth is a ball, we should be able to see, curvature or whatever." And so there was always this thing about like, well, there's no lines drawn on the Earth, and so that was a big thing. Another thing was bendy light was the language, which we now call perspective. They called it bendy light, and the another thing which was more positive
What
back
the
then.
fuck, blah?
Hold on,
was,
why are we? I want to let you cook, but
there was no word shill. The word shill was never used. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Just want to let you get it off the chest. No, I'm just I wanted to hone in more on this whole pizza thing. So if you've been involved for quite a long time, that's longer than me, and I know that a flat earther's position doesn't even involve a shape claim. So I would say, like, for someone that's been involved for 16 years, whether on or off or steadily or not, you should at least understand what your opponent's position is, and it most certainly is not a pizza planet disk or whatever.
Yeah, well, no, that's actually a new creation, because the word flat Earth, the name flat Earth, has gotten ridiculed so much that flat earthers are now backing away from the flat Earth claim. What?
No, dude. Okay, I gotta stop you.
Okay.
I don't think you understand a lot about flat earthers. Just in this is the first time I've spoken to you. Within like the first 2 minutes of you speaking, I'm like, this guy's clueless. And I don't mean to say that in terms of like you might understand things about the globe well or whatever, but you don't know what flat earthers are or what our position is. It doesn't involve a disk. We're not backing away from any flat earth claim or anything like that. I will stand 10 toes down and say the earth is flat, but no one said what shape all of reality is. Kind of in the same way that no one claims that even on the globe side. And no one's backing away from their idea that the universe exists, regardless of them not knowing where the boundaries are or what shape it all is, etc. And so the same thing applies to us. We are not backing away from shit, but we just never claimed that the Earth was a pizza planet floating in space. That's what
I never said pizza planet floating in space.
Well, you said disc pizza, right? Something like that.
So this pizza could be lying on an infinite table, right?
What?
So infinite plane is one possibility.
It's
But
not.
every
not.
reasonable. Go ahead.
No, I would disagree. It's not a possibility.
So there are flat earthers who do believe in an infinite plane, right? And that the Earth is just what we know as the seven continents are just a localized region on this infinite plane, right? So that is one model. Another model is that the flat Earth is all there is, with a firm.
No.
Oh, is that you with the soundboard?
Maybe. Well, okay. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
It's very it's
You can
pretty
use it on
childish.
your end, bro. You can. I don't care if it's childish to you. You're in full control of whether you hear it or not. So, come on, man.
So is there a way I could turn that off? You said I'm in full control of whether I hear it or not.
Yeah. Jesus Christ! Right click on my name. There should be an option to mute the soundboard. These freaking guys over here, dude. Anyway, so go ahead.
So what is your claim about the Earth? You say you're a flat. I'm assuming you're saying you're a flat earther. So what does that mean to you? Describe it.
Well, I would actually put us in a very similar. I don't think we're in a different boat or a different camp in terms of what we know about the entirety of reality. That's what I'm going to call it. As a globe earther, your quote entirety of reality does not end at the boundaries of the globe, right? Because the globe exists within, say, a solar system, which exists within a galaxy, which exists within a universe or whatever you want to call this large space, this void, outer space, whatever, call it what you want. That would be a globe earther's quote entirety of reality. Now let's look at some characteristics of this reality. Where are the boundaries? Unknown. What shape is the entirety of reality? Also unknown. Can you leave said reality to then maybe look back at it with a camera or some sort of take a selfie with this entirety of? No, you can't do that either, right? Is it a fully mapped, fully explored reality? No. So yeah, maybe you kind of see where I'm getting here. So as a flat earther, all of those same characteristics apply to the flat earth. It's not because what it is not. Well, the issue they have is they try to compare the globe, a flat earth, to the globe. So what the globe is basically, right? We have our sun, Mercury, Venus, and then Earth. And what people do is they smash that Earth down into something flattened, like a pizza, frisbee, disc, magic carpet, paper, whatever, something flat in space. And they go, well, where's the edge? Or where do I jump off? Or why doesn't the sun shine on the whole thing all the time? Da 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 da. My role as a flat earther is to help people understand that Number one, that's not what we think, period. Number two, our worldview is damn near the same as yours, okay? We don't know where the boundaries of reality are. We don't know what shape all of reality is. It's a large, fully unexplored place. You can't leave, take selfies with it from some outside area, etc. So there's a lot of questions, but also I would say, as a globe earther, when I believed in it, I didn't have any hesitation believing in the globe, even though I didn't know where the boundaries of reality were, didn't know what shape the reality was, etc. Right? We don't have to go through that again. But I would say that probably applies to you too. You're a globe earther, and you probably don't even care where the boundaries of reality are, etc. So I feel the exact same way. I know the surface of the earth that we live on is flat, non-moving, but I don't know where the boundaries of reality are. I don't know what shape all of reality is. I don't never been to the boundaries of existence, right? So that is my presentation of what flat earth is, even though there's probably more questions than answers. But also we're in the same boat. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we back away from the boundary of reality and just focus in on what we experience here on Earth? So there's the continents, the oceans, and then we have the sun, the moon, and the stars. So why don't we just focus in on that?
I would say that reality is the earth. You see, so we can't really back away from any unexplored boundaries. We can't compare the globe to the flat earth. That's one thing I think you're going to try to do. You're like, well, on the globe it's like this, but the flat earth is like this. The flat earth is more like the universe.
You said the Earth is flat and stationary, right?
Would you say the universe is stationary?
No,
or moving?
I'm not talking about the universe.
No. See, actually, that's the thing. That's the thing, Charles. That's the thing I want you to understand more than anything is the flat Earth is like the universe. It's not like the globe.
Okay, but
you're going to try to compare. You're going to try to compare the globe, which is an object, to some sort of flat object. That I'm trying to tell you that it's more like the universe, which you probably wouldn't call an object. You probably wouldn't say it is moving. Would you say the universe is moving or stationary?
I don't care about the universe.
Exactly.
Right?
That's my point. We don't care about some of these things you're asking us.
Okay, but so let's not talk about the universe. Let's
No,
just talk about
we're gonna
the continents.
The flat Earth is like the universe. Basically, the flat Earth is the universe.
South America, Africa, Asia.
That'd be like saying, well, we have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars.
No. Just the continents of Earth.
Nah, bro. I'm trying to help you understand our position.
Well, but it sounds to me that you are insisting that the universe is part of the question about the shape of the Earth, and it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's not. In fact,
yeah. Oh, Charles.
There used to be
Charles.
Sure.
You want to try to debunk flat Earth, right? Kind of, sort of, in a way, like
I would like people to know the truth, right? I think
that's fine. That's fine. But you can't debunk something that you created. If you're going to go against our position, you have to go against our position, not some position.
What is your position?
I'm trying to give it to you, and you're like, no, you can't give it to me like that. Like, yes, I'm gonna.
Well, all right, just focus on.
No. You focus on what I'm telling you, Charles. The flat Earth is not like the globe, where you have a little place with just some little continents, right? That's the globe. Flat Earth is like the universe, which has many characteristics that are unknown. And so that's what you have to understand. We can't just focus on the flat Earth. It's not a little thing. It's the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, right? There's Earth, and then there's these other things. All right, just get those other things, put it all together.
You're like, yeah, let's focus on the continents and the sun and the moon. Like,
let's just focus on the 7 continents or 6 continents, have you worked.
No, we're not going to do that.
Cool.
So you're not telling me what you believe in as far as Earth goes.
We're not going to focus on your idea. I'm trying to tell you this. First of all, it doesn't matter what countries there are. Whether there's Africa sank underneath the ocean, doesn't matter. We'll focus on the continents. What does that prove? The water here, the surface here is flat, period.
Okay, so that is a statement. That is a claim.
an observation.
Water is
It's not a
flat.
claim. It's not a claim. It's an observation.
It's a claim.
It's not a
Okay,
claim. Do you have any observation of the contrary? Convex or concave water in bodies of water, convex or
Sure.
concave? Go ahead. We'll
Sure,
wait.
absolutely. Well, I mean,
Convex
there's
or
basically
concave?
well, it's obviously convex, right? It's a globe.
Not obviously.
So
No.
therefore
No. Because hold on. Where? Where?
convex. What do you mean? The whole planet?
Where? No. I get that's the idea, but what I'm saying is when I said the water is flat, that's not a claim. That's the observation. Everywhere you go in reality. Hold
Okay,
on.
you're
The water is
confusing
observed to be flat, not convex or concave. So when you say, well, it's all convex, where? You
Okay,
surely don't
so
see that. I know that's the idea of the globe. That's not an observation. That would be a claim, my friend. Not that it's
okay,
flat. The flat part is the observation. That's what we all see. Even you.
no. Perceive.
Yeah, it is. We all live on the same earth, so you can't sit here and say,
Right,
"Well, I see
and
something
the
different
earth
than everyone
and the
else."
water
You
looks
only see
flat.
flat water. Period. Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said. Thank you very much.
Right, what looks like flat
So
Earth.
my question for you would be, where is this convex water you're talking about? Because we don't observe that.
Oh, it's hard to observe
It's
because
not
the planet
observable
is
at
so
all.
huge.
No, first of all, you
Okay,
don't know how big it
and
is. You don't know how big it
well,
is, first of all. And no
well,
one's measured that. So
we do,
decide deeply all you want.
It
Okay,
has.
then you go get
Okay,
the measurements then, because they don't exist. Because we already know we've been here for 9 seasons, bro. We've been here longer than you, probably. No one measured any globe. You don't know how big it is. And you're just saying, well, it's hard to see curvature. No, it's impossible to see curvature because it doesn't exist. You even admit
okay.
yourself, I don't know why you flip flop. You're like, well, we don't see that it's flat. And you're like, well, it looks flat.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
it
exactly what I
does.
said. You
Water
see flat water,
at
period.
rest
You
appears to
don't
be
see it.
flat. Yeah, that's correct.
Duh. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay.
You don't see
Okay.
convex water or
No. Your
concave.
point.
Yeah,
If I'm
flat. Yeah,
reading
flat.
it correctly, is that water at rest not only appears to be flat, but actually is flat. And I'm going to
Well, I'm
agree with you.
asking
Water
you.
at
Well, you
rest
said it's
appears to be
all
flat.
convex. You haven't
Right?
given us a single demonstration of any water forming into a hill, my friend.
I'd never said water forms into a hill. Okay. Water
That would be
at
convex
rest
water.
is level.
That would be
Right?
convex, sir. You know what convex means?
Yes. We've been
Okay,
talking about it
so
this whole time.
a hill of water, bulge of
No, not a
water,
hill.
mound of
Not a
water,
bulge.
sagitta, a curve, a hill, a horizon, a mound, whatever you want to
So
call it. We'll use
horizon. Sure. You
we'll use your
named
we'll
horizon.
use your preferred pronouns, whatever. If you don't like the word hill, you're a
Preferred
they,
pronoun.
them. I get it,
A
but
hill.
it's still convex water, dude.
Okay, where the center of convexity is the center of the Earth. So that's a really
No,
smart
that's
distinction.
not.
Okay. Are you
That's
familiar
not
with
how it works.
Archimedes?
Why are you changing the
Archimedes, he lived
subject?
around 2200
No,
years.
that's non sequitur, man. Like
That's a complete non
he's
sequitur.
asking about the drop rate. Where is the drop
Okay.
rate
No.
and who
Well,
measured it?
can I speak? Can I talk about
Archimedes didn't measure
something
the
that you
curvature,
might
bro.
find interesting?
Cite it.
We already know about Archimedes.
Cite it.
So
Cite it.
Archimedes, his
Cite
principles
it.
of
Cite it.
Bro. He thinks he's
Cite it.
actually teaching you something. We already know about Archimedes. This has nothing to do with the thing you're even saying right now, bro.
So Archimedes,
We're gonna stop you right there. We're gonna stop you right
hydraulics.
there. We're gonna stop you right there.
Ooh.
What we were talking
Okay,
about, you
so
said
the
all
mute
the
button.
water. Yeah,
Excellent.
you're not muted.
Come
You're
back
not
another
muted.
time.
Yeah,
It was nice talking with you. Goodbye.
Archimedes is trash. That's my number one pet peeve. So if you take a ball and on a ball there's curvature, it's like, bro, we already know this stuff. You have to prove it now. So Archimedes, that has nothing to do with shits. Archimedes
Cool
is
story,
the
bro. Literally.
that has to do with like the density of like liquids and stuff, right?
Well, he had some other interesting ideas, like about motion too. Like he was contrary to Newton, yeah, in terms of his ideas of motion.
But what it all boils down to is if they claim it's a ball, there's got to be curvature. If there's got to be curvature, there's got to be a drop rate. Show us the fucking drop rate and who measured it. Like everything else is just a claim. Like
I got a couple.
once we find the
Bye.
You guys,
Yeah,
what's up?
you
So,
spot on with that. Like, definitely, he did not measure convexity to the surface of water, but he assumed that every standing body of water is the partial surface of a sphere.
well, it's curved everywhere. Okay, bro. Like,
So
what's with the imaginary friends bullshit?
how like the age old question just comes back to how many flat spots does it take to make a ball? Like that's just the age old question. Where is the
My
drop
mic
rate
working now?
and who measured it? That's all we want.
D-Lo, what up?
Everything else is just an
Is my
assumption.
mic working now? Can you hear me?
Just somebody's mic is not working right now. We can't hear this. We can't hear him say anything. No, I'm just kidding. We hear you, bro.
I think my mic is. Can y'all hear me?
Bro, what up?
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
What the?
All coming through loud and clear. All coming through.
How did you hear me?
You're good.
I
Okay.
put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
D-Lo, what up?
Hey, that was actually my buddy. Was that Griffey on the soundboard?
That was Griffey. Yeah, Long Beach
Bro,
Griffey.
I went to high school with Griffey. That's funny as shit.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah, I went to Long Beach Jordan. He graduated a year after me.
Damn,
That's crazy. Hey, so one of the biggest things that I noticed, with this whole discussion, especially when Globers come in here, they tell you to, you ask them a question and tell them to prove their shit, and then they say, well, you need to prove yours. But then we disprove their shit, and they say, well, I can't show you mine, but there's more people who believe what I say, and you can't prove anything to me, so I'm automatically right. Like that, I think that's the craziest fucking thing. And they get upset like that one dude and just leave.
It's like theirs should get a pass, right? For somehow, just they seem to think that just they have this auto starting position of just having an instant free pass.
Yeah, yeah, here I got quarters.
Yeah, like you've disproved their whole shit, but since you can't prove yours while also disproving theirs, it's like, oh well, you can't prove yours, so I'm right. I got some buddies that I would love to refer to this Discord just so they can hear like the viewpoint from somebody who actually really knows this shit. I've only been researching it for about 4 or 5 years on and off. I've been in this Discord for about 2 years, and I mean, the biggest thing, and I've never really heard anybody put it like I think Creation was just saying, and that's one of the things I was trying to explain to my friend is that they try to compare and put flat Earth on a globe model, and it doesn't make any sense. They say, well, if it's flat, then show me the bottom of the Earth in the universe. Show me the bottom of the Earth from space. And it's like I never heard anybody put it like that. And I'm like,
it's because
they've
been reified with space so much that they can't picture a level plane without space being around us, and they're still having a reification fallacy of space. That's all it is. So if you just point out the logic flaw in their thinking, if they have any type of common sense, then they should be able to somewhat think of what you're trying to tell them.
I had a couple guys I was talking to. I was at a bachelor party a couple weeks ago, and I asked them if they even knew that NASA used to be a seed exploration agency, and then they switched their shit to space. They didn't know that, and they said, well, they explore space because you can see space and you can't see what's in the water, so they just leave it alone. What? And I said, repeat that one more time and say it a little bit louder and just hear what the fuck you said.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Yeah. I mean, dude, we're in season 9. We're in season freaking 9. You think we haven't figured it out by now?
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
My whole
sorry,
approach.
I'm at work.
Yeah, just quit your job. I'm just kidding.
That's the goal. I just started a cleaning service, and that is the goal here soon to leave this fucking place. So the wife runs that, but yeah, man, I didn't know it's been 9 seasons, but I'm glad I actually found a community because for years and years, you know, I think people go around trying to gather up information, and it's so blocked now that you can't really find shit because it's all filtered. And then I discovered, I think the dude's name is Eric DeBay. Is that his name? Eric, what's his name?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So I discovered him. I honestly don't. I think one night I was up at, because I used to work third shift. I was up late and I typed in, you know, flat Earth, and I came across this Discord, and it was very welcoming. You know, I was able to express the little knowledge that I do know now, and then just learn more and more and more. And it's not. People tend to think that we want to convert people over to being flat earthers. No, we're not trying to convert you. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. We're just, you know, if you come to us with anything, or I would say you guys, because I can't really debate anything right now, but if you come, you know, asking for just any evidence that we have, be more than happy to give it to you. But don't come in here assuming that you're shit because you've been indoctrinated and told that 1 + 1 is 2, and the earth is the fucking spinning ball since you were in kindergarten, that it's true. I always tell people to look up Richard E. Byrd, the admiral. Look up his shit, all the operations he did, and some stuff with Antarctica, and that'll kind of steer you in a direction. And then, you know, the rest is just, it all ties in though. Once you start looking and finding information and putting the sources together and shit like that, you start realizing that it's all tied together. Well, what do they lie about? Why do they have to lie? And it's all tied together, man.
Facts. Pseudo JP, what up?
What's up, man? Can you hear me pretty good?
We hearing you good, man. What up?
Awesome. Hey, I really had one question. I'm definitely a flat earther myself. And I know it's a good trendy topic right now as far as the 24-hour sun of Antarctica. I'll be 100% honest. I haven't dove too far deep into it to kind of know what's the causation, if it's even true or not.
Oh,
Do you guys have any
Here we
insight to
go
the whole
again.
24-hour sun in Antarctica thing and how it proves either or?
I just want the drop rate, man. I just want to know who measured the curvature.
Did you guys hear what I just said?
Yeah, we heard you. You want to know about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and how it proves either way. Don't know much about Antarctica.
Right. Yeah, same way here. It's just, I know that that's a trendy topic right now for a lot of Globers. Like, hey, they're trying to take flat earthers for free and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And there's going to be a 24-hour sun, which proves it. And I just really haven't got the science behind, or the understanding behind, you know, how to prove one way or the other, if it's true or not, or if that's just something that's a distraction. I don't know.
It's a distraction, bro. Fuck the sun. The sun can do whatever it wants. It wants to do backflips. Tomorrow it wants to go backwards. Fine. It doesn't change what the ground is doing. So I would say, yeah, go ahead.
If it's a ball, it curves. Even if it's a oblate spheroid, a perfect circle, there will be curvature. Show us the curvature. Tell us who measured it. Cite it. Everything else is just an assumption.
Facts. I agree.
Isn't it very telling, though, that for years, right, we've been saying you don't look at the sky to determine what the surface of the Earth is doing? It's like you don't look at your ceiling lights to know that your living room floor is flat in your house, right? Measure it. So and we've been saying that for a long time. It doesn't matter what stuff in the sky is doing. That's not what we're talking about here. We're looking down at the surface, and they still come out with this stuff and this garbage and straw man.
If I can interject real quick, I was just gonna drop something in your guys' chat. It's a patent for artificial sunlight. I'm iffy on the whole topic, although obviously I listen to everybody. I just think it's curious that they have a patent for artificial sunlight. I was gonna drop it in the chat, but I guess I don't have perms. I've been around here for quite a while. And if somebody could hook me up with that, I'll drop it and I'll go back to listening.
All right, you're good. Go ahead, drop it.
Hell yeah, I'd like to see that.
Drop it like it's hot.
All right, boys. CB, I got to dip. I got to go back to work. It was
That
good
is
listening to you
dope.
guys.
We will catch you later, my friend.
Cheers, guys.
Yes, sir.
But really, boo. I gotta do some shit too. But I'll try to stay on as long as I can.
Are you gonna all take off? Come on, man.
Nah, we'll save the panel. Somebody's got to do it. Okay. Pseudo Killer. We got God Rockin'. We got a whole bunch of people on the panel, guys. That freaking loser Glober. So Archimedes, man, fuck Archimedes. Like, well, I know all the
Yeah,
waters.
where'd he go? He just vanished. What happened to him?
Oh, well, you muted me, so I'm out of here. Oh, okay. Well, that's how much it's not a globe, bro.
Oh,
So winning.
right. That's what it was. Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, right, dude. I was debating some globe earthers a couple of nights ago, and one of the only proofs that they tried to bring was that Eratosthenes did it 2,000 years ago. What? And then when we start diving into what he actually did, they're like, well, he sent some men to walk 800 kilometers, walking 800 kilometers and measuring the earth by foot and shit. And they don't even know what stadium he used as his stadia. And I was like, well, hold on. If they walked 800 kilometers one way, that means they'd have to walk 800 back to give him the news. And you're telling me that men walk 1,600 kilometers. And, dude, it just got so fucking ridiculous. It was crazy.
Right, bro. And half of them don't know the damn story. They'll just start coming up with shit. Well, there was this one guy in Egypt, and he did triangles. Like they'll start coming up with some random bullshit. And so, yeah, this guy brought up Archimedes. Like, what? Okay, dude, we're in season 9. We've been asking people for curvature measurements for like literally like every season. And this guy's like, well, so Archimedes. Oh, dude, what?
Hey, I hate to jump back in. I did something. I went to go to my photos and it said select all or something, and I picked something on my phone, and now I can't get back to where I would select a photo to import it. Someone help me out on that on mobile for iPhone.
Yeah, just close out and try again, bro. I don't know.
All
You have
right.
to close out the app and start over. This should be glitching for me sometimes.
All right, I'll back up and start again.
All right. I swear, flat earthers are like straight. We got to be like, we got to get a part-time job at Best Buy. I swear we're like the geek squad in here. Shit's crazy.
You dumbass.
Always giving technical advice. Oh, here he goes in the chat again. Wow.
Yeah, best I got is turn it on and off again. Turn it off, turn it on. That's about as far as I get with tech support. Holy shit, that did not help. Whatever you did didn't help. It made it worse.
I didn't realize I was on mic.
Yeah, that was good though. I'm glad that we got to talk to him a little bit, but you saw how he exposed himself very quickly there, this guy. He's like, well, I've been studying this dust topic for 16 years. Okay, what is our argument? Well, you think it's a disk. I don't even
We're on a pepperoni pizza.
like, bro, really?
Heck, I don't know why he calls himself Flat Earth Math.
Yeah, right. That's the first thing I asked him. Like, what is he? What even is that?
It's kind of deceiving.
Yeah, he's a troll. I feel like he's like somebody hurt him, someone scarred him, and now he's like out for revenge, but he can't even get it on folks like even me. Oh, that's funny, bro. I'm nobody special. You should be able to like, if you're a good, smart person, whatever. I feel like you should be able to get one up on regular old me. But that's crazy. He was like, no, so you think it's a disc? No, let's talk about just this like little area. No, bro, no, because that's him trying to compare again. That was my literal whole presentation. Flat Earth is like the universe. It's not like the globe. Globe is a little object. The universe is the whole thing, right? And I'm like, well, flat Earth is the whole thing. And he's like, well, no, let's just focus on Africa. Like, no, fuck you, dude.
That's
You're an
leading
asshole.
away. That's leading away to get you in a gotcha moment.
Yeah, yeah. It's just another way to say, well, I'm not listening to your what you think flat Earth is. It's what
Yeah.
I say, and I was not going to let that fly.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. He didn't give. He
Well,
was.
let's just like
He was
focus on
busting up a
something.
straw, man.
Like, no, bro, that'd be like me trying to debunk the universe by being like, well, let's just talk about the globe, like, or you know what I mean? He'd be like, well, no, there's more to it than that. Well, no, just ignore everything. That's what they want to do. That's why I focus so much on this like universe thing is because they have I call them horse blinder earthers. They put on these horse blinders, right? And they can only see a limited view, a hyper focused perspective. And they do this with all kinds of stuff. But the universe is one of those things. They'll focus on the globe and ignore literally everything else. Or
Had someone do this to me.
yeah, yep.
I go.
No. Horse blinder earther. Tell us. I'm curious.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good
Like
material
2
for a
days
new
ago
meme.
in FED, one of the FED chats, and they were talking about water being flat, right? And I'm mocking flat Earth as this person, about saying, "Oh yeah, your whole argument is the water in my bathtub looks flat, therefore Earth is flat, right?" So I asked a question, simple question. I said, "Can you show me the tangent point on the surface of a body of liquid at rest, right? Let's say 20 liters, and then show me the deviation in distance between the tangent plane and the surface of the liquid at rest at increments in millimeters, and have it increasing with, along the, increasing distance in the vertical along the horizontal, right?" And he started talking about diameter and radius and globes and spheres, and I'm like, hey, whoa, I didn't ask any of that. And he's like, but it's what you're insinuating. And I'm saying, no, this is coming from what you're talking about now. That's in your head. Where in what I asked did I say anything about diameter, radius, spheres, anything like that? He's like, you don't want to talk about geometry? And I'm like, does my question relate to geometry? And he said yes. I said, well, that's a dumb question. Stupid. And then he still wanted to talk about these other things that I was apparently implying with my question, with my request. I'm like, no, you're setting up straw men for me. I'm not interested. I'm not delving into any of that. I've just asked a simple request. And if you can't address it, then, why even bother continuing? It was exactly what you're talking about. It was what he was trying to do to me. Instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really frustrating because they want to try and say that the globe is facts and flat Earth is wrong, but they actually haven't taken the time to deeply understand, or even on a surface level, no pun intended, understand what flat Earth is. Even when you tell them what it is, they like start rejecting it, right? It's like that you kind of saw with Homie. I was like, no, it's like the universe. No, okay, so what's going on here? You know what I mean? They do this all the time. They think this is some sort of pawn shop. They can bring their own version in. They can bring something in here, some sloppy, shitty idea of a flat Earth, and then pawn it off, try to sell it to us. We're not buying. We're not buying. And I guess they're too broke to afford the thing we're offering them, because every time we offer up our position, they're like, no, I can't, no.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
So I don't know, man. It's just ridiculous. They don't know what they're debunking, which is, I find that just to be hilarious, right? For example, I went to Chat GPT and I said, give me a word that does not exist. And it said, okay, floor blitz. Okay, cool. I come back to the VC here and I tell a Glober, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in floor blitz. And he's like, well, what is that? And I'm like, I don't know. I just know it's wrong. Right? That's about what it sounds like when a Glober is like, yeah, flat Earth is wrong. And you're like, well, what is flat Earth? They're like, well, I don't know. Right? It's the same shit. They basically have come up with some random thing in their mind. They don't know what it is, but it's wrong. Right? To me, like, it's kind of frustrating because we spend so much time here. You know, we discuss flat Earth and stuff like that. Obviously, there's no like cookie cutter um, of what flat Earth is. There's no printout brochure. But with that being said, that's exactly why I talk about the universe so much. Those same issues, quote unquote, that flat Earth has. The reason why people ask for a model and stuff like that, right? We can't give them
That's what
one.
it comes down to.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what it comes down to, like they have this image in their head, right, of what they think is real, right? They've never seen it in reality, but they have this image in their head, obviously put there by someone else, right? And because they have that, they want then if you tell them that's not real, right? They want a replacement. I need to replace it with something, right? They can't handle not having something that to fit in that blank space.
Yes. But see, if you kind of take them, if you take them to the universe, they don't really have any model there for that. I don't even think like the last guy was like, I don't even care about the universe. That's my point. Um, so yeah, like I was saying, like all the quote issues that flat Earth has, where we don't know what shape it is and stuff like that. The universe has those same characteristics. Just point that out to them. Anyone that's like a deep believer in the globe also believes in the universe, right? Which doesn't have answers, doesn't have a model, doesn't have like a cookie cutter, a one overarching um view on this thing. People think of many different ways. You've got people who think there's a multiverse. People think it's infinite, expanding. I thought it would. I mean, we could probably go through the panel and ask each person in here, what did you think the universe was when you were a globe head? I thought it was a bunch of weird stuff. Like at one point, I thought not only did it expand, but it contracted. It was like a heartbeat over just like a long time, right? Isn't that how crazy? You can just come up with random stuff that seems plausible because they said like the universe expanded, exploded, and I was like, well, maybe it'll like come back and do that again. So that was my idea, but people talk about infinite, universe bubbles and crazy shit, right? So there's no like uh uni what's the word? I'm just blanking on the word. Um universal idea of what the universe is. And so the same thing kind of applies to flat Earth. So if anyone tries to mock you on like, well, you don't have a model, well, neither does the universe. And you'll kind of reveal that they're probably comparing the globe to a flat Earth object. I always say the flat Earth is not an object.
Like a puppet
Ooh.
you could put on your hand.
Yeah, the flat. Yeah, exactly. It's not something you can. Yeah, it's not like a puppet you can put on your hand and look at from an outside perspective. It's not an object you can pick up in your house. There's not an object laying around your house that's Earth shaped or whatever. You know what I mean?
I've got a clip for you for that. Right, I'll
Yeah,
get post a clip for you.
do it.
Right.
Yeah, do it. And welcome Shekel as well, Zetetic, Moon. Panel's starting to fill up a little bit. I need to get moving. I'm hungry.
Anyone that thinks that the Earth can be objectified, that means to observe it as some sort of an object. That would take someone having to be far enough away from it that you could see the entire thing, at least, from one perspective, one side or whatever, if, above or whatever. So you could look at it and see, but you're still not going to be able to see the entire object. I mean, if there is something on the other side or on the bottom, or who knows what it is, but the Earth I don't think it will ever be objectified to say this is what the Earth is. This is the object that it is. I don't think it's an object. I just don't think that's the case. So, anybody that tries to compare the Earth to any object or objectify it in any way, I think it's an impossible task, and I don't even think it should be open for discussion. It's an impossibility. Anyway, that's my opinion on that.
Great point.
And when they do that, right, you just do what the guy in the clip that I posted, right? He does. He objectifies this clam. Do what the Whoopi boys did.
Yeah, I just fabricated this one in a couple of minutes.
I hate to say it, but I agree with Bill Nye. I think that's who said it. He said on one of his videos, he said, you cannot leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. And I think that's because this all started about, the conversation was about going to landfills and recovering, the valuable, items or recyclable stuff that's in the landfills. And because they tried to, apparently there was a time that when NASA or someone's idea was to get rid of trash or dangerous waste products like nuclear waste or whatever, they was just going to stick it on a rocket and send it off into outer space and see ya, we're rid of that. Well, guess what? They tried that and it hit something and stopped and came back down to the Earth. They realized very quickly that wasn't going to be a very good idea to be sending stuff up in the air, because what goes up must come down. It's going to end up back in your lap again. And so he was talking about, if there's anything I want the young people to know, that, you can't leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. You need to recycle landfills. That's the next big gold mine, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I don't, I just think
I saw that episode of Futurama.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
There you go.
You remember that? Because he's like 1,000 years in the future, and there's like this big comet heading towards Earth, and the professor says that's no comet. It's a ball of garbage that we sent out into orbit like 1,000 years ago, and now it's coming back.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, I think they figured out that's what would happen. And I think because it did happen. And so, yeah. That's funny.
The ball of trash is hilarious. What up, Ash?
Show for
Yeah, it
sure.
is.
For sure, for sure.
For sure.
Why is the Earth flat? Why?
Us?
Not is the Earth flat. Why is the Earth flat?
You gotta ask
Because that's how
whoever
it was
made
made. Because that's how it was made.
Why are people black? Why are people black?
Because their skin is dark and they're calling them black. I don't know, how many? What do you want for an answer for something like that? Why are they black?
Why
Well,
is
because
beer?
the color
Why
their skin
is
is.
beer so good? Why is beer so good? Oh, that's racist. Oh, that's racist. That's racist, Naga.
The only thing I know that's racist is when you go to the racetrack with your drag car and race. I used to do that, so that's racist to me.
Yeah, that's kind of racist. But like, why is beer so good?
Is beer so good? Because it makes you burp. I don't know.
Ooh, that's a
Shout out to
good
the
answer.
creator,
That's
man.
a good answer.
Shout out to the creator. Made all this shit. You heard?
Bro, he made beer, bro. But like, no, bro. Beer is bad for you, you know, but it's so good.
Are you sure it's bad for you in moderation?
In moderation, no, but like, in moderation, maybe heroin is good for you. You know what I'm saying? In moderation.
I think you're probably right. Heroin probably is good for you in moderation. You know, they determined that the monks that process opium live to 120 years old because they use opium every day and it slows their metabolism down and everything doesn't get all beat up. They just kind of sit around all relaxed and calm every day and process an opium and they live to 120 years old because they use it in moderation. So yeah, maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't think I want to experiment on
Are you
my
sure
own
you don't want
self.
to be on SSRIs for 55 years straight?
I wonder why
What?
they call it. You know, when your beer loses all its carbonation, it's like bubbles and that. They call it going flat.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold
Beer
up.
and earth have some common
Hold up. He cooking.
Or when your round wheel gets a hole in it,
it goes flat. Hit the brakes.
Wait, but if you dig into the earth, what happens?
You get dirt on your feet. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you sweat. It's hard work.
I mean, people did that already, though, bro.
Yeah, they did. 7 miles. The Russia borehole, or so, I don't know what it's called. It's supposed to be in Russia or something.
Kola borehole.
Kola borehole. There you go.
8 miles.
Yeah. Yep. And
I mean, that's a piss weak effort. If for the Globers, that's a piss weak effort, man. Come on, man. It's like 0.02% towards the center.
Right. Yep.
But we know what's below that.
What you mean? We've been to the center, bro. What you mean, bro? Like the earth has a core, bro. What you mean?
Journey to the Center of the Earth. Yeah, I seen that show. That was real.
That was real, bro. Yeah, and the movie Core, bro. That was real, bro.
Okay.
No CGI.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, bro. It was the technology now to make the same movie, right? But it was real.
Okay. All right. I'm with you on that then. Thanks.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me. Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, you like my accent, huh?
Trust me. Trust me. I'm a Russian agent, but trust me.
No. Me no Russia, bro. Me no Russia.
You sound like, for hell's sakes, knock it off then. Just kidding, bro. I just thought your accent sounded a little bit Russian to me, but what do I know? I'm just some stupid old white man that lives in Utah, of all places, surrounded by Mormons.
America.
You can see the curve of the
America.
Earth, all flats.
You can't see the curvature of the earth.
Go to Wendover. Take your P1000 and see the curve at the Salt Flats Highway. Mm-hmm.
And I'm here to tell you, man, the Mormons are some of the most. The Mormons are some of the most hardcore Globers you're ever gonna meet, bro. I'm telling you. And no part of anything but they want their own ball at the end of this program that we're supposed to be living here on Earth. They've been taught in church that they're going to inherit their own ball and have their own world and their own earth, and they're going to be the god of it. And if you try to take that away from them, oh boy, you're going to be in some serious trouble. Serious trouble. They ain't having it. That's right.
Wait,
They aren't having it.
The Jews? Talking about the Jews, bro?
No, Mormons. Mormons, LDS, Latter-day Saints.
Oh, Mormons. Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons.
yeah, the Jesus Christs. Yikes. It is what it is.
Yep. I mean, for the most part, they're really nice people. I'm surrounded.
What if
they're strange? So, a bit.
What if Hollywood actors are not really actors? They're just on screen playing themselves, but the scientists, so-called scientists, are actually the actors.
That's the way it is.
You know what I'm saying?
You do know the astronauts have
That's
got
probably
Hollywood
the way it
stars.
is.
The astronauts actually have Hollywood stars on the Hollywood Boulevard, and in order to get one of those, you have to be an actor. And
That's the only
the
stars you
astronauts that
see.
went to the moon have got Hollywood stars on Hollywood Boulevard. What does that tell you? And actors.
Wait, is that true?
Well, that's true. Yes,
That can be.
They do have stars. Yes, it is. Go there and stand by one if you want. Hollywood. You can go. Buzz Aldrin has his own Hollywood star right on Hollywood Boulevard. I mean, if that, that should just be. I mean, why aren't people just looking at that and going, "What? You mean they're actors?" Well, that's
They're
what they are.
NPCs, bro. They're NPCs, man.
Yeah, well, they could be that too. I guess. Who knows?
They're robots.
Robots. Robots.
Robots, bro. Robots. Stop making fun of my accent. It's hurting my feelings.
Oh shit! Quit being so
American.
sensitive.
Goddamn American.
That's right.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. You guys are fun. Fun to be around. Fun to talk to. It's been a great journey. I've been here for I think a little over 5 years, and yeah, I don't have one bad fucking thing to say about any of you people here or anything I've been through here. It's just been nothing but fun, nothing but good experience, and nothing but hell of a learning lesson. Glad to have learned it all. Kind of makes me feel a little bit like I don't know. It's a good feeling. Let's put it that way. I don't know what it makes me feel like. Why aren't more people interested in this? Because it's so simple. It's so easy to understand if you just get away from your cognitive dissonance and your stupid, indoctrinated,
Not,
brainwashed.
bro. Most people are
thoughts.
stupid, bro. Nah,
Well,
most people are low IQ, bro.
Anyway. It wasn't that rough to figure out. I mean, it just wasn't. You just have to stop with the, believing all the stupid shit for a minute. Just to give it a chance. And then all of a sudden it just clicks like, oh my God, right. Pretty simple. So I only come in every so often anymore. I Probably should make it my appearance a little more often, but it just seems like this place has really changed quite a bit. Doesn't seem like you get many Globers coming in anymore, and when you do, I don't know. Seems like they don't. They're really super staunch and just won't have any part of what you're saying, or I don't know. It's just really weird these days, I think. I mean, some of them are just so hard-headed that they're so a matter of fact. That's what gets me. Is, they come in. Everything's a matter of fact. I know this is what it is. I know we live on a globe. We've been taught this our whole lives. The general consensus of the world. You got millions and millions of people believing it's a globe or knowing it's a globe. So why wouldn't you be part of that? Do you think they're all wrong? Many people believing in something, and how could they all be wrong? You got to go with the masses. You got to. Oh yeah, that's what they say, and it's just like what? No, it's pretty strange. It use that as an argument, like, oh well, there's fuck everybody. 99% of the world believes that we live on a ball. Got to be right. My God, look how many of them there are.
Yeah, that is kind of annoying how like staunch they are. I do agree with that. They're so unknowing too. That's the thing. You can expose them so quickly. And I was just talking about that floor blitz thing. You can just ask them, "What is flat Earth that you're trying to debunk?" And they'll go, "Well, I don't know. You tell me." It's like, so what have you been like raging at? What have you been so upset at? What are you debunking that you don't understand? That doesn't makes no sense to me.
And you probably don't get much besides crickets.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the road for a bit. I'll be back later. Got some stuff to do today. But hopefully you guys keep the panel rolling. If not, we'll get another one going later tonight. You guys take care.
All right, creation. Yeah.
You guys have a good one. Peace.
Thanks.
read something, right?
Depends on what it is. Put a helium balloon on a scale, it won't stay there very long.
Okay. Let's put a paperweight on a scale. It's going to read something, right?
Sure.
What determines what that scale reads?
The fact of whether or not there's enough buoyant force to push it up or not from the medium.
No. The scale reads a very specific number, right? What determines that very specific number?
The lack of buoyancy.
Okay, so the lack of buoyancy determines. So if I put 2 of those paperweights on it, I get a double that number, right?
So let's look at it like this.
Larry, come on, man. Answer the question.
I'm trying to.
Right?
It depends. So just like with a court case, you have to look at the totality of the situation.
I agree.
You can take ice cubes instead of a paperweight, and you could put them directly on the scale, right? And it's going to give you weight. But if you put the scale at the bottom of the pool and try to put the ice cube back on the scale, you're going to get 0 weight. Why?
See, but this is kind of your problem, Larry. You never want to deal with specifics. You always want to talk in abstract
extremely
terms.
specific with you.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah, I said it matters on the medium.
Specific. What the fuck?
No,
You're not being specific enough, Larry.
But this is the problem with most flat earthers, is you guys don't know what specific is.
Did I generalize anything? What did I generalize specifically?
Don't tell us. We're not interested in your opinion about flat earthers. Address the argument. Ad hom.
Can you attack the argument or tell me where I wasn't specific?
All right, tell me what your argument was again. You said something about ice, and you put it on a scale, and it melts, and
yeah, you said paperweight. I changed that paperweight to a block of ice.
Why?
To demonstrate that it has nothing to do with the mass, that it has to do with mass over volume. And if you put the scale with ice on it at the bottom of the pool, it's not going to register any weight from the ice because the ice will float in water.
Okay, but now the paperweights. What determines the number that it reads?
The amount of pressure that the paperweight puts on the scale.
And what determines that?
The weight.
How does that work? How does a paperweight have weight?
The lack of buoyant force.
And so that paperweight, if I put 1 paperweight on it, it reads 10, say 10 pounds. Very heavy paperweight. And then I put 2 on, it's going to read 20 pounds, right?
Okay.
Did I change the density?
No. You just added more. You just added more weight.
I added more what?
Weight.
I added more mass?
Well, you can call it mass, right? But now
what should we call it? Did I change the density at all?
Now no. Hold on. You are already in a state of rest because you had a scale in, let's say, on a desk, and you put paperweights on that desk, and you stacked them up like mattresses, right? And you think that you've proven something. But if you were to take, let's say, instead of paperweights, let's say you take iron barbells, and you put that scale in a pool of mercury, and you drop in the iron barbells, they're going to float like ice cubes. Where's your weight now? Go ahead and add another one. Let's throw in a third one. Now we got 30 pounds of iron barbells. Hold on, bro. Now we got 30 pounds of... Bro, can I finish speaking? Is that all right with you? Now we got 30 pounds, right? It doesn't matter how many more you add, they're going to float.
So?
Has nothing to do with adding more mass. Has to do with the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in.
So you don't want to try to address why that scale reading changes in my situation, right?
I did.
No, you did. You avoided it.
I didn't. I said you added more weight.
Okay.
And it changed. Duh.
But why does that cause the scale reading to change? Because we didn't change the density, right?
You're saying
it's all about. But you say it's all about density. Is it about density or is it about weight?
Bro, you added another situation. I answered your question. You add more weight to the scale, it gets more weight. I mean, tell this to fat people. Maybe they need to know about this new science that you came up with. that if they eat more, they're going to weigh more.
And so we get a different reading on the scale, regardless if we change density or not, right? We don't have to change density at all. We get
You
a
didn't
greater
change the
reading, right?
density. You added more
Exactly.
weight.
And so what does density have to do with the scale reading?
Nothing to do with what you're talking about because you added a new situation.
Okay, so density has nothing to do with scale readings, right?
Yeah, it does, because if you put that scale at the bottom of the pool and try to weigh the beach ball, you're not going to get a very accurate reading, are you?
Yeah, is the beach ball touching the scale? Is it pressing it? So
No,
it's
it's
interesting how
not,
you have to
because
always.
buoyancy. So now add another beach ball. We added more weight, right? Where's your
So
weight now?
okay, so let's put the scale to the bottom of the pool, and we'll put a paperweight made out of lead, very heavy. Put it on the scale. It's going to have a reading, right?
Mm-hmm.
What determines that reading?
The lack of buoyancy and the
Okay,
amount
so
of weight.
how do I know the specific reading? Why does it
You
read
read the
10?
scale.
Why does it read 10? What's causing
Well,
that scale to read 10?
if it's 10 pounds exactly at sea level, it's not going to weigh 10 pounds exactly at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, I know that, but what's causing the specific reading?
Well, it's mass over volume, right?
What's that? Mass over volume?
Yeah,
Oh,
relative
so mass
density.
exists. So mass exists.
And the
Cool.
medium that it's in.
So mass exists. We established
in the
that, right?
medium that you put the weight in.
Cool.
Yeah.
But I just want to verify that mass is a thing now with you guys. Is this
I'm
agreed by all
accepting.
flat earthers that mass is a thing?
No, they're not going to all agree because I said it.
Well,
It's
any of
all
them
or
agree.
nothing fallacy and the stereotype fallacy. If you could just
I'm
stop committing fallacies. Listen,
I'm just
bro,
curious if
I'm
any of them will
having
agree.
listen. I'm having the conversation with you, right? I'm not going to get hung up on little things like this so that we can get to the end of the conversation. So I'm agreeing with you, right?
Okay.
So we're adding mass to the pool. If you want to call it a mass, sure. I could call it a weight or a paperweight or whatever, right? So what's causing it to sit on the pool or on the scale at the bottom of the pool? Is it because you picked it up and put it there? Why did you have to pick it up?
Why did I have to pick it up?
Yeah. Why couldn't you just get a really big mass and hold it over it and then, take the mass away really quickly and drop it on the paperweight? Because that's what you're saying. It's mass attracting mass, right? So get a crane, lift up something really big, and hold it over the paperweight and demonstrate your claim.
My claim of
mass attracting mass?
Oh yeah, we could do that actually.
Sure, go ahead. Show me an example.
I don't have a big crane on me.
Oh, well, can you just show me a crane that's picking stuff up without a tether? They just put a lot of mass at the bottom of the crane and then they just pick stuff up like a magnet or something?
I can show you a magnet doing that.
Yeah, of course you can, because magnetic force is real.
Have you ever seen it?
Electromagnetic forces? Yeah, I've made them.
I know. You've seen things attracting other things, but how do you know that's the electromagnetic force doing that?
Because I had to hook up the 9-volt battery to the wire.
Yeah, so you hook up some wires and something happened. How do you know what's doing that? Maybe it's some kind of
Because
magic.
you can turn it off and on when you manipulate that independent variable. You can see the cause and effect relationship between the 9-volt battery, the wire, the nail, and the paper clip.
Mm-hmm. And so if I had like a neodymium magnet, right, that I can't turn on and off, right? I have a couple in my woodshed. They pinch your fingers if you're not careful. So can I verify that those are attracting ferrous objects?
You verify it? Yeah, you can demonstrate it.
How?
By demonstrating it.
So what would happen if we did demonstrate that mass attracts mass for you?
I guess I would have to look at it, see what you're talking about.
And we proved it to your satisfaction. What would that change for you?
Well, I would have to accept it.
Yeah, if
he
you
would
can
And
never
if you
accept it.
demonstrate it.
accepted it, what would that mean for your belief structure?
Well, I would exchange my belief structure would change based on the new evidence.
What if we took you to Narnia?
So I looked up experiments proving mass attracts mass.
Cool.
And
What's
that
the
pulled up,
dependent variable?
I don't know. I haven't
Okay.
read all the way through it yet.
Well, if you got an experiment, all
But
I need is the independent, dependent control variables, and then we can look at your hypothesis, right? And then see if it's actually scientifically viable and falsifiable. And if it meets those criteria, then you have an experiment.
I posted the experiment, the Wikipedia for it, in the chat. It's called the Cavendish experiment.
Okay,
Not
what's
actually an
the dependent
experiment; it's a
variable?
measurement.
What's the okay? You're not producing any science. See, the problem is I got science on my side, right? Because I
No, you
can
don't.
demonstrate. Wait a minute, just let me finish, Scott. I can
There's a lot.
demonstrate. Yeah, hold on, Scott. Relax.
No, that was me. That was me. That was me. I do apologize.
Sorry. I
No, you're
apologize,
fine.
Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can demonstrate what causes things to go up or down, right? With a cup of tea, right, or an egg and salt water. I can demonstrate it. Yeah, in America we have ice in our tea, so maybe that won't work in England. But over here in Texas, especially, we definitely got some ice in our tea because it's hot outside.
You got me all excited then.
Someone say tea.
Oh, no, he said
I'm not
tea, and
talking
then
about
the rest
tea,
just be
right?
silent.
It's a misnomer.
So you're saying the Cavendish experiment is not science? Before I read all the way through it, can you kind of explain to me why it's not science?
Just
Right, because you got to have a hypothesis in order to have a hypothesis test, which is what an experiment is. An experiment, which is known as natural science or what we call science, you need you need the independent, dependent control variables, right? Because you control because causation is not correlation, correlation is not causation. You heard that before?
Yes.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you need to control all the other variables and only manipulate your independent variable by itself. That's why it's called independent and variable, because you're going to vary it on and off, up and down. And then you're going to see that cause, which is your independent variable, that's your presumed cause, affect the dependent variable, which is your naturally observed phenomenon. Hence the name natural science.
Why do objects of different densities fall at the same rate in a vacuum?
Like a buoyant force.
I don't exactly.
They're
May I
different
explain this to him in a language he'll understand?
Are we off Cavendish and back into the vacuum now? What's going on?
Well, I want to explain Cavendish to Des in a language he can understand.
Why
I'd
he brought
appreciate
it up? He brought it up. He said, what would it take for us to believe in mass attracting mass? He's Googled something. He's come back with Cavendish. This is his shit, Scott. You've already pointed out to him that this is a measurement, so not science.
Okay. But I don't think he understood that.
Okay, if you want to explain that bit, that would be helpful.
That's what I wanted to explain to him. Why it's a measurement and not necessarily science per se.
Yes, please.
Basically, they already knew gravity existed. They weren't trying to prove gravity existed. They were trying to measure the force of gravity. They're trying to find the gravitational constant, i.e. big G. And so essentially the Cavendish device is just a scale. That's all it is.
That's incorrect. He was trying to measure the density of the Earth. Don't lie, Scott.
He was going to calculate the density of the Earth by figuring out big G, and then once we know big G, we know how other things of known mass are attracted to the Earth, and therefore we can calculate the mass of the Earth. If we plug it into that equation, m1 times m2 times gravitational constant divided by the distance squared between the two centers of masses, if we know the mass of one, we know the big G and we know the distance, then we can figure out the mass of the other, which is the mass of the Earth.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Sorry. I love the way that you put that. Thank you, Scott, for pointing out this. Yeah. You can figure out the mass of the Earth, whatever the fuck mass is.
I was explaining to him, not you guys.
I know. So, like I said, I thank you. Cheers, Scott.
Okay.
So, what is the Earth sitting on if it's the most buoyant?
Oh my goodness me. So we're off Cavendish now.
Or the least buoyant?
Again, so we're off Cavendish.
Yeah, you guys have rejected it, and I understand why you've rejected it.
Good. Awesome stuff. So we haven't proved mass attracting mass then. Now we're on to something else. What's the Earth on? We don't know.
Is the Earth subject to buoyancy?
Don't know.
You know, the only reason mass attracting mass is so controversial to you guys is because if it were the case, then you have an explanation for the planets in the sky, and it gives credence to Earth being a globe. So you just can't have it in a flat Earth. It's like too much credence.
It's not controversial. There's no controversy surrounding it. What are you talking about?
That's why you don't want mass attracting mass to be real.
Well, that's what I want. It matters if you can demonstrate it.
This can't be verified.
No, you're just asserting that. So there's a want for you to prove that it's the case. And we're saying, can you go ahead and do that? And then everything that's presented is insufficient.
You know, there's Cavendish experiments in Faraday cages where they literally try to eliminate as much of the electromagnetic force as possible to observe the gravitational force. Yeah.
That's just wonderful.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's what they observe. That's why they say that's the case.
But not really. They haven't done since 1915. Einstein. We know this story, right? It's you guys that don't accept this narrative with regards to your story of gravity. Gravity is not a force. It's not mass attracting mass, according to Einstein.
Can you link that?
Well, Einstein.
Yeah, that he didn't.
General theory of relativity, the distortion of a space-time fabric due to the displacement of mass.
You want me to do that for you? I can post that for you, Jedi.
Please do, mate. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Let me go do that.
Appreciate it. Just so I can read a little bit more up on it.
Yeah, no worries, man. The point to why I bring this up is Einstein comes along in 1915 and comes up with his theory of general relativity, saying that the reason why things move in the sky and things fall down is because the Earth is so big, it has a lot of mass, and that mass sits in a space-time fabric, and because of that mass, it distorts that space-time fabric. It stretches it, it compresses it. So they're two different things when we talk about Newtonian, or Cavendish as you brought up with mass attracting mass, and Einsteinian. One is the mass, because it has mass, is attracting that mass over there because it has mass, whatever the fuck mass is. And because of this, and I quote, magic at a distance, these things be attracted to each other. Einstein said, no, that's not the reason. Mass, whatever that is, doesn't have any powers of its own, because something's so big, it sits in this space-time, four-dimensional coordinate system, 3D space and
Isn't it
time.
observed that like mountains affect compasses and like plumb
Mountains
bobs and
affect
stuff?
compasses. Yeah.
That's a non
And plumb
sequitur.
bobs.
Yeah, just to be clear, I posted it so that everybody could see
That's
it.
not a sequitur. That's relevant because that's a big mass. It's a hunk of mass right there.
And
Awesome.
it causes compasses to go, therefore gravity. I mean, walk me through that leap of logic if you don't mind.
That would be a magnetic mountain, probably, if a compass pointed to it.
Probably some iron in there.
Oh,
No,
I'm gonna
go
get an
ahead.
onion.
Go ahead with your leap of logic, bro. Us flat earthers will be quiet and let you go
Things
ahead.
with magnetic properties typically are mass. So there you go.
Boom. Correlation is not causation, right?
Well,
Unless you really need your globe to work.
Mass, therefore
Mass
attracts mass. Yeah.
You just
Wow.
don't want to cause for anything. Just appeal to
Wow.
ignorance. We can't know what's causing anything.
So read the leap.
No. It's not an appeal to ignorance in the way that you're putting it. Is that we realise that as far as we can get things to move upwards or downwards with regards to relative density by manipulating the density of a medium and the object and how dense that is, we can make things go up and down. Why we don't manipulate this? You've got a lot of stories though, but we just realised that you can't complete the science with this question.
You can manipulate the gravitational effect by changing the distance between objects in Cavendish.
Distance. So this magic at a distance, mass attracting mass.
That's the variable you're manipulating.
Yeah, so
That's
distance.
the theory. Yeah.
Yeah, so distance, listen to the word you use, distance for foot is causing something. Distance isn't physical, dude. You have to have something.
Alone. Not
You have to have
alone.
something physical with it. You have to have something physical within that distance, like a field and magnets, for the density of those fields to weaken or move apart with distance. You don't have that with mass attracting mass. There's no mass field that's attracting another mass field in this distance. You say distance, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Distance don't cause anything.
So what is the cause? There is no cause, apparently.
No,
Well, here's a
again,
military study that the iron deposits and the electrical fields will affect your compass reading. So they have to map it out. They have to map out the known deposits of metals in the ground and adjust their compass accordingly.
Nice. That's what I thought.
That's what you thought?
Yeah, I was right.
You thought gravity because compasses point to mountains.
No. I know that mass has magnetic properties, and that's what causes
mass. All right, now we need to
affect compass needle.
What? Okay, so mass. You're going to have to now define this word. What do you mean by mass? Eris, isn't it? What
I'm just explaining too much stuff. It's just like there's something I was trying to get to. You don't care.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go away from. We'll get you to define it a little bit later. You keep your train of thought, mate. Sorry.
No, it's just with Larry, I asked him his density of force.
Okay.
And then you ask what causes objects of different densities to fall at the same rate, and you say buoyant force. What is buoyancy? Apparently, what causes buoyancy is mass. So
that's not what I said at all.
To
That is a huge straw man. Go on mute. Let me clear this up, please. Okay, so what causes things to fall? Lack of buoyant force, right? What is the buoyant force, and how does that, compare to what we're talking about? The relative density between the object and the medium. Can you write that down, sir? So you don't
What is
misquote me
density?
again.
Mass times volume.
Right. It's not just mass. It's not just space-time. It's mass over volume.
Well, then there you go. Mass attract. You're saying relative density is the cause of things falling.
You did it again. Okay, so one more time. It's not just mass, right? It's not just mass. It's mass over volume. So why does ice float, right? Because if everything else, and like everything else, if when it frozen, it became more dense, crush all the fish, right? And kill everything in the ocean every time it froze. So it expands when it freezes. That's why it floats, because once you expand the same amount of material, it becomes more buoyant or less dense. And the more buoyant force pushes the ice up. So just say it with me. Relative density, right? Not just mass. Say specific gravity is relative density, the relative density between the object and the medium. Can you at least repeat that?
What about the relative density between the medium to the left of the object? Like, it's not just down that's less dense. It's also to the left. So why is the preferred direction down?
Okay, show me. Show me a more dense thing to the left. Because I got a.
That's not what I said. I said that the medium surrounding the object falling
I got an egg
is
next to the
equally as
refrigerator. It's
less
not
dense
attracting.
as down.
Why doesn't the egg attract to the side of my refrigerator door?
What?
Go ahead, bro.
You didn't hear what I said.
It's the same thing worth listening to.
You're avoiding the issue with your theory about density. Density is not a force. It does not cause itself to fall.
I didn't say the density
If
was
an
a
amount of
force.
density is...
Hello? Are you retarded? I said the buoyant force is the reason things fall down. Say it out loud. The buoyant force, lack of, is the
You
reason
just
things go
assigned
up
a
and
new
down.
word to gravity. You think things are going
Hello?
up
Are
instead of
you
down.
retarded? Say it with me, sir. The buoyant
That's not
force
how
or the
normal
lack thereof
conversations
is
go.
the reason
You're
things
bugging out.
go up and down. If you strawman me again, I'm going to mute you, sir.
All right, have a nice day.
Okay, bye.
Bro, why would NASA lie, guys? Why would NASA lie?
Because they're not going to the vacuum of space.
What?
Well, it's like you went to the girl's house and you're like, dude, she's flirting with you. The girl's she's flirting with you hardcore. And you're like, yo, $100 says I can get with that girl. You go to her house and she's like, dude, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. She shuts the door. You go back. Yeah, guys, I hooked up with the girl. Why do you lie? Because I said I could do it. I couldn't do it. So that's it. So I lied.
So they just lie because they want to lie.
No, they tried to go. They thought they could go. They couldn't do it. They got the money. Everybody gave them the millions of dollars. Like, dude, you can do it. You said you can do it. They came back like, shit, we couldn't do it. What are we gonna do? Tell them we couldn't do it? No, we did it.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
There you go.
It can't
Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they know that the Earth is like? Surely they would know before they even tried, though. No.
Listen, didn't your mom tell you, or like somebody? You never know, son, until you try. Give it your best. You
Yeah,
never
but
know until you try. Yeah, so you don't know until you try.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So how did they know it before they went to space?
How do you know so much about what NASA's trying to hide?
They hypothesized it.
They got billions of dollars that they
What?
can't hide secrets from you guys?
Well, they hypothesized it. Okay. How did they do that?
They said, "Oh, I wonder if we did this, maybe that would work out. Let's try it. Okay, cool. We'll have to build something to try it. Okay, let's build it. Let's get funding from the government to do that. Cool, let's do that. Let's get grants and let's get approval. Let's get everyone on board
to do what
with the idea to get out into space. So-called space.
Yeah. Well, I thought our gentleman said that surely they figured it out before they went to space.
Oh,
Yeah, those are two different guys. Cups. I think your name is Cups. You were asking. Are you saying how they knew, or were you asking how they knew?
Nah, like why did I was just asking why they lied, bro. But yeah, you sort of answered my question. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So that one, and then but you said surely. Cups, right? You said surely they knew. What did they know?
I don't know.
Oh, okay then.
Onto Alexa.
You're breaking up, Rick. That's why Cups is going to take over.
You're yeah.
You believe that
urgent robotic
Oh
hard
yeah, you're stuttering,
dropout.
dude. You got no answers,
that
Rick. You're
failed rocket
stuttering.
mission went up and
That's what I thought, Rick.
That was funny.
I think he's driving.
That satellite's above his head all the time. Surely he should be fine. We'll give him a moment or two to rejoin. Hopefully he's figured out he's roboted by now.
It's pretty bad when you got people on here and you say, hey, if you could just not strawman me. Right, that way I don't have to mute you. And they're like, I can't just not strawman you, so I'll just be quiet. Somebody's robot.
Through a dead
So you're
zone.
saying I'm not strawmanning you?
Thank you for the conversation, Larry. I appreciate it.
What?
It'll.
What did you say,
Rick?
Larry? I appreciate what?
Oh, I
Rick,
said thank you for the
gotta mute up.
conversation, Larry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're welcome, brother.
Yeah, my connection will be clearing up in a minute.
All right, mate. No worries.
It's just this section of road.
Sorry, bro.
Hopefully that was clear. Yeah, it's just this section of road is notorious for dropouts. Out in the bush,
Got a lot of homeless
out of the
people.
country. Must be like, yeah, far from a signal tower or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been getting
All right, it should be starting to get better.
I've been getting a correlation between people saying they have dead zones that are local to like their sewage factory or their sewage plant. I don't know. I mean, is it all those chemicals in the air messing up the signal? I mean, there's some kind of correlation there. Maybe not, but
yeah, not sure. But yeah, it should be a lot better now. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, about that rocket that took off and blew up and fucking killed all the astronauts. What do you think that actually happened?
No.
I think it probably did.
No.
No, it didn't happen. So no one died.
So
how do you know that didn't happen? How do you know?
Hold tight. So this is a bit of a conspiracy theory all by itself. Outside of the flat Earth debate, there's lots of people who talk about NASA not going to the moon that still think the Earth is a ball, for example. Now, with regards to I think it's the Challenger disaster that you're talking about in the mid '80s.
I think so. Yeah, the one that yeah.
Yeah.
You guys hear me okay or no?
It just blew up.
Yeah. So there is circulating on places on the internet like YouTube and so on, images of these people, what are we now, 40 years later or so, 40 years later, and they've aged and they've got different jobs and they've moved on and so on. I think at least 6 out of the 7, there might be all 7, I can't remember, but this conspiracy has been going on for a while. They've taken maybe a slightly different name. The majority of the time they've kept their same name, or for some reason they've had a twin and they've turned into that twin or something like that. But yeah, it might be worth you looking on the internet, YouTube, maybe for the Challenger disaster and see if you can find any conspiracy theory about that. Why did it
I'll do
happen
some digging.
like this? Yeah, why did it happen like this? Again, this is just speculation, but maybe because space wasn't that interesting anymore. It was taking quite a lot of money and people seem to have lost their enthusiasm about going to space and the moon. Maybe this was used some kind of tactic or whatever. I don't know. That's my personal speculation. But it might be worth you having a look, my friend.
Sure.
you might
I
be
think
onto
it's
something,
very
Jedi. Yeah,
I think it's very strange that we haven't been back to the moon if we went there once before. Like, why is it now even more difficult? Like, we've got more technology, more, like, I'm sure we could have saved up if it was a money
And private
thing.
investments. No, it's now privatized, some of it.
Right.
Yes,
and they say, we went there and we got all we needed to get. Like, bullshit. Like, I'm sure there'd be more exploration you could have done. So I think it's definitely suspicious. It's weird. Like, why the fuck wouldn't they go back? Or why hasn't any country gone, since then?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's weird too. Along with Challenger speculation, it is strange because there's some things that are like special, right? So that was like they did it where they just grabbed regular old citizens, right? That was special. And then for the event, they wheeled a TV into every single classroom, like pretty much across the world, definitely across the United States, and said, "Make sure you watch this." That was special. And then it blowing up with people inside of it, right? That was special. I mean, so all these special things did occur with this one launch, with this one.
That being said, I have a question for you on that. And I'm actually genuinely curious, and I'm not trying to go down the road of conspiracy, but do you think that the Challenger mission, what it was supposed to be, was actually saying, all right, let's actually do this for real this time?
Oh, I don't know. Why, if they were going to do it for real, why choose like everyday citizens and then build them up in the way they did? They built like characters of these people, saying like, "Here's old Farmer Joe, here he was 5 years ago, just like working in the fields, and here's the teacher. Here's her Here's her kindergarten class, and they're all wishing her well, like, do a good job, Miss, Miss D or whatever her name was, and they built like characters for each of these
True. Why not have
pilots.
amateur? Oh.
What was that?
No, I mean, if my theory would be correct, you would think it'd actually be the other way around, that they would have done something like that in the 60s and been, oh, look, Miss So-and-so's on the moon. Look at that. And then for the other one, go, all right, for real this time, let's put some professionals up in here and actually do this for real.
Yeah, people do have that idea that was like, look this way so we can put the professionals up over there. That people would justify it in that way. They say that was just the reason for that conspiracy. And listen, like just that on its face, like those things on its face, I wouldn't jump on the train and say, this is a conspiracy just because people died. There was a guy who said this will never work. He put a lemon on the shuttle. He said this is, and then he died like a week later. There's this whole buildup of this like sabotaging of the missions. But just on the people dying, I wouldn't say that's a conspiracy. The thing that really gets crazy is finding those people. Or at least their exact doppelgangers with their exact birthdays, and this, them, having the same name. Those things that's what's kind of crazy.
Yeah, if you look at Russ Grissom, he was the guy who said that if we can't communicate between towers, how are we going to communicate to the moon? Talk about the different buildings they were in. And he hung a lemon on the limb. Now we know about the lemon law, right? So a lemon is like a card that someone sells you that's like brand new that doesn't work, right? We have lemon laws to protect the consumer against things like that.
And the business,
Well,
it's both. But yeah.
yeah. So if you look into Russ Grissom, he had a very tragic death with him and his crew. And, it's kind of weird that, he was like the naysayer, going, hey, I don't know about this. And then all of a sudden he died. It's kind of weird that, nobody died on the moon missions, but someone died on the ground.
Hi everyone. What's up?
Expectations.
Versus reality.
Who's got the mute for Santina 2464? But yeah, I mean those are two different things. I mentioned them both, but yeah, the shuttle thing, the Challenger shuttle, like on it without finding those people later on would just be like just be all like strange, maybe outlandish speculation. But then finding them later, definitely, not normal.
But let's say you were part of the NASA team, right? And we allegedly won in World War II, but yet here's these Nazis over here running NASA, and the one guy who was critical of the moon mission, he's dead now. Yeah, we're going to go along with anything they say because that guy died a very painful death. Like he was burned to death in the cabin or whatever they call the capsule, whatever. And I would have went along with that shit. I'd have been like, yeah, the moon happened exactly the way that they said that we said that it did.
Yeah. Anybody who's seen the recent episodes of the boys and see what Homelander did to the one guy in the chamber, that's what they did to Gus Grissom. Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Well, spoiler alert: he burned somebody alive in the chamber, and
Damn.
everybody watches.
That's wild.
Yeah, and then none of the other people stepped up and said, "Let's take this." They just didn't want to be next. I do like how you tied it together with the Nazi thing, though, there, Larry, because apparently they did that the Nazis did that same thing to people.
Yeah, Werner von Braun, the original head of NASA, was straight up Nazi, like straight up Nazi from Operation Paperclip. So after World War II, like these Nazis became like leaders of really high places in world government and local governments. So it's really interesting how that happened, because very few Nazis were actually tried in Nuremberg trials. So the rest of them just got away with it, I guess, the ones that survived the war. So yeah, so it's not only Nazis that founded NASA or started the head of NASA. There was also Jack Parsons, who was a competing occultist with Aleister Crowley. I believe they were roommates one time, and the whole Jack Parsons JPL, which is what we call Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So Jack Parsons is the one that founded that, and he was hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard, the original leader of Scientology, or the creator of Scientology, and they were competing occultists with the wickedest man alive. What was his name? Aleister Crowley, also known as the Beast, also known as 666. And funny enough, his drawing of Lam is someone that he allegedly met while on his honeymoon in the pyramid in Egypt. And if you take a look at Lam, Aleister Crowley's Lam, it's a straight up depiction of a little green alien. So that's your foundings and founding fathers of NASA, Nazis and Satanists.
Grey alien.
Sorry, did I say green?
Yeah.
Marijuana's a powerful
I
drug.
remember Jaron did a video a while back. Yeah, I know, right? Apparently,
anybody hear that?
And he was him and his wife were analyzing documentation or literature that was supposedly in some sort of school educational curriculum. It was addressing the justification of hiring, World War II war criminals to help establish NASA and all that. And I don't know. I didn't look further into it. I just watched the video. Now, so allegedly, these documents exist. I don't know from what era they are, or if it was their literature given to their children, or if it was from time long ago. But I do remember seeing that. It would be interesting to try and trace.
Jaron does find a.
Yeah, he does find some little gold nuggets here and there, doesn't he?
Well, he does find like a lot of document stuff. Like he'll find he found. I think he found, or somebody gave the sun simulator document. Like he does seem to find these very convenient documents.
Have you heard anything of John Lear's son? You know the inventor of the Learjet. He's got a lot of like random conspiracies that he was telling to the world. I don't know if you can still find his videos, but I used to watch.
Is that the guy who was at Area 51 that's seen aliens and flying saucers and shit? Well, no, that's Bob Lazar. Sorry, that's Bob Lazar.
Yeah, John Lear, or I don't know if he's John Jr. or whatever, but John Lear, he was suggesting that there was a high-speed network, like a tunnel between the US and Australia, like under the ocean. That was his conspiracy theory. He said
sounds crazier than flat Earth.
He said that VIPs and stuff would jump into this, high-speed train and escape to Australia at Pine Gap was where it came out, near Alice Springs, in the middle of Australia.
Good thing we don't believe any of that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like, wow, like a huge tunnel. Where the fuck would all the material come from, and like all of the manpower to build that? Like, yeah, it was a very fantastic, unbelievable claim. But yeah,
Globers say the craziest shit, don't they? Those crazy Globers.
Yeah, what's that saying? Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, or something like that. Yeah. I don't know the wording exactly, but yeah.
It's a YouTube channel name, that.
Yeah. Or fact stranger than fiction. Yeah.
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction is a great YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Why does fuel have to be so expensive at the moment? Damn it.
Isn't that like a Mark Twain quote from a fantasy book?
Not sure. But sometimes, yeah, some facts are stranger than what was first thought as reality. Like, yeah, for certain subjects, yeah. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, if you look at all the underground tunnels in the world that are already there, you have to think, if it was so easy for these people to do like the underground tunnels under San Francisco, right? They had shovels and wheelbarrows, and they built like all these, tunnels if you go with the official narrative. So if we have like nuclear powered submarines, why can't we have nuclear powered vitriolic drilling bit machines that drill through the bedrock and can scan the bedrock in front of them before they drill to make sure that it's all like solid bedrock, and vitrification hardens the rock once it goes through. I mean, I don't think it's such a far-fetched thing because, they did it with shovels. If you don't know about the underground tunnels in San Francisco, apparently a lot of homeless people live there.
Yeah, I've heard of them before, man. I know what you're talking about.
And I guess communism wasn't working out for them.
I don't know. I was told by some other flat earthers that the reason that solid objects fall down after you go through the whole buoyancy, density, etc. But why down? Why not left, right, up, down? Is because there's a containment, and the Earth is primary within that containment. So the Earth being, setting, and the Earth being down, and being of a mass, and then the sun being up in the sky sets the up and down within a containment. It's just that simple. You got a fan freaking out in the chat. Sorry.
Like Cali still.
I got a fan, huh? If you use a fan, it's hot outside.
Well, fans blow, so.
That's all you got. I mean,
Yes,
how do you even
fans blow.
argue against what we observed, dude? Like, what are you even arguing against?
Yeah, you're saying gravity. You're obviously talking about specific gravity. I agree.
Like, what causes different densities to create a density gradient? Why
It's
does
called
the most
specific
dense
gravity.
stuff go to the bottom?
Specific gravity.
Because the Earth is primary and the sun is in the sky. So the sun is up, the Earth is down, and the differential
It's
between
a
the two.
vertical density gradient relative
Yeah,
to the Earth
relative to
being
the
below
sky,
it.
and the
Yeah.
Earth below, the
No,
sun's in the
relative
sky.
to the sun.
There's a differential there's a differential, right? A gradient or a differential, and then the charge and discharge between the differential until it grounds into the ground. Yeah.
All of those
Temperature's
things
temperature's
that you just
probably
said
one of the
don't
biggest things.
cause
Also,
what we
gases
observed.
start at the surface to begin with, so you'd expect a gradient.
Yeah, they don't have the kinetic energy to keep going up and up and up forever. Yeah.
So what do they do? Run out of energy and fall back down to the Earth?
Yes.
Show
So
me.
gravity causes gas molecules to compress. Cool claim. Now demonstrate it.
Not quite sure what
Gas
you just said.
molecules disperse, dude. They don't. It's not their nature to compress. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like not controversial to anyone on Earth ever. Like, it's
What
not a
you just said
controversial
was.
idea.
What you just said was gas runs out of energy and falls back down to the Earth.
I said that.
Gas fall down, go boom boom.
I don't know who said that. That wasn't me.
Oh, was it not? Sorry, Ali. I do apologise, mate. I take it back if it wasn't you.
Yeah, come on, stay on track, dude.
Yep, sorry.
But yeah, like I don't know how.
You
I don't
see
know
how
how you
easy,
explain
Callie? You see how
mass
easy it
is
was for him to
density times
say,
volume.
"Sorry for strawmanning you. I apologize. What is your correct interpretation? What was your correct statement?" So easy it
All
was
the
for him.
snickering and the ha-has, like you guys act like I don't get it. I'm literally sitting here like I super duper get it. Like it's just like don't mock me. We could
Well,
have
why
a
don't you
disagreement.
demonstrate
But
gravity
I'm not here to mock
compressing
you.
gas?
Bro, it's real simple, right? If you got a claim that my cause is not the only cause of gravity, right? Please use my independent variables as your control variables. meaning that you don't manipulate buoyancy or density and demonstrate gravity. Please be my guest.
Well, yeah, go ahead. I don't think you're going to do it. But so the electrostatic force.
We
Are you going
manipulate
to
the
do it?
density in a
I mean,
vacuum. Sorry, dude.
You
I
don't
had
need
the
to
answer and I
invoke an
realized I was on mute.
electrostatic force. That's horseshit.
You manipulate the density in a vacuum and it doesn't affect the rate of acceleration towards the Earth.
Hold
That's
on, I
how
just
you
heard something
know
that was
that
funny.
density itself does not cause things to go down.
Hold on, did
No,
I
I don't
just
see
I
hear
why
can
you
prove
don't
to
get
electrostatic?
it.
you,
Hold on,
as a
time
flat
out.
earther, I can
Hold
prove
on.
it that in a vacuum, if you lift up a bowling ball, that's the cause of it falling when you release it.
Hold on, I just heard somebody say electrostatic force is bullshit. Do you not believe in electrostatic forces?
Get him. He's an Amish guy, so he might not.
I
Oh
gotta go
yeah,
to work now.
I
Sorry.
do, but I want to see electrostatic forces being linked to the claimed gravitational field.
Okay, so I posted 4 documents earlier, and side chat. You're more than welcome to scroll up and find them. Let me see if I can find them for you. 4 PDFs in a row. I'm gonna have to post. Yeah, there they are. At 6 minutes after the hour. Now, of course, these are theories. I don't know if it's actually science, but check it out.
Yeah, that's my point. It's not science yet. So I would avoid invoking that, is all I'm saying. You don't need to.
Okay. Well, if you got another reason why there seems to be an up and down vector, love to hear it.
Or why clouds coalesce.
Yeah, what makes clouds come together? So let's just be careful with our words. Electrostatic forces are not bullshit. They're real. They're demonstrable.
I love my electrostatic forces.
Well, I mean, our problem is with gravity, not electrostatics, right? Our
Yeah.
problem is that Newton and mass attracting mass, even though that's not demonstrable. And Einstein, of course, his thought experiment is not a scientific experiment. So, yeah, well, let's not attack stuff that we know that works.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. Like, I'd have to find all the material again, but the kinetic energy, matter, material will have a specific potential energy. You put, you can charge it on up or put the kinetic or move it. The kinetic energy, it goes to the sky. I didn't say go. Then it can go through a phase change. According with in not in accordance with, but as an interaction with the electrostatics. Once you remove the kinetic energy, and we have the biogeochemical water cycle that recycles these gases and materials. Putting it all together coherently takes more time. But yeah, these are just like the parts. I'm just naming the parts. I think no gravity is necessary.
So, do you
There's
know?
nothing else. There's not another force that's needed. Like I don't see nobody needs gravity. I mean, it's not necessary
Right,
to add something where it's not needed.
exactly. So, when you're talking about the fundamentalist globe earthers who think that gravity is a force, right? These fundamentalists believe that gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces. But I don't think us flat earthers should be questioning, the electrostatic force. I don't really think that's up for debate. I mean, if it is, let me know. Maybe I'm retarded. Because, I mean, I've rubbed a balloon on my head and stuck it to a window and demonstrated electrostatic force. So, if all these elements are made out of neutrons, electrons, and protons, allegedly, and they have atomic weight, maybe that's why they go down. Maybe.
Well, the proton, neutron, electron, that stuff is just. It's not like it's. I don't even know if I would say it's a thing exactly, but it's like the effects, right? They say, well, if I
Well,
get this
gold
much,
weighs more than iron, right?
right?
So the atomic weight is a real thing. Maybe the atomic model is incorrect, but these different elements have different weights.
Yeah, relative to something else. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So it seems like it's like so there's it seems like it seems like there's definitely always an interaction, right? So like we're going to say this is relative density disequilibrium. So this is going to have this much pressure against this material against so it's an interaction of the two things, and then it's like I mean I guess you just do math and divide it or subtract the difference of another material that you add in there, and then we say well that model of electrons pushing on and displacing another, neutron or whatever we're doing there. I just don't know if they're actual things or just an abstract concept to describe the interaction.
Yeah, I'll give you that's a fair point. Totally. But yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at the periodic table and you look at the models of these different atoms, like in the form of gas, right? Let's not compare solids to gas, but the heavier ones have the least amount of electrons, protons, neutrons. So that kind of makes sense to me that it's all the universe is electric in nature. I see no evidence of any bending and warping of space-time. I mean, show me something that doesn't have, an electric charge other than like what neutrons or something.
I like Callie said he's got Callie, why do you need something additional? Like Larry went over the buoyant force, which you could you say well gas expands in all direction, then giving the relative to the to the material, giving the giving it that second piece that it needs, right? So the gas moves in all directions, right, until it's the measurement upon the walls of the container, and then you put a solid within the omnidirectional gas of air. Then you have the temperature of the sun up in the sky, and you have the where the differential between the sky and the ground and discharge of the current into the ground. Why do you need this gravity thing? Why do you bring it in? Like a force, is it a standalone force? The force of gravity. Is it like we can view interactions between object, medium, object, whatever. We can see the interaction between two things.
Because
Is the
density
gravity
itself,
a standalone force?
because density itself is not a force.
Once again, that's not my claim. I'm not going to mute you, but you seem to be really, really slow. Right? I'm just going to assume that you're really dumb and you're not doing it on purpose. Nobody claimed that density was a force, right?
No, but there won't be to your point, Callie. There won't be
you are. You're saying
any kind of difference between if I put water in water, then there's no difference, right? Because it's the same density. So I'm not going to be like, oh look, here's a reaction with water in water. I'm going to need water and something else.
You asked me a question. I said one quick thing. I got called names, and it's just like, why even engage? You want to deny what everyone observes when they test the cause? Do Cavendish.
Test the cause. What?
So is it a
downward
standalone
acceleration on Earth?
All right. So is it a standalone force? The force of gravity. It stands alone, or is it the effect?
I'm not
of
responding.
the interaction?
You have to listen. You asked me a question before. Just listen, dude.
No, those were the questions I asked you.
You go to test what causes downward acceleration. You come to find out it is not the mass itself. It's that fucking simple.
What's the test? What test are you talking about?
Every single test.
Can I have just one?
Proves this evidence.
Just one test?
That's what you got to work with. That's why you go against it, because it contradicts.
No, I haven't gone against anything because I haven't seen anything yet. Can you show me what test you're talking about?
You're
about hypothesis test, right?
Called me out. Here I am. Now I gotta go.
Well, I'm calling you out. 10 paces and then turn around and then show me your test.
Yeah, I don't think he answered any of my questions at all.
Yeah, that yellow belly mouth mover doesn't have any science.
Yeah, so we have the interaction of different things, right? So one thing will cause another thing, right? So so it's a cause and effect relationship or principle of sufficient reason, whatever you want to do. Like the effect, the cause is prior to the effect. So one substance affects another substance. no problem. Then you get an effect from that interaction between the two things. You can then manipulate different things, right? You can manipulate the air or the egg or the water with the egg and add salt and stir it around, or you can manipulate the egg, right? So and then you can get an effect. So that's an interaction of two things. If I added egg to egg, I wouldn't get an interaction. I wouldn't get like a change. If I added water to water, I wouldn't get, nothing would happen, right? It would just stay where it is. But
Okay, I'm unmuting to respond to this. Okay,
so why?
I know a
So what is
dude
it?
that literally he put 2 cold turkeys in a Faraday cage, and he measured the gravitational effect between these 2 cold turkeys. He completely eliminated the electromagnetic forces. He has a 10-hour video showing the change of the distance between the velocities of there's within Faraday.
Oh, you
It's
can't
He
help
hilarious.
literally proved that mass alone.
What did I
So
just
you
walk
can play pretend all day like this doesn't make sense.
This dude thinks that a Faraday cage completely eliminates all electromagnetic fields. How'd you get the? Just curious.
Yeah.
It's
So
not.
if
Hold on.
mass is
Mid
intrinsically electric,
question. Mid question. Yeah, just curious.
yeah,
How
you're
did
saying
you?
electricity
Yeah, if
causes
I could just
attraction.
get in there just for a second. Yeah, how did you get all the
Okay, so
electrostatic
okay, let me.
force? If I could just get it just for a second, if you'd be so kind. How did you get all of the stuff out of there with just using a Faraday cage? Because there's a vacuum energy. How'd you get that out?
The
Yeah.
concept of vacuum energy comes from people that explore deep space. So now you're reaffirming what they tell you. Good job.
The Casimir, Mr. Casimir explored deep space? Is he like an astronaut that's not getting any credit? Show me about this Casimir astronaut. You're roboting and making terrible claims and not backing them up. Do better, bro.
This is the problem. You're using the supposed globe model claims to defend your claim.
The Casimir effect is a globe model claim?
You
Holy
got nothing
shit,
without the globe.
link those two things together for
You got
me.
nothing without the globe.
Yeah, show me
You
how
just
the
said,
Casimir force is related to the globe. Go ahead, bro.
dude, I really gotta go right now. Stop.
Dude, you're breaking up anyway. It's hard to hear exactly what you're saying.
Let me guess, it's not you. It's not you, it's me, right?
Probably. I want to go back to that
Yeah.
tape.
I mean, I wasn't even saying take 2 turkeys and put them in air. I'm saying put a turkey in a turkey. I'm putting air in air. You're going to get no measurable effects. Yeah, he's saying put 2 turkeys in air. No, I'm not. That's not what I was. I said there's a difference in material. I don't want to go through the whole thing again, but material and material, etc. Material, medium, whatever. Then he said put 2 turkeys in air. I'm saying you need 2 things that are different to get an effect, an interaction of 2 different things. That would be like the equivalent of saying, well, put 2 ping pong balls in water. What the fuck does it matter? He's just thick. He's just like dumb.
I don't think he's really that dumb. I think he's just desperate.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know his story, right?
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, it's Jesse's story. Flat
I thought I
Earther,
misheard.
very happy, very like super over the top flat earther when he first came into geos and everywhere else, and and it was always like, "Shut up, dude, you're too much." And he's like, "No, I know all this shit," and he's like listening to him, like me, Shane, whoever, right? He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go fucking argue, fight the flat Earth." Embarrassed him to the point where he's spazzing on the streets as a flat earther, and then he's like, "I'm not a flat earther anymore because nobody's got my back because everybody told me to shut the fuck up." And
Oh,
yeah.
He got embarrassed by somebody more stupid than him. Gotcha.
Yeah.
wow.
But he was, and it was, so, I mean, that's his story.
So what's that guy's name?
What, the black one?
The guy who you're just talking about.
This guy who you were just talking is who you were just talking to.
His
Callie,
name
the
is the
black one.
Black One. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
And then he was like, it was like David and Shane and Witsit and everybody were over there, and And Witsit was like, "This is what you did wrong." He's like, "I don't care. Nobody had my back. Shut the fuck up." And Witsit, and then he was the mod there, Black Cali. He banned Witsit, and everybody's like, "Fuck you! You can't ban Witsit from the room." He kicked him and banned him from the room. So he came back, obviously, and started fighting with banned him for. So everybody betrayed him. So now that's his story. He's never going to be a flat earther again. Everybody betrayed him.
Wow.
So the Earth
Sounds
is
like
a
a-
globe because he didn't get his way. Sounds like a man-child.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's it, but there's just no coming back. Oh, he's not going to say he's going to say it's a globe because it's a globe, right? But he's never going to change his mind because of the other things.
So how many
Well,
how many times did I embarrass him today? Like he didn't go back.
This is
didn't get his back.
This was epic, though. This is
the
like
Glovers
so.
don't even like him now.
Sounds like it might be a him problem. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's him and not me.
Yeah, so it's just it's just that when people interrupt him and tell him he's stupid, he gets like flash. I can see the flashbacks going off, like the PTSD.
Well, maybe I'll take it easier on him next time. He said his name is Callie.
No, yeah, but don't. He's got to just chill. He's getting more. He used to be worse, like more excitable. So it's like you lost this, you lost that, and then of course FTFE and McToon immediately that day are like, "Come on, man, it's all right, come with us, dude. We don't hate you. We just want you to just understand. You know how they are. They're flat earthers. They're crazy. Come on, man. I'll teach you the globe." And now now he feels that he has like a secure foundation for his belief, and he's not going to be, I don't know.
Aw, he's got a comfort blanket.
It's a sad story, guys. I'm trying to tell you.
That does sound like a very sad story. So it's one of those things to where he's not a glober because the sky. He's a glober because like social pressure. I don't know. It's weird.
What? Well, this is like he came in. He just watched a Dave Weiss video, right? Like I don't know. Came in like, all right, I know the Earth is flat now, and he heard Witsit making sense, everybody else making sense. He's like, yeah, I can do this shit. Was chilling for like 3 months. Was like, yeah, give me your best. Who's your best? And then they're like, all right, And he got embarrassed, and everybody's like, dude, stop. And you'd have to listen to it. It was just he's screaming, and he's almost crying. He's saying things. I know this is on YouTube, so I don't even want to say it.
Is it recorded?
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he made a deal with FTFB to like take it down if I switch sides or something. That's how bad it was.
Man, I wish I had that original recording.
Oh man, brutal.
Wait, Callie claims to have been a flat earther before?
Yeah,
that's
She's
weird.
Okay.
I'm glad you told that story. I didn't know that background. That was kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I'm glad too, because his tears are going to be even more sweet.
Oh,
sounds like a douche.
Yeah, what can you do? He's excitable. He's when he's happy, he's super happy, like too much, overbearingly happy. But I don't know.
Yeah, I love when they start with, "I used to be a flat earther." That's always a good one.
I remember another flat earther who did that. He was like hanging around Jim Pandas all the time, and I think the globe earthers were mean to him or something. And he was like, "I'm gonna be a globe earther now." I think he was from Australia.
I thought you were talking about Sean G.
Or was?
No, that's Phoenix. No, the people's.
But listen, there is like
if you decide your worldview based on people making fun of you, then you're not really thinking about your worldview. You're just conforming.
Well, life is short, right? Like, so it's something to consider. Like when, I think it's really difficult. Like sometimes, like the flat earthers, right? Like will galvanize the position of the glober by giving them a clear enemy. Like I'm making fun of you for being a glober. All these, they'll galvanize, and then they'll never, I don't know, like Alpha does it, for example. Since he's not here, I'll just say he does it, right? And he'll mute them and make them angry and galvanize them in their position to now where they will never change.
Yeah, I think that is true. I think some people get pissed off into staying on the globe. I do think that happens, but they were never the type of people who were going to really figure out flat Earth anyway if they're letting social interaction dictate what they think about the world.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I never went to another, I guess I can't say I didn't go to another man, but I just looked for the information and tried to view it objectively originally. I never asked other people to do it for me.
It's the only way. No one's going to spoon feed you this stuff.
Yes, they will.
Right, but if they do it, like no one's ever come to the truth being spoon fed. Hard work.
Where's the Globers at?
Not sure if you've got any in here at the moment, mate. Let's have a little look through the list. So apart from YouTube bot 1 and 2, we've got Adam in the server. We've got Albert Whiskers. What's up, Albert Whiskers? Black Mage has joined us as well. Obviously, we've got Chubbs with us. Clay Undersill is deafened. Collared Greens. What's up, Collared Greens? Hope you're doing well. Critter's somewhere around. Crypto's about. Daz Studios is here. Effie Batman, of course. We've got Highway Hermit. You've been speaking. Hope you're doing well. Larry's obviously here. Who else we got? Kathos is deafened. Little G's in the house. Matrix, of course. No thanks. No tanks, of course. Plum Bob. Yourself, Cyclone. Quetzalcoatl. Raiden. Ron H. Salvatore. Subdue. T-Dub. Vanderman. Towards the bottom. And right at the bottom. Sep. So yeah, there's a couple of names there I don't recognise, guys. If you've got any questions about why this channel exists, why people in 2024 say the Earth is flat and stationary, and blah, 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 then unmute your mics, guys. You can ask your questions. If you're one of those anti-flat earther zealot types and want to proclaim your belief in the ball with some type of evidence of curvature, axial rotation, or that you can have gas pressure without a container, then again, please unmute yourself. We're all ears. But welcome to the channel, anyone, guys. Hopefully that will get some of them going. Cyclone, I don't know what else to do.
No, it was a good effort. Appreciate it, Jedi. Hope you're well.
Oh, well.
Always love a Jedi roll call.
Always good it's always good for a second or two. Wastes a bit of time anyway.
Well, I'm thinking about workshopping an idea. I don't know if I want to give it away just in case there's any suitable Globers in the chat.
You were doing what, sorry?
I'm saying I'm going to start workshopping an idea. I need to put a pin in it so that I can work on it down the line. But I'm thinking I can convince the Globers to agree that the sky is green and the grass is blue. I think there's a way to get them there.
This sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, because I've said this to them before, that, NASA could come up with any kind of conceivable story that to them might sound plausible, and they'd go with it even if it contradicted their everyday senses. And I feel like there's enough wiggle room in grass that we could come up with some story about technology they've developed where actually, even though it's perceived as green, the general color tends towards a blue. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, I could kind of see that. Actually, now I think about it, I've kind of seen some bluish grass before. Okay, that makes sense. And then you take them to the sky and you say, NASA have come up with this new telescope or this new device. What they're actually finding is that overall, even though it looks blue, the general color of the blue tends more towards a green with the sky. They'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah, that might kind of make sense. And then, you have them agreeing that the grass is blue and the sky is green. I'm just thinking I could probably get one or two of them there. I'll need to work on it. Any suggestions?
All right.
Hello, friends.
All right, mate.
Raiden, have you ever noticed that the grass
I heard
looks
someone
kind of blue sometimes?
say something. Where's
Was he breaking up or am I breaking up?
He's breaking up. You're broken up, Raiden. Try again, mate. No, that's shit. Maybe leave and rejoin or something. I don't know.
You must be in one of these bluegrass zones.
Oh, that was good.
Am I still breaking
Try
up?
that again, mate. It's a pleasure to have you here anyway.
Much better.
Yeah.
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 You're taking the piss about blue grass. There's stuff called blue cooch.
I know. Well, actually, I'm sure I've even seen it. Yeah, because this is going to play into the story once I construct it properly. What kind of there is a type of grass that has a blue hue to it, and I'm maybe going to tie that in and say that's the only kind of grass that actually shows the real color of grass. And I'll be like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. See, unfortunately, I'm kind of giving the game away now to anyone in this chat, but in a couple of days' time, when there's an unsuspecting Glober in the chat, I feel like I can make this happen.
Just put a
So
NASA
Raiden,
sticker on it. You know it'll work.
yeah, I feel like we could come up with like a screenshot where we just let's make what looks like a newspaper headline, and then just be like NASA, some kind of technology. The grass is actually blue, and then do one for the sky. Could you not think? I mean, if they came out with a story today where NASA said something like that, that's conceivable, right? I wouldn't put it past them to come out with something like that, and a bunch of people would believe it. Come on, Globies.
Dude, they're thinking that the oceans rise because of the moon.
Yeah, see? We can make them believe any old shit.
Actually, how's this? One of the boys I used to work with in Western Australia a few years ago, because at the time we were listening on the news about tide oceans rising and all the rest of the bullshit propaganda we've been fed over the years. And he said, no. I can tell you exactly what's causing the oceans to rise. It's very simple. It's called displacement. 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, there wasn't as many boats and ships and stuff in the water. Now, there's heaps more of them. It's just displacement. More boats, water goes up. Very simple.
I would kind of agree with you on what you're saying with that as well.
It's not bad.
Because we have new land that's being formed by volcanoes and so on. Those volcanoes don't necessarily have to break through the ocean and come out like Hawaii does. They can just be taken up mass or area underneath the water. And obviously, places like in Holland, they've reclaimed a little bit of. Did they let the water in? No, they let the water in, so that's a little bit different. But yeah, there's always new land that's kind of being formed and so on. We've done that. China have done that. Saudi Arabia have done that, I think. Yeah, chucked a load of sand in the water to make islands and so on. So you might be right there, mate.
Yeah, Dubai do that a lot as well.
Yeah, that's it. It's probably who I was thinking of. Probably not Saudi Arabia, mate. One
Might be
sandy
Saudi as well. I mean,
type all of them to me.
It's not like Saudi Arabia is lacking sand, so it wouldn't surprise me if they did it as well.
Probably got, yes. Definitely got a lot of sand.
Oh, time's up. Got to go to work. Alrighty, guys. Have a good one.
See you later.
Have a good one.
So, any verifiable measurement of Earth curve?
Don't think so. I don't know whether Albert Whiskers has got any of that, or Black Mage.
Albert Whiskers, what a name.
I know, that's why I wanted to say it. It's a cool name.
want to know if that's his real name or if he's making it up.
It's a good name for a cat.
It is actually. Have you got a cat?
No, not anymore, man. I've had several over my lifetime. I've had some really stupid fucking names as well, I'll tell you that. Though I did have a pair of 2 black cats and I called them Starsky and Hutch. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I mean, obviously, Albert Whiskers has to be your next cat's name.
Pretty much, mate, yeah. The last cat I had was called Dave.
Yeah, solid.
It's a good, solid British name. I like it.
Absolutely zero wrong with that.
Cat before that was called Elijah.
Anything to do with our Elijah?
Actually, yeah. It was a little bit. It's just a cool name and I liked it. I call him Eli. Yeah.
That makes sense.
My first cat was called Cornflakes because it was ginger. Not that makes sense, but hey hey.
I mean, it doesn't not make sense.
I was like 2 at the time, 2, 3, 4, something like that. But yeah, Albert Whiskers, if you've got anything to say, mate, we're just making up cat names now. Now that you've inspired us to do so. I don't think we're going to find any of that curvature though, Crypto.
No. Oh, a shame.
Maybe later.
You think I might one day, or just
because my dad smokes a lot of weed.
Smoke weed every day.
Dude, flat earthers are gay, bro. All y'all niggas are gay, dude. I hate to break it to you, but that's just disgusting, bro.
Yeah, shut up. Come back when you're serious.
All right, what I missed?
Verifiable Earth curve.
Oh, but someone. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're saying someone came in and verified Earth curve?
No, you're missing verifiable Earth curve.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't say I've been missing it, Bob.
I've been missing it my whole life.
That was my reference to Office Space. Is fake. You know, some would even say that Office Space is a truther movie. You've never seen it, I highly recommend it.
What did I miss? Everything got quiet.
I made a claim that Office Space is a truther movie, and then I said, prove me wrong.
Well, that shut him up, didn't it?
That's right. You've seen that movie, haven't you?
Long time ago in the 90s, I think.
Yeah. Would you say it's kind of a truther movie?
I can't remember. I didn't have a truth or mind back then.
Oh.
I mean, truth has always been important, but, you know,
yeah.
9/11 changed me forever.
Part of the theme of that movie was that a lot of people's lives is just going through the motions of completing tasks that actually have no value to anyone. Yeah, I mean, yes, they do make a paycheck in a way, but ultimately it has no real value in itself. It's just basically people showing up to work and going home at the end of the day. What they produce is essentially redundant or worthless, or the company could just fire half the people and it wouldn't even matter. Basically, his girlfriend takes him to a therapist who's a hypnotist, and he hypnotizes him to relax and not take things so seriously and to be, you know, more laid back, more nonchalant, not so stressed out. And then the hypnotist dies before he can tell him when his hypnotism will end. So he's basically permanently stuck in a I don't care about nonsense attitude, which he applies to all facets of his life. Specifically his job, which is the title of the movie, Office Space.
Yeah, it's been a long, long time, man. I'm trying to remember. A lot of those movies did have a lot of truth stuff in it. Like Russian vids used to say, lies in the news, truth on TV, or something like that.
Well, I
So, yeah.
coined the term. I coined the term along with Russian vids as vein of. So there's this idea where they quote unquote. He might say that the elites have to tell you their plan. That's part of the rules of the game, right? So they leak it out in the media. But I also think, and what my idea is that it's actually an inoculation. It's a primer where they give you a little portion of the disease so you can get used to it, and then it becomes benign. So they give you this exercise of this idea. You watch it, you entertain it, quote unquote, while being entertained. And then when the movie is over, you've had your cathartic resolution. And now, because you went through the entire range of emotions, you've addressed the issue, you've let it seep into your consciousness, you've reached catharsis and you've settled it and you've moved on. You actually don't need to handle that thing in the real world because to your psyche, it's been handled already. So in some ways, it causes you to not act in the real world because your entire venting of these ideas exists in the fictional world. So in other words, just like in the Matrix movies, right? When Neo met the architect, what did the architect tell him? He said, "I created you. I created the idea of the one. I created the idea of the resistance to allow you guys to do your little resistance thing to give everyone an exercise of hope that I would then squash at the end. And then everyone, while the exercise of hope was going on, was also part of the system of control on a grand scale." Same thing like the blood and, what was it? Bread and circuses, right? The old quote from Rome. To stop the people from revolting, we'll give them bread and circus.
Right.
Now, a lot of people erroneously think, oh, they give them bread. That means they're feeding them. Yes and no. When they meant bread, they didn't mean sustenance. They meant candy, sweet cakes,
Right.
things that would satiate your carnal, quick, no long-term investment satisfactions, kind of like violence and candy. So rather than giving them of anything real meaning, like true hope for the future, they just let them eat snacks while they watch people being killed that aren't them, and they see the hero arise from the pile of blood, having been victorious, and they vicariously live their success through that victory. So they go through the entire range of emotions in the arena of entertainment rather than the arena of reality. You're going to be much less prone. So this is what's weird is that people say, oh, if there's all this violence that people watch, everyone will be violent. But it's actually the opposite. The more violence you watch, the more you have an outlet for violence that doesn't exist in the real world. So the chances of you actually being violent in the real world is very low because you're actually a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you've watched so much violence and you've watched so make-believe that you have no idea about reality or the real world. And in the real world, if there was ever a time or a call for violence, you'd bitch out like a punk.
Like a chump. Like a chump.
That's right. Most people are really
I'll
brave
tell
when
you,
they're
I'll
commenting
bitch out
on
now. I
videos.
didn't always
All right, go ahead.
bitch out, man. I didn't always bitch out. I'm saying maybe now I'm like, dude, my back. I don't know. I got work and I gotta bring this beautiful face to work and shit, But
Yeah.
I didn't always bitch out.
Well, being too physically weak because you're injured is much different than, cowering in a corner.
And sometimes I don't always bitch out still. Like sometimes I get it, I get right up in there and fuck around, and then the adrenaline goes away, and then my left leg starts hurting again like it always does, and I'm like, oh shit, man, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? I could be in a jail cell for like a week if I'd gone through with that. Stupid.
Yeah, if you carry, like, you want to avoid physical interactions at all costs. Like, if you carry every day, Like your whole thing is de-escalation. You know what, man? You're right. I'm sorry. Forgive me. So that's one reason, but if you're like defending other people, like it's always the right thing to do to defend innocent people. So
It seems that way.
defending yourself is not always the right thing to do, though.
Yeah, the last one was it was like I don't know, like 6 months ago. This big ass dude at the gym, threw a basketball at this other dude's head when he was turning around. I went after him. Shouldn't have. So I checked off both boxes on the last one. That dude was huge. What was I thinking?
Yeah, if you're messing with a big guy, like that should be rare. Yeah, you were saying AI? The inoculation thing makes sense. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, one more thing. Yeah, it was they just put a little thing in the chat about 9/11. I thought it was funny you brought it up. They just caught the guys apparently, or they just reached a plea deal because you had brought it up about 9/11. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what they're saying, though. I mean, what's the evidence?
It's just that it's still the thing that you say in 2001. It's still active. Like if you're saying it's just to control, it's still going on. They're still putting it out there.
Right. Yeah, I got this friend. He was in the military, and he was what you call a lifer. He worked his way up, and I was born in '82. I was class of '01, and he joined right away, and still in today. And I asked him, I was like, I know you can't give me anything like to get you in trouble with your clearance or anything, but what can you tell me? And he sent me Loose Change, second edition, Zeitgeist, and WikiLeaks. Like that's what he sent me. And it definitely kind of woke me up to a lot of stuff that was going on around the world.
It's changed. The kid was like 17, 16 or something. I don't know how old he is. Young.
Yeah, they did a better job than the president of the United States. So let us not tolerate conspiracy theorists. Like, we don't want to investigate this like it was a murder. Let's call it the terrorist. I'm sure you've seen those compilation videos.
And when people say like there's no way it was an inside job. I mean, it's obvious. Like America can't be attacked from the outside. I mean, it can be, not successfully, in my opinion, if a decent fight is put up. Yeah, I mean, it has to be an inside job.
I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what happened on 9/11 as much time as I've put into it. But I do know one thing. People gave their consent for the blood of the innocent, and we've been at war with all of Israel's enemies except for Iran, and look what's going on now. They're beating the war drums for Iran. Count bodies like sheep to the rhythm of the war drums.
Perfect circle.
Yeah.
That's a good with 30.
Yeah.
Not to be grandstanded or underappreciated by let the bodies hit the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I posted those this week on this channel. Of course, they're gone.
Not to be underappreciated or grandstanded by famous quote from the Berserk series that the path to your goal is paved in the bodies of the people you've sacrificed. Okay? Now, everyone would like to sit in their gilded cage and throw stones and think they're innocent. But how many people use stuff on the daily that they know and they've heard of is manufactured by slave labor? The answer is the majority of people.
Yeah,
Very few people actually
but
give up.
everything.
Yeah. Very few people actually give up their creature comforts when they find out how immorally they were designed, made, sourced, etc. But they'll be more than happy to point the finger at somebody else.
Yeah, all I'm pointing out is that according to everybody, everything is made in this way. Like there's, like then it's like, what do you do? You eat, breathe, use nothing. Some are more than others, of course. Some more. I don't know if I'd say it's a fact, but more about like Wayfair or something. Right? Like don't use Wayfair. I mean, it's just going on. So much disinformation. What do you believe? To the point where people are
Yeah,
just
exactly. Like you want a head trip? Look at red tide in the south east. That's caused by runoff of chemicals that are used in harvesting plant agriculture, right? Partly to make corn and soybean oil, but also partly to make vegetables, right? And then you got the vegans telling us that we're killing so many animals, right? But they're primarily concerned with land animals. Most vegans aren't even aware of how many millions upon millions of sea animals die. But you see, the thing is, it doesn't matter. It only matters if it looks good for them when they're saying, I'm better than you because I'm a vegan. If you point out that the fish or the little insects looking things that crawl on the bottom of the sea are dying, they'll be like, oh, well, those are ugly. They're not cute. I don't kill cute things. Good grief. What kind of a person do you take me for?
Dude, I'm dating a vegetarian who just doesn't eat meat because she doesn't like the taste of it, you know?
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Some
lie.
people,
Sometimes the meat grosses me out. Like I'm eating an animal. I'm cutting up somebody's another creature's fingers, and then putting sugars on it, and then frying it in oil. Yeah, sometimes it grosses me out. I'm gonna be honest.
yeah, especially in the States, it's hard to get like decent quality meat. Like everything's factory produced, and it's just like if you know where it's coming from, it's not. I can look past it, but I can see how some people would not like that.
Yeah.
Some
That's why
days I just want
that's why I just
want
solved
a
that
hoagie.
problem. I just solved that problem. I trained my children to kill and eat animals. Sorry, not kill. Capture and eat the animal while they're still alive so that they can experience the torture of the animal as they're eating its flesh. Just like in nature.
I'm just saying, there's nothing terrible about like an eggplant sandwich. It's pretty good.
Nor is there anything terrible about, a baby deer and you're eating its throat out while it's still alive, while its mother's watches, right?
It's
No,
pretty
I'm saying
weird.
that one is kind of that's what I'm saying. Like I look at this hoagie, like an Italian hoagie.
What you're saying is that we should prosecute mountain lions and put them in prison.
No, listen, they got to do what they got to do, right? I don't have to do it. But all I'm saying is, I look at this Italian hoagie sometimes, all right,
Yeah,
and I'm
I
like,
get you.
okay, look at this sliced up ham. That reminds me of like my leg. I am eating a
But
leg. I'm
I
eating my
understand. But you
leg.
see, that's just a vestige of intertribal self-preservation, to where you have a fear and an innate disgust for harm to an entity that is familial, which is a vestige of evolution, which advanced beings like myself who have transcended the bonds of evolutionary emotions don't need to worry about. So I can just eat whatever I want with impunity because I know it doesn't matter. Ultimately, a deer crying as I eat its throat is no different than a sandcastle being washed away by an ocean tide.
That sounds like
Now,
sociopathy.
Thick bastard.
no, actually, it sounds like a perfectly internal, consistent worldview. If things are just electric mud puddles and all our emotions are just evolutionary processes, then anyone strictured by emotions is just strictured. That's all. They're not as
That's the level
transcended
of
as me.
that's the level of detachment Jeffrey Dahmer was able to achieve, and I just don't think I'm that enlightened.
Well, I mean, look, a lot of people are beholden to their alleged evolutionary processes, but advanced beings, don't have to worry about that. Once you realize that all ideas of morality that you hold to, if you're an evolutionist, are purely mechanisms of survivability for the past generations, and that have nothing to do with you as an entity, then you could be free of them. Only an idiot would think that morality that comes from evolutionary process is incumbent upon oneself to perform. The only thing that matters is logistical pressure. So basically, anything you can get away with that you can also stomach without being disgusted by yourself to where you can't enjoy it is permissible, right?
Well, I believe in a higher power, so because I believe in a creator, my morality is based on like rock solid foundation, and I have to be able to stomach myself if I don't follow through with that morality. So like I was talking about defending myself, not so important. Defending others, super important.
Okay, so you would argue that there's actually something great, transcendently greater when it comes to the grounding of morality than simply logistical measures in basically a sexual marketplace, which is exactly how alleged morals evolved in evolutionary paradigm, is that it's simply just whatever behaviors were more advantageous to progenation of genes is exactly what behaviors are the resultant from the past accumulated set of behaviors. So what you're saying is that has no real way of forcing us or making it incumbent upon us to do one moral action or another, whereas something transcendent would.
Right. By serving my fellow man instead of serving myself. That makes a much better world, in my opinion. So, say a hot girl asked me to come inside, right? Hey, come over, come inside. It's like,
Whoa! This is a family show, bro. It's a family show.
Inside of her house. Yeah, that's going to feel great for like 15, 30 minutes or whatever, right? But it's going to ruin everything. So I have like a moral responsibility to my wife and my contracts and my family and my God. Not in that order. So yeah, I'm not going to put myself in a place where I might be tempted.
Yeah, you know how many Christian men call their wife the boss? It's quite funny.
Yeah, it's taken a while, but she's not a feminist anymore. She's like very appreciative of me going out into the world and working and her staying at home, and she's kind of realized that the whole feminist thing was a lie because the feminist thing is you don't want to serve men, you don't want to be in the kitchen, but go get in a corporation and serve men. It's like, well, either way, you're serving men.
Oh yeah, but you forgot one step.
Huh.
You forgot a step. That in the one view you get to be with your children, in the other view you have to rent your children out to a babysitter or the government.
Right. That's it. I think a lot of women are waking up to the feminist lie and Edward Bernays and Netflix and Freud.
Yeah. I got a quote for you. You ready for this quote?
Yep.
All right, here's the quote. I can't wait till October because I set aside 2 weeks of vacation that I slaved away for so that I can spend it with my children.
Oof.
Exactly. See how problematic that is? Like,
it sucks.
You're a woman slaving away when you could have just stayed home and let your husband make all the money.
And
then you wouldn't have to slave away to get 2 weeks of vacation. You could have been with your children the entire time.
And when you look at these people that don't believe in gender roles, right? And you say, well, if you get attacked, don't you want your man to defend you? Like, they're never going to say, hell no, I got this shit. Like, sit down, dude. Like, I'll take care of the guy with a gun because I can do anything that he can do. Like, when rubber meets the road, in reality, there were no feminists on the Titanic. As soon as that boat started sinking.
Wait a minute. What you're trying to say is that regardless of a present social construct, the arbitrarily stone cold brass tacks of logistical reality will still be true?
Correct.
So for example, no amount of feminist mantra will change the fact that males have a greater neuromuscular contraction force than women per pound of muscle. Period. End of story. It's biological.
But there are still people that deny it while they're not getting robbed.
Right, but let me ask you this question. People that are told the lie that men and women are equal and just as physically capable, some people actually believe it and they act out their lives as if it's true, and it causes problems for them, right?
Yeah, I see people crying, saying that they were tricked by feminism and they can't have children and they're over 30 and not married. Yeah.
Right. So what that means is that you have a logistical reality, that's the truth. Then you have an alternate view, which is essentially a fictional reality that is superimposed as a lens to which you view reality, and it causes you to change your behaviors. For example, you may not marry young, you may pursue a career rather than children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, a systematic lie changes the way you act, right?
Can, yeah, if your worldview changes. Yep.
Right.
Does
So a
does it change
worldview.
it?
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. I was going to say, does it change it instantaneously, or does it change it like in generation by generation?
Well, each generation's change is instantaneous to it, but not to the prior generation, which is why every generation looks at the prior generation as being better off and looks at the future generation as being a bunch of punks.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to hear. Just for the audience listening.
But well, the moral of that story was that if you can control someone's narrative about what they believe about reality, you can give them a set of parameters which will influence their choices and behaviors. So, for example, if you live in an expanding Big Bang universe brought about by cold mathematical principles and spontaneous forces out of nothing, that's going to be a different world than a world that was specifically created or even come about in a different manner, right? So the idea of who you are, where you're going, why you're here, what's the meaning of things is linked to the logistical realities, right? So when someone asks me, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? I mean, the answer is obvious. The question should be, why do you lack imagination? If you can't conceive of a reason why someone would lie about the nature of reality, then it shows me that you have an imagination deficit.
No, I do appreciate when you guys are honest about this. Good to hear.
I'll just Google it. What's the best imaginary idea why they would lie?
Hey, Scott, how many women gave up their seats on the Titanic so that a man could be treated equally?
What?
How many women on the Titanic gave up their seat on the limited seats?
No idea. Don't care.
What?
Why is that important to you to know
Do you
the
think
answer
there
to
were
that
any
question?
feminists on that ship? I'm just curious.
I
Like,
don't
do
know.
people act out what they say? It's like when Christians say that.
But why is that important to you?
Well, I'm just curious because it doesn't matter if you call yourself a Christian. Like, if you act like hellhound for like 6 days a week and then you go to church, I mean, are you really a Christian? So, like, are you really a feminist if the feminist wouldn't give up her seat on
Yeah,
the
but we did
Titanic?
the whole aside and we brought it back to flat Earth, and Homeboy was about to segue it to a flat Earth contention.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Right. At least I think that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
No, I was just saying I appreciate when he's honest about why he believes in flat Earth, and it's he comes from a spiritual, at least, position that there has to be flat to satisfy some spiritual purpose.
Oh no, not at all. That's not what I
That's
said
not
at
what you.
all.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you're strawmanning him a little bit.
What were you saying then?
If that's what you took from it, Scott, then you lack imagination, and you
I must.
you lack imagination. You lack the the imagination that God could have an imagination and create a
Okay,
spherical Earth.
well, help me then. Clarify it for me. What did you mean for us atheists who don't understand
Who said this?
the language of spirituality?
Who said these
wait a minute.
terms?
Just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't understand spirituality.
Well, in my case, it does.
Okay.
I speak for you. It's just for myself, but yeah, the
Oh,
language of
don't be hard on yourself,
spirituality it
Scott.
Well,
brings
I mean
knowledge to
that's
it.
fair. So your claim would then be you're just ignorant about these matters,
Yeah, Scott,
Correct.
or other
don't be
people's
hard on
views.
yourself. Don't be hard on
Yes.
yourself, Scott. It's not just spirituality you don't understand. There's many other things.
No, there's a lot of things I understand. I mean, we could fill libraries with stuff I don't understand. Sure. So help me out here. What do you guys understand that I don't?
I mean,
Well,
because the
first off,
Titanic.
in a specific theist view, the reality itself is personal, and matter and energy states are subordinate to the persons, right? Where in a like a purely materialistic view, matter and energy states are pre-existent, and then sentient agents are just spontaneous at some time in the future from the instantiation, right? So you might even say, like I think Carl Sagan might have even said it, where he said was like, the period of sentient humanity is going to be like an insignificant blip in the entire, duration of the life of the cosmos before essentially heat death, if it doesn't just reinstantiate itself, if you do like the big bounce or whatever. But if we are heading towards heat death, billions of years in the future, and humans will be gone long before that because our sun will go supernova, et cetera, then our presence as being a sentient agent and all our art, the Mona Lisa, whether or not our kid graduated from school or, stood up to her bullies, whatever, all that stuff will be irrelevant. It might as well have just have not have happened, because the cosmos is just a cold, dead, uncaring, essentially near infinite, vast sea of nothing, in which the Earth is just an insignificant speck in an insignificant quadrant in an insignificant corner of a vast, uncaring, cold, dead universe, right?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah.
So by your own logic,
Whereas a somewhat spiritual or a theist or something like that would say, no, it's the other way around, that the single sentient agent, right, is the purpose of all of it. The experience of that agent is the purpose of everything.
But how does that make it any better for you? That's the part I don't understand.
Oh, well, fair point. So if you say, if all the logistical outcomes were identical, right, then it may not be any better. But in any general sense of the majority of spiritual paradigms, is that any specific creator paradigm is that such creator didn't create us to, blip out, but rather to be eternal. And so that the person will continue on in some manner. Whereas the other view is the person will cease to exist when the vessel ceases to exist that they presently occupy, because their presence as a sentient agent is intrinsically linked with the material, temporal, energetic state, rather than being another dimension.
Sure. But how does eternality imbue purpose where temporality doesn't?
Oh, because the things we do will actually matter
What?
to the people. That's who.
Well, it matters to me right now, right? So that works in temporality too. It matters to the people right now. What difference does it make if that remembrance of these events is eternal or temporary? Seems to me they're the same equal. They're equal, right?
Yeah, that could be the case when you're talking about the events that exist within the temporal span, but the person continues on. So they carry it forward. It's not simply other people remembering.
Well, why would it matter if they care it for eternally versus temporarily? Because they seem to equally matter to me.
Well, because when a child passes from the mortal coil, right? Well, no matter how old they are, they still were someone's child, right?
Yeah, and that parent feels a lot of pain.
One is either the end, or one is just the beginning. Now, interestingly enough, though, I'm gonna do this for you, which I may have already done, but for the sake of the audience, let it slide. If consciousness is an emergent property from material physical energy states, and it's an evolving process, which means at one time it didn't exist, and that at a time in the future it existed, by an emergent property of a certain set of features, then, and we know that energy can't be created or destroyed, and we don't really know the boundaries of consciousness in its pure form, then that means it's actually possible that death is not the end for an atheist, that the sentience will exist in some type of energetic form in a conscious sense of disconnection from the body, to which the ordered states of information that the body possesses no longer exist. Therefore, what they will experience will be chaos, which could be experienced as frustration or pain. And since they can't re-enter the body, this would exist eternally in the energy of the universe. The ergo, it's actually possible that atheists go to hell in their own version.
Okay.
In other words, they have no way of knowing that the sentience doesn't continue in an eternal state of torment. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles based on the laws of whatever the hell behind reality.
Yeah.
You better
I'll
pray
take that
that's
chance.
not the case, Scott. You don't take that chance. What's the
I'll
other
take that chance.
and what's the other side? Like, so what's the other option that you have?
What do you mean?
You
I
said
don't
I'll
see as do I
take
have
that
an
chance.
option.
You have it. Right. You have no
I
option.
don't see if
What
I
do you
have
mean
an
you take
option,
that
do I?
chance? No. So why? What are chance are you taking?
No. There is an option. There is.
It's another way of saying I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
He can't do anything. Look, in this worldview, from our perspective at this point in time, there's nothing he could do about it. In other words, when he faces death, whatever occurs when that transition occurs, whether it transitions to oblivion, whether it transitions to an eternal state of bliss, whether it transitions to an eternal state of torment, is beyond his control.
Take that chance, Scott.
Now, if it is true, check it out. If it is true that those three options are available, and you're rolling the dice in a materialistic worldview, right? Then that's one thing. But if it is transversely true that it actually is the case that a higher dimensional being exists that created this subordinate dimension, to which controls the eternality of the conscious mind, right? Then that would have value, would it not?
Sorry, they just turned back up the music where I am. I don't know how much of that you're hearing. But sure, I guess. But I'm not. Yeah, it just I don't think about it at all. Right? I get up every morning, I go to work, I pay for my kids' college, and I go about my day. And I'd be curious what you guys' experience of a day is like, how it's different from mine.
Well, I think it's objectively wrong to rape and pillage for fun.
Well, I think it's wrong too. Whether I call it objective or not is irrelevant. I think it's wrong, and I will try to stop it when I can.
Well, that's good because people were
Hold on,
talking about you earlier about eating babies and stuff, Scott. So I'm glad to hear you say that.
I got a famous term from a debate where a guy was asked a question about that, being an atheist, and his reply was, it's intersubjectively wrong. So the theist said it's objectively wrong, and the atheist argumenter said it's intersubjectively wrong.
Yeah, I could probably go with that term too. I just don't think it
Which
adds anything
basically
to the
just means
conversation.
it basically just means there's a bunch of people that together agree with a subjective opinion that it's wrong.
We each feel the same way, correct? We all see harm being done to a baby, and we go, "Oh, we got to stop that." And we get together, and if we have the power, we stop it. And if we don't have the
Except for
power, we can't stop it, and it sucks, and we feel bad.
Except for when you can get away with calling it a fetus and say it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, it is a fetus, so there's that.
Yeah, it is the offspring, right? I agree.
It's a fetus.
Yeah,
it's
offspring. I agree.
It's it's DNA that will eventually form into a baby if everything goes right. Yeah. It's not a baby yet, but it will get there if everything goes right.
That's like saying marijuana is not a plant; it's a drug.
No, it's not like saying anything like that. It's like saying it's not a baby yet. That's exactly what it's saying. Don't need a metaphor. Don't need an analogy. It's saying it's not a baby yet.
When does it become a baby to you?
That's not clear. To me, it's not clear. It's kind of ambiguous, right? Because it's constantly
No, not
developing
really.
and things are. Well, to me, it is. You asked for me, right? Now, you going to
You
answer
asked
for me,
Brian
or
as
you
the
want me to
question.
answer for me?
No, I mean you asked me. You ended the statement with a question, so I'm just responding to you. That's all.
Oh, I did. That was a mistake.
Yeah,
No
Scott
problem.
thinks it's a complicated rock when in the womb.
What about at 8.5 weeks? Is it still a complicated rock at 8.5 weeks?
8.5 weeks is not a baby. It doesn't even have a skin yet.
Oh my god!
I mean, those things they don't have skin until like 24 weeks
When
old,
you say
right? I mean,
it
24
doesn't
weeks.
have skin, what is it that you're referring to?
It's
yeah, really.
It's
Did
a collection
NPR
of
tell you
cells.
for that, Scott?
Huh?
I said,
You
did
not want to
NPR
answer?
tell you how
I
to answer
don't need
that
to.
one?
I don't need to answer if you don't want it. I don't need to.
Well, you'll
tell
be
you.
fine.
I know.
You're an it.
I'm okay with that too.
Well, okay. Well, it is what it is then, isn't it, Scott?
Yep.
Yep.
I don't know why you're so angry, man.
No. If you listen,
Well,
I mean,
not angry, bro.
if you got a better telescope
sound
or
angry.
a better microscope or whatever it is you need to
Well,
see, right? At
yeah,
8
you've
weeks.
got music blasting in your ears.
At 8 weeks, there's
Can you guys hear that?
No, I can't. But
okay, good. But yeah, I'll show you a fetus and a baby, and if you can't tell the difference, then we got problems. But most of us can tell the difference.
A fetus is an offspring of the mother.
Correct.
It's a baby.
No, it's not.
So when
That's why we have two different ways.
When a woman has a miscarriage, does she say, "I lost the fetus"?
Of course not.
At
8 weeks,
she's not trying to demonize and
playing with
justify
its
killing.
hands, looking
right?
at its hands at 8 weeks. Yep.
So
wait,
the
you're saying
woman
a fetus
who
looks at their hands? A fetus doesn't have eyes. How can it look at its hands? Jeez.
So a woman who
has eyes at 8 weeks.
No, it doesn't. Jeez. Come on, guys. Let's get your biology right.
So when a woman doesn't want to lose her baby, she doesn't need to use doublespeak to justify the murder of that baby. She calls it a baby. But when a woman wants to justify the murder of her baby, she demonizes it by using words that she don't fully understand, and she calls it a fetus.
Okay, do we want to talk? Okay, I'll be glad to talk about how we react to loss of that type, because I think that is our moral intuition about it, right? Before we had our first child, my wife had 2 miscarriages. How many funerals do you think we had?
None.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
I don't think it's tradition to have a funeral for a miscarriage.
But why is it not tradition? If you're saying it's a human and it's a baby, why would you not have a funeral for it? Because when my second child was born, 4 weeks into it, he had a major infection and he was hospitalized in the ICU for a week.
Well, Scott, it's okay. Listen, this sounds personal. Listen, it sounds personal. You're still grieving. You're still grieving, Scott. Relax.
Wow. I'm kind of relaxed. So I'm just curious.
Well, you're still grieving. You're still grieving, Scott.
I know you need to shut down conversation because it
Oh,
bothers
I'm not
you.
shutting
I
it
get
down.
that.
I'm just helping you sort some shit out, buddy.
That's exactly what you're doing. But anyways, do you think if we lost our 1 or 4-week-old child, do you think we would have had a funeral?
I know people who have had ceremonies, people who do have their rituals, their ways of grieving. So yes, many people have had some kind of ritual or ceremony, a funeral, if you want to call it that, for a miscarriage. Yes.
But the point is, if we would have lost that child at 4 weeks, we would have definitely had a funeral. And the loss would have been orders of magnitude greater.
Well,
than the
you wouldn't be. Maybe you wouldn't still be grieving to this day, Scott.
Greater. No, we would still be grieving to this day if that we had lost that child.
Well, you're grieving about the it that you lost.
No, we're not. Not at all.
Well, why'd you bring it up?
About it.
Well, you brought it up, Scott. This is personal. Relax, dude. You're getting desperate to hold on to your water ball going into this bullshit, pal. Why you mad, Scott?
If you need me to stop talking, just tell me. I'll be glad to stop talking.
No, dude. It's just grieve in your own personal time. To go to these lengths to try to save your water ball mythology is pretty pathetic, bro.
We weren't talking about the water ball. We were talking about fetuses being babies, right?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear about that with your wife.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, it's not that big
moron.
A deal.
It.
I got news for you. It's a big deal for your wife, even if she's doesn't talk about it a lot. But yeah, man. Sorry to hear about that.
You think you know my wife better than I do, huh? Wow, interesting.
Yeah, she felt the life like grow inside of her, and then lost it. It's different for women.
No, it was absolutely more traumatic for her than it was for me. Absolutely. But it was orders of magnitude less than had we lost our child in that first 4 weeks. That would have destroyed her.
I agree.
My grandmother told me very close to the end of her life about her miscarriages, and he called her the baby the whole time and still cried about it. So she had those miscarriages in the 60s and still was very emotional about it.
Yeah. And then again, the miscarriages my wife had were at 8 weeks and 12 weeks respectively. Now, if we had had some kind of thing happen at 25 weeks or 30 weeks, that would have been huge, right? That would have been much worse than 8 weeks or 12 weeks. Not 8 weeks, 8, yeah. Because this is what happened.
Yeah, my godson was born at like 3 months. He looked like an overgrown fetus. No, skin was see through. I mean, he's perfectly fine now. He's 4 years old, but yeah. Our sister-in-law just had her kid over the weekend.
3 months is 12 weeks.
Yeah.
No. Fetus does not survive at 12 weeks. This doesn't happen then.
Maybe it was 4 months.
Maybe 25 weeks, 26 weeks at the minimum.
See, I couldn't even tell. You couldn't even tell she was pregnant. It was twins. They said that she had to. I remember the process. They were like, "Listen, we got to abort one of the babies because the one baby's going to absorb the other baby." She didn't do that, and you couldn't even tell she was pregnant. You couldn't even see it. You couldn't even see she was pregnant. She's not overweight or anything. And then you get a call that she's giving birth, and then these little things come out the size of your hand you can see through them. Yeah, it's insane.
It's a war tactic to, do the us versus them type thing. And if you look at the amount of deaths caused by abortion, it's like obvious that, we're waging war on our own children. And I think it's very unfortunate. Now, there are certain circumstances, like my great aunt had a tubal pregnancy and it was killing her. The baby was going to die anyway. I don't really have a problem with that. But to just use it as birth control, like, Dad, I got a souvenir from spring break. I need to go have an abortion. Like, there's way too many access to other types of birth control, morning after pill type thing. I don't think that we should just be willy nilly like, oh, I've known since, like 9 months ago that I wanted to have an abortion, but since I live in Colorado, I guess I can go ahead and do it now. Because I was just, going to abort it, but I just didn't have time. Like, to me, that's just insane that you
Yeah,
can do an abortion.
it is
at
insane.
nine months.
A good friend of mine when I was in, good friend of mine when we were in
It's legal
school.
in Colorado to wait 9 months. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yes, but it never happens, does it? No, a friend of mine when we were in school, her parents made her, she was full. I could see her stomach a mile away, right? They had to crush the baby, screaming and crying. I think she was maybe 7 months pregnant, 6, 7 months pregnant. The doctor said, "You were raped, right? Like your mom is here." She said, "You were raped, right?" It wasn't raped, right? Pretty much telling her, yes. She's a little, like 15, 16-year-old girl. Had to give birth, they said, well, we're going to force you into labor. Had to give birth to a full-grown baby, and they cut it into pieces and crushed the bones right in front of her. Yeah. I don't believe you. Sorry. You made that up. Yeah. You don't have to. I'm not going to. I will choose not to believe you because you made that up, and you did. No, she was so fucked up. Her name's Kelly. The father's name was Adam. Right? She was so fucked up. She turned to the drugs. Never let it fucked up her whole life. Yeah. No medical doctor would do that. Okay, I've told her I'll give you $1,000 to give me that fucking doctor's name. I'll fucking kill that guy. I know. She won't give me the name. She won't tell me who it was. To this day, she won't tell me who it was.
I don't know if it happened or not, but Scott knows. He was there. He knows it.
No, I know people and I know doctors, and there's no doctor who would do that. Well, this one did it.
What about Dr. Mengele?
I've tried to convince her. I've told her, listen, you probably can get money. I won't even just give me the name. I'll look into it. I'll see if there's anybody else. Like if I can find any bad reviews, any dirt on this fucking guy. Maybe you'll get money. I try to tell you, maybe you could sue him. Like just somehow, just give me the fucking name.
Are you saying Mengele didn't do his crimes because you know doctors, Scott?
I know doctors in America. You know what I meant. Not Nazi doctors. Not Nazi doctors.
Oh, so it's a goalpost shift. I gotcha.
Yeah, context matters in speech, right? If I say something, you put it in the
Scott, there's
context
plenty
of the
of
discussion we were having.
There's plenty of show me the money doctors in the good old USA. Scott, relax.
Funny, always have someone to relax.
Well, yeah.
Listen, I can relate it. The topic gets me angry. I mean, it gets a lot of it gets a lot of people angry. So I don't think I was angry. I just don't believe you. I'm angry. I get angry about it. But but to the earlier point, like these women go and saying, well, maybe just pay. I can get it. Get the abortion. This like another sad part of it is that they're aborting what they're going to be chasing their whole life. This is what they want. They want this their whole life. They want a child. They want that baby. Because here's the other thing I do know about abortions. Any abortion that late would be done for medical reasons because the fetus is unviable, and they would put the mother to sleep. She would be unconscious. So that whole story about how she watched it happen, no, you can never ask happened. Her. It never happened, man. No, you go into general anesthesia for an abortion at that stage. We'll jump into a private VC the next time. Well, she won't talk about it. I'll get my wife on here. She'll tell you all about her best friend's late-term abortion. And about the horror that she used to relive with her best friend telling her how they chopped her fucking... General anesthesia.
Yeah, and you're right, Scott. I've never heard someone so happily yell lies as you. Every time you yell lies, you sound so happy. Relax.
So I've woken up under general anesthesia while they were removing teeth. Like they had me under. And they were removing teeth out of my fucking face. And you're telling me that it's absolutely impossible for that ever to occur with a woman while having an abortion? That's just impossible. That can never happen ever?
Well, somebody
I'd
was
say good.
Somebody
I'd
was
say
joking
good.
around about it yesterday. Like, can you even give birth, unconsciously? And he was making the argument, well, women pass out all the time. This is like a separate argument. I don't know why I can't remember why he was making it. So we did start looking into it. Yeah, nobody goes on. If that was the case, you could go under, like they had to induce the birth. Like they had to induce it. They didn't just, so they had it. Anyhow, yeah, you can't, I don't know if you can go under and stay under while contracting that way. I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't know. I don't know if it is, but I think you need your body to work. When they give the women the epidural, they say, I got to give it to you at this point because I need you to push. Like, you got to do it. In teamwork.
Yeah, the whole epidural thing too is within a time. If you're past a certain amount dilated, they're not going to give you the epidural.
Yeah, because they need you to. I think because they need you to feel you gotta feel like you got to control your muscles.
No, it has nothing to do with that. Either way, they need you to push. Whether you have the epidural or not, you still need to push.
Yeah, right. Why do you think they take it away?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's at a certain point. It has something to do with. I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor, but I know
Oh
when
yeah,
my wife was in.
yeah, they could be bullshit. Like when they told my wife and whatnot, they said, we need you to feel. They could have just been saying that, but that might not be the actual reason. But they did say we need you to feel it. We need you to push. We can't give you give it to you that late, or they'll say you're past the time and stuff like that. They need you to participate.
Well, my wife had epidurals both times, and she pushed both times, so I don't think it prevents you from pushing.
But yeah, anyway, like bad things happen. I mean, what can you do? I'm not making the argument that it was legal. I think it was 100. I mean, I can't see any loophole they went through. The only loophole I can mention they went through is like I said, you were raped, right? You agreed to all this, right? Like making her not her, why her mom's squeezing her hand, But yeah, but yeah, I'm not saying it's legal.
They're not going to be sitting in the operating room saying you were raped, right? No, that's not happening, man. You believe in a story that just has no chance of being true. Too many plot holes in that story.
Okay. Now that I've heard a little bit more, I'm on the same page as everybody because that's why I was a little confused. Like, wait, what the fuck? Because it just didn't sound right. But now I have more pieces. And also, what the hell does this have to do with the ground?
Well, it has to do with
ashes to ashes, dust to dust, maybe.
Oh, I'm just Scott. It's more about this. Like, I think that if we keep talking about this, it's just going to keep being a negative conversation. I don't see how it can get better from here.
Well, that's true. But AI introduced spirituality. I was talking about spirituality, and it was either No Tanks or Larry. I always get them confused, and I'm sorry to both of you. I really try. Who brought up the abortion thing and fetuses? And I didn't bring it up, but I should not have carried it
He's
forward.
from the west. I'm from the east.
And this is
east.
Larry. That's Larry.
No, that was not Larry. So I'm from the dirty South. I don't know if you know about our drinking water, but our drinking water is dirty.
He's down. I'm up.
I am really sorry, guys. I should know this by now.
I didn't even know that he sounded like me.
Okay, so that's Larry. I got my phone there. Okay.
I don't think
Say
we
something
sound
again,
anything alike. I don't hear it. Other than you sound like a man and I sound like a man.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you guys sound alike. You don't sound alike. I can definitely hear different voices, but I just can never get in my mind which one's which.
Okay,
and that's
well, your ears are ringing, Scott. Yeah, your ears are ringing.
That's definitely my fault. I should.
Can you guys hear this? Can you guys hear this music? I hear the music. Do you guys hear the music? Excuse me for the music, guys. Sounds like you're deaf, Scott.
Should I walk closer to the music so you can hear it? We're having this big.
I don't want to listen to what you listen to.
There's no music, dude. There's too many holes in your story. Nobody hears the fucking music. You don't know how to play music.
Yeah, we get it. You're a D. No one wants to hear Taylor.
That's not Taylor. It's Indian music. I'm at work and we're having a release party.
I don't hear any ringing finger symbols, so I don't know what kind of Indian music you're playing.
I can walk over to it if you want to hear it. I can take myself off my Bluetooth.
Oh
That's the nice
Lord, you
thing
have a
about
Bluetooth? That explains a lot.
That's what I always
Yeah,
talk
you
to you
need
guys
to.
on.
Yeah, dude, it's eating your brain.
I think that might be. I am always on the
Oh.
Bluetooth also, and I think that might be happening to me as well.
You guys see
God.
that one abortion doctor? He's like, I love it. Did you
The
guys see
magic
that
brain
video?
frequency.
I do get ringing in my ears. Is that what you meant by the ringing in the ears? Sometimes I do. Sometimes it happens. I bought the Jabra Stealth. It says it's like, I don't know, not that, not that bad for you, but.
Imagine being at the party Scott's at and hear some guy on the some wallflower yelling, "It's a fetus! It's a fetus!"
No, it's a big room. I'm way in the corner. Nobody
Sounds
can
like
hear
a
me.
blast, bro.
And they all just talk about work all the time. It gets boring. Oh, this is a product release party, and they talk about the product. I came over here when they were doing someone was on the microphone talking about how great our product is and how wonderful we are at Adobe for making all these great products.
Yeah, what was the product before it was released?
Pre-release? Beta?
Oh, so it was still a product though.
Well, it was a product in development.
The product was a product, but the product existed before tonight's party, didn't it?
No, not ready.
Not ready.
No, there was a point at which they were
So
just
it's still not
starting
a
and they were
product.
developing.
So it's not a product till you give it a name. Is that what you're saying?
That's pretty much the way it works, yeah. I mean, there's the reason they don't release it, 2 weeks into development because it doesn't do anything. And the customers just get pissed off. So we build it and we nurse it along and we do lots of testing to make sure it's a fully functional and robust product, and then we release it, and then everybody starts giving us all bunch of bug reports.
It is what it is before it's released. Got it. Before your little finger symbol party. Ding 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 ding.
I thought he was being dense, but when he said nursing it along, he gets what's going on here.
I
He's
know
a tool.
that was intentional.
He's a tool. He's a tool, just like his product.
I need someone to pick up on the nursing along thing. I like that.
Yeah, we hear you, Scott. You're desperate. We hear all of your happy desperation.
It's so funny how you so need me for your own sense of identity.
It is funny, isn't it, Scott? Ding 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 ding.
I was watching this Flat Earth interview that the guy posted here earlier today about some, and what I find interesting is watching him. I don't remember which video it is, but it was posted like 11 months ago on some interview station, and this guy was on this swiveling stool, and he just kept swiveling back and forth, and I kept thinking all along how much different this experience would be if we were all on video and we could all see what each other's doing.
Like I'm folding laundry.
Oh yeah, if I could read your body language when you're squirming.
Yeah. I know. That'd be
great.
cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
Because this guy, he almost you could see this underlying manicness. I don't call it mania, but he just couldn't sit still. And I'm just wondering, what is everybody I'm talking to doing while I'm doing this? But yeah, I'm also folding laundry often when I'm talking to you.
Well, I'm live streaming Grand Theft Auto 5.
I haven't folded laundry in like 20 years.
Really? I fold laundry every week, if not more.
He puts the laundry in the drawer.
My wife does that part. I just fold it. That's
Only
our
time
separation
I do
of labor.
is when I'm asked, but I do it sometimes. But I don't just take the initiative and go do laundry. Just like she doesn't take the initiative and come outside and help me with something I can't reach in my little Japanese car when I'm working on it. But if I ask her, she'll come.
Now, one of my minor OCD things is I need my shirts to be folded correctly.
I need my
It's an
car to be
issue.
fixed correctly, and if I can't get my hand in there,
I just bring mine to the mechanic.
Weird.
I know. Strange, huh?
Yeah.
Here's a little tip. Like here's a tip, right? For laundry tips day. Okay, what you do is you throw away all your socks that aren't the same kind of sock. You just make sure you buy all the same socks, and then you don't have to fold socks. You just they'll always match. Saves. It's a little laundry tip. No takes.
Hey, Scott, do you at least plug your car in by yourself?
Yeah, I do that every day for free. Yeah, at Adobe
for free.
I do
on the electrical grid.
Yeah, at Adobe parking lot they have free
I got a
charging
question for you,
across.
Californians, especially
Nice.
your government. So what happens when the first generation of all those Tesla cars are like ruined? Like, what are you guys going to do with all those batteries?
No idea. I hope someone's worked that out.
Maybe you could
see.
just maybe you could just do like Russia and just dump it in like the Northern Ocean and pray for the best.
But that is the funny thing, right? Because I drive a Kia Niro electric one, but I park it in this
Nero.
garage.
Did you just say a Kia Niro? Good lord.
I did. Yeah. It's a cool little car.
Do you wear that? Do you wear that funny little haircut when you drive around in that thing?
No, I think it's spelled
that Nero.
N-I-R-O.
That Nero do? Oh, bummer.
No, it's spelled N-I-R-O, not N-E-R-O. You know, it's a South Korean thing. It's a Kia. But anyways, and I go to the parking lot here, and everybody other than me is driving a Tesla. I mean, this parking lot with all the free charging is full of Teslas. Like, oh my God, people, why are you supporting Elon Musk? But they all do. Teslas
They're
everywhere.
they're virtue signalers.
I don't know what
The Nero isn't a big enough virtue signal for them.
No, they just like the Teslas for some reason.
Yeah, because they're hive-minded virtue signalers.
A lot of companies went in on like a package deal with the Teslas where they would like say, listen, Tesla offered them like, hey, listen, we'll give you the Tesla for like, 80, 90, whatever it is, right? If you get 5 employees. So they gave like an employee discount. So then everybody started getting them at certain companies.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, everybody at Adobe makes a ton of fucking money. So, buying a Tesla is no big deal to them. So.
And you're driving a Nero?
Yeah, I don't like spending my money on cars.
Oh, Lord. Well, it sounds like it's a toy.
It is. It's a really cool little toy.
Yeah, it's not a car, yeah. Well, I'm surprised someone who's got NPR in the brain doesn't use public transport 24/7. How dare you?
San Jose has crappy public transport. How
dare you?
Yeah. You have electricity for free.
Walk.
I'm just trying to imagine what it would be like to live in San Jose.
Nice. Very nice.
You have to be a Sharks fan. Do they still have the Sharks?
That's funny that you mentioned that. I'm looking right now at the SAP Center. It's like maybe a quarter mile from me where the Sharks play. But no, I've never been to it. I went to a Sharks game once when I was comped by some customer of Adobe. And I got to sit front row, right behind the goal.
Yeah, too much testosterone there for you, Scott.
Yeah, it's not my thing. I'm not a big hockey. I'm basketball. I love basketball.
Well, yeah, me too.
Y'all seen that female player in the women's division? Like she's
in rugby?
Actually, no, in basketball.
Rugby.
Yes,
I have.
Dude, she's good. I don't even like basketball, let alone women's basketball. But
Which one you talking about?
Yeah, that's her name. Say it again.
I think it's Caitlin Clark, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
She's
dude,
okay.
She's not okay, dude. She good.
She's a rookie. We'll see how good she is.
She hit them threes from deep. Anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, she's the best female basketball shooter in the history of the game, Scott. What do you mean she's a rookie? Larry Bird was she's doing it on the whatever you want to call it, semi-pro WNBA.
No, she's in WNBA, but she's
Larry Bird was a rookie once too, Scott.
I know. And he dominated.
Yeah, he was a rookie though.
But he dominated. Can't even talk about dominating. By any stretch of the imagination.
Scott. The question is the USA team going to get it together for the Olympics, or
men or women?
What's the men?
Men
is it too much star power for one team?
No,
I mean,
they just kicked South Sudan's ass. So.
Yeah, well, South Sudan, all those guys went to Louisville, but
yeah,
the problem is team basketball. Well, Joel Embiid, he's a Cameroon guy, and somehow he made it on the team.
Yep, that's what I've been hearing.
The weakest link is their star power. If they sent the Celtics over there, if they sent a team over there, it would be curtains. But these guys they've been playing against guys who have been playing together since they were 8. But yeah, I'm hoping they pull it off.
That is the perennial problem. There's only one ball, right?
Yeah, they need this ball. This team needs several balls.
Yes.
What channel are you watching the international games on?
I'm not. I'm just watching the highlights on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I don't
they're hard to find, man. They are hard to find.
Yeah, I've been very frustrated that I can't find the full basketball games anywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the VHS tape after a couple years, I guess. It's lock and seal.
Yeah. Yep.
They don't play. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Anyways,
I wouldn't watch any of that Olympic stuff. I'm good.
I'd love to see those games, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm boycotting it in heart, but yeah, the basketball keeps dragging me back in.
Ooh. It's a free app here. You just go on the channel, you download. Well, the app's already on your TV. Then you pick your sports, and you go and watch all the games. Easy.
All right, I'm coming over for the next couple weeks.
Is it the Fubo or something? Was it called Fubo or something?
Tubi. No, it's just on one of our local stations. Free to air TV.
The only thing I still watch from like television is like mixed martial arts. That's it.
Surprised that hasn't made it to the Olympics yet.
Yeah, if they could get some like one versus UFC or something like that, that'd be pretty cool, right?
I'm surprised lacrosse isn't in the Olympics. But I mean, I guess it would just be like a North American gold medal again.
I started watching. I didn't even start. I just walked by the TV this morning, and it was women's field hockey Olympics. So boring.
Women's field hockey. That sounds terrible.
It looks just like it used to look back in high school, where they hit the ground a couple of times and then shuffle the ball.
Kind of boring, but incredibly dangerous.
Oh yeah, it's dangerous, but I would rather watch women do like the roller derby thing. Is that what it's called? Roller derby? Where they get on the roller skates?
Oh yeah.
And they beat the shit out of each other?
Yeah. 80s late night television. That's brilliant. After Glow.
That's kind of fun to watch. I played combat sports, so I like combat, so golf is like the stupidest thing ever to me, but if you're like using your body to score a goal and you're like getting hit.
Golf is amazing. Think about it, right? 400 yards away, you got four chances to get this little ball in that little hole.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll give you any tools that you want. What tools can you do it with?
I'm sure it's hard and it requires incredible skills, but it's so boring to watch.
Sometimes I like watching golf. Sometimes.
To each their own. I like watching UFC. This dude's trying to knee me in the face, and I'm trying not to get kneed. I don't know. It just seems like there's more incentive to win, you know?
Imagine a UFC guy with a golf club.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with that guy. Without the golf, especially with the golf. Anybody got any evidence of that globe axial rotation, curvature, you curverts? Can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
Well, that's what the last guy claimed. He said they put it in a vacuum, so it removes all the buoyant forces, and then you
So he
just have
manipulated the
density.
medium. So he manipulated the medium. Oh, the relative density was manipulated. Thanks for proving my point.
Maybe somebody will try to explain why two things on a scale weigh more than one thing on a scale.
You added more weight?
Oh, but how does it work with density? When you think density is the answer to everything, that's another question you should try to answer, right?
Well, what
Why
you
do some
did is
things weigh more than others? And that's nothing to do with density, right?
what you did is you changed the scenario, right? I said that you can make things go up or down by manipulating the medium. You said, what if I put more apples in the bushel? It weighs more. Therefore, you're wrong. Like, no, I'm not wrong. You can actually manipulate things and make them go up and down by manipulating the relative density. Now, you can add this scenario where you put a whole bunch of weights in a bucket and it's going to weigh more. That doesn't prove what I said wrong.
That's correct. It doesn't, but your thing only handles one aspect of the vector, one component of the vector, the direction. What about the magnitude of it? What accounts for the magnitude? Now, if you're interested in understanding this world in which we live, you'd find out the reason for both components of the vector, right?
Bro, I used to lift weights or run every single day. I understand that things weigh more when you add more weights.
Okay, but why?
Because you added more weights.
That's circular.
Like this isn't like profound. I don't know if you think it's profound or something.
No, when the question we're asking is not why just do they go down. The question is why do they go down with the exact force they go down with. That's the question you need to answer.
Because you
I
added more
know,
weight.
but the answer the rest of us have come to, it's mass times gravity. That's the answer the rest of us have come to. What is your answer?
For what? What's the question?
Why things weigh what they do? We say it's the mass, which we can figure out in many ways. We can, push it on basically rollers and see how much force it takes to move it sideways. And we can see that force it takes to move it sideways is exactly proportional to the weight it exerts on the scale, which indicates that there's something to an object called mass. Everything has a mass.
Except if you put those scales at the bottom of the ocean, then it'll weigh different.
Yes, I know, but we understand that too. We add much more components into the calculation. But you haven't changed the whole mass times gravity thing.
We'll just demonstrate gravity.
We just did. You put thing on a scale, and that demonstrates gravity. Unless you can find some other explanation for why it weighs what it does.
That's the observed phenomenon. What's the cause?
That is how people go about figuring out things, right? We look and we explain why these things happen. And if we see a one-to-one correlation between the mass something has and the weight it exerts, we can then conclude that there must be some kind of force creating an acceleration that we can multiply by the mass to get our weight. And that's what we did.
Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but what's the cause? Like, we observed the natural phenomenon. Yeah, rocks put pressure down, and you stack more rocks, it adds more pressure, but why? So what is your cause for that?
Gravity. We've been through this before.
So weight. You said weight is the cause for weight. What do you mean by gravity?
No, gravity's not weight. Gravity's not
weight. Okay, what's gravity?
Yeah, it's the attractive force between two masses.
Okay, so what's the attractive force between a helium balloon and the bathroom scale that I got sitting outside?
Depends how much helium you have in the balloon.
It's full. It's about to pop.
How much helium you have in it? Give me a number of molecules, and I can tell you how much mass is there Then if you put that,
let's say
then
15.
if you put that helium balloon in a vacuum chamber and put it on the scale, it'll weigh what we think it does.
Oh, so you got to manipulate the medium, the relative density.
Yes, because otherwise the medium.
Oh, so you agree?
Because otherwise the medium introduces forces other than gravity onto the balloon. We know that. We figured that out too.
Right. So you manipulate the medium, so the relative density, and now the helium balloon has weight.
We've already known a long time ago that buoyancy is a thing. That's also something that physicists figured out a long time ago. I'm glad you're just now catching up with that, but that's not the only force on an object.
I've been swimming since I was like 2 years old.
But that's, buoyancy is not the only force on an object. When we do a force diagram on an object, gravity is one of those forces, or the acceleration due to gravity, which would add to its mass. We have a force downwards, and then buoyancy creates a force upwards. And we subtract those two forces, and we find the weight that it will introduce on the scale.
So Scott,
It's very easy, actually.
Yeah, when you ride down the face of a wave, that's because of gravity. Is that what you're telling yourself?
I don't think about it when I'm doing it, but that is
No,
the
I'm
case.
saying, is that what's causing it?
Yes, of course it is.
Okay, of course it is.
Well, yeah. What's interesting about the buoyancy thing, though, right? If you put some kind of cylinder vertical, set it straight up, and you put it in the water, and you put it on a scale, and you can measure the buoyant forces by the difference of the pressure on top of that cylinder, or the pressure on the bottom of the cylinder minus the pressure on the top of that cylinder, introduced by the water, right? Just because the different depths at which the two parts of the cylinder are, you got a top part which is higher in the water, and the buoyant force is exactly that difference. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty cool.
And all the buoyancy, some of the forces, the total forces exist in all parts of any object in the water. So if you have a sphere, for example, in water, you can calculate the upward force minus the downward force on every part of that sphere. A little bit of calculus, but it just, eventually comes out to the same thing. Really cool idea. Think about it for a bit. But that's an interesting thing, right? Because the buoyancy with regard to anything that's buoyant in air, that the difference in weight that something will have on a scale will be exactly the difference in air pressure on the top of that thing minus the pressure on the bottom of that thing versus minus the pressure on the top of that thing. We can calculate that too. And that's why things weigh slightly less in air than in a vacuum. Or they measure on a scale slightly less. They don't weigh any less.
I would say that weight is the measurement of the pressure being put on the scale. So when you say they don't weigh any less, but you can measure it weighing less, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, because scales are not vacuum sealed, right? And so the forces on them, any force on the bottom of the object will also be on the bottom of the tray of the scale, pushing that scale up. And by putting the object on the scale, you remove some of the pressure on top of that tray.
Okay. Well, it's true that when I drink the tea, the ice goes down, and when I fill my cup back up with tea, the ice goes up.
You have ice in your tea? Oh, iced tea. Okay.
Yeah, it's Texas outside, bro. Do you know what temperature
All
is
right.
today?
Hot?
Hot.
I thought Texas tea was. I remember from the Beverly Hillbillies, that was fossil fuel. Black gold.
Oh shit. Road kelp. Anyway, yeah, the way I understand it is that oil floats on water, you remove the water, the oil stops floating. That's how everything works in reality. Everything's trying to seek equilibrium. Not that the oil has a mind and it's seeking equilibrium, but it appears to seek equilibrium. And
What
if
does
you
that mean, though?
disturb something, a state of, well, if you pick up a rock, right, you removed it from its state of rest, and you put it on a table, now it's at a state of rest. If you remove the table, the rock is no longer going to be pressing against the table. It's going to seek equilibrium in a new state of rest. Hits the ground. It can't fall any further. So it's now at a state of rest.
So I'm
It
looking
works
at.
this way everywhere. Hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure, high charge to low charge.
But what happens when you get different things competing for that low part?
What do you mean low part?
Well, I'm looking at a mountain right now. I think it's like 3,000 feet high. And there's rocks sitting on top of the mountain, I'm quite sure. How come they're not going down to sea level?
Resistance.
Of what?
Of the pressure that's the rocks on top of the mountain that's pressing down.
And so there's rocks underneath it, right?
Yeah, they can't move either. They got resistance.
Yeah. But it's basically rocks all the way down, right?
Well, I don't know what do you mean by all the way down, but
Well,
there's
to
some
wherever
kind of
they stop being
resistance.
rocks.
There's some kind of resistance, right?
Yep. And so how's that any different from oil and water? You put oil in water, the oil rises to the top because the water is pushing down harder than the oil.
The water's pushing down. Well, the water's the only thing pushing down, and then the oil's pushing down on the water.
Oil's pushing down too. It's just being beat by the water.
Sure.
They're both pushing down.
Right.
One pushes down harder.
But what happens when you add heat to the water?
The molecules in the water reach a certain elevated state or excited state where they become gas. They break their bonds with the molecules around them and become a gas. And then they form into bubbles and then they rise to the top because those H2O molecules are now taking up more space, i.e. being less dense than the liquid molecules around them, and then they rise into the air. I assume they rise through the oil too. That'd be weird. Never boiled water with oil on top.
Sure you have. Sure you cooked something like greasy chicken with oil on the top and the water boils out anyway. Sure you have.
Oh, that's a mess. That's a mess, yeah.
Well, I mean, I usually don't boil chicken, but in the past when I have made chicken and dumplings, that's what I witnessed.
Yeah, but that's the oil. That's the heat of the oil causing the water to boil, not the water itself getting hot and bubbling up through the oil. Never seen that.
It happens. The oil has a lower boiling point.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's not true.
So you think the oil boils first?
No, the oil has a much higher boiling point than water. That's why when you put water in hot oil that's not boiling, the water goes crazy. It makes a big mess.
And maybe a fire if you're not careful.
Yeah. Yeah, every now and then someone, when I was working in and out, would drop a cup of ice in the French fry fryers. Oh, that was
What
a big
an
mess.
idiot. What an idiot.
Yeah, it happens. Mistakes happen when people are doing shit.
Who employed these people?
In and out.
Oh.
It's a bunch of high school kids. Come on, man. What do you expect?
I expect that they've already taken chemistry classes.
They don't do it. They didn't do it on purpose. And no, a lot of them did not take chemistry classes. If they did, they wouldn't be working their fucking in and out.
Well, they just should have stuck to their job duty list.
Yeah, keep the drinks in the break room and nowhere's near the fryers.
The drinks are, we serve drinks too. And the drinks are just literally a turnaround from the fryer. Very tight space. It was a very tight space.
Yeah, I went to a McDonald's one time and I got a strawberry milkshake, and they used to have like real pieces of strawberry in there sometimes, I think, right? So I sucked it up, I crunched it, I was like, it doesn't taste like a strawberry, spit it out, it was a fly. Yeah, I don't want to get any more milkshake.
Well, the
But anyways,
FDA
back to these
doesn't.
density gradients. What happens when you drop a density tower thing or you put it in the vomit comet? All those liquids mix, don't they?
Well, they fall, yeah.
They all mix.
Yeah, they mix and fall.
Because you've removed the
state of rest.
Differential gravity.
Well, you're taking it out of a state of rest. So it's seeking equilibrium, but because it's constantly falling, it's not capable of achieving that equilibrium.
How does it know it's falling?
It doesn't know. It's just, I don't know how else to explain it. I've already went over that. I don't think that rocks and chemicals have,
No, I'm not saying it's not
knowledge.
conscious. But what about the atoms in there is being subject to the falling?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, in my understanding of it, the reason the atoms will start to mix, or the molecules in the various liquids, is because we were neutralizing the gravitational force, so the acceleration of the gravity, and everything is now subject to the same forces. There's nothing pushing back.
Terminal velocity of different liquids?
No, there's no terminal velocity of anything, right?
If I drop liquids in a container, or different liquids within one container, and the container, reach terminal velocity, you're saying they would mix?
Yeah, once the container reaches terminal velocity, your density tower would reform. Yep.
Right, so it's because you've taken them out of state of rest that they're in this perpetual state of, trying to seek equilibrium. So they're falling, and if you never pulled up on the vomit comet, it would hypothetically reach equilibrium at the moment of terminal velocity, and then it would crash. Once everything settled down, it would then puddle up and reach equilibrium again.
Yeah, but the state of rest thing is not a thing. That's just something you made up.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
You think I came up with that? I coined that term?
Well, you're misusing it if you hadn't.
You think I
state of
coined like
rest.
equilibrium and state of rest?
Well, equilibrium has a meaning in physics, though, which you don't seem to be using correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it did stick out to me earlier. Even like a cup of water, right, at rest, equilibrium doesn't mean that there's nothing pressing down on the water. Like, there's still.
Are you talking to me, No Tanks? I'm misunderstanding equilibrium.
No, just a statement. When it went across earlier, as if when it's at a rest, when it's in a rest state, that doesn't mean that there's no there's nothing acting on it on the water, on the surface of water.
Okay, just tell me where I'm wrong. What am I saying that's wrong? Because I want to be correct.
Well, I think I don't know if you're saying anything wrong, but I think Scott is trying to differentiate between when something's in a state of rest. Does that necessarily entail that there's nothing acting on it?
Well, there's something acting on it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think what you're trying to say is it's not experiencing acceleration at that point.
That's why I said state of rest.
Yeah, then Scott said, like, how does it achieve a state of rest? Well, I mean, I guess it would have to be the equal in all directions. But
Something achieves no acceleration when all the forces are equal. The force up is equal to the force down, and the force left is equal to the force right, and back and front. All three
How is that
directions.
not equilibrium?
It's just not how any physicists would talk about it. At least not my experience of when I took
Okay,
physics
well,
courses.
define equilibrium then.
Balance of forces, I guess.
I still don't see how I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe somebody else could explain it to me. Is there anybody else that
I
could
don't know if
show
you're.
me
I don't know
that?
if you're. I don't know if it's so. I don't know if Scott's saying it wrong. I don't think.
Yeah, but it is a my phone's sitting on the table. Is that in a state of equilibrium right there? I wouldn't think it's equilibrium. I don't think
Well, I was
equilibrium
talking
applies
about
to it.
liquids, not phones. So you kind of
Well,
changed
okay,
what we're
so
talking about.
there's a cup of wine sitting on the same table. Is that wine in equilibrium?
I would say so. Yeah,
I would say it's just
at rest.
well, it's not being accelerated in any direction, so the force is up or the same as the force is down. I guess if that's equilibrium, okay. I mean, for the sake of conversation, and so we're using the same language. If that's really equilibrium, I can go with that. I'm all about language being temporary.
But now you guys got me questioning what equilibrium means. So now I got to go do some research on that word.
Yeah, it might mean that, but I think equilibrium is when something is in a state where it's free to move in some direction. It finds kind of a stasis point.
Finds.
Okay, so this is the first definition, American Heritage.
Yeah.
Equilibrium, noun, a condition in which all acting influences are cancelled by others, resulting in a stable, balanced, and unchanging system. If that cup of wine's not in a state of equilibrium, I don't know what that word means.
Well, but see, it said a stable, balanced, and unchanging system.
Yeah, your wine's being balanced, right?
That's not a system either.
Yes, your cup of wine is a system. It's an open system.
Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to harp on the word. I can go with your equilibrium. Okay, we can go with that.
Equilibrium
Okay, so
in physics. No net force acts on it. The vector sum of all external forces acting on the system is a net zero. So equilibrium in physics is the state of a system where neither the state of motion nor its internal energy state tends to change with time. I'm just going to say you're wrong and I'm right, unless anybody
well,
wants to say anything different.
eventually that glass of wine or the cup of water is going to evaporate and go up. So it seems like there's always this constant, or maybe in all directions. It seems like there's always this constant, like upward.
Good point.
Motion.
I did not think of that.
What if it's in a really cold place, like 33 degrees Fahrenheit? Is it still evaporating then?
Another good point.
So how hot is your wine? Do you drink
It's
hot
room
wine? I
temperature.
don't.
It's room temperature. It's a red wine, so
Disgusting.
Cabernet.
Well, it'd have to be within a closed system, like so I take the food. Like if I get food, I take it out, I put it in the microwave, I heat it up, I take it out of the microwave, I pour soda, it's ice cold. I sit the two things there for long enough, they're going to be the same. The sodas will be the same temperature as the cheeseburger eventually, within the in that system. But the whole system, the whole room, if it was sealed, would minutely change to equalize, and then it would be equal and at rest.
This Britannica, equilibrium in physics, the condition of a system when neither its state of motion nor its internal state of energy state tends to change with time. A simple mechanical body is said to be in equilibrium if it experiences neither linear acceleration nor angular acceleration. Unless it is disturbed by an outside force, it will continue that the condition is indefinitely. So yeah, the outside force would be like heat. If the wine is in the kitchen, I guess it will evaporate, but if it's in the refrigerator, in a closed system, like a wine bottle, I don't know if people put wine in the refrigerator, but I did when I used wine for cooking. So it's in a state of rest or equilibrium in the fridge. And if you haven't had a steak cooked with red wine, slow cook the onions, man. Just the onions by itself. Just slow cook the onions in red wine, like really low boil, simmer. And then, man, that stuff is good.
Well, I've been doing it wrong. I've been just getting the steak and drinking the wine.
Yeah, I don't drink, so
You don't
to each
drink?
their own. No, I don't drink. You ever heard me
Oh,
drunk?
man, what's wrong with you?
I don't want my body to be in a perpetual state of stress.
Not perpetual. You don't drink all the time. Jeez.
Oh, okay. You don't know that alcohol causes you to be in stress for like a week at a time?
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
It's made with, what do you mean? The wine that I drink, so it says cranberries, raspberries, got all these delicious, nutritious things written on it.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Nutritious stuff. It's got grapes. It's made from grapes. Fruit. Get my daily dose of fruit.
Yeah, I could have some flesh-eating bacteria made from grapes that have been sitting out for like 2 weeks in a garbage can. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily good just because it came from grapes.
And I'm sure the scotch I drink is made from something that's natural. I don't know what scotch is made of.
It's synthetic, bro. There's no natural scotch outside.
No, but what is it made from?
I don't know.
Is it rye? Is it some kind of mash? What is it?
I have no
I don't
idea.
even know. All I know is I like it.
Well, to each
But
their
anyway.
own. It's your body. You can do what you want with it.
Yep.
I like steak and onions, and sometimes maybe a little green peppers and mushroom, but not every time.
Doesn't meat cause your body to be in stress?
I don't think so.
No. I hope not, because I eat lots of meat too.
Yeah, I like red meat. I don't like
What about
pork.
butter? I like butter too.
Yeah, I do too. I think the part of your brain that keeps you from having Alzheimer's, that little barrier, it's like 100% cholesterol. So I think cholesterol is good for you. Your brain is like 30% cholesterol. So
Well, good. Then I shouldn't have a problem with Alzheimer's because I eat lots of butter.
Right. So when people say that you got high cholesterol, it's like, well, good. That's good to know. Something my body needs anyway.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Doctor. If my body didn't need the cholesterol, then why would it be retaining the cholesterol?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
The body is self-healing and self-regulating, so as long as I don't get out of equilibrium with my sugar intake, should be okay, right?
You an anti-sugar person?
No, I just think 7 grams should be enough per day.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm an anti-sugar guy. I'm going with whether it's true or not. The fat's good for you and the sugar's bad for you. Because I can do without sugar. I can't do without fat.
If you have less than 7 grams of sugar a day, I think it's perfectly fine to intake sugar. But
That
if
include
you look at
that include our carbs or just
whatever
sucrose?
gets converted into like pure sugar, I don't think you should be eating copious amounts of potatoes and white rice every day.
Oh, I'm in trouble. Damn.
Yeah, and say goodbye to your wine.
I hear you. That's a ton of sugar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I don't cook with it anymore.
And the beer. Oh my goodness. That's almost pure sugar. It's like a soda.
Yeah. Have you seen how much grams of sugar is in like a Dr. Pepper and a Coke?
Yeah,
That
no.
should be
But
illegal. That should be illegal, man. That's a lot of sugar.
that's almost the same amount of sugar in my beer. Which is why I can't drink beer very often. I want to get that big old belly.
Well, I prefer steak and then chicken and then fish. And I'll eat pork if somebody cooks it and they ask me to eat with them, but I don't go out and buy pork.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, what's the difference between a wine belly and a beer belly, Scott?
Oh, you don't get wine belly, so you can't drink near as
Oh,
much wine.
I've seen plenty of wine bellies. I guess I know some people who can put down the wine. I don't know.
I guess.
But
you drink that much wine, you're gonna get shit faced. And I don't get shit faced.
Could have fooled me.
I know. You guys all need to believe I'm shit faced all the time.
Ding, 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 ding.
Makes you feel better about yourself for some reason. Just odd if
Relax,
you think
Scott.
about it.
Scott, we just bonded over USA basketball. No need to freak out.
You don't want to say could have fooled me, man.
It was a joke.
I know.
You're obviously not shit-faced right now. You're just on the way to shit-faced.
I have had a glass of wine, though. Actually, a little plastic cup of wine because it's an office party, and
You should have just
our
cupped your
glasses.
hands together. How dare you? You're polluting this dying planet, Scott. Come on, cup your hands
Scott,
together
are
and
you
sip.
wasted, dude? Are you wasted, Scott?
Get
Can
your
I
paper
catch you?
straw. Get the
I'm gonna
paper
throw in the
straw out and
recycle
tell
bin.
them to show you where the wine bags are.
Did
Puncture
we
a hole
catch
in
you
it.
all wasted, Scott?
I certainly hope not, because I'm still at work.
How's your day going, Scott?
You're at a party.
How you doing, buddy?
It is. It's a release party, yes. But I got to go back up to work very soon.
I posted something. You should read it since you're in a democratic state.
Okay.
Well, I hope you're having a lovely day, Scott.
You're having a beautiful day. Thank you very much.
Cool.
What's about my democratic state here?
Well,
He's drunk at work. It's great. He's doing well.
Yeah, I think all these quotes are not really attributed to these people. I know the first one Thomas Jefferson ever said. That's been debunked a long time ago.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's yeah. Even what do you mean? It's been debunked that he didn't say it, but the statement itself.
And it's
that's
funny,
the
but
way
you
it
got
is.
you
Right,
got
Scott?
John Adams. You got someone saying John Adams said, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself." There never was a democracy.
Yeah.
Yet that it did not commit suicide. Really, how many democracies were there in existence
Well,
at the time
time out.
John
The United
Adams lived?
States is a republic, and Ben Franklin said, when they said, what kind of government do we have?" And he
A
said, "It's a
republic if you can
republic
keep it."
if you can keep it." Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we
it's
all know.
not a democracy. The United States is a republic, a constitutional republic.
But I'm
Get the
curious.
NPR out of your head.
Yeah, but I'm curious what democracies John Adams had in mind. His only democracy at that before that was possibly Greece, but that wasn't a very good democracy. But I don't think.
Yeah, well, they didn't want majority rule.
There was no other democracies that existed. No, that was after. That was long after ours. A couple of decades after ours.
Okay, I don't know when it happened.
Yeah.
So the French Revolution was after ours?
Yes.
And it lasted all the way up until they stopped chopping people's heads off after the first Star Wars film came out in '78?
Something like that, yeah. I'm not really up to date in European history, and my deep knowledge of history only goes back like the 50s, and that's mostly American history. So,
For all the founding fathers, did they have dual citizenship also?
Were they Israeli citizens? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, shit. Were they bar members?
yeah, and this Benjamin Franklin quote, no, not his either.
It's a funny thought.
Well, who has handed me this propaganda just with all these fake quotes about democracy? So
Don't
you're
know.
saying none of these quotes are real?
I don't know. I know the first and last one aren't. I've never heard the other three, the middle three. But I'd be surprised if the John Adams one was real, since he had no democracies to compare.
All right, let's just go with the Thomas Jefferson. Democracy is nothing more than a mob rule. Okay, let's look it up.
Just as a note, anyways, I'm not a big worshiper of our founding fathers. They were just dudes. They made lots
Well,
of mistakes.
it's
Lots
the
and lots of mistakes.
it's the self-evident truths and unalienable rights, Scott, not the people.
No, they gave us
Document.
possibly the very worst electoral system that could be
Get a life,
devised.
dude.
But given that it was the first one ever created, I can't really hold them
So
to
let's
blameworthy.
get back on topic. But yeah, it has to be that way. And hey, listen, if you don't like it, there are things in the document that tell you how to change it. But we can't have California deciding everyone's fate as if the elections are real in the first place. But back on topic, dude. Somehow.
Okay, what's the topic?
I'm not bitching about. I'm sorry. I mean, I like the meandering discussions, to be honest.
We can get back to weight and what causes weight and why do two things weigh twice as much as one thing.
Okay, link that back to the server topic then. That'd be great. You're good at doing that.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, I would love. Listen, I would love to have these. I would love to hear you trash the founding fathers, and we have rebuttals for that back and forth for hours. That would be great. Maybe on a different server at a different time, but okay.
Sure.
Yeah, but we've got an apple. You've got an apple on a tree hanging in the water, and when the stem breaks, it floats to the top. Well, what does that have to do with whether or not the Earth's a water ball or a planar thing?
No, there's lots to do with it because gravity can explain all of these things.
Space-time?
No, we don't need the explanation. We don't need the reason for gravity.
Remember the good old days, Scott, when all you hyper intellects were all into space-time?
I've never been into space-time. I never quite understood it myself.
Well, that should tell you something. So now you guys have to go. I'll listen. There's better than I that there are greater minds on this server and in the room currently to
not in this server.
Go back and forth. Yeah, the channel go back and forth between space time and mass attracting mass. But the whole thing's it's wacky that you guys have gone back to mass attracting mass in the era of space time. It's wacky, dude.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. But you don't understand one. You don't understand space time. Never made any sense to you.
I don't understand exactly. Yes.
Stuff attracting stuff just doesn't make any sense to me. They should have made it a law. It should be the law of gravity. If it was true, it'd be the gravitational law.
Yeah, where have we ever seen
that is the law of gravity
dragging other stuff towards it?
The law of gravity is mass times mass 1 times mass 2 times the gravitational constant divided by distance squared.
Okay, so where do we see stuff being dragged to other stuff?
Yeah, that's the equation. Stuff attracts stuff.
Yeah, that's the law of gravity. The equation is the law of gravity.
Space time.
No, that's a theory of
not
gravity.
A law.
You would do me a favor, look up the law of gravity, see what it tells you it is. But this is another thing that you guys do where you think that whether something's a law or a theory makes a whole lot of difference. They're a different thing entirely.
No, it's just weird that the whole outer space fascination and aliens and space time of the last 2 decades is all erased for apple hitting dude in head sitting under tree once again.
No, it all fits in very nicely together.
Yeah,
so it's only
you guys have done a great job. You guys have done a great job looping. Excellent.
Well, look at this quote for Jefferson, and people are saying that he never said this, and other people are quoting him saying it. So, how the fuck am I supposed to know whether he said it or not?
Do they have the original source in which he said it? Anything that he actually wrote?
No, I can't find anything like that. I'm looking.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it really doesn't matter what any of them said, right? If they said it, so what? They were wrong. Democracy is the best way to organize any large group of people.
Dude,
all right,
General Mao. Okay, General Mao.
Yeah, I don't think Mao talked much about democracy.
Probably not.
So how is talking about democracy being like General Mao?
Well, because we're not
I'm
in a
confused.
democracy, bro. We're not in a democracy.
Sure we are.
No, we're not.
Sure we are.
No, if we were in a democracy, every time someone took the throne, they would change the fucking rules, like a Mao.
No, who says that's how democracies have to work?
Dude, the only thing that's democratic about the United States is the way in which the elected people are, in which people are elected. The person with the most votes, that's the person. That's the democracy.
Well, no,
that's where it ends.
You're right.
You're an idiot, dude.
Does the person who
the
gets the
United
most
States
votes
is
win the
not a
presidency?
democracy? If the United States were a democracy, we would have already had our Mao.
We already had what?
Our Mao.
What does Mao have to do
Barry
with democracy?
Soetoro. If the United States were a true democracy, Barry Soetoro would be our Mao.
I'm not sure that Barry Spatero is not running the country right now. I think he might.
Well, yeah, but it's exactly just like Mao. Not a word about it. You know damn well he is that. You know damn well that's what's going on. I am.
Really?
Larry.
What's Brock doing?
What? They've got you duped, Scott. You are willing to give allegiance to a Mao and be happy about it.
You need me. I know you need me to believe that.
Relax, dude.
Wait a minute. Who's the Black Pope? Who's the Black Pope? You got a guy that you're saying pulling all the strings.
The current
Barry,
Pope.
what's his name?
There's nobody pulling any strings. It's not the way
Barry
it works.
Soetoro.
He's also known as Barack Obama.
Oh, okay. Scott was like, "Well, now I got it. Now I'm sorry."
I knew who they were talking
that's
about
funny. He
because
is literally the Black Pope. He's actually black.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, I follow the racist memes, so I know
He's
who they're
mixed.
talking about.
He's mixed.
No, Black Pope is.
Kind of off everybody or just me?
Well, they've turned you Adobe people into clay in their mind.
Yeah, I know you need to believe that.
Oh, I hear it, bro. Or maybe it's the wine talking. I feel great. If I was any better, I'd be twins.
I know. I bet it makes you feel about your pathetic life, man. I get that.
Cope, Scott.
I'm not the one making up what the other person believes.
Well, you're the one telling us that we live in a democracy. Wake up, bro.
Scott, do you really believe that people with like a trillion, gorillion, gajillion dollars are not trying to exert any sort of influence on society?
They're trying. Are they succeeding? Not sure.
Well, that reminds me of that
How would we measure that?
hunger for dude. That the foreigner belt of the Shake and Fry and Meatwad episode. When Meatwad got a hold of that foreigner belt, and then those chips came down from space, and Meatwad's like, "Hey, they're trying to control my mind," and they go, "We did." That's what you are, Scott. You're Meatwad with the foreigner belt on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know you don't. You're so culturally savvy. I know you have no idea what I'm talking about.
More like the neighbor.
In the year
I think he's more like the neighbor.
95, I was.
What show is that?
He's more like the neighbor.
Is that a movie or a TV show?
It was a cartoon in the good old days of Cartoon Network. Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
I was already all grown up before.
Anyway, Scott, you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. I don't know why you're so happy to usher in this totalitarian hell. You too will have to put your favorite shoes on the curb for redistribution, bro. So just wake up.
Never gonna happen. Don't worry about it, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Scott. Thanks for the. Thanks,
just
buddy.
a fever. It's just a fever dream you're having.
You're no hypnotist, Scott.
Does anyone else laugh when Kamala laughs, or is she just like laughing by herself? You know,
I guarantee Scott's never heard her laugh.
You know,
I've
some
heard her
people
laugh
got like a
many
real
times.
infectious laugh. You know, they start laughing or you start laughing. But does anybody laugh with Kamala, or is she just like laughing?
No, that's because it's a cackle. It's hard
Oh,
to
yeah.
cackle along with someone.
Yeah.
Hard to find that right beat to get in there to cackle along. Scott probably would do an excellent job with his little ding 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 ding.
Well, if that's the worst you guys come up with against her, then we're in good shape. We're going to be okay.
It's
You're right. The
Montel
border czar
Williams
has been
Idaho,
very.
bro.
The border czar has been very successful.
Well,
at
she was never a
importing
border
Democratic
czar.
vote. What?
Never a border czar. That's just something the media made up that you guys glommed onto.
Oh,
No,
okay.
there's no such thing as a border czar, guys. Come on, man. You're better than this. What is a border czar supposed to do? What is a border job responsibilities?
To go down there and make sure that what the president has put in executive power for the people working under him, like the federal border control, that they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
Yep, they're following the laws established by the U.S. Constitution and the United States Congress. Yeah.
Got to import them Democratic voters.
Doesn't work that way, you know. They can't vote.
No,
That's
you're
what you think.
Hey, you're fooling yourself, Scott. Wow, bro.
No, you can make up reality if you
you
want.
are fooling yourself, Scott. Here, I'm gonna call you out here because
okay, you called me out.
Yeah, last month you told me that you had already sent your ballot in.
I
Remember
never said that. No, you're
a
just making
liar.
shit up.
You're a
just making shit up.
liar. You're a liar. Okay.
Whatever, dude.
Just checking, bro.
Whatever.
Whatevs.
So, Scott, when Biden dropped out of the race and then the news outlets started reporting that Kamala was actually polling higher than Biden, did that surprise you, or were you like, that makes sense?
I've long ago stopped trying to understand or figure out how other people think. And so how she polled is, I don't know. It didn't surprise me because I don't know how people think.
Well, I thought trying to figure out how people think was like your thing.
I do, but as I find out, the more I talk to you guys, the less I know about how people think. But that's, I came in this open mind wondering if a couple of my ideas on how people think are accurate, and it turns out they're not.
Well, you found out
I got to keep adjusting my theory.
Yeah, you found out what you thought was thinking actually wasn't thought.
No, that never happened, though.
No, you would never realize it, Scott, because it's you. Whatever.
When am I supposed to respond to something so stupid? I mean, should I argue with you?
You'll be fine.
Should I say no? Should I say nuh-uh?
Nuh-uh about what? That what you thought was thinking isn't actually thought?
Yeah, what should I say to that? How should I respond?
Why are you so confused? Why are you the bullshit artist? You won't even give a straight answer about a question about a poll when you told us last month you were writing a book about us. About how we think, and now you're confused. You've long given up trying to figure out why people think what they think. You're a liar.
I was already.
You talk out of both sides of your mouth.
I figured out how to record from off my computer directly. But then the guy dropped that 8-hour video on you guys, and he did a lot of the shit that I wanted to do. It's like in that 8-hour video, that was really, really good. Was the guy Veritas or whatever his name is? You guys seen that video? That thing was good. And he really stole my thunder.
Are you okay, Scott? Are you sure it's only one glass?
No, what video?
There's a Veritas video some guy dropped a few months back, and it just stole my thunder. It was really, really well done.
You mean Veritasium?
No. Veritasium is a different thing. This guy goes by Veritas. He's former gamer, video maker, but then he's trying his hand at this,
yeah, he was trying to take a bunch of stuff out of context and frame it. Yeah.
He says he put in like thousands of hours over 4 weeks or 4 months.
He tried.
And it shows. It's really good. But like I said, it stole my thunder. And I don't know what I can add to that.
So now,
And I'm not in the business of doing
you
stuff. I
just
just
said
add value.
hold on though. You said long ago you stopped trying to think about what others thought when you told us last month. That's
I
what
didn't
your
say that.
was wrapped up. Yeah, you did.
No, I said I stopped trying to pretend that I knew what others thought. I'm still trying to figure out how
You
they
said
think.
long ago. You said long ago.
Yes.
It was your hobby. It was your hobby 3 weeks ago, Scott.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Yes.
Yeah, you have a weak grasp on the concept of time.
But I'm on that place in that Dunning-Kruger curve where I'm on that bottom right now where I'm trying to start going up where I understand more and more what you all are thinking and what people who are not me are thinking. Well, flat earthers as a group of people, but you all think differently, right? And that's the other thing too. And that a lot of people come in here don't understand that you all are different, every one of you.
There you go, Scott. That was very good. You broke that up into 2 words, you all, because you are caught up in a groupthink experiment where they've taught y'all to say y'all all the time, which is weird because y'all ain't from the South. Y'all
No,
come
but
back
my
now.
wife is, and she taught me that. And I don't say it like from the South because
Do
in
you
South they
do
say
it?
it as one
Do
word.
you do it at your hyper intellectual dinner parties, Scott?
No, it's just a way
When you're
to distinguish between
commiserating
the.
over wine,
No, it's
y'all,
just a way.
this Chardonnay be the bomb, y'all.
It's just a way to distinguish between the singular and the plural you because
It's a
we don't have the
goofy.
difference.
No, we know the origins of it, y'all.
In Spanish, they have the difference, but in English, it's the same word, and it's
Anyways,
confusing
Scott.
sometimes.
Anyways, Scott.
I could say you plural, but that sounds weird.
Use.
I think identity politics is dumb.
After I moved to PA, I found out they say yins.
Ewans? You mean Ewans?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Louisiana, they say y'all. It's just one word, y'all. But I can't bring myself to say that.
Scott, what I'm telling you is it became the woke thing to do, and y'all woke.
It wasn't at the meeting, so I don't think it's the woke thing to do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, check out the. Yeah, well, I know it is.
I must have missed that meeting. It must have been bowling.
Yeah,
that
you
night.
must have. Yeah, you were. They just pull the wool over your eyes every turn, don't they? You don't notice anything they do you, Scott?
Maybe.
Like the other day when we showed you that definition of level from a picture from a hard copy of a dictionary in the 80s, which is nothing like which is nothing like your leveldictionary.com that you bring up now when I asked you, hey, did you ever wonder when that got tacked onto there? And you go, I don't know. I don't worry about these things,
Yeah, why would I? What's in it for me?
Why? Oh, Scott. So it's the path of the least resistance for you, huh, Scott?
No, I go for the path of least resistance.
Drool?
No, I go for least resistance for the most understanding.
So have you ever thought to go blow the dust off the dictionary on yourself in your little wine tasting library?
No,
and
I have not thought to do that.
Okay,
no.
why don't you do that and see where they tacked on this level is equidistant from the center of a sphere and it's curved. The level is curved, obviously. That's not in the books.
Okay.
Before this flat Earth conundrum. Well,
why should I care?
Yeah. Well, Scott, so it is path of least resistance for you then, huh? You're just drooling.
Tell me why I should care.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. You're in here belly aching every day. You told us you were here for a social study. You said it was some sort of social study you were performing. Now you told us you gave up social studying long ago.
And say that.
So, and then all I said was, hey, did you ever think, because you're so confident in this new Merriam-Webster.com little dictionary definition, which is bogus and limited. I mean, it's limited. It doesn't even have any of the old stuff. So when I asked you, hey, did you ever think to maybe parse out where that got tacked on? You go, no. Well, Scott, if you don't care, if you're just drool on the path of least resistance, what else do you got? You're sort of funny. You know enough about basketball to have an interesting conversation. But as it pertains to the topic, what's going on? Are you sitting here to drool?
No.
Yes, the smart guy can't play stupid all the time, Scott. Otherwise, then he becomes the stupid.
I don't play stupid ever.
I don't know. Every time you put on the dunce cap when it's convenient for you.
Don't think I do.
Okay.
It's just I don't care where words originated.
Yeah. No, well, not words originating. The change in the definition. That's what I'm talking. And it happened within the last couple decades.
Why does that matter?
Well, maybe you've been sold a load of bullshit.
Or maybe I haven't, and maybe you're wrong.
Well.
How do we figure out who's wrong?
I have a dictionary. Well, I have because before this flat Earth conundrum, level had nothing to do with being curved or equidistant from a center of a sphere. You show me a definition prior to this flat Earth conundrum.
Well, there's no flat Earth conundrum. So,
sure there is. If you're not willing to look at where it switched over and added this little thing, that would be the conundrum. This tack-on definition of what level means.
Level has multiple meanings, right?
If there were no conundrum, right? If there were no conundrum, it wouldn't have been done. And you don't even care to find out when it was done.
It's true, I don't.
Yeah.
And you still can't tell me why I should.
Your head in the sand. Dude, I can't tell you to pull your head out of the sand. I can't force you to.
You can't give me a good reason why I should care when the change in the definition changed.
If you're going to drool, and that's what you're here to do, I'll just treat you accordingly and talk to you like a drooler. I'll check in with you on the basketball, but other than that, you're the dunce cap drooler at this point in time.
That's fine.
Because you don't care.
That's fine. Do what you need to do, man.
I think it's interesting that the definition of level is like, you could say the definition of level is like perpendicular to the direction that things fall, and then it would satisfy both models, right?
Yep. And that's one of the definitions in a dictionary. Perpendicular vertical. And I'm guessing that definition has always been in the dictionary. And they say aligned with the horizontal plane, and there's a reason they have plane in the definition. They don't just say aligned with horizontal, because they know that basically the Earth is curved, and so they have to throw in plane to separate it from the curvature of the Earth. The people who wrote the dictionaries knew all this stuff. They knew the Earth was curved. What do you think? They're pretending like they didn't know? Of course they do.
How do you know if you can't see it unless you go to space?
Because we can see. Because we can see things like that.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know how people think once again.
Oh, yeah.
So how do we know the Earth is curved if we can't see it because of refraction?
Sunsets.
Oh.
Moonsets, yes. This is how we know the Earth is curved. Yeah.
I think the Beatles wrote a song about you guys. It's called Fool on the Hill. See, how's it go? The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and in his head, he sees the world spinning round. I think that's how it goes, right? Let me see if I can find it.
So the Beatles were flat earthers too?
I don't know.
Well, they had plenty of time to sit around and think, didn't they? I've never seen so many guys other than Brian Wilson and Ravi Shankar sit on a pillow.
Well, with all this time, with all this time you guys have to think, you would think at least one of you guys would come up with an explanation of how the sun gets to 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Oh, I've already showed you. You just don't know how to.
I knew that was coming.
Videos. Yeah, I've already showed you Brigham Young University. But you're not smart enough to understand it, or you're going to pretend like you never saw it.
And Brigham Young University proved that the sun doesn't get to 0 degrees, or it gets to 0 degrees.
No, they showed how, with a lower aperture, things converge. With a higher aperture, they separate. But there's limits.
What does aperture have to do with me looking at the sunset?
Well, is it light traveling over a distance?
Yeah, but the aperture of my eye doesn't change, right? My pupil is pretty much the same.
Yeah, your aperture doesn't change, so eventually things get so far away from you that they converge. And you say that that's things disappearing from the bottom up due to curvature.
Once again, we have to get to specifics, right? How far does something need to move away from me when at some point it's directly over my head, and it is a specific height, unless it's some magical thing where it doesn't really have a distance from us? How far does that thing that was over my head at 90 degrees need to move away from over my head before it's 0 degrees? And the answer to that question is infinite.
No, you
and
can't
we know
see
the sun cannot move infinitely away, but somehow it gets to 0 degrees, and the
So you
math
think
doesn't work.
something would have to move infinitely away for it to not be able to be So you never heard of the Rayleigh criterion?
No. You aren't hearing. To get to 0 degrees, that doesn't mean disappear. It means appear at 0 degrees. I'm looking at the sun. It's a big sun. It's a big orange ball, and it's at 0 degrees elevation. How does that happen?
Have
It's
you
not
ever
disappeared.
seen the
Once
sun?
again,
It's not
not
big.
disappeared.
The
Not
sun is not
disappeared.
big.
It looks decent size on the horizon, or whatever it is. Half a degree of angular resolution, right, or angular size, half a degree. But I'm looking at the sun, half a degree angular size, and that sun is at 0 degrees elevation. How?
Rayleigh criterion.
How does the Rayleigh criterion affect the position of it?
Look, I can't help it if you don't understand it. I got Brigham Young trying to explain it to you. The light coming from the sun is no different than the light from the two laser beams.
We agree.
We have a lower aperture. You can't differentiate the light from the two laser beams. They become one laser beam. So, I can't help you understand that if you don't understand it thus far.
But how does the sun get to 0 degrees? Because those laser beams have nothing to do with degrees.
Laser beams don't have anything to do with degrees?
No, it has to do with angular size and in space between the two laser beams and hitting one and only one photoreceptor in your eye. The sun's clearly large and it hits multiple photoreceptors. This is the part you guys just don't seem to understand.
I think you guys think that you can see like light forever.
No, I'm seeing the sun.
Forever.
You keep trying to change the problem. The problem is not that I can't see the sun. I can see it. It's very, very clear, very, very visible. How is it at 0 degrees?
Well, you can't see it at 0 degrees.
I can. Yes, I have. I've seen it many times at 0 degrees. That's the part you guys just can't hear.
Are we ever going to see these infamous images?
You keep thinking I'm saying it's going behind the horizon. No, I'm not saying it's going behind anything. I can see it at 0 degrees.
Yeah, next time you see the sun at that degree, Scott, get a picture for us all, so then we can know what you're talking about.
Let me go and pull up that Rayleigh criterion video and take some screenshots.
There's nothing to do with what I'm talking about, though.
I know it's what I'm talking about. That's why it came out of my mouth.
I know,
I don't know why you guys say that.
Well, because it's the question I asked, I thought we were talking about. And I said, when with all your time thinking, maybe one of you can explain how the sun gets to 0 degrees angular elevation. And then you moved on to something completely different that has nothing to do with why the sun's at 0 degrees angular elevation. Because you're trying to avoid the question that I'm asking and move on to a question that you think you can answer and that would possibly confuse me. This is what you do. You move on to the question you can answer and you avoid the questions you can't answer.
When you're saying 0 degrees, you mean at sunset?
I'm saying 90 degrees from vertical.
Right, that's when it's right over your head.
No, 90 degrees is, I'm saying vertical. 90 degrees from vertical. So a 90 degree zenith angle is 0 degrees elevation, right? That's the definition of 0 degrees elevation. And yes, if you're on a hill, you don't have to really be on that high of a hill, right? But you could be on some kind of bluff overlooking the ocean. You could be on an airplane. You watch the sunset on an airplane. You've seen the sun go below 0 degrees angle of elevation, if you can see the sunset. But you can definitely see it at 0 degrees. Plain as day, right there, 0 degrees, staring you right in the face. Explain how that's possible.
I don't know the answer to your question. I'm sorry.
I know.
All right,
No
perfect.
flat earther ever will. It's unanswerable in a flat earth.
Maybe
That's
ask
why you
somebody
all.
else.
No, you won't. That's why every flat earther needs to change it to a different topic, because you guys cannot answer that question. And so your mind thinks, divert, 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 divert. Make the question about something else. I'm not going to answer that one.
What's the question?
How the sun can be at 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Oh, it's because when I'm fucking her, she's moaning so hard that it does that.
That wasn't a flat earther, by the way.
Wow, I know.
All right, so that was one of your guys. All right, so I'm going to post this. All right, so you're saying that you're seeing it at 0 degrees, right?
Yes.
So if you cut off the bottom half of that middle picture, that's kind of what the sun looks like when it's setting, right? When it's first starting to set.
Why are we cutting off the bottom? Well, I'm talking about I can see the whole sun, but I'm looking at
Because
your picture.
there's
Hold on.
there's water there. You can't see sunlight coming from the ocean. So let's pretend
Yes, I know, but
that
the
we're
sun's
looking
not
at a
behind the
horizon.
ocean. The sun is not behind the ocean right now.
I know that.
So why are we bringing the ocean into it? I didn't bring the ocean, and the
Because
ocean has nothing to do
how
with
does a
this.
sunset look? Can you
As
see?
it's setting, I'm not talking about sunsets right now. I'm talking about the sun at 0 degrees. It hasn't set yet. It hasn't gone behind the ocean. The whole thing is still visible.
So where is the sun? Zenith, right above your head?
No, it's at 0 degrees elevation.
Where the fuck is that?
90 degrees from zenith.
How's that not a sunset? You talking about sunrise? What are you talking about, dude?
Because I'm above the horizon.
You're above
Yes, I'm on
an apparent location?
yes, I'm either on a mountain or on an airplane. At 30,000 feet, the sun is at 0 degrees long before it sets.
You're talking about an airplane now?
Either one.
Can anybody help me understand what he's saying? Because I'm not getting it. I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah.
He's saying that 0 degrees is from your like a level straight out from your eyesight, not actually
Exactly.
0 degrees of rise. When you correct, mate, like what just happens then?
No, that's what 0 means from your position. That's what 0 degrees means.
0 degrees from your altitude.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. So bring it down. Bring it down.
I don't need to bring it down. It's 0 degrees.
Really, 0 degrees.
How is the sun there?
Can you describe where the fucking sun is? Because I still don't know. It's not at the sunset position. Where is it at? It's not above your head. Is it somewhere in between? You said 0 degrees elevation.
Yeah, you're in an airplane and you take a water level and you sight it out the window of the plane.
Uh-huh.
The sun's right there.
At the sunset position.
No, it's not setting yet. It's at the height of the water. It's at the water level
So it's
projected out.
above. It's above that
It's
position.
above the horizon. It's above the horizon.
So that
Yes.
would be 1 degrees height
No,
elevation?
that's 0. That's 0 degrees.
So it's setting then.
No, this is what you guys can't wrap your minds around. The horizon is not 0 degrees. The horizon is only 0 degrees if you're standing on the beach.
So you're invoking some kind of airplane and saying that the sun is at 0 degrees.
You could sit on a mountain. If you're at 2,500 feet, and we have a 2,500 foot mountain overlooking our water right here, and I have sat there with my wife a couple of times, watched the sunset, and that horizon, when I'm on that 2,500 foot mountain, is about 0.7 degrees below 0. That's where the horizon is. We could take a theodolite, we could sight it, and it will come out to about 0.7 degrees below 0 degrees.
So the refracted horizon.
No, just the horizon. And given that the sun is 0.5 degrees, it will be completely underneath that 0 degrees before it starts to disappear.
So is there no refraction?
I don't know. There's not much fraction for 2,500 feet. No, not a whole lot. Maybe an arc minute or two, if even that. But I doubt it.
So let me get this straight. In between 1 foot of the surface, right, like the Black Swan, looking at the pillars that's 1 foot above the water, there's an ass load of refraction between there.
No,
But
there's seven arc minutes.
7 arc minutes. We're talking about 1 foot above the horizon. Okay.
Yep, 7/60th of a degree.
Right, so there's not a whole lot of refraction there. Or no, there's an ass load of refraction from 1 foot compared to 1 foot. But from 1,500 feet, there's not a whole lot of refraction, even though you're actually looking through multiple layers of atmosphere.
On neither one is there an ass load. On the Black Swan, there is 0.1 degree. 0.1.
But you gotta say
on the
that
mountain,
the light doesn't
0.5.
You gotta say the light doesn't bend down to 8 inches per mile squared. It goes up, then goes down. So it's going to be more than 0.1 degree.
No, it's exactly what you need. 0.1 degrees accounts for that.
So it's not going up and then going back down. It's going at exactly 8 inches per mile squared.
It's doing exactly what I said. It's bending at 0.1 degree.
So 8 inches per mile squared.
You guys keep going back to that, but that's your problem. You keep going back to something you guys made up.
What?
0.1 degree per what?
It bends a total of 0.1 degree over the 10 miles.
You think I made up 8 inches per mile squared?
He made it up when it comes to refraction. Refraction is talked about.
We're talking about the curvature rate, not refraction.
Yeah, he's not. That's your claim.
Yeah, that's not my claim, dude.
Well,
what is hot mic squelching?
It has to be if that's what you're defending.
Okay, so is the Earth curving, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so is the light bending down around the curve, and that's why it looks flat?
It bends with the curve to some extent. It doesn't bend quite as much as the curve, but it bends in the same direction, yes.
So if it doesn't bend as much as the curve, then the light would go over your head and it would make things disappear from the bottom up.
It didn't bend as much as the curve.
Yeah, because if it bent exactly with the curve, then the light would hit your eyes, and you would see it, and it would look flat, like the Black Swan, where the horizon is like 10 times further than it's supposed to be. So if it bent less than that, then it would make it look like the pillars are disappearing from the bottom up. Right?
Well, get an elevator right now. I'm going to drop for a second.
Sure. I'm just going to look at this picture that I posted. I think I'm going to turn on my camera. And we'll talk about the sunset, because that's what he originally brought up. And that conversation kind of went all over the place, and I was trying to follow, but
Understand again, though, that I really have to get going. I got a dinner person coming over for dinner. But I just want you to realize that you guys once again diverted from the 0 degrees elevation of the sun to something else again, talking about the Black Swan. And
yeah, bring images of that next time, Scott, because that's your new go-to. So since you had to shift from the original, what you said, sunset, you had to go to your garbled, nuanced, convoluted 0 degrees. Look at it. There's the sun. Yeah, great argument for the 93 million mile distant star there. But yeah, have a great night, Scott.
0 degrees is sea level, Scott. So you think you can see the sun from below sea level. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's working off his line of sight. It's not 0. It's because it's 0 because you're at fucking 30,000 feet or whatever. But that's not technically 0.
No, it
So
is technically zero. It's the definition of zero. You guys are just wrong, and you can't wrap your minds around the fact that you're wrong. You don't understand this stuff. But that is what 0 degrees means.
let me know when you're done.
I'm done. I was done.
All right, cool. So I just posted an image, right? And I'm holding up a piece of paper that's supposed to be blocking out all of the light. So this piece of paper represents the horizon, and this is actually from a video, Brigham Young University. The timestamp is 1:10:25. I'm going to post a link right now. And in this video, they're talking about how the Rayleigh criterion works with a larger aperture keeps things from converging. Now, this is actually two laser lights that are converging. If you look at the image to the right, that's when they lowered the aperture. The image to the left is when they increased the aperture to show that you can differentiate the two laser lights. Now, if the sun is moving further and further away because of the Rayleigh criterion, this is going to cause it to converge with the sun, with the horizon. So the piece of paper represents the horizon. The two laser lights isn't really important. The one laser light is the one that we're focused on because it represents our sun. So with the lower aperture, it's going to cause it to converge with the horizon. So this is the video that I posted. Check it out for yourself. I'll go ahead and post a timestamp too. What did I do? I guess that was a hotkey. Fuck it.
But
All
this
right,
is
there
the
you go.
problem. You guys are still stuck, and it's linked in your mind. 0 degrees equals horizon. 0 degrees equals sun disappearing. And you gotta break that because that's not what I'm talking about. You guys keep coming back to something about the sun disappearing. I'm not talking about the sun disappearing.
So you're talking about sunsets, but you're not talking about the sun disappearing.
No,
I'm
he's
talking about the sun at
okay.
0 degrees elevation. I know you can't
I do.
really wrap your mind around 0 degrees elevation without tying it to the horizon, but you need to understand what I'm talking
Well,
about.
where did you get the 0
Forget,
degrees from? Measuring it
for,
from
for,
what?
forget the horizon. Just
0
think about the
degrees
sun at 0 degrees
elevation
elevation.
from the
Yes.
horizon?
Yes, but no, the horizon has nothing to do with what I'm talking
And
about.
where'd you get the 0 degrees from?
Projection out from where I am. Like I told you, get a water level. You could be in an airplane, you could be on a mountain, and just sight down the water level. And as far as you can see away from it, that is 0 degrees angle of elevation. That's the definition of 0 degrees angle of elevation.
So just ignore all that refraction from being 30,000 feet up in the air, looking through all those different layers of medium. There's no refraction there, but there's refraction when you're at 1 foot above the surface, looking at.
Refraction is
Hold
turbulent.
on. Looking at the pillars from Habitat and Hill House, there's lots of refraction with the multiple different layers of density looking through that. Like, are you
And how much
insane?
does refraction? How much does refraction change your angle of elevation?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is almost nothing. Much less than much less than a degree, probably less than 1/10 of a degree, and you got to account for I don't know how many degrees to get to 0 degrees. You cannot get to 0 degrees.
From the horizon, but we're not talking about the horizon.
No, not from the horizon. I just explained how you get 0 degrees. Take a water level and sight it. Look down the water level. That's 0 degrees. Forget the horizon. Forget the sun disappearing. Just get your water level and go, oh, hey, look, the sun is right at the level of my water level right here. And you can see it very clearly. It's not behind the ocean yet. It's just right there. The whole sun, big circle, or little circle, depending on how you want to call it, right, lined up with your water level. Explain that. How does the sun ever line up with your water level?
Can anybody else explain his argument to me?
Yeah, he's projecting a tangent line out from his eyes, and that's horizontal. And he's calling that 0 degrees with his demonstration of using water level from a tangent.
Yeah, but I don't get how that proves
Yeah.
anything. What is that? So what's the next part? What? Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Probably.
So he started talking about sunset. Then he said, forget the sunset. The sun's at 0 degrees if you're an airplane. But don't think about the horizon. Don't think about the sunset. The sun's at 0 degrees. There's no refraction. I don't get it. I mean, I'm trying to follow. I truly am trying to stillman his argument. Somebody help me out. Like, where's the leap where it makes it a globe?
If I remember this correctly, and please forgive me, Scott, if I get this wrong. Like I said, his 0 degrees is his eye line. So you could be at a beach, you can be on a mountain, you can be in an aeroplane. As long as you're looking at a tangent outwards horizontally, that would be your 0 degrees. He wants to know how the sun has gone below his eye line, his 0 degrees, when he's at altitude, for example.
Oh, well, the horizon isn't.
That's really all it is. That's all he's saying.
It isn't where it appears to be due to refraction. Well, I can't say that because the horizon is a apparent location. So, how do you word that?
Well, how much refraction does it require to get the sun to 0 degrees or appear at 0 degrees?
I have no idea.
Well, that's one thing with all your time you guys should figure out.
All my time, I work full time.
Well, I know, but someone, this whole thing started with someone saying that flat earthers have all this time, right? And I jokingly said, with all the time, you should figure out how the sun's at 0 degrees.
No, I said the Beatles had a lot of time.
Oh, okay. But anyways, I think that'd be great if you guys could ever
Fool
do
on
that.
a
Figure out the sun's at 0 degrees. And the moon, too. The moon gets there and all the stars, I don't know if you can see a star close to that level, though, because it might dim out. It probably dims out, right?
Dims out like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon.
So if I'm looking at
that
the
makes a
sun,
lot of sense.
if I'm looking at the sun at 0 degrees, so the horizon is going to be me looking down towards the ground.
The horizon would be below 0 degrees, yes.
Yeah, below 0 degrees. So the light is
Yeah.
bending down towards the denser medium. Isn't that what you guys say? Is that true? Does the light bend down?
The light is bending. Correct.
Okay. So if the light is bending down, then the horizon isn't where it appears to be. That's the part that I'm hung up on because
You're stuck on horizons. Forget horizons. Forget horizons. As long as you're thinking about horizons, you're not going to understand what I'm saying. Forget horizons.
So we can't use an artificial horizon in an aeroplane then? Okay. Same type of thing, though. This was like
we have a water level.
Yeah, I know.
We have a water level to establish our level.
Yeah, I get that. I remember Zanuck used to have this argument about 4 years ago, which is the same thing that you were talking about. Why is the sun below the artificial horizon of an aircraft, which is what you're producing when you're talking about your eye line, your tangent that you draw with your water level out towards the midpoint of your...
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the same argument exactly, yes.
Yes, I know.
You know, he lives like 10 minutes from me.
Pardon?
He's my neighbor. Zanuck, he's practically my neighbor. He lives in just the next city over.
No wonder you've got the same arguments then. I get it.
Yeah, is he still driving F1?
No, he never drove F1. He drove those little TT like things, right?
So what's the next part? How do you explain it on a flat Earth? Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, if you can't explain it on a flat Earth, then we can very easily explain it on a globe. I think the natural thing to do is to accept that the globe is the proper explanation for this phenomenon, and that maybe the flat Earth is misunderstanding something.
so from 2,500 feet looking down, or what is it, 25,000 feet? Are we in a plane? Are we on a mountain? Where are we at? Are we on the beach?
Either one. Either
Okay,
one.
so-
we're on the flight that allowed Scott to pull out his water level.
So we're 40,000 feet in the sky, right? And we're looking down at the sun, and it's not nowhere near the horizon.
It's not to the horizon yet, yes.
Yeah, and it's at 0 degrees. So we're assuming that we're in a vacuum because there's no refraction, therefore the Earth's a globe.
No, we can assume refraction, but refraction just makes it seem higher than it really is. So
Or it makes
refraction
the
comes into effect,
horizon
it's actually
seem
lower.
lower, or it makes the horizon seem lower than it actually is.
Incorrect. It makes the horizon seem higher.
So the light is bending up now.
No,
Up
while light's
towards the
bending down,
lesser
which makes
dense
things
medium.
appear higher. No, light bending down makes the thing you're looking at appear higher. Because because the light's hitting your eye at an angle downward, which makes your brain think that the thing you're looking at is up.
Is it 0 degrees?
And so, yeah, refraction just works against you in this one. So you're better off removing refraction from the equation.
It
Otherwise,
appears
it
higher
makes it
than it
look even
actually
worse.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it appears at 0 degrees.
It's crazy how there's literally only one truth around this whole subject, and people find ways to talk about everything but that.
Yeah, mods, it doesn't have a microphone that works.
I heard him.
It works better than yours currently.
Well, I'm in the car.
But that was an excellent case in point, Scott.
What was an excellent case in point?
You just digressing on everything. Oh, I can't hear him. His mic sucks. But yeah, it should tell you something that you guys have gone to such lengths these days. But it doesn't.
Such lengths. I've been asking about this one problem for a long time now.
Well, you shifted from sunsets to your convoluted 0 degree thing in a heartbeat. Because sunsets is ridiculous.
No, I don't know something ridiculous. But I just know when we mention the sun disappearing, you guys come up with all kinds of explanations that don't make any sense either about how the sun disappears. And so I figured I might as well not talk about the sun disappearing. I might as well talk about the sun reaching a particular angle when we completely see the thing. And that way you can't go on this Rayleigh condition nonsense or something about.
Yeah, when you brought your water level and got it out on the plane, that thing, you want to talk about that, which never happened.
Oh, I didn't say it did. I said you could do it, though. I was using the water level as an explanation for what her 0 degrees is.
Yeah, there you go. You're left with the could-haves and should-haves and would-haves. That should tell you something.
It was just trying to explain how something can be measured or what the term meant.
You
That's
tried.
all. I did try to explain it. I don't know if I succeeded in explaining it, though. It's hard to explain things to you guys sometimes. one didn't know better, you would think you don't want to understand. But that's not the case, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure you're all trying.
Projection noted.
Okay. Whoa.
That make me deaf.
Yeah, more desperation.
Much larger aperture, and eventually there's
The
limitations
CIA
to
was
how big.
calling in.
Was
Can
he
I be
was he
heard?
talking all this time?
Can I be heard?
No,
You
you
can
just came back in
now.
about a second ago.
Sorry, can I be heard?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Now. But only as of like 10 seconds ago. Now he can't be heard anymore.
Speak up, young one.
You disappeared again.
Good observation, though, Big Daddy Flurf. Where Scott's in here with his hypnosis act. Yeah.
God, you playing tricks on us again?
Not that I know of.
No, we caught him talking out of both sides of his mouth, so.
You need to believe that.
We heard you.
I know.
Your profile picture reminds me of Chris Jericho's new gimmick. If anyone watches wrestling.
My profile picture?
Yeah, he goes around and he waves at people and he's like, "Hi guys."
Yeah, trying to seem friendly.
Yeah, that's his gimmick.
Does it not come naturally or something?
No, it does not. It does not. To be honest with you.
That's his exact gimmick too. It's so funny. He's like a heel, but he's trying to act friendly, but everyone hates him. No offense, we don't hate you, Scott, but that's how
No, it's okay.
the gimmick is.
You would not be the first. I have a long history of making people feel intimidated. And I worked very hard to stop that.
I would not guess that about you, Scott.
I know.
Well, you should have seen, you should have seen Scott out in those surfer lineups in the late 70s. He was, do not take Scott's wave.
In the late 70s, I was tiny.
Well, okay, the early 80s in the heyday. Yeah, do not take Scott's wave.
I know I scare the fuck out of people sometimes when I come around the corner and they don't know I'm there. The looks I get, it's like, I'm sorry that I look this way. I'm not going to hurt you.
Feel kind of honored. Scott spends his retirement here arguing with us. He could be anywhere else.
He's at work right now. He's stuck
2
in an
hours at a
elevator.
party at work. No, I'm driving home right now from work.
Oh, okay.
Wish I was retired.
There, I posted the picture in the chat. I went to go see wrestling live, and he's doing his high guy thing.
Recording myself. But I ended my stream to look at some YouTube video. Mic check.
You're back again.
I hear you. Switch me back to Bluetooth. That way.
Use sunset as.
Oh, I'm still in my car.
As evidence.
Hey, anyone know a good way to keep mosquitoes away?
Move to North Pole.
Mic check. Don't go outside.
Yeah, we got you, Larry.
Okay.
I got away.
What's that?
If you make sure that your vitamin B levels are up, mosquitoes won't bite you. Proven fact.
Oh, I've heard that before. I just forgot about it. Okay, vitamin B. What's high in vitamin B? Let's see. Should I be eating?
I'm not 100% sure. You'll have to look that up.
I'll Google that. That's a good start. Thank you.
So my wife makes me take multivitamins every day, and she takes them. And my mother-in-law, bless her soul, who's no longer with us, she came to visit us up here in the north. And holy crap, she got eaten alive by the mosquitoes, like beyond. It looked terrible. Like I've never seen
people
anything
do
like
that.
it.
Like 100 bites. I've seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah, well, she had them on her legs, her arms, her face. They just went after her. But she was an alcoholic and was not very healthy and had extremely low vitamin B counts. And she was supposed to be taking supplements and stuff, but she never did. And the mosquitoes just went after her. And the other people that take take supplements and eat properly and all that kind of stuff didn't get bitten. It's kind of cool. And the mosquitoes are all there. They just fly around. They just don't attack you.
All right, so vitamin B is one thing, but you could also take distilled vinegar. I'm sorry, vitamin? Shit. I'm having a moment. I'm having a senior moment.
Try again.
Vanilla. Like vanilla,
Vanilla.
you spray it on your body and they won't eat it because it bothers them. But salmon, leafy greens, liver and other organ meats, eggs, milk, beef,
I
oysters,
just
clams,
ate salmon and greens yesterday. Okay, that's a good start.
Good. You're on your way then.
chicken and turkey, yogurt,
Okay.
pork.
I stopped eating yogurt because I heard it was like high in estrogen or something like that.
Really? Guess I'm gonna
Yeah, and
take
it like
it off my list.
makes you to a female apparently.
The best stuff I found for mosquitoes is peppermint extract, dude. Just a couple drops on your jacket.
I got some of that.
Yeah, somebody said incense. And they said like peppermint. They said yeah, that's exactly what they said. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, the peppermint, it works.
I will try it.
Where are you at? Are you outside? Just what you talking about? Walking around?
I'm on my deck. I'm on my deck, and they come in my. Anytime I open my door, like there's a swarm of them on my deck. They're like
those citronella freaking torches that'll keep them away if you're just like in a certain area.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid buying the zapper thing that you hang up because it's like $130. So I'm trying to go the cheap way for now. But eventually,
I don't know about that. Zapping them is cool though because you see them die.
Yeah, I'm getting pissed off every night. I hear them flying around.
Kind of. You would think the mosquitoes would like to eat on healthy people. Like, why would they want to suck on like an old, a sick? I don't want to say sickly, but someone that apparently is less. They're not as in good a shape. That's just interesting.
Taste better. I think like if someone was eating McDonald's every day, they have that fat in them, and it'd probably smell greasy.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah,
maybe they're
gotta let
the quarter pounder.
At fructose, they're nice and sweet.
Exactly.
Aspartame filled. Ugh.
Okay, well, that's some good advice from y'all. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I'm just on my deck and there's like thousands of them out here, and yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's the same where I live too, bro. I live in northern Canada too, man.
Nice. Oh, what is that? Is that something jumping in the grass? Every day I see new animals. Like yesterday, I saw an eastern or a European wall lizard, or it was a alligator lizard.
There wasn't a salamander?
No, I took a picture of it actually. It came in my wall. Like I thought it was like a slug, and then it started like moving. I'm like, what the heck? It was pretty big, and then I got it through the wall again, and then I'm like, okay, it's gone. I plugged the wall, and then I woke up this morning and go to work, and it was right outside my door in the grass. So I took a picture of it. I'll
Nice.
post it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I'm gonna check that
Right.
out. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, I just posted it right now. Yeah, I'm getting nature of the yin yang out here. I'm loving it. Yeah, so the European wall lizards are, I think, either endangered or no, invasive. They're invasive here, but then the alligator lizards are part of the territory here, and they're fine. But I couldn't tell which one it
Interesting.
was.
It's a good picture. You captured that really well.
Yeah, thanks. He wasn't moving at all. He seemed chill with me. I tried to get him on the plate, and he was like kind of licking the plate, and it's pretty chill. If he started running, I would have freaked out. I would have shit myself when he was inside the house. No, it's kind of neat. Right? I saw him right in the morning. I was like, "Oh, there he is." It's kind of, at least I know he got away safely.
Looking through all those layers of density from 1 foot above the surface in the Black Swan, looking at the pillar at 1 foot above the surface. Those different layers of 14.7 psi. But from 40,000 feet looking down through all those layers.
Are you talking about the sun you posted?
No, I'm talking about Scott's argument because I'm still trying to wrap my head around how is that a good argument.
How do you explain the sun doing that? That is nutty. I've seen that before. That's just insane.
I just posted that because Scott was talking about the sun, and then Daza PV equals NRT, which is his name today, decided to kind of ask the same question. How could the sun appear below the midpoint of your vision? And I just posted that video to say, fuck, the sun appears like it's coming in clouds at the moment, mate. I've got no idea what the sun is or why it does what it does or how it appears, why it appears. It's the sun, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I showed a bunch of my coworkers that. This was like 3 years ago when I saw that, and all of them were mind blasted. They could not fathom what it was, and that's when I knew something was up. Because they were making fun of me forever. Like, where's your evidence? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, let me post the sun below clouds, going through clouds. And they're like, yeah, right, you don't have it. And I showed them all, and they were all baffled. It was great. Some people said, oh, it's just an illusion. Oh, it's fake. Oh, it's a mirage. I'm like, I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, no idea.
Sure makes you wonder though what the heck it is, because that's a very interesting picture there, Jedi.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've had
A
that
video, I should say.
I've had that for a while now. I mean, no one would really claim that the sun was in the clouds now, would they? It just looks that way.
Oh, just an apparent location.